Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 1 to Chapter 68. Between the clouds, the wind-thunder platform, the line of heaven. This was the wind-thunder platform, a dangerous place in the upper three heavens of the heavens. One could enter and exit the line of heaven, but at this moment, the wind-thunder platform was filled with a foul wind. Xianxia, hand over the sword. We'll spare your life. Xianxia, you're already at death's door. Hand over the sword. We can leave you a whole corpse. Xianxia, the number one divine item in the world is a waste in your hands. It's been so many years and you haven't made any progress. You're simply wasting it. Hand it over. Clamorous shouts came from all directions. In the center of the wind-thunder platform, on a slightly protruding rock, Xianxia was dressed in black and bathed in blood. His hair was disheveled, but his face was eternally cold. His eyes were still as calm as a rock. His body was still as straight as a javelin, just like the sword in his hand. It was filled with an unbending spirit, even though he was already fatally injured. Beneath his feet, within a radius of a few hundred feet, there were countless broken limbs and bodies, dripping with blood. Looking at the crowd of experts who were only shouting but didn't rush over, Xianxia revealed a mocking smile, arrogant and disdainful. Facing so many experts, even though he was already at the end of his rope, he was still arrogant. These people had a good plan. They knew that although they were already at the end of their rope, no matter who came up, they would have to face a mutually destructive attack. No one was willing to be the scapegoat. They only hoped that someone would rush up to seek death. However, none of them were stupid, so they stopped at the same time. Such people, with such temperament, no matter how high their cultivation is or how many of them there are, even if they can kill me 10,000 times, they're not worthy of being my enemy. Xianxia smiled mockingly and sat down slowly. Although his expression didn't change, his mouth still didn't say a word. But his heart was full of doubts. How did the news that the sword was in his hands leak out? He had clearly investigated for 3 years before confirming that the wind-thunder platform of the upper three heavens had a section of the sword body of the ninth calamity sword. After going through untold hardships, he finally found an opportunity to risk his life to come to the upper three heavens. But, why did he encounter such a powerful ambush after coming here? Today, he had only been in the upper three heavens for 5 days. He had just found the wind-thunder platform and encountered this ambush. Today's situation was purely a dead end. He had always been known for his secretive whereabouts. Who knew his plan? He had charged over 10 times in a row, but every time, he was blocked and sent back. And these places that he had chosen were all dead corners. Logically, there was absolutely no reason that he couldn't charge. Who knew his habits so well? Who was this hidden enemy? This question had been troubling Xianxia for a long time. The shining body of the calamity sword reflected the sunlight in the sky, as if drawing a rainbow in the air. Everyone who saw this seen fire thunder sword was their hearts. He couldn't wait to hold that divine object in his hands. Ancient times. Continent. Whoever got the sword tribulation sword would be invincible. The sword tribulation sword had the secret of invincibility. According to legend, the power of the sword tribulation sword was not limited to this. Tribulation heaven, one sword to destroy the world, 1,000 years to reign supreme, heaven beyond heaven. This was the only song about the sword tribulation sword in the world. Its origin could not be traced. The sword tribulation sword had always been a legend. No one would have thought that one day, the sword tribulation sword would actually appear in front of them. Xianxia also had doubts in his heart. The sword. Tribulation sword. Yes, he had gotten the sword tribulation sword. And he had found the 5 parts of the sword step by step. But he was disappointed to find that the power of the sword tribulation sword was not as great as he had imagined. And there was always a clear barrier between him and the sword tribulation sword. No matter if he poured his blood or used his sincere comprehension, there was no effect at all. Why was this? Why? Extreme to love, extreme to the sword. He extinguished his love into the sword, used the sword to enter the martial way, used the martial way to seek the heavenly way, used his lifelong loneliness as the price, and used massacres as a treasure raft to cross the world. Unfortunately, he still couldn't master the sword tribulation sword and the heaven beyond divine technique. Did he make the wrong choice? Or was this path wrong from the start? Or, His heartlessness was not compatible with the sword tribulation sword, a heartless swordsman, a heartless swordsman. If a swordsman had feelings, what kind of swordsman would he be? The way of the sword, the way of the martial way, and the heavenly way were all heartless in the end. But at this moment of life and death, why was it so shaken? Disaster sword, oh disaster sword, what is your secret? Looking at the greedy gazes all around him, Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. You only know that if you get the sword tribulation sword, you will be invincible in the world. But do you know how much I have sacrificed for this sword tribulation sword? There is nothing left. A red and graceful figure seemed to flash in his mind, becoming clearer and clearer. Slowly, the red sleeves fluttered. Faintly, there seemed to be ethereal music, and the graceful figure slowly danced in the void. Xianxia's eyes suddenly became distant, sorrowful, and sad, blood was flowing, and Xianxia clearly felt his life was quickly slipping away. He pursued the martial way all his life, fell in love, broke out of love, became emotionless, and then extinguished love. At the moment of death, he thought that his only regret would be that he didn't reach the highest level that he pursued all his life. But he didn't expect that at this moment, a figure that he thought he had long forgotten would appear in his mind. That beautiful figure in red fluttered in the wind. That glance, that turn of the body, it was all extremely charming. She sang and danced in his heart lightly and gracefully. Every time she looked back at him, her eyes were as deep as the sea. Mo Qingwu, the woman that Xianxia fell in love with and broke out of love. So, I didn't really break out of love. Xianxia's mouth revealed a self-deprecating smile as he muttered to himself. A trace of regret quietly spread in his heart. Like smoke, it instantly engulfed his entire soul. At this moment, his heart could no longer be controlled, and he didn't want to control it. Qingwu. I wonder if I can meet you in the netherworld this time, Qingwu. Do you know how much I regret leaving you in order to cultivate the three tribulations emotion-destroying / Xianxia's heart was full of sorrow and bitterness. Everyone attacked together. Let's just chop him up. As for the tribulation sword, it's not too late for us to discuss it slowly. Someone shouted, otherwise, when he recovers it'll be our turn to waste our efforts. Everyone around roared in agreement. Immediately, they raised their swords and sabers and surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia still sat there in a trance, motionless. His eyes were fixed on a certain spot in front of him. It was as if there was an eternity of desolation. His blood-stained hair floated in front of his forehead, the figure in his mind danced more and more intensely. It had already formed a red shadow. It was ethereal, but red like a red silk that filled the sky. At the same time, a graceful and desolate song faintly came out from the red shadow, a lifetime of not dancing, a dance is a lifetime of bitterness. In this life, I dance for you, even if I have to dance a lifetime of bitterness. This was a short poem that Mo Qingwu had composed on the night of their engagement. He could still remember that Mo Qingwu's eyes were filled with tears. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and resentment. She knew that he was using her love to practice martial arts. But she still threw herself into his arms like a moth to a flame, allowing him to burn as much as he wanted, that pure and virtuous girl. Xianxia thought despondently. His heart was unbearably bitter. Only at the end of one's life did he know the value of true love. But he could no longer turn back, he could still remember that time when Mo Qingwu was rejected by him for the last time. Her heart was broken and her soul was broken. She was distracted and was attacked on her way back. A beauty of a generation finally died. When he heard the news, he immediately rushed over. But in the end, he was still a step too late. Although he later killed all the people of the clan that hurt Mo Qingwu, not even a chicken or a dog of the clan was spared. The beauty could not be resurrected, that peerless beauty, on the verge of death, laid softly in his arms and said to him, Xianxia, if there's a next life, if I can still meet you, I hope you can, take a good look at me. I'm prettier than a sword. Xianxia, to be able to die in your arms, I'm very satisfied. These were Mo Qingwu's last words. Qingwu, you're not satisfied. You have regrets. Otherwise, why would there be tears at the corners of your eyes? On the face of the beauty who was already breathless, those 2 drops of clear tears suddenly fell. Coupled with the forced smile she put on for fear that he would be sad, it was so sad and beautiful. Those 2 drops of clear tears smashed his heart into pieces at that moment. From then on, this heart was sealed, light as a dream, floating in the air, enchanting as a sea of blood and a mountain of bones dance. Don't ask a lord who wields a sword for 1,000 miles, accompanying in life and death to the heavens. This was a poem that the world's #1 genius Shui Leihan had specially composed back then when he sensed Mo Qingwu's deep feelings for Chu Yang. And now, Qingwu, you've reached the heavens, but I'm still in this world. But I can immediately accompany you in life and death. For generations to come, Chu Yang was lost in thought. A gentle and sad smile hung at the corners of his mouth, which had always been cold and hard. His blood-stained long hair fluttered in the wind. Qingwu, wait for me, Qingwu, do you know, if there's a next life, I'd rather not practice any sword skills, rather not reach the peak, rather not take revenge, just to be with you. In this world, what can compare to that smile of yours? None. The beautiful song and dance in his mind gradually faded away. Mo Qingwu's voice also seemed to become more and more ethereal. Dancing for you in this life. Dancing for you in this life. My heart will never change. Even 10,000 deaths won't be bitter. Not bitter. With a swoosh, a golden blade came at him. Chu Yang was in a trance. He casually blocked with his sword. His mind was still listening to Mo Qingwu's voice. This life is over. Qingwu, before I die, let me hear more of your voice, not bitter. Qingwu, you're bitter, but you don't feel bitter. Now. I'm very bitter. So regretful. More and more knives and swords landed on his body. Blood flew out bit by bit. Pain gathered from all parts of his body, finally interrupting the song and dance in his mind. Chu Yang roared furiously. He stood up abruptly, his long black hair fluttering violently. His hairband broke. He was completely enraged. At the last moment of my life, you came to disturb our reunion. Damn it. With a bang, a sword pierced Chu Yang's chest. Chu Yang's heart ached. He looked down and saw that the jade pendant hanging around his neck had shattered in front of his eyes. On the jade pendant, the word Wu quietly shattered into pieces. Chu Yang reached out and touched it blankly. Instantly, his eyes widened. This was the only memento that Qingwu left for him. Kill. Chu Yang suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with killing intent. With a roar, the calamity sword in his hand suddenly swung up with tens of thousands of sword lights. Like lightning, it suddenly connected into a belt of light. With a series of bangs, all the weapons around him were neatly cut in half. Everyone hurriedly retreated. They looked at the neat circle of broken weapons at Chu Yang's feet in horror. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. They didn't expect the power of the calamity sword to be so terrifying. They thought that Chu Yang was a lamp that had run out of oil. It was the time to relax and be bold. Everyone was thinking about how to deal with the calamity sword after Chu Yang died. How to snatch it. If it fell into their hands, how to escape. While they were urgently thinking about countermeasures, Chu Yang's sword suddenly exploded. And it was so powerful, it was completely unexpected. Chu Yang was bathed in blood. He stood with his sword in hand. His eyes coldly looked at the crowd in front of him. When his eyes fell on someone's face, that person couldn't help but tremble. They only felt that in this pair of eyes, there was infinite sorrow, infinite despair, infinite anger, and infinite killing intent. Chu Yang looked around and suddenly asked softly, "You want the calamity sword?" Without waiting for anyone to answer, he laughed coldly and said slowly, "Okay. I'll let you see the calamity sword." He suddenly jumped up. He had already suffered countless fatal injuries, but he actually jumped up. In the air, all the wounds on his body spurted blood at the same time. But he was indifferent. His face was solemn as he coldly shouted, "Calamity sword, one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms." With a wave of the calamity sword, a ray of light shot out in an arc. As the arc shot out, tens of thousands of rays of cold light rushed out. These tens of thousands of rays of cold light seemed to carry the most ancient desolation in the world. Calamity sword. Heaven sword technique. One sword, heaven was the name of this continent. Throughout history, none of the sword techniques had dared to use these three words as their names. However, the calamity sword technique had directly used the name heaven. Since ancient times, this was the only set. Although Chu Yang couldn't unleash the true power of the calamity sword technique, he had comprehended these few sword techniques for a long time. Although the power of these few sword techniques wasn't as great as imagined, it was still far beyond ordinary sword techniques. The dozens of experts around knew that this sword was no small matter. All of them brought out their trump cards and tried their best to resist this attack. Everyone's body swayed. They felt that the weapons in their hands were almost unsteady. Calamity sword, what harm is there in slaughtering the world? Before the first move was finished, the second move had already arrived with murderous intent. The surging rays of light were like the rising tide of the sea. Boundless murderous intent shot out in all directions. Screams rang out. Dozens of experts who could dominate a region tried their best to resist, but they still retreated pathetically with blood all over their bodies. At this moment, everyone had an illusion. The current Chu Yang was definitely not injured. He was definitely in a complete state, but they didn't know that they had interrupted Chu Yang's memories and Mo Qingwu's singing and dancing, making Chu Yang completely furious and unleashing all the potential of his body. This was the power of life, the fury of the soul. This power was even far beyond his peak. Calamity sword, gather the wind and clouds to become the emperor. Chu Yang laughed tragically. As he waved the calamity sword, a huge crown actually seemed to appear. That brilliant pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. Wherever the sword light pointed, there were continuous screams. Arrows of blood flew, and heads rolled off from their necks, as if a cart of rotten watermelons had been overturned. The king descends, all living things in the world are at my mercy. Do as I please, take as I wish. Calamity sword. Cut off the lover of worldly affairs. Calamity sword. Mountain of corpses, sea of blood, everlasting incense. 3 moves were unleashed together. This blood-stained ground once again turned into a slaughterhouse. All the dozens of people who surrounded him this time fell into pools of blood without exception. Chu Yang landed and staggered. His eyes looked disdainfully at the surroundings. Looking around, there was no one left standing for hundreds of feet. The former masters, the former glory and glory, had all turned into corpses under the unparalleled power of the calamity sword. You want the calamity sword? You deserve it? However, Chu Yang was also like a lamp that had run out of oil after this outburst. Qinggu, no matter in heaven or on earth, who can stop our reunion? He stood with his sword, panting, but gently closed his eyes. He was hoping that the song and dance in his mind would appear again. But it didn't. Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and growled, "Why? Why not?" Qinggu. In the distance, in 3 directions, 3 lights rose at the same time, transforming into 3 golden figures in the air. Dazzling with insufferably arrogant arrogance. Illusory golden light, king of the land, this meant that 3 king-level martial artists had appeared. Chu Yang's pupils contracted, and he laughed bitterly. He looked at the 3 golden figures in the sky helplessly, his heart cold. He didn't expect that the other party's real killer move would only appear now. He was only a revered martial artist. Although he was only 1 level away from king level, this 1 level was the difference between heaven and earth. 3 king-level martial artists. What a big move. Good sword technique, worthy of being the poisonous sword revered martial artist. But in this upper 3 heavens, it is not a place where a mere poisonous sword revered martial artist like you can behave atrociously. One person said gently, "It's a pity that I can't have a fair fight with you, what a pity." Following the voice, the other 2 people appeared together. The 3 people, all wearing wide robes with large sleeves, came with the wind. Their postures were confident, their faces calm. Chu Yang's eyes were already a bit blurry. "You 3 kings, also want the calamity sword?" "Wrong, we don't want the calamity sword. We want you to die." The 3 smiled at the same time, with a dignified demeanor, but taking over the calamity sword is also an unexpected gain. A big gain. Chu Yang smiled coldly, straightened his back, and said proudly, "It's a pity that you don't understand the calamity sword. You will never get it." His eyes became resolute and resolute. He was already powerless to fight, but he could still make one last attack. Destroy himself, destroy the calamity sword. Destroy the enemy. With a flash of sword light, Chu Yang reversed the calamity sword and stabbed it into his own heart. His eyes looked at the 3 without the slightest emotion, and shouted, "With my heart's blood, destroy 10,000 calamities. Calamity sword master, reverse heaven and earth." This was the only sword he could use to its full power. When he saw the sword technique, he knew that he could use this sword. But this sword needed to use his own life to activate it. Who would dare to use this sword technique? When this sword was used, the person would die. The calamity sword suddenly flashed fiercely, as if a sun had appeared out of nowhere. The sharp sword energy suddenly exploded violently, and the violent power actually pushed Chu Yang's entire body into the air. This was the calamity sword's ultimate move. Using his own heart's blood to sacrifice his own soul, and then activating the sword spirit. This was an absolute move to perish together with the enemy. This move could even kill opponents who were much stronger than himself by a few levels. It was the calamity sword spirit that killed on its own accord, destroying everything. Retreat. The 3 king-level experts were shocked, and quickly fled outside. Compared to the calmness they had when they came, it was thousands of miles away. That graceful and confident demeanor had long since disappeared without a trace. They never would have thought that this poisonous sword-revered martial artist could activate this move. With a boom, a blazing sword light rose up, illuminating the entire sky with a silvery white color. The 3 king-level experts didn't even have time to defend themselves. They didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes. Even the golden shadows formed by their king-level strength were still flashing in the air, but their lives had already returned to nothingness. The attack of the calamity sword spirit, within the range of its power, could even destroy the heavens and earth, let alone 3 king-level experts? Chu Yang suddenly felt that it was a little funny, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Could this be the secret of the calamity sword's invincibility? Then, what value did the continent's #1 divine object have? But he faintly felt that it shouldn't be just that. But the true secret of the calamity sword, he already didn't have the chance to discover it. Chu Yang sighed. His body was in the air, and his eyes casually glanced around, but he discovered a person that he didn't think should appear here. In the distance, a white-clothed person was looking over here, dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. Motng. Chu Yang's eyes widened, and he finally understood. Why was he ambushed when he was so secretive? Why were all his attacks accurately intercepted by someone? So it was him, the master of calculation and manipulation, Motng. No wonder he was defeated so badly. Chu Yang wanted to laugh bitterly, he wanted to laugh at himself, he wanted to. But in the end, he still didn't do anything. He had already lost all his strength, and he also didn't have time to think. Chu Yang's body slowly fell from the sky, and slowly fell down. Like a withered autumn, he fell into the dust. His face carried a faint but warm smile, and he muttered, "Qing Wu, if there is a next life, I will dance with you under the heavens." Since death was unavoidable, then with the greatest passion and the strongest longing, he would embrace death. Because there, his lover was there. Somehow, it seemed that in a vast and boundless land of pure white snow was falling from the sky, and the earth was wrapped in silver. A graceful red figure was dancing lightly in this place, as if she was welcoming him, and also as if she was anxious for Chu Yang. He couldn't see her face clearly, but that gentle and affectionate look in her eyes, without any complaints or regrets, was so clear. That graceful dance became more and more intense, and the heaven and earth where she danced was actually filled with a bleak coldness like fresh blood. In Chu Yang's heart, the sword tip of the calamity sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and it was actually so bright that it dazzled everyone's eyes. Chu Yang, who had already closed his eyes, seemed to hear an ethereal voice, with tiredness and joy, as if it had been waiting for thousands of years to be relieved of a heavy burden. It said softly, "Calamity has become nothing, and life and death are still at ease. The blue sky can still be mended, why wait for the next life? Sigh, it's finally here." This voice, in just a few short words, seemed to have experienced countless changes, and was so distant and unreachable. Then, a dazzling light shot out from his heart, and rose from the ground. It flashed in the sky, and suddenly scattered into a dazzling rainbow, illuminating the entire world. It made everyone who saw it open their eyes as if they were blind, but with just a flash, it soared into the sky, and then instantly disappeared without a trace. On the wind thunder platform, the wind whimpered, as if it was weeping and complaining, as if it was still repeating Chu Yang's words, "If there is a next life. If there is a next life. Dance with you under the heavens. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wahahaha, I'm back again. Brothers, sisters. Come, let me accompany you, how about the world? Qing Wu. Chu Yang suddenly woke up. He hadn't even opened his eyes when he cried out in heartache. He only felt that his heart was twitching in pain. But, his voice was so weak that it sounded like a groan. He almost couldn't hear it. Chu Yang was stunned as soon as he said this. I clearly saw Qing Wu coming to greet me. That familiar smile. That tenderness seeped into my bones, but, what's going on? In front of his eyes, there were endless mountains and rocks. The setting sun on the horizon was like blood. Purple bamboos were fluttering in the wind. They were like purple clouds on the horizon, undulating in the breeze. There was also a pool of blood at his feet. A severe pain came from his head. He reached out and touched his hand. It was dark red. This mountain, these rocks, this scene, this injury, they were so familiar. Where is this? A voice that sounded like it was about to cry said in his ear, "Hey, you, don't scare me. I'm such a handsome person. I can't be scared." Chu Yang's heart was confused. He thought, am I really not dead? But, who is this guy who is shouting in my ear? He's obviously scared to death. But, he still hasn't forgotten to be narcissistic. Seeing that Chu Yang didn't respond, the person shouted again, "You're really not breathing?" Woo. This cry sounded like the whistle of a train. If someone heard it from afar, they would definitely think that it was the howl of a hungry wolf. His voice was loud and clear, lingering in the air. There was actually a faint echo. But, the echo really became Wu, so talented. Chu Yang thought. He could also hear that this voice was indeed scared and sad. This couldn't be faked. But, this voice was really unflattering. It seemed that God made a mistake when creating humans. He put a duck's voice on Chu Yang's body. Moreover, it was a male duck. After the completion, God felt that something was wrong. So, he made up for it and borrowed half of the wolf's voice. This voice was somewhat familiar. This voice was truly one of a kind. Chu Yang's heart quivered. Suddenly, memories from many years ago rushed into his mind. I'm just practicing my staff technique. You can't be knocked back by my staff just like that, right? That voice was trembling, obviously scared out of his wits. They hit you so many times and you were fine. Why did you blame me after I hit you once? This is so King unfair. Could it be that you're jealous of my good looks and deliberately set me up? Chu Yang was speechless. What kind of person was this? She was actually complaining. It was fine if she was complaining. After all, no one wanted to encounter such a situation, right? But even when he was complaining, he didn't forget to praise himself. Narcissism to this extent was already shocking enough to make ghosts and gods weep. He groaned, and finally opened his eyes with great difficulty. He really could not continue lying down. Even though Chu Yang was the poisonous sword revered martial artist of his generation, he still could not endure such sounds. Such a mixture of the somewhat hoarse voice of a duck and the vocal cords of a wolf that had been starved for a long time. Not to mention a human, even a tiger, would collapse after hearing it for a long time. Wake up, wake up. Waha, I knew it. You were stunned by my handsomeness, and didn't faint. That voice continued to wreak havoc in Chu Yang's ears. I was wondering why you were staring at my face without letting go in the middle of a fight. So that's why. Chu Yang frowned. His head was still in great pain. He softly shouted, "Shut up." He really could not take it anymore. If you say 2 more words, I'll just stab my own heart twice. Anyway, I'm already a person who has died once, and I still have to suffer the torture of your terrifying voice. Is there still justice in this? Even death does not allow me to have peace. What kind of world is this? Even though his voice was low, it was filled with majesty. That dense aura of the poisonous sword revered martial artist was invisibly emitted. That fellow who was chattering incessantly was intimidated by the severity contained within those 2 short words. He was actually stunned, unable to speak. Chu Yang fiercely opened his eyes, but felt that the sunlight was dazzling in front of him. In an instant, he saw stars in front of his eyes. He could only close his eyes again, and then slowly open them again. What appeared in front of him was a person's face. Yes, it was that dear friend who kept on praising himself as handsome and dashing. That's right. In this place, other than him and Chu Yang, there was no third person. But when Chu Yang saw his face, a sense of familiarity instantly welled up in his heart. At the same time, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. The word handsome and dashing was actually used on this person, and he felt that it was a waste of a heavenly gift. This face was definitely not ugly, his eyes were big, his nose was straight, his mouth was small, and his eyebrows were also two sword-like eyebrows. His face was fair, neither fat nor thin. But the most bizarre thing was that although his eyes were big and full of spirit, the distance between his eyes was a little too big. One of his eyes was almost next to his left ear, and the other was next to his right ear. His eyebrows were naturally two sword-like eyebrows. But they were two swords. One sword pierced the blue dome of heaven, and the other sword cut through hell. The directions were actually completely opposite. His nose was also very straight, but this nose was a bit too straight. The root of his nose was like a transverse mountain range, and it actually separated his two eyes. It was like a galaxy, and separated the cowherd and the weaver girl from afar. With such eyes, even if he were to be cross-eyed, it would be quite difficult. His mouth was also very small, and even very rosy. But a real small cherry mouth on a big man's face, especially on such a big man's face, it really looked like a dish, a piece of snow-white tofu, and a red cherry placed on top of it. With such an appearance, to say that he had a personality, this was already indescribable. It was simply too much of a personality. It should be unique in the world, who could find such a person? Well, Chu Yang felt that he could simply worship the person who found it. This was too difficult. Tan? Chu Yang's whole body was aching terribly. In his mind, there seemed to be several knives fiercely stirring. His head felt like it was about to explode, but he tried his best to control it. He revealed a gentle smile. Tan, you are still so talkative and narcissistic. You are super out of tune. This person was Chu Yang's childhood friend, junior martial brother Tan. Tan as in conversation, Tan as in the epiphyllum. This name really made people feel very emotional. Tan, Chu Yang's best friend. Both of them were orphans, or it could be said that they were abandoned. They were picked up and raised by their master. When Chu Yang was 10 years old, Tan went out, and suddenly news of his death came. Until now, Chu Yang still didn't know why Tan died at that time. Who was the enemy? He investigated for a long time, but he still didn't have the slightest bit of information. Tan's death at that time had an extremely big impact on Chu Yang. It made his originally eccentric character become even more eccentric and silent. Just now, when he closed his eyes and heard this voice, Chu Yang was already sure. He opened his eyes and swept a glance. Almost in an instant, he knew where he was now. This place was really too familiar, beyond the Heavens sect, Back Mountain, Purple Bamboo Forest. This scene was when he was 10 years old. He and Tan were comparing stick techniques. He was suddenly distracted, and Tan didn't have time to retract his stick and knocked him unconscious. Could it be that he had returned to the time when he was 10 years old? But how is this possible? Chu Yang looked around. After looking around again, he finally confirmed that he had indeed been reborn. He had returned to the time when he was 10 years old. This kind of completely impossible thing was actually happening to him at this moment. Even with Chu Yang's tenacious nerves, he was suddenly surprised and stunned. If everything starts from the beginning, how much of my life should I not let go? Now, do I really have to start from the beginning? Chu Yang stared blankly for a long while. Then, he regained his composure. He took a deep breath, and suppressed the boiling emotions in his heart. His face flushed red, and he felt his heart beating so intensely that it almost jumped out of his chest. He turned his head, and carefully examined his lost and recovered brother. Chu Yang's eyes emitted strong emotions. His voice was somewhat hoarse, but he still teased, Tan, I finally know the truth behind your abandonment back then. Indeed, if such a guy hadn't been frightened to the point of flying out of one's hand, one's nerves would have been tenacious. Tan embarrassedly scratched his head. He even somewhat bashfully said, the reason should be that I'm too handsome. And, the reason you were abandoned? I guess it's because you're too ugly. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He suddenly had an impulse to hit someone and laugh at the same time. He remembered that he had been lying in bed for half a month because of this injury. It wasn't until later that he found out that he hadn't lost during the sparring session. Instead, he had been poisoned. His entire body had been paralyzed at a certain time. The person who had poisoned him hadn't only targeted him. His original plan had been to let Tan Tan beat him to death with a stick. Then, Tan Tan would have been finished. Sparring with each other was a common thing in the sect. But, killing someone was a big deal. So, it was certain that Tan Tan would have been expelled from the sect. However, the person who had poisoned him hadn't thought that Tan Tan's martial power would have surpassed his, even though he and Tan Tan were evenly matched on the surface. Tan Tan had kept some of his strength when he had fought with him. He hadn't been able to retract his hand in time at the most critical moment. But, he had been able to reduce the strength of the stick by more than half. So, he had only been lightly injured. Tan Tan and himself had 3 younger brothers under his master's wing. The person who had poisoned him was eldest brother. Sure, Xianxia, a biting cold light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He silently recited these 3 words in his heart, sure, Xianxia. His complexion suddenly became as austere as the cold winter. In fact, it was getting colder and colder. A faint murderous aura was floating around his body. Tan Tan was right beside him. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a bone-piercing cold in this scorching summer. He couldn't help but shiver. Thank you for your support. I've been away for a long time. And I've returned to see everyone's fiery enthusiasm. I'm very touched. Thank you so much for your rewards. Thank you so many brothers and sisters for your support and rewards. Thank you so much for your clicks and recommendations. You've given me supreme honor and favor. Thank you so much. It had only been 14 hours since I'd released the book. I'd received 5,500 clicks from the members, nearly 3,000 collections, and 1,004 recommendation votes without any recommendations. Moreover, there were 7 Alliance Masters, 1 Sect Master, and 2 Hall Masters. I'd never have thought of such a result before I'd released the book. Brothers and sisters, you've given me a big surprise. This is all thanks to you. Gee, thank you. Thank you so much for coming to support me. Thank you so much. You've given me so much face. Also, rushing to the rankings. Requesting recommendation votes. I urgently need everyone's recommendation votes during the rush to the rankings. Clicks and collections are equally important. This will directly affect the final result of the book. Therefore, I've also requested the Tieba side to stop updating. Everyone, come and read it. The public version doesn't cost any money. Haha. Please don't blame me if you're dissatisfied. I've taken the initiative to request this. Please let me be selfish this time. Because at this time, Master received a Spring and Autumn Pill from the sect. Spring and Autumn Pill, as the name suggests, could increase 1 year's pure martial power. This was the reward that Master received for completing the sect's mission. He remembered that Master once said that it would be useless for him to take this pill again. Therefore, he wanted to choose one of the 3 brothers to take. Spring and Autumn Pill. Chu Yang felt a wave of sorrow. This kind of trash that no one would pick up even if thrown away in the upper 3 heavens became the reason for eldest martial brother to frame the 2 of them. He remembered that in his previous life, this Spring and Autumn Pill was obtained by eldest martial brother Xianxia. Tan Tan had died in an accident. She had gone to pay her respects to Tan Tan once. But, she had inadvertently seen eldest senior brother there. Moreover, eldest senior brother had spoken of this matter in front of Tan Tan's tombstone. And, she had eavesdropped. Only then did she know that eldest senior brother, whom she and Tan Tan had always respected, was such a despicable person. Thinking about this, Chu Yang sighed in his heart. In his previous life, he and Tan Tan were so stupid. Xianxia had a thin figure and looked very refined. He was 23 or 24 years old. Usually, he treated Chu Yang and Tan Tan extremely well. Usually, this eldest martial brother seemed to be closer than a biological brother. But he did not expect that all of this was fake. From the beginning to the end, he had been using Chu Yang and Tan Tan. His usual disguise was all to step on the 2 of them at the crucial moment and monopolize the sect's cultivation resources. Why did Xianxia do this? Chu Yang also knew the reason. He was using every possible means to enter the inner sect of Beyond the Heavens sect and obtain the qualifications of an inner sect disciple. Then, he would become the eldest martial brother of all the inner sect disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect and enter Beyond the Heavens sect's Seven Shades congregation ground. As long as he could enter that place, he would be the next sect master. In the history of Beyond the Heavens sect, only one person could enter. Xianxia had a fanatical pursuit of power and influence. In his eyes, in order to achieve his goal, he would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Chu Yang and the other two were in the outer area of Beyond the Heavens sect. According to common sense, it was absolutely impossible for them to enter the inner sect. If Xianxia wanted to enter, he would have to distinguish himself in the sect's competition again and again until the end. This was also the method of Beyond the Heavens sect to encourage the disciples to improve. Therefore, although the spring and autumn pill could only increase one's cultivation by a year, to these young disciples, a year's worth of cultivation was enough to leave their fellow disciples in the dust. In his previous life, Xianxia succeeded. From his current status as an outer disciple, he had climbed up step by step. Finally, he had entered the inner sect and gained the qualifications to compete for the position of the eldest senior. But 4 years later, for some unknown reason, Beyond the Heavens sect was suddenly besieged and annihilated by the joint forces of various great sections. Chu Yang had fainted due to his serious injuries. He was buried under a pile of corpses. By the time he woke up, 3 days had already passed. At that time, the entire Beyond the Heavens sect was ablaze with raging flames. It had not yet finished burning. The main building of Beyond the Heavens sect, after burning intensely for 3 days, finally collapsed completely. Chu Yang, who was unable to move at that time, was almost smashed into the ground. But after the collapse, deep in the foundation, the tip of a sword was revealed, shining brightly. It was as if he was being tempted by the devil. It was the first sword tip of the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang had gotten lucky and obtained the sword tip of the Calamity Sword. From then on, he had begun his rise. And at that time, he was already 20 years old, and that collapsed foundation, in Chu Yang's memory, was the location of the Seven Shades congregation of Beyond the Heavens sect, the place that Xianxia wanted to enter even in his dreams. Chu Yang's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He muttered, "This Seven Shades congregation, Xianxia, in this life, is mine." Since he had been reborn, since he had been brought forward by 4 years, how could he waste these 4 years? He must obtain the Calamity Sword in advance. And to obtain the Calamity Sword, he must enter the inner sect, obtain the qualifications of the eldest senior, and then enter the Seven Shades congregation. Other than this, there was no other way. "What did you say?" Chu Yang's voice was extremely low. Tan did not hear him at all. He only saw his lips move a little and could not help but ask. "I said, this sky is really blue. This ground is really thick. This purple bamboo is really beautiful. This flower is really fragrant. Tan, you look really handsome, ha 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 ha." Chu Yang suddenly jumped up and laughed loudly. His laughter was clear and melodious, spreading far and wide. At this moment, Chu Yang's heart was filled with excitement. All the regrets from the previous life would be made up for in this life. "Qing Wu, wait for me. In this life, I will not let you down. I want you to know that you are more beautiful than the sword. I want you to know that in this world, you are the most beautiful. You are the most beautiful, Tan, my good brother. I will not let you die again, Motianji, just you wait, the peak of the heavenly path, I, Chu Yang, will ascend. Go. Go. Hey, I do look handsome, but this sky, this earth, this purple bamboo, what is there to look at? It is really crazy." Tan rolled his eyes. One of his eyebrows was like the sky, while the other was like the ground, as he muttered. "Chu Yang, Tan. Are you here?" Along with a burst of hearty laughter, a young man in green flashed out from the purple bamboo forest. He had a thin body, a thin face, and a pair of eyes that were not big, but were very spirited. Xianxia, Chu Yang immediately turned his head and calmly looked at this gentle smiling face. He clearly saw that deep in Xianxia's eyes, there was a trace of disappointment and annoyance. This was the annoyance that came from seeing Chu Yang safe and sound. Damn it, why is he not dead? But then, Xianxia's face revealed an angry expression. and he shouted, "What are you doing? Chu Yang, what is going on with your head? Didn't I tell you long ago that in a spar between martial brothers, you should stop when it's appropriate? Using so much strength, Tan Tan, do you want to beat Chu Yang to death?" Tan Tan looked at Xianxia with some fear. His face was full of shame. He opened his mouth and said, "Eldest martial brother, it's my fault. My handsomeness shocked Chu Yang, he was stunned." Chu Yang was speechless. You guys, you really don't let me be at ease." Xianxia sighed in disappointment, "When will you let me and my master be at ease? You are already so old, yet you still act like a child." As he said this, he quickly walked over with a face full of concern. In the process of walking, he had already torn off a piece of his underwear. He came in front of Chu Yang and said with a face full of pity, "Does it hurt? Don't move, I will bandage it for you. Don't move, and don't run around these few days, lest the wind gets into the wound." She carefully wiped Chu Yang's blood with her lapel. Then, she bandaged Chu Yang's wounds. She used her strength to gently bandage Chu Yang's wounds. Finally, she felt relieved. She let out a sigh and said, "Alas, if master sees this, he will definitely blame me for not taking good care of my 2 junior martial brothers." "Eldest martial brother, we were wrong." Tan Tan said uncomfortably, "I am sorry. When I fight with him in the future, I will just cover my face." "What are you sorry for?" "Sigh, such a big wound, if it was on your body, would it hurt?" Xianxia said angrily, "You are sorry for Chu Yang." Regarding Tan Tan's narcissism, Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Such an ugly person could actually be narcissistic to this extent? It was really unimaginable. When Xianxia spoke, every word sounded as if it came from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, his eyes did not shrink back, and looked straight into the other's eyes. His eyes were magnanimous, and with one look, it was clear that he had an open mind. Everything he did was from the bottom of his heart. "Yes, yes." Tan Tan nodded repeatedly, and his face was full of guilt and shame. Under the eldest martial brother's concerned questioning, he felt so ashamed that he could not show his face. Helplessly touching his face, he sighed sadly. He felt that he was so handsome that it could move the heavens and move the earth. It was really an unforgivable thing that could bring disaster to the country and the people. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. This Xianxia, no matter if it was his expression, his actions, or his tone, they were all so sincere, without any flaws. If he had not been reborn, he would definitely have been deceived by him. No wonder this person was able to stand out from the outer sect disciples in his previous life, and rise up to the top until he finally competed for the position of eldest martial brother. If Beyond the Heavens sect had not been destroyed, Chu Yang could be sure that the position of eldest martial brother in the inner sect would have been in Xianxia's pocket. This kind of ability to say one thing in front of others and another behind others' back was really rare. It was simply flawless. Others would never know what he was thinking in his heart. No wonder in his previous life, after entering the inner sect, he was able to win the heart of Wu Qianqian, the daughter of Wu Yunliang. Wu Qianqian was known as the #1 beauty of Beyond the Heavens sect. How many people pursued her? However, Xianxia's appearance was not outstanding, but he quietly captured the heart of this proud daughter of heaven. At that time, when this matter was spread, the entire Beyond the Heavens sect was shocked. But now Chu Yang knew that this was not a coincidence. Xianxian, he could do it. However, in this life, if Xianxian wanted to easily do it again, it would be difficult. Because, in front of him, there was still Chu Yang. All his schemes, in front of Chu Yang, existed in name only. "Let's go, follow me back to recuperate." Xianxian attentively helped Chu Yang up. Chu Yang smiled, and just as he was about to take a step, he was suddenly startled. From his dantian, there was a feeling of extreme hunger. Or it could be said that it was a very, very urgent feeling. Chu Yang was suddenly startled. What was going on? Hunger should also be related to the stomach, right? Or the stomach was uncomfortable, why was his dantian also hungry? That kind of feeling came like a tide, and his dantian was also like a boiling pot. Even with Chu Yang's willpower, he still could not bear it. Chu Yang could not bear it. His mind was immersed, and he used his martial power to look inside himself. With one look, Chu Yang almost cried out in surprise. In his dantian, there was actually an illusory shadow of a small sword. Its color was dim, and it was only the size of a finger. On the sword's body, there were clearly 8 cracks. This sword's shape was a bit strange, but to Chu Yang, it was incomparably familiar. Although it was old, it was just an illusory shadow, and it had a trace of heaven and earth swallowing domineering aura. Isn't this the Calamity Sword? Why is it in my dantian? For a moment, Chu Yang was stunned. His body swayed, and he almost fell down. Chu Yang sensed it carefully. Sure enough, after a short while, the dim disaster sword in his dantian once again sent out a strong sense of summoning. It was as if a starving baby was kicking its legs and crying for milk. Chu Yang sweated because of this feeling in his heart. He really didn't know where this ridiculous feeling came from. When his thoughts came into contact with it, the dim disaster sword's shadow sent out a faint resistance and curiosity. It was like a baby looking at him with innocent eyes. There was longing, unfamiliarity, and expectation in its eyes. Chu Yang's heart was filled with tenderness for no reason. He gently wrapped his thoughts around it. This time, the sword's shadow only resisted slightly before it let go of its guard. When his thoughts came into contact with it, Chu Yang also understood where this thing came from. This wasn't the disaster sword. To be exact, this was the sword spirit of the disaster sword. Or rather, the sword intent. When he used the move of destruction, he pierced the disaster sword into his heart. His blood poured in and stimulated the sword spirit. It was also the beginning of the biggest secret of the disaster sword, and it was this activated sword soul that, for some reason, brought him back to his youth. The last move of the disaster sword was a forbidden move. To die together with the enemy, and to kill oneself first before killing the enemy. Only someone with such a resolute will would be able to unleash such a technique. What Chu Yang didn't know was that this was one of the mysteries of the disaster sword. All the previous masters of the disaster sword only cultivated according to the path of the sword. They didn't get the recognition of the disaster sword. Because, if they completely cultivated themselves as a sword, then, what would they get? The sword was emotionless. So, under such a drive, they naturally chose the emotionless way of the sword. So, all the previous masters of the disaster sword were just sword slaves. Even Chu Yang's previous life was just a sword slave. A sword slave, it was the sword that used people, not the people using the sword, but Chu Yang used the last move, using my blood to destroy the disaster sword. Other than Chu Yang, no one who had obtained the Calamity Sword had ever dared to use this move. When they reached the end of their lifespan or were accidentally killed, the Calamity Sword would automatically disintegrate and return to its fragmented state. It would be scattered all over the continent, quietly waiting for its true master. It would look forward to the day when it could reach the peak of the Calamity Sword's glory and open its true divine destiny. Therefore, Chu Yang's desperate last move led to the complete activation of the sword soul, and it entered his dantian. And from then on, the number one divine object of the heavens continent had a real master. Therefore, it accepted Chu Yang so easily. It could be said that other than the creator of Calamity Sword, Chu Yang was its first owner. He was the true master of the Calamity Sword. This was what it meant to fight for survival after putting one's life on the line. From this moment on, Chu Yang clearly knew that he would embark on a completely different path from his previous life. Right now, the sword soul of Calamity Sword was like a crying baby waiting to be laid. It urgently needed the nourishment of the fragments of Calamity Sword and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This urgent emotion was also urging Chu Yang to find the fragment of the Calamity Sword. Find the nourishment that the Calamity Sword needed. Chu Yang's mind sank into his dantian, and used his mind to wrap around the dim sword soul, wholeheartedly comforting it. After a while, the Calamity Sword's spirit seemed to feel Chu Yang's sincerity, and slowly calmed down. Although it was still somewhat unwilling, it no longer called out that longing. It was like a child who couldn't get its favorite toy, but was sensible enough to not force a fuss. It just pouted, with tears in its eyes, and looked at its parents with grievance. This Calamity Sword spirit was like a child, and it made people want to love it tenderly. Chu Yang felt a burst of pity in his heart. In fact, he even felt a sense of shame in his heart. Controlling his excitement, he let out a long sigh. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xianxia in front of him looking at him. Deep in his eyes, there was actually a trace of excitement. He must have thought that Chu Yang's abnormality was caused by his injuries. Seeing Chu Yang open his eyes, the excitement in his eyes disappeared, and he asked with concern, "Junior brother Chu, what happened to you?" "It's nothing. It's just that I suddenly wanted to fart, but considering that you were right in front of me, I didn't have the nerve to do it, so I used a lot of strength to hold it back." Chu Yang looked at Xianxia meaningfully and said seriously. Xianxia's face changed, and he said embarrassedly, "This is very uncomfortable." For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Should he persuade him to let it out, or should he just hold it in? It didn't seem to be appropriate. Tan Tan burst into laughter on one side. However, he felt that it was inappropriate. So, he didn't dare to laugh out loud. Moreover, his voice was very unique. So, the sound of his laughter was as dull as a fart. Xianxia felt nauseous, and he almost vomited. Chu Yang laughed in his heart. He seemed to feel that his mentality was quietly changing, and it seemed to be different from his previous life. All of his regrets had a chance to make up for them. His mentality would naturally become excited and peaceful. In his previous life, he only got the Calamity Sword's sword tip 4 years later. And in his entire life, he didn't know that the Calamity Sword actually had such a sword spirit. Step by step, he walked towards the house in the purple bamboo forest. Chu Yang's thoughts also seemed to be on the road, continuously completing a transformation. That house only existed in his memories. With every step he took, he felt his soul tremble, and then a brand new mood and understanding would rise from his heart. Slowly, his heart was filled with longing. That house had his own master. The person he respected the most in his life, since he had returned to 10 years old, then no matter if it was rebirth or something else, he was no longer the poisonous sword revered martial artist. He was now Chu Yang, a young man. A weak young man. Before he grew up, on this continent, there were countless people who could kill him. If he still thought of himself as the revered martial artist of his previous life, in a situation where his strength did not match, then he would die very quickly. Only Chu Yang knew that revered martial artists could be awe-inspiring in the lower 3 heavens, but in the upper 3 heavens, their hands and feet were bound, and they needed to be careful. And in the upper 3 heavens, there was nothing great about it. The only way was to forget all the glory of his previous life, and start from the beginning. Step by step, continuously climbing to the peak, that was the right way. Then, the first step was to become the senior disciple of the Beyond the Heavens sect in the shortest amount of time, enter the 17 grounds, and obtain the first fragment of the Calamity Sword's sword tip. The road of this life, one could imagine, would definitely be much more exciting than his previous life. Beyond the Heavens sect, First Garden Peak. The 10 great brothers of the 7th generation of Beyond the Heavens sect were in charge of Cloud Gathering Peak, Cloud Mist Peak, Vast Cloud Peak, Cloud Opening Peak, Cloud Gathering Peak, Cloud Locking Peak, Dream Cloud Peak, Cloud Resentment Peak, Cloud Treading Peak, and Purple Bamboo Garden. Gathering Clouds Peak was the peak where Wu Yunliang resided. It was the main peak of the peaks. The first garden was Chu Yang's Purple Bamboo Garden. Although the scenery of the Purple Bamboo Garden was the most beautiful, its resources were at the bottom of the list. The master of the Purple Bamboo Garden, Meng Chao Ran, was the youngest junior martial brother of the 10 great brothers. He was indifferent and stood aloof from worldly affairs. He had never fought with his senior martial brother for anything. Throughout his life, he had only accepted Xianxia, Chu Yang, and Tan Tan as his 3 younger brothers. Other than Xianxia, who had no choice but to accept them, Chu Yang and Tan Tan were orphans that Meng Chao Ran had picked up. Every generation of disciples would choose 10 disciples from the inner court disciples to be the helmsman of each peak. Among the 10 brothers, the eldest martial brother was the future candidate for the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect. He occupied the Gathering Clouds Peak. Whether it was in terms of spirit medicine resources or the density of spirit energy, Gathering Clouds Peak was at the top. The disciples of the first peak garden had been fighting with each other for hundreds of years for the position of the 10 great brothers. Everyone had worked hard to cultivate for these 10 positions. Under such encouragement and pressure, the cultivation of the disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect also advanced by leaps and bounds. This world was called the Chong Tian continent. Beyond the Heavens sect was located in the lower 3 heavens. It was also known as the Lower Sky continent. In the eyes of ordinary people, there were a few mysterious places in the lower sky continent that were covered in clouds and mist all year round. No matter if it was humans, animals, or even birds, none of them were able to approach these places. Only some martial art practitioners with high cultivations knew that this was the entrance to the lower three heavens. In the three heavens, there was also such a mysterious place. It was the entrance to the upper three heavens. If you want to enter, you must have the power to transcend the world you are in. The Chongtian continent, as the name suggested, was a huge continent. From east to west, no one knew how far it was. From south to north, no one knew how far it was. Vast and boundless. On this vast continent, there were countless legends and myths that were passed down from generation to generation. Since ancient times, there had been countless emperors, generals, and ministers, and heroes. Today I drink red wine and watch singing and dancing. In the Ming dynasty I am a prisoner on death row. Today's emperor might not necessarily be tomorrow's defeated general, a ghost under the blade of the saber. Today he was a bandit, who said that in the future he would not wear a yellow robe and face the south with his back to the north as an overlord. On this mystical continent, anything could happen. Just like any other continent or planet, there were borders outside of the imperial court. There were also wanderers and Jianghu people. As long as there was Jianghu, there would be pros and cons, and there would be good and evil. Righteous and evil could not coexist, and the conflicts between them were endless. In the long struggle, each of them had formed their own system of cultivation method and code of conduct. Sometimes, they would fight until the sky and earth were turned upside down, and sometimes, they would live in peace for hundreds of years. The affairs of the world were always so mysterious. Regardless of whether they were righteous, evil, or demonic, in the eyes of the common people, there was a common name: martial artists. Chivalry used martial arts to break the law. No matter what world it was the same principle. Martial, this word, contained a myriad of meanings. The most memorable thing about it was none other than the word violence. A single word of disagreement would cause blood to flow within 7 steps. That was martial arts. Riding on horseback with one saber in hand and establishing one's career is martial arts. Unrestrained jianghu, killing and robbing, that was martial arts, colorful and full of disputes. Other than humans, there were also some mysterious races in this world. For example, heaven, earth, human, and 3 stars divine clan. It was said that many years ago, they had a period of glory, and had special talents and abilities. They had also once competed with humans for hegemony. But they had fallen a long, long time ago. Perhaps there were other races, but those were even more elusive than legends. At least, in Chu Yang's previous life, the number of them he had seen could be counted on one hand. And they were all low-level divine clans. As for high-level ones, he had not seen a single one. He did not know if they were completely extinct or hidden in some place. As for human martial artists, no matter which path they were in, whether they were righteous or evil, fingers, palms, legs, feet, fists, sabers, swords, and so on, they were all from disciple, warrior, master, grandmaster, revered, king, emperor, monarch, saint, and finally, the supreme one was supreme. There were 11 ranks, and each rank was divided into 1-to-1 grade. Fist and palm martial arts were collectively called martial arts. Martial disciple, martial warrior, martial artist, martial master, martial great master, martial revered, martial king, martial emperor, martial monarch, and martial saint. In terms of saber, it was saber disciple, saber warrior, and saber saint. Only the way of sword was the same at the beginning, but at the emperor level, it was emperor. This was the rule of the first tribulation sword master, and no one knew why. At the saint level, it was basically the pinnacle of the world. Because from ancient times until now, there were very few who could become supreme. It could be said that the supreme was a myth. It was said that at the supreme level, one could call the wind and summon the rain, roam the horizon, move mountains, fill the sea, and shatter the void, but legends were just legends. No one had ever seen it with their own eyes. Even saint-level experts had always been elusive. Very few people had seen it. For many years, only the emperor level ruled the world. In the monarch descends domain, the beyond the heavens sect that Chu Yang was in now was the lower 3 heavens. In the heaven continent, it was the only place that could rule this space with secular imperial power. In the lower three heavens, imperial power was supreme. You three, come in. Wearing a purple robe, Meng Xiaoran stood at the entrance of the purple bamboo garden. Seeing the wound on Chu Yang's head, he only frowned slightly, and then returned to his carefree appearance. Master, the two junior martial brothers lost in the exchange. Junior martial brother Chu Yang lost a lot of blood this time. I hope that Master can bestow some elixirs to lessen junior martial brother Chu Yang's pain. Shi Qianshan said somewhat urgently. His eyes and face were full of concern. His words were full of concern for his junior martial brother, as if there was no other meaning. He also did not deliberately emphasize some sensitive words. But this sentence was tantamount to giving Tan a hard look in front of Meng Xiaoran. No matter. Meng Xiaoran did not know whether he did not hear it or was indifferent. He said lightly, "It is a good thing for young people to suffer some pain. As long as it does not endanger your life, why be so nervous?" Chu Yang looked at the elegant face in front of him, and a warm feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. An impulse rose in his heart, and he almost wanted to rush forward and hug him. Master was both a teacher and a father. It was true. As an orphan, Chu Yang was raised by Meng Xiaoran. In his heart, Master was the person he respected the most. No matter what he achieved in the future, even when he became a revered martial artist, Master would always be the warmth in his heart. This master of his looked harmless, and stood aloof from worldly affairs. But there was nothing in the world that could not be seen in front of his eyes. His meticulousness was unimaginable. Meng Xiaoran, who had never revealed his strength, carried a power that no one could imagine. Chu Yang still remembered that 4 years later, when Beyond the Heavens sect faced a catastrophe, Meng Xiaoran's white robe fluttered in the wind. One man, one sword, one man, one heroic figure in the raging inferno. Countless enemies screamed miserably and died under his sword. He could have easily broken out of the encirclement and escaped, but he kept guarding here until the sect became a piece of scorched earth. At that time, Chu Yang knew that his master Meng Xiaoran, a man who could not be more low-key in Beyond the Heavens sect, was actually one of the most tyrannical people in Beyond the Heavens sect. His cultivation had already reached the martial great master realm. Even close to revered martial artist, at the last moment, Meng Xiaoran found the heavily injured but not dead Chu Yang. He floated over and knocked him unconscious. Then, Chu Yang felt himself being crushed by countless corpses. That was undoubtedly the only way for Master to protect himself. But after that, Chu Yang never saw Meng Xiaoran again, nor did he hear any news about him. In his previous life, finding traces of his master was a mission that he would always remember in his heart. Finding his master, protecting his master, and repaying his master was also his wish. But he never found his master. This became an eternal regret in his heart. At this moment, seeing this familiar face again, he could not help but have mixed feelings in his heart. In 3 months, it will be the great competition of the peaks. Meng Xiaoran's words interrupted Chu Yang's thoughts. He only heard him say, "The 3 of you need to practice harder. See who can enter the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. This is a grand occasion for Beyond the Heavens sect, do not slack off." Yes. The 3 of them agreed at the same time. Beyond the Heavens sect is different from other sections. The master of the single peak has always been an inner sect disciple. I also hope that one of you can become one of the 10 great disciples and inherit Purple Bamboo Garden. Meng Xiaoran smiled freely and said, "But if you can't, don't force it. I will take you away from Purple Bamboo Garden and find a place to live in seclusion." Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. This master of his was still so carefree. He did not care about anything. For such a big event, anyone else would have risked their lives, but in his heart, he did not care about it at all. I will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations. Shi Qianshan's eyes became fervent, and he vowed solemnly. Yes, I have something to do, so I need to go out. Meng Xiaoran said calmly, "Maybe I will return after the great competition. You just need to practice harder." The 3 of them were stunned at the same time. The great competition was coming, which master of the other peaks was not urging their disciples to practice martial arts. Their master actually went out at such a critical time? Completely letting go and not asking about it? Master, please be careful. Since Master has decided to go out at such a critical time, then it must be something important that cannot be delayed. Qiyang thought for a while and said slowly, heaven and earth do not move, and the stone does not turn. The future is long. Just like what you taught us just now, we can't force anything. We only hope that Master will return safely, and we do not ask for anything else. Qiyang faintly remembered that Meng Ran would not return until half a year later. Moreover, he would return with serious injuries, and it would take him more than a year to recover. With his martial great master strength, he was already considered an expert in the lower three heavens. There were very few people who could injure him. The only possibility was that he was besieged by many enemies, or he went to the lower three heavens. Heaven and earth do not move, and the stone does not turn. Meng Ran's body suddenly shook, as if a thunderbolt had suddenly struck his head. He was stunned for a moment. After a long time, he turned around and looked at Qiyang with a strange light in his eyes. Among the three disciples, Shi Qianshan was obsessed with power and coveted the position of the inner sect's eldest disciple. Tan Tan was young and ignorant. Only Qiyang realized that this time, not only was he going to do something important, it would also be dangerous. Moreover, the words that he said had a deep meaning. But the most important thing was that sentence, heaven and earth do not move, and the stone does not turn. It actually faintly touched the bottleneck that he had been cultivating for many years. Qiyang secretly smiled. Master, don't blame me for stopping you. I am doing this for your own good. In my previous life, you went out this time and suffered a fatal injury before barely escaping. This shows that your strength is still not enough to do that thing. It is better to cultivate for a while. This sentence, heaven and earth do not move, and the stone does not turn, was the formula to break through the bottleneck of the martial great master realm. As long as one's strength reached the peak of martial great master, one would face a bottleneck. One would need to have an epiphany to break through. And this sentence, heaven and earth do not move, and the stone does not turn, was a kind of realm. Only a martial great master who had reached such a subtle level would be able to understand the beauty of this sentence. How could Meng Ran be an exception? Because this chapter wrote about the world, martial techniques, races, and other aspects of the setting, it made up for double the number of words. It has to be said that these things are more tiring and more boring. However, the next chapter of the plot has officially begun. Please wait and see. Originally, I wanted to reveal the burden bit by bit, but then I thought about how the previous two books were like this. Moreover, if I revealed a little bit, it would be easy to create the effect of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I might as well say it in advance. I just realized that I was at a disadvantage. Out of habit, I updated a few chapters according to the VIP chapter's word count. Only then did I realize that the word count had increased by so much. Tomorrow is Monday, a very important day. I will officially break through the rankings at dawn. Everyone, please leave your votes and support our proud world. All the way. Please bookmark me. Please recommend me. Please click me. Please comment me. Every click and recommendation, every bookmark, and every comment you give me is my greatest motivation. They are all the strength that supports me to move forward. I am on the net, proud of the heavens. I respectfully await everyone to charge and break through the enemy lines with me, and fight in Jianghu. Brothers and sisters, I need your strength. In this boundless world, who can be proud? Brothers and sisters of the proud world army, come. Leave your names here, leave the footprints of our battle. Heaven's imperial court, engrave our glory. This sentence shook Meng Ran like an earthquake. It was just a simple sentence, but it completely ruined his plan. Once the bottleneck loosened, if he could not break through in one go, then the next time he tried, even if he used twice as much strength, he might not be able to break through. With his state of mind shaken, even if Meng Ran wanted to leave, he could not. I can't leave for now. I need to go into seclusion for a while. Meng Ran looked at Qiyang for a while. Seeing that Qiyang's expression was normal, as if what he said just now was unintentional, he smiled helplessly. Just now he said he wanted to leave, but then he said he could not leave. This kind of change of heart was the easiest thing to despise, but Meng Ran did not seem to have any scruples and said it so calmly. It was as if this kind of thing was very normal. Oh, right. This spring and autumn pill, Chu Yang should take it. Meng Chaoran smiled and threw over a small jade bottle. Qian Shan said just now that Chu Yang's injury needs to be nourished. Use this to make up for it. His smile seemed to contain a hint of mockery, and it was very meaningful. Sure, Qian Shan's expression changed greatly. The spring and autumn pill was used to increase one's power. How could it be used to nourish the blood and the body? There were so many healing medicines in this sect, why should he use the spring and autumn pill? His words were only to make his master have a bad impression of these two junior brothers. How could it be that he overreached himself and caused the spring and autumn pill to disappear? How could he say this? Chu Yang sensitively saw the hint of ridicule in the corner of Meng Chaoran's mouth. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. It seems that this Shi Qian Shan's schemes were all in my master's eyes. But, why did he never stop it? And this time, he gave me the spring and autumn pill because of my words. Heaven and earth do not move, the stone does not turn. However, this master of his was really able to keep his composure and didn't ask anything. After thinking for a while, Chu Yang decided to test it out. Master, my power is still weak. Even if I took the spring and autumn pill, it would be useless. Why don't you give it to senior brother? It would be good to get a good ranking in the great competition of the peaks. This sentence was to test whether Meng Chaoran knew Shi Qian Shan's true identity. Tan Tan's eyebrows twitched up and down as soon as he heard these words. He wished that he could block Chu Yang's mouth. In fact, he almost scolded him, idiot, idiot, idiot. Master gave it to you with great difficulty. You should have just quietly made a fortune. How can you be so stupid as to give it away? Shi Qian Shan's face also revealed a trace of anticipation. The three of them looked at Meng Chaoran at the same time. Tan Tan's gaze was anxious, Shi Qian Shan's gaze was filled with apprehension, anticipation, and even a trace of greed. Chu Yang's gaze was calm. That's not necessary. Your eldest senior brother isn't injured. He doesn't need this. Meng Chaoran insipidly said. He met Chu Yang's gaze and smiled. Moreover, your current realm is almost the same as your eldest senior brother's. Well, that's it. There's no need to say anything more. Chu Yang's face turned bitter. Meng Chaoran's words clearly had another meaning. Chu Yang was now a third-grade martial disciple, while eldest senior brother Shi Qian Shan was a fourth-grade martial warrior. The difference was incalculable. How could Meng Chaoran say that their realms were almost the same? The real meaning of Meng Chaoran's words should be, the two of you are treacherous and deceitful. Master, I am innocent, Chu Yang screamed in his heart. Meng Chaoran once again looked deeply at his little brother. He flicked his sleeves and stood up, saying, You all cultivate well. After 3 months, I will personally bring you to the Gathering Clouds Peak. He actually left just like that and disappeared without a trace. The three of them looked at each other. Shi Qian Shan's eyes looked at the small jade bottle in Chu Yang's hand that was emitting a gentle light. The muscles on his face could not help but twitch twice. Wasn't it all for this thing? But it was gone in front of his eyes. Eldest senior brother, many thanks. Chu Yang seemed to be very sincere as he thanked Shi Qian Shan. If it weren't for eldest senior brother's suggestion of nourishing my body, why would master bestow such a rare and precious elixir to me? Speaking of which, this is all thanks to eldest senior brother. Shi Qian Shan opened his mouth. His face was uglier than crying as he smiled and said, Junior brother, what are you talking about? Master specially bestowed this elixir to you. Master's kindness is very deep. The elixir flew out of his hand by accident. Unfortunately, the person who received the elixir was sincerely thanking him. Shi Qian Shan's stomach was filled with discomfort, but he did not dare to show it. At this time, Shi Qian Shan's heart was vexed to the extreme. He could not help but fiercely slap his own mouth. Why did you say those words? Chu Yang laughed. He turned the bottle upside down and poured out a red pellet. As soon as it came out of the bottle, the room immediately filled with a strange fragrance. Chu Yang laughed and said, I heard that this thing is a good thing. Eating one can actually increase one's martial power by 1 year. Although the increase is somewhat small, I cannot waste it. I will take it now. I will have to trouble senior brother and junior brother to protect me. Shi Qian Shan's face suddenly twitched. The increase is somewhat small? you actually think it's small? Do you believe that there will be thunder in the sky? It should have been mine, but now it is in someone else's hands. And now this person actually wants me to protect him. There was no need to mention the feelings in Xianxia's heart. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he saw Yang open his mouth and throw the spring and autumn pellet into the air. Then, he used his mouth to catch it. As if he was eating a bean, he ate it. Unexpectedly, he even chewed loudly. He smacked his lips and said, "Tasteless." Xianxia's face suddenly turned red. All the blood in his body rushed to the top of his head. He almost exploded. In the next moment, Yang's face suddenly flushed red. The medicinal effect had already begun to take effect. Tan looked on enviously. He smacked his lips and said, "Yang's luck is really good." After breaking his head, he obtained a spirit elixir and a year's worth of pure martial power. This is really a blessing in disguise. Sigh, why didn't such a handsome person like me break my head? Xianxia's heart felt as if it was dripping blood. He could only laugh dryly and say, "Not bad, not bad." His luck is not bad. After Yang took the spring and autumn pellet, he only felt a huge amount of medicinal effect rise. In a split second, it passed through his limbs and bones. The meridians in his body expanded, and a turbulent flow of energy fiercely poured into his dantian. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. The effect of this spirit elixir is really not bad. Although it can only increase 1 year's worth of martial power, with my current cultivation, this 1 year's worth of martial power is already a considerable amount of power. If it was a slightly higher grade spirit elixir, perhaps my meridians really would not be able to withstand it. In his dantian, the sword spirit of calamity sword suddenly let out a burst of excitement. Then, it seemed to extend an inexplicable feeler. Then, Yang felt that the medicinal effect was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Unexpectedly, not a single drop was left behind. He could not help but be astonished. In his heart, he thought, could it be that calamity sword likes this kind of thing? In his previous life, not to mention this kind of abnormality, even the sword spirit did not appear. But in this life, it appeared all of a sudden, and it actually wanted to rob him. Could it be that all of this medicinal effect was fed to calamity sword? I didn't get any benefits at all. Just as he was thinking, after the calamity sword in his dantian absorbed the medicinal effect of the spirit elixir, the illusory sword body trembled and emitted a dim light. Then, from the sword hilt, a concentrated flow of energy was spat out. It was only a tiny bit, as fine as a strand of hair, but Yang could feel that this flow of energy contained a huge amount of power. Although it was not as strong as the spring and autumn pellet's medicinal effect, its purity was 1,000 times greater. With just this little bit, Yang's cultivation actually rose from the peak of 3rd grade martial disciple to 4th grade martial disciple. Although it was true that the cultivation level was low and did not require too much energy to rise, but directly rising by 1 grade still shocked Yang. If it was just the medicinal effect of the spring and autumn pellet, no matter what, it would not be able to directly rise by 1 grade. Could it be that this sword spirit had the ability to purify medicinal effects? Or was it something else? Strange. Then, the calamity sword lazily circled around his dantian, and went silent. The emotion it transmitted was actually a little dissatisfied, and it was very disdainful. It clearly did not care about this meager medicinal effect. Yang could clearly feel that the calamity sword was using a human eye roll expression to express its disdain. This guy is quite hard to get rid of. Yang slowly opened his eyes. Junior Marshal Brother Chu, how is it? Xianxia hurriedly asked as he did not see any signs of improvement in Yang. For some reason, when a normal person breaks through, even the slightest reaction would cause a violent fluctuation in the body's energy. However, after the medicinal power was converted by the calamity sword, the breakthrough was silent. Yang's eyes were calm, but his heart could not help but think. This is a good trick. If others see me as a 3rd level martial artist, but I'm actually a 5th level, 7th or 8th level martial artist, how good would it be to fight? It doesn't seem to work. I'm still a 3rd level martial artist. Moreover, the medicinal power is too overbearing. I can't control it and lost a lot. Yang resisted the surprise in his heart. He frowned and sighed. He used all his strength to make himself say with a disappointed voice, "What a waste." If I had known that there would be no effect after eating it, it would be better for you to eat it. Xianxia's eyes widened. His eyeballs almost popped out. He opened his mouth and made two sounds. His face alternated between red and white. He finally stood up and said with an ugly face, "I'm going out for a walk." With a whoosh, he walked out. Senior Marshal Brother doesn't seem to be feeling well. Tantan's two strange eyebrows trembled. He looked at Xianxia's back with some suspicion and said, "What's wrong with him?" Senior Marshal Brother seems to be very tired these days. Yang touched his chin and said deeply, "His heart is very tired. Looking at his face, it's very likely that he has a stomachache." "Is it because of those few days every month?" "Oh. Senior Marshal Brother is too worried. Sigh, our purple bamboo garden is also like this. Master doesn't care about anything. Everything is left to Senior Marshal Brother. No wonder he is tired." Tantan's protruding ears actually flapped up and down. He said with deep thought, "It is indeed very tiring. Stomachache is also possible." Yang, those few days every month, which days? How come I didn't know that Senior Marshal Brother had this problem?" Tantan asked curiously. "This? Wait until you grow up and you will know. Children should not ask about adult matters, especially adult matters. Do you understand?" Yang's face turned serious as he lectured her. One side of Tantan's eyebrows was high while the other side was low. It seemed as if they were dancing a few times to express the doubt in his heart. Then, he resentfully muttered a few words. But, it was unknown what he had said. So, he didn't speak anymore. Yang rolled his eyes, and another idea popped up in his mind. He remembered that in his previous life, Xianxia had accidentally found a stalk of golden bloodroot in the purple bamboo garden. He remembered how he had proudly mentioned that it was on the cliff behind the mountain. Although the golden bloodroot could not increase one's power, it could expand one's meridians. Furthermore, once a 50-year-old golden bloodroot was consumed, the medicinal efficacies of the golden bloodroot would adhere to one's meridians. Every time one's cultivation advanced, it would cause their meridians to expand by a large amount. No matter what kind of martial arts it was, the power would always flow through the meridians. The wider the meridians, the more power they could unleash. They were both martial warriors, but the width of their meridians was different. The gap between the two could not be bridged. The golden bloodroot was only useful for people below the martial warrior level. But, the meridians of a person were shaped during this period of time. This seemingly unremarkable effect could directly determine a person's lifetime achievement. In his previous life, Xianxia was able to stand out among the disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect because of the golden bloodroot. Yang rubbed his chin, and thought in his heart, "I wonder if Xianxia had found the golden bloodroot yet? If not, I might as well pick it up and try it." The sky outside was still dark. So, Yang quietly crawled out of bed. He looked at the bed opposite him. Tantan was sprawled out on his back. He was snoring rhythmically, as if he was singing. Secretly laughing, he quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the door. If one wants to become a person above others, one must endure hardships. His own aptitude was not at the top. Moreover, in his previous life, he did not put in much effort when he was young. Compared to people of the same age, there was a big gap. If he did not put in twice as much effort as others, how could he achieve twice as much as others? In just a few breaths, Yang arrived at the cliff outside the purple bamboo forest. He slightly stood still. His feet were as wide as his shoulders, and his body was in perfect harmony. After a moment of silence, he began to move. Yang's movements were very simple, but not easy. His feet were rooted to the ground, and his legs were not bent. His arms were also motionless. Only his upper body moved. His head slowly moved to the left, and then slowly bent down. After forming a right angle, he pulled back. Then to the right, pulled back again, and bent forward. Then the last movement was to bend backward. Only these 4 movements, and then the cycle repeated. But each time, he bent more than the last time. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Yang's body bent down like a drawn bow. His head was already touching the ground. This was an exercise of the waist. The strength of the waist was the most important part of the body. Therefore, it was placed first. After doing these 4 movements, he immediately began to move his legs. In order, he began to move his ankles, legs, arms, wrists and shoulders. His movements also became faster and faster. In the end, he was like a trembling blade of grass in a storm. His whole body moved at a convulsive pace. After finishing the whole set, Xianxia's head and body were already emitting hot steam. His whole body was dripping with sweat, and his clothes were soaked. His hair was dripping with sweat. But he did not stop at all. With a flip of his hand, a cold light appeared in his hand. It was a green steel long sword. Only when the joints and muscles of the whole body were completely open before practicing the sword could the best results be obtained. As long as he rested, his muscles and bones would return to their original tightness. Then, when practicing the sword, many movements would not be able to be done properly. This was the basic knowledge of a martial artist. But martial artists who could truly do this every time they practiced martial arts were few and far between. This represented the perseverance and willpower that had lasted for a long time. But Xianxia knew how important these kinds of activities before practicing martial arts were. If any small joints or small muscles were neglected during martial arts practice, then in the future when facing enemies in Jianghu, when using those complicated big moves, he would taste the bitter fruit of not practicing properly. The slightest difference could lead to a great error. In the path of survival, even a slight difference could lead to a great difference in life and death. How many people regretted before they died that they did not practice martial arts properly? This number was extremely large. Almost every year, there were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people who regretted it. But at that time, it was already useless to regret. Xianxia did not want to have that kind of moment of regret. Therefore, he never dared to be careless when practicing martial arts. No matter what kind of martial arts it was, even the most basic movements, he had to practice to the most suitable and perfect level. After practicing sword techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, and palm techniques several times, a faint light slowly appeared in the east. Xianxia slowly climbed up the cliff. Facing the east, he crossed his hands and placed them on his dantian. He sat down cross-legged and began to breathe. It was just a simple inhalation and exhalation, but the inhalation and exhalation was rather unusual. As he breathed, it was as if a trace of invisible purple energy between heaven and earth was sucked into his mouth. Then, he closed his mouth and quickly circulated his dantian. Then, this energy slowly seeped into his internal organs. After it was completely still, he opened his mouth and fiercely exhaled. He exhaled a long breath. From his mouth, a trace of dark energy could be faintly seen being exhaled. After he finished exhaling, he closed his mouth and circulated his dantian again. Then, he continued to exhale and exhale. This kind of breathing method and the way Xianxia moved his body just now were the same movements that were carved on the tribulation sword in his previous life. Remove all impurities in the body and absorb the innate true fire of the sun. This was to build a good foundation for practicing the tribulation heaven divine technique in the future. Tomorrow is a very important day. I hope that brothers and sisters can give me your recommendation votes. These few days, our recommendation votes have been too weak. The future of this book is in your hands. Everyone, please help me. Please add me, please recommend me. Please click and comment me. Every click and recommendation from you, every favorite, every comment from you, is a great motivation for me. It is the strength that supports me to move forward. Thank you. Tomorrow's third watch, there will be a new update at midnight. Please vote. Please add me. Xianxia had already memorized the heavenly tribulation divine technique. Even if he recited it backwards, he would not make any mistakes. But right now, he could not practice it. This was because the heavenly tribulation divine technique had a special feature. Only knowing the chants was of no use. One had to obtain the corresponding sword body. There was a strange power attached to the sword body. Only after absorbing that power could one cultivate the calamity overlapping heaven divine skill according to the chants. That way, one would be able to advance very quickly. Furthermore, the power attached to each section of the sword was different. If one did not obtain the heavenly tribulation divine technique and practiced it rashly, one would probably die from the fire burning in one's heart. Secondly, Xianxia's current physical condition had not met the requirements to practice the heavenly tribulation divine technique. Only after becoming a martial warrior, when all the meridians in his body were unobstructed, his blood would gradually become vigorous, and he would be able to practice the heavenly tribulation divine technique. Chu Yang took a deep breath, and stopped his practice. He stood there quietly for a while, and felt that his whole body was warm and comfortable. It was an indescribable feeling of contentment. He stood like that, squinting his eyes and looking at the direction of the gathering cloud's peak. There, the first part of the heavenly tribulation sword was quietly buried under the foundation. I must get it as soon as possible. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He looked for a while before retracting his gaze. He carefully looked around to make sure there was no one else. Then, his body moved and slowly slid down the steep stone wall. His eyes cautiously looked up and down, left and right. If what Xianxia said was not wrong, then the golden blood root was growing on this stone wall. The golden blood root was not a top-grade spirit medicine. But even in the upper three heavens, it was a priceless item. All the big clans needed this kind of spirit medicine to lay the foundation for their descendants. Many of the grandchildren of the big clans were even fed the golden blood root at birth. Before the mother's innate chi dissipated, with the help of a top expert, the baby could be born into an earth-shattering martial arts genius. If this genius could work hard when he grew up, his future achievements would be unimaginable. And all of these achievements, a large part of the credit came from the golden blood root when he was young. The reason why the disciples of big clans could cultivate so quickly was because of the accumulation of spirit medicine. There would never be a lack of geniuses in this world. Geniuses did indeed have many more chances of success than ordinary people. But one thing was also undeniable. In this world, the number of geniuses who died prematurely or slowly became ordinary was always countless times greater than the number of geniuses who succeeded. I'm not a genius, but I want to transform myself into a genius that's even more talented than a genius. I want geniuses to be nothing in front of me. Chu Yang slowly slid down. His entire body was attached to the slippery cliff wall. But, he was able to advance and retreat freely. He was like a big gecko as he steadily moved on the cliff. In his previous life, he had killed a revered martial artist and found this technique on his body. It was called the empty sky spirit wander technique. He felt that it was useful, so he practiced it. Even though this body of his had never cultivated before, he was still able to make use of it. A rustling sound came from below, and a fishy smell suddenly came. Chu Yang frowned. Then, his eyes flashed. He exerted force on his right hand, and his entire body silently moved 7 feet horizontally on the stone wall. With a swoosh, a colorful poisonous snake just happened to pass by him. If he hadn't moved to the side just now, the poisonous snake's mouth would have bitten his leg. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with joy. There really was a golden blood root here. And it was more than 100 years old. This snake had 7 colored scales all over its body. It was as thick as an arm and had a fleshy crest on its head. It was a 7-colored golden caruncled snake. Wild golden blood root over 100 years old would have a 7-colored golden caruncled snake guarding it. So, when Chu Yang saw this snake, he immediately concluded that the golden blood root was real. This snake's scales were hard and hard to be injured by swords. Its body also had a strange poison. The weakness of normal snakes was 7 inches, but this snake's body was not weak at all. Its fatal point was the fleshy crest on its head. A golden blood root over 100 years old would emit a faint smell. And this smell had a fatal attraction to the 7-colored golden caruncled snake. This smell allowed the 7-colored golden caruncled snake to not feel any pain when it molted. To the 7-colored golden caruncled snake, the golden blood root itself was useless. But this smell was something it yearned for even in its dreams. With a rustling sound, the 7-colored golden caruncled snake quickly turned its head and rushed towards Chu Yang. Its tail hit the stone wall and made a paw sound. It actually flew up and bit towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed to the size of a needle. He did not move at all. When the snake was a foot away from him, he suddenly dodged to the right and jumped up. His body twisted into a strange bow shape, and the 7-colored golden caruncled snake brushed past him. At this moment, Chu Yang's 2 fingers were like a sword. He concentrated all his martial power on his fingers and fiercely stabbed the 7-colored golden caruncled snake's crest. Poof! An indescribable scream was heard. The 7-colored golden caruncled snake's body twisted in pain. The golden crest on its head spurted out black blood mixed with a sickly green color. It rolled down the stone wall. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. He carefully moved towards the seven-colored golden caruncled snake. He could have moved faster, but he was afraid of touching the golden blood root, a golden blood root over 100 years old. Xianxia's heart was hot. This time, he had picked up a treasure. A 50-years-old golden blood root had such an effect, and it was sustainable. He wondered what kind of effect 100-years-old golden blood root would have. Another 30 feet down, Xianxia faintly smelled a faint fragrance. It was simple and elegant, like an orchid on a snowy peak. Although the fragrance was not strong, it made people feel refreshed. Xianxia was delighted. Normal golden blood root had always been colorless and odorless. Only those over 100 years old would emit a faint smell. This kind of smell was similar to the fragrance of plants. If it was in a place with lush vegetation, it would not be able to smell it. But at this moment, it was on a smooth cliff. This kind of smell was not normal. Xianxia carefully slid down. As far as his eyes could see, on a concave stone wall, there were a few blood-red leaves that were gently swaying in the wind. Below, there was a small blood-red stem that was faintly seeping out of the stone wall. It was the golden blood root. Xianxia slid down another 5 feet. Xianxia stretched out his hand and silently pulled out a sword. He poured his martial power into it and fiercely stabbed it down. Half of the sword's body was deeply inserted into the stone wall below his feet. Xianxia carefully stepped on the sword's body. He took a deep breath to keep his body light. Then he quickly pulled out another sword, poured his martial power into it, and carefully dug into the stone wall in front of him. He had brought 2 swords with him. One of them belonged to Tan Tan. But, he had secretly taken it out when he had come out this morning. That guy should have woken up by now. I wonder how he would feel after discovering that his beloved sword has been used as a hoe by me. As he thought about it and dug, a kind of inexplicable pleasure rose in his heart. This kind of pleasure made Xianxia a little surprised. I have always been honest and considerate. I am not such a person with such a bad taste. When Xianxia was sweating profusely, he dug out a hole that could barely fit half of his body. He reluctantly squeezed his body in, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He did not have time to rest. He used his hands to sort out the golden blood roots. He deliberately left a safe distance of 3 feet before he started to dig. All the stones that he dug out, Xianxia carefully placed them in a concave area to prevent them from falling down. When he really could not put them down, he would slip down the cliff and try not to make any noise. So as not to alarm others, although this place was relatively remote, it was better to be careful. If he could avoid unnecessary trouble, he would avoid it. This digging lasted for a full hour. Xianxia's clothes were completely soaked with sweat. Finally, a blood-red golden blood root appeared in Xianxia's hand. It was faintly glowing, as if there was blood flowing in its body. From top to bottom, the golden blood root did not even have a scratch on its skin. Its roots were intact, as thick as 2 fingers. Gently pinching it with his hand, it was like a ripe peach, bulging and very elastic. Good stuff. Looking at this, it is close to 200 years old. No wonder Xianxia advanced so quickly in the previous life. Motherf **Ker, it was because he got such a big bargain. But now, its surname is Chu, and it is old. Xianxia panted, his mouth crooked. He looked up and down, his eyes filled with joy. Xianxia really did not expect that it would be such a good thing. Golden blood root contained ginseng liquid. The older it was, the more liquid there was, and the better the effect. Only this ginseng liquid was truly effective. If one didn't know how to dig, once the skin was broken, all the liquid inside would flow out instantly. At that time, even if one swallowed the whole golden blood root, they would only be eating a piece of root. Standing on the stone wall, he waited until his breathing calmed down before he put the golden blood root into his mouth. He gently bit the skin with his teeth, and a cool and spicy liquid immediately poured into his throat. This liquid was actually golden in color, shining brightly. This was how the name golden blood root came about. This was golden blood. Once the golden blood root entered his body, it automatically flowed through his meridians. At this time, the sword spirit of calamity sword in his dantian suddenly emitted a burst of excitement. It became restless and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing out of his dantian and quickly greeting him. With a kind of joy, the ginseng liquid that hadn't been absorbed by his meridians turned into a stream of light and was absorbed by Calamity Sword. Yang actually felt that Calamity Sword seemed to let out a satisfied burp, and then slowly returned to his dantian. It felt like it was taking a stroll after a full meal, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It was actually very stylish. Although he was on a cliff, Yang almost laughed out loud. This guy was too human, wasn't he? Then, the dim golden light on the sword flashed. This time, it was obviously much brighter than last time. Then, the light disappeared, and from the illusory sword hilt, a cold dark golden stream of air flowed out, and instantly merged into Yang's meridians. Yang watched as the golden light flashed on his exposed skin, and then disappeared. The meridians all over his body swelled like a toad, and then retracted, and then swelled again. It was like a balloon that was blown and then deflated. Then, it was blown again. After a few times, this feeling finally disappeared. After being modified by Calamity Sword, the medicinal power of golden blood roots liquid finally completely merged into Yang's meridians. Yang clearly felt that even though his martial power had not increased, the speed of his circulation had increased by a lot. Moreover, a layer of soft and tough golden light was slowly disappearing from his meridians as it merged with the inner walls of his meridians. He tried to bulge his meridians, and felt the extreme elasticity and flexibility of his meridians. It felt like an unbreakable rubber ball. Yang was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. The harvest this time would lay the foundation for his entire life. The harvest was too great. Although his martial arts couldn't increase, he had opened up a straight path for himself to open up his meridians. If other people's meridians were a small pool, then his meridians were undoubtedly a deep well. This was a qualitative difference. The foundation this time was enough for him to advance all the way to Wu Zone without worrying about the capacity and endurance of his meridians. Before he had time to be surprised, he felt the sword in his dantian suddenly shine brightly. It was so bright that Yang felt as if his entire body was about to be illuminated. Then, he felt a pain in his dantian, and the light disappeared without a trace. However, Yang knew that something mysterious was happening. A few words suddenly appeared in his heart. The heavenly way is ruthless, and all things are destroyed. The heavenly way is sentimental, and all things are born. The way of the sword is ruthless, and it slaughters the world. The way of the sword is sentimental, and it cares for the common people. The way of the sword is ruthless, and it cares about the heart. The way of the sword is ruthless, and it is sentimental. It is sentimental, and it is ruthless. After experiencing the sea and seeing through the world, sentimental is emotionless, and emotionless is sentimental. Sentimental and emotionless is the way of the heavenly way. When there is a world, there is martial arts. When there is martial arts, there is the way of the heavenly way, and at the end, there is transcendence. In the secular world, the secrets of the heavenly way are all there. The seventh wheel is the beginning of the heavenly way. Yang's entire body shook violently. He only felt a violent surge in his heart, and he felt dizzy. At this moment, he almost fell off the cliff. On this cliff where no one could see, Yang's entire body trembled, and he almost couldn't control himself. In his previous life, his path of cultivation was difficult. He finally did not hesitate to use evil martial arts to advance, and used killing to enter the way of the sword. However, he still couldn't understand it, let alone reach the peak of martial arts. Now, Yang finally knew where he was wrong. It turned out that his previous life's cultivation of the way of the sword was wrong. It was a big mistake. This was the real tribulation heavenly heart technique outline. What emotionless and sentimental, it was all in his heart. If his heart was emotionless, it was the way of the sword. If his heart was emotionless, it was the way of the sword. Deep in cultivation, it was the way of the heavenly way. In his previous life, he clearly had emotions, but he wanted to cut them off. How could he succeed? One outline, but there were two paths. One was to become a saint, and the other was to become a demon. How to cultivate, it depended on one's heart. Qing Wu, it was my mistake. From the beginning, I took the wrong path. That led to the tragedy of our lives. Yang looked up to the sky, and his heart was throbbing with pain. Tribulation sword, oh tribulation sword, you played a big joke on me. You made me destroy my life for a wrong martial art. but after destroying it, you gave me a real rebirth. Should I hate you? Or should I thank you? Chu Yang's mind was in turmoil, and he didn't realize that on the illusory tip of the tribulation sword in his dantian, there was a little bit of black. It was so small that it was almost undetectable, but this was real. The sun rose. Outside Purple Bamboo Garden, two people came. One was a young man, and the other was a young girl. Both of them were wearing white robes that fluttered in the wind. In this purple bamboo forest, they appeared even more outstanding and otherworldly. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was handsome, but on his face, there was a kind of suppressed arrogance. The young girl was about 17 or 18 years old. Her features were picturesque, and her appearance was beautiful. She was tall, and her face was peaceful. When people saw this young girl, they couldn't help but think of one word: gentle. They didn't even know what this young girl's personality was like to have such an impression. She looked weak, but she was valiant. She looked strong and heroic, but she gave people the feeling that she was as graceful as water. Li Jianin from Locking Clouds Peak, and Wu Qian from Gathering Clouds Peak, are here to see Martial Uncle Meng under the orders of our masters. Please help us pass the message. The young man in white said loudly. His voice spread far and wide, but did not disperse. It showed that he was skilled in internal martial arts. Locking Clouds Peak was the peak where 2 of the 10 great disciples were located. It was closely connected to Gathering Clouds Peak. In the Purple Bamboo Garden, there was silence. No one answered. At this time, Shi Qianshan and Tan Tan should be practicing in the depths of the Purple Bamboo Forest. Meng Chaoran's whereabouts were unknown. Naturally, there was no one. The young man in white called again, but there was still no response. He couldn't help but frown. He said with dissatisfaction, "Is this Purple Bamboo Garden still sleeping? How come there is not even one breathing?" The young girl frowned and said softly, "Senior Li, be careful with your words. This is the Purple Bamboo Forest. Don't let others hear you and make Martial Uncle Meng unhappy." Martial Uncle Meng? Haha. The young man laughed frivolously, but he also lowered his voice and said, "This Martial Uncle Meng, I heard that even if someone rode on his head, he would not get angry. Such a coward, I really can't imagine how he became one of the 10 great disciples." The young girl was shocked. She hurriedly said, "Senior Li, before we came, what did Father say? Father told us to be careful with our words." "How could you?" Before she finished, she heard a cold snort behind her. A cold voice said, "How did my master become one of the 10 great disciples? You don't need to ask. You don't have the qualifications. What I want to ask is, how did such an arrogant person with no respect for his elders become a disciple of Locking Clouds Peak? Is it because your family is rich? Or do you have a good father?" The voice was cold, but the tone of the question and the fierceness of the counterattack were shocking. The gaze behind them made them feel as if there was a thorn in their back. It was as if it was real, and they even felt a faint pain. This voice came from behind the 2 of them. The 2 were shocked. They hurriedly turned around and saw a young man covered in dust. He looked a little dirty, but his eyes emitted a sharp light, coldly looking at them. This young man was slightly thin and tall. He had sword-like eyebrows and thin lips. At first glance, he didn't look very good, but the more you looked at him, the more interesting he became. His pursed lips formed a drooping half-arc. It gave people a feeling of arrogance that made them not dare to get close to him. It also gave people a cruel and wild feeling. But at this moment, the light in his eyes was like 2 sharp swords. When he opened and closed them, it made people not dare to look at him directly. It was Chu Yang. ************, a bitter battle like never before. This is the second update, please vote and collect. In addition, our total clicks have always been high, but the number of member clicks is low. The number of recommendation votes is also low. This means that many brothers and sisters opened the link to read and did not log into their accounts. Now is the critical moment. Please click on the link after logging in and give me a few recommendation votes. Thank you. After Chu Yang swallowed the golden blood root, he spent some time sliding down the cliff. After all, the 7-colored golden carunculed snake's gallbladder was a good antidote. It was extremely rare. It would not be good to waste it. Then, he circled around and came back from outside. He did not expect to see two people standing in front of Purple Bamboo Garden. Moreover, one of them dared to speak rudely and humiliate his master. He could not help but become angry and coldly retaliated. When he heard this guy's name, he knew that he was the only son of Li Jinsong. Therefore, Chu Yang's retaliation was measured. Since you insulted my master, I will use your father's name to retaliate. No matter if it was the previous life or the present, Chu Yang would not allow himself to be taken advantage of. Who are you? The white-cloaked youth Li Jianyin's face darkened. Chu Yang revealed a mocking smile and quietly looked at him. His eyes were a little strange. When he first said my master, he had already revealed his identity. But this Li Jianin still asked such a question. It was obvious that he was frightened by Chu Yang's aura and his mind was in chaos. This kind of question, there was no point in answering it. This kind of person was not worthy of his attention. At the same time, Chu Yang became vigilant. Just now, when he was angry, he felt the heart sword chi and unconsciously showed it. This kind of situation could not happen again. In the previous life, after Chu Yang's sect was destroyed, he left beyond the heavens sect and wandered the world. His personality was originally a bit of a loner. After this big change, he became even more unruly. Other than practicing sword techniques, Chu Yang did not care about anything else. His life experience was not worth mentioning. He also rarely interacted with people. If there was a disagreement, he would draw his sword and fight. Over time, his character had become as proud and aloof as a sharp sword, black clothes like ink, long sword like snow. No one dares to stop him. This was the Chu Yang of the previous life. But after his rebirth, Chu Yang's mentality changed greatly. He knew that he could not walk the same path as he did in the previous life. Moreover, there was always room to make up for everything. All regrets could be redone. The current Chu Yang was like a poem, proud of the spring breeze, the horse gallops. Happy people are in high spirits, full of joy, full of joy, full of poems, full of joy. The world was beautiful, and life was full of hope. How could he still be arrogant? Even if he wanted to be arrogant, he couldn't be arrogant. However, he was also secretly on guard. A situation like today where the heart sword chi leaked out was the easiest to cause trouble and alertness. With his current insignificant strength, it would be better for him to do less. Are you little brother Purple Bamboo Forest? Li Jianin saw that the other party did not answer, so he couldn't help but ask. Chu Yang shook his head and looked at the girl. She didn't even look at him from the corner of her eyes. Although his mental state had changed greatly, the arrogance in his bones was still deeply rooted. Chu Yang didn't even have the mood to look at this kind of guy who couldn't even understand what others were saying. Li Jianin was once again enraged. The other party's undisguised contempt had actually aroused his killing intent. May I ask if you are the disciple of Martial Uncle Meng, junior martial brother Chu Yang? The girl smiled gently and bowed. Yes, I am. Could this senior martial sister be the daughter of the Gathering Clouds Peak's martial uncle, senior martial sister Wu? Just now, he had recognized her at a glance. This elegant and graceful girl was the daughter of Wu Yunliang, the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect, Wu Qianqian. The #1 beauty of Beyond the Heavens sect, the pitiful girl who was deceived by Shi Qianshan in his previous life. Although Beyond the Heavens sect was destroyed before the marriage was completed, it was still a regrettable matter. So it really is junior martial brother Chu Yang. Wu Qianqian smiled gently and said, but junior martial brother Chu Yang is different from the rumors. I almost didn't dare to recognize you just now. Senior martial sister Wu is joking. Chu Yang said lightly, Chu Yang is Chu Yang, there is no difference. The rumors are wrong. Wu Qianqian felt a little strange. She was the daughter of the sect master, and also the publicly recognized beauty of Beyond the Heavens sect. When the young disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect saw her, they all fell head over heels for her. But this Chu Yang, when he saw her, looked at her as if he was looking at a block of wood. Actually, it wasn't that Chu Yang couldn't see her beauty. It was just that Chu Yang's whole heart was for Imo Qinggu now. His heart was filled with anticipation for Imo Qinggu, and there wasn't even a single gap left. At this time, even if Wu Qianqian was really a goddess, in his eyes, she would not be much different from a block of wood. Although Wu Qianqian did not like the feeling of being surrounded by people who flattered her every day, being completely ignored was the first time she had experienced it. Moreover, she had heard that martial uncle Meng had 3 younger brothers. The eldest brother was steady and generous, scheming and dependable. He was a pillar of the sect. The second brother Chu Yang was a loner and a man of few words. The third brother Tan Tan was extremely unconventional. But seeing him today, this young man was definitely not a man of few words. Although he was somewhat extreme, and looking at his face, there was a trace of arrogance, but he was definitely not an ordinary young man. Li Jianyin secretly liked Wu Qianqian. He had been admiring the senior martial sister for a long time. More than once, he had fantasized about marrying the senior martial sister. Not only would he be as beautiful as Jade, but he would also become the son-in-law of the sect master. At this moment, seeing Wu Qianqian and Chu Yang talking and laughing, his heart was already burning with jealousy. Later, he saw that Wu Qianqian was a little dazed. Her beautiful eyes seemed to have grown on Chu Yang's face. It was as if she had fallen in love at first sight. She couldn't help but be enraged. She had completely forgotten what she had come here to do. She angrily stepped forward, and put her body between Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian. She then sneered and said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the trash of Beyond the Heavens sect." Trash? Who are you calling trash? Chu Yang's eyes were cold as he aggressively asked. At this moment, his aura suddenly rose and pressed forward. Trash is calling you trash. Li Jianyin, under the pressure of Chu Yang's aura, did not want to show weakness. Yes, trash is calling me trash. Chu Yang said with admiration, this person is really not simple. Humans, the most important thing was self-awareness. However, in the entire world, there were only a few people who had such clear self-awareness. I did not expect Senior Marshal Brotherly to be one of them. Chu Yang admires you from the bottom of his heart. Li Jianyin suddenly became sluggish. He knew that he had been tricked. Wu Qianqian, who was listening on the side, could not help but laugh. Even though she tried to hold it in, her bright eyes still curved into crescent moons. You are courting death. Li Jianyin was about to go crazy. He suddenly pulled out his sword. Pull out your sword. I want to compete with you. Being humiliated in front of the girl he admired, how could Li Jianyin get out of this situation? No. There is no need to compete. I admit. Chu Yang said seriously, I am not as cheap as you. Then he added, I am really not as cheap as you. Wu Qianqian, who was standing on the side, could not help but laugh. She immediately felt that the situation was not good. These two were already at each other's throats. Wouldn't her laughter be adding fuel to the fire? She could not help but stick out her tongue. She immediately covered her mouth with her hand, but her eyes were still looking around. Li Jianyin was even more furious. He cursed loudly, bastard. Chu Yang did not give up and asked, bastard, who are you cursing? Bastard. Li Jianyin only said half of his sentence when he suddenly realized. He became angry and shouted, I will kill you. He raised his sword and rushed over. Chu Yang retreated a few steps. He seemed to be panicking as he shouted, what? You dare to kill a fellow disciple of the same sect in broad daylight? While he was retreating, he saw the situation in front of him. He secretly exerted force on his feet. A wisp of true energy came out of his feet and rushed into the ground. Little brat, you are so reckless and underestimated your enemy. Watch me kill you. To deal with such a small character, how could Chu Yang reveal his true strength? He could easily toy with them to death. Asterisk 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 brothers and sisters, how could they endure this? Today's total clicks were 17,000, but the member clicks were only 4,000. The recommendation votes were only 2,000, what a tragedy. He was only a few hundred away from being on the list. He was only a few hundred away from being on the list. He was only one step away. He could not get on the list. Seeing his opponent's panicked appearance, Li Jianyin's heart calmed down. He thought to himself, this guy is really a waste. Once I pull out my sword, he's scared to this extent. He couldn't help but feel relieved, and his momentum became even stronger. On the side, Wu Qianqian opened her mouth wide, forgetting to stop Li Jianyin. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. This Xianxia. Even if he is useless, he shouldn't be like this, right? Not only does he not dare to fight, he's scared to the point of not knowing what to do. Looking at his previous behavior, he doesn't seem like this kind of person. Xianxia suddenly shouted, "Help me!" Then, he seemed to have been scared out of his wits, and sat down on the ground, but at this time, Li Jianyin stepped into a strange hole in the ground. The ground was clearly flat, but for some reason, when Li Jianyin stepped on it, a hole appeared. The hole was the same size and shape as Li Jianyin's foot, but when he stepped in, he found that it was very deep. Moreover, the direction of the hole was completely opposite to the direction of the hole. Li Jianyin screamed in pain. He had been charging forward with all his might, but the momentum was too strong. Coupled with the fact that he was too complacent, his center of gravity was all on his upper body. Under the strong inertia, he fell to the ground. A cracking sound was heard. His ankle was actually broken. With Xianxia's experience and insight, he was able to see through Li Jianyin's weakness in martial arts and personality. Even though the trap he set up was simple, it was the best time to set it up. If Li Jianyin could escape, then, he wouldn't be Li Jianyin. With a puff sound, Li Jianyin fell forward, and with a very standard dog-eat-dog posture, he unexpectedly slipped under Xianxia's crotch. His movements were very fast and smooth. At this time, Xianxia was also scared and sat down on his butt. Therefore, his still somewhat fleshy butt sat firmly on Li Jianyin's neck. Li Jianyin screamed again, and with a puff sound, his mouth was fiercely bitten into the mud. When most people screamed, their mouths would be especially wide open. Li Jianyin was spoiled since childhood, and he was afraid of pain. Naturally, his mouth was wide open, and more than 30 teeth were exposed. This mouthful of soil was extremely sturdy. It could probably even block half of his throat. Xianxia sat on Li Jianyin's neck. He raised his head and screamed, "It hurts. Aha! My butt hurts." Right now, Li Jianyin was almost half dead, so he was the one who should be screaming like this. But before Li Jianyin could make a sound, the uninjured Julie screamed out in a hysterical manner. If one were to judge Xianxia's injuries from the intensity of his cries, then Xianxia's injuries would be 10 times more serious than Li Jianyin's. Wu Qianqian rubbed her eyes in shock. She still felt that it was unreal. She couldn't help but rub her eyes again. What happened just now had happened. Before he could react, the curtains had already fallen. However, no matter how much he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out why this was the case. The side that had been brimming with pride and arrogance couldn't even moan now, while the side that had been retreating was also crying out in pain. No matter how smart Wu Qianqian was, she was still only a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Her mouth was wide open, and her pretty eyes were wide open. Her slender fingers were trembling, but she couldn't say anything. She was speechless. How could this happen? How could such a strange hole appear in such a flat ground? And how could Li Jianyin be so unlucky as to step into it? This hole wasn't very deep. With junior brother Li's martial arts and skills, how could he fall down so hard and in such a sorry state? At this time, Xianxia was crying out in pain. He was holding his waist as he struggled to stand up. It seemed that his injuries were not light, but I didn't see him injured. Wu Qianqian was confused, but she still ran over. "Junior brother Chu, don't move. I'll help you up." His voice hadn't even faded when Xianxia let out a long blood-curdling scream. It was extremely miserable. It seemed that his waist had been twisted very badly, and he couldn't stand up. He had just lifted his buttocks up high when he suddenly sat down again. He sat on his neck again. It was still the same position. This time, it was even worse. Li Jianyin waited for Xianxia to lift his butt up. He stretched his neck and wanted to catch his breath. Who would have thought that the butt that had just left would come down again? Poof, it was a tragedy. Li Jianyin had just lifted his head, but it was once again smashed deep into the ground. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Luckily, there weren't many rocks here. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say what would have happened. But even so, his nose was broken. Wu Qianqian had just reached out her hand when she froze again. Her body was still leaning forward, and she was stunned. Poor girl, her brain short-circuited at this moment, and so, the two people on the ground, Xianxia sat on the other person's neck. He was crying out in pain as he shook his butt. Li Jianyin's neck was twisted into a fried dough twist. Below, Li Jianyin's mouth was filled with dirt. He couldn't make a sound. He could only let out muffled groans from his throat. His throat was filled with dirt, and he couldn't make a sound. His right leg, starting from the ankle, was still in the crater. The rest of the leg was parallel to the ground. It was obvious how thoroughly it was broken. His ankle swelled up like a balloon at a speed visible to the naked eye. His other leg was kicking, twitching, and spasming without any pattern. After being stunned for a while, Wu Qianqian hurried over to help Chu Yang up. She saw that Chu Yang's face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. His body was still trembling, and he complained, "Senior Martial Sister Wu, did you see that? This Li Jianin is too much. The sect forbids disciples from fighting, and Li Jianin actually wanted to kill me. Just now, my life was in his hands. Luckily, I was lucky. Senior Martial Sister Wu, you didn't come here just to kill me, right?" As he spoke, Chu Yang suddenly became vigilant, as if he was facing a great enemy. He looked at Wu Qianqian with fear and said hurriedly, "Senior Martial Sister Wu, I didn't do anything bad. You can't do this. This is broad daylight." 3 black lines appeared on Wu Qianqian's pretty face. The way he was screaming made it seem like he was about to be raped. "How can that be? We came here on my father's orders to deliver a message to Martial Uncle Meng, to ask him to come over and discuss something." "Eh?" Wu Qianqian slapped her forehead and rolled her eyes. Only now did she remember the purpose of this trip. "But I'm scared." Chu Yang leaned on Wu Qianqian's body, as if he was scared to death. His whole body weight was leaning on the girl's body. He continued to cry, I have no power, and my martial arts are not high. In the sect, I'm at the bottom. You guys from Gathering Clouds Peak and Locking Clouds Peak have many disciples. What if? I can't afford to offend you. Don't worry." Wu Qianqian comforted him, "This matter is not a big deal." Poor little girl, she didn't know that junior martial brother Li's leg was broken, and his nose was broken. He's still lying on the ground, waiting for her to save him. "Then, if the sect questions me, Senior Martial Sister Wu, you have to stand up for me and be an impartial witness." Chu Yang continued to stall for time, wanting to maximize Li Jianyin's pain. He pleaded, "You saw everything that happened just now. This Li Jianin came and scolded my master, right? Then when I came out, he scolded me and called me trash, right? Then, he wanted to have a sword duel with me. I didn't dare to fight, but he wanted to kill me, right? He pulled out such a sharp and shining sword with a murderous aura. Oh my God, he chased after me relentlessly, right? I was almost killed by him, right?" Although his tone sounded pitiful, it was filled with the intention of guiding her patiently and patiently. Wu Qianqian naturally followed his words and began to recall the events. She couldn't help but nod her head. What Chu Yang said was the truth. He was not wrong at all. She couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. This Li Jianin was too much. Please support me if you have a recommendation ticket. My new book is in a bad situation and I need everyone's support. Thank you. *G. Putting everything else aside, just insulting Martial Uncle Meng would be a huge crime if it was reported to the authorities. Not to mention, he even wanted to kill his own junior brother. Moreover, he even put it into action. Chu Yang wiped his cold sweat with lingering fear. Luckily he fell down himself, otherwise. Senior Wu, otherwise I would have. He stopped here and looked at Wu Qianqian with a pitiful look. But, he fell down himself. He really had the nerve to say that, otherwise you would have been killed by him. The pitiful little girl easily fell into the trap. She smoothly continued Chu Yang's unfinished words. That's right. Chu Yang fiercely clapped his hands, and a clap sound was heard. Then, he said in a very gratified manner, Senior Martial Sister Wu has great foresight. She can see right and wrong clearly. She is fair and just. Her eyes are like a torch. Wu Qianqian faintly felt that something was wrong, but she also felt that Chu Yang's words were not wrong. She nodded her head in confusion. After all, she was still a young girl, so she felt a little smug. At this time, Li Jianin finally raised his head from the deep pit. He was injured, but he did not faint. His ears heard everything clearly. He heard that Chu Yang's words had turned him into a victim. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood and died. But there was still a big lump of soil in his throat. He wanted to vomit blood, but he could not. Enduring the pain, he used his fingers to dig at the soil. He could not spit out the soil in his throat. He had been holding his breath for a long time. So, he hardened his heart and stretched his neck, swallowing it down. This was something that could not be helped. If he did not get rid of the soil, Li Jianyin would suffocate to death. Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian looked on helplessly as Li Jianyin's neck stretched longer and longer. His neck was like a small snake that had swallowed a whole egg. A large protrusion slowly slid down his neck, and finally disappeared with a gulp. His neck returned to its original shape. The two could not help but stare with wide eyes and swallow a mouthful of saliva. This is truly terrifying. Pooh, Li Jianyin finally spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm, gasping for air like a bellows. The suffocation caused him to temporarily forget about his broken leg. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. However, it didn't last long after all. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his legs and face. He swallowed a large piece of sand, stones, and soil in his stomach. His bowels were also burning with pain. At this moment, Li Jianyin wished he could just die. He truly understood what it meant to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't catch his breath. After a while, Li Jianyin finally raised his head and looked at Chu Yang ferociously. Chu Yang. Just you wait, I won't let you off. In this life, I will fight you to the death. Aya. As he spoke, his entire body trembled. He had wanted to express his stubbornness in front of his sweetheart, but he couldn't help it. Chu Yang shuddered. Senior Marshal Sister Wu, look, Wu Qianqian comforted him. Junior Marshal Brother Chu, don't worry. I witnessed the whole thing. How could I let anyone make things difficult for you? Junior Marshal Brother Li only spoke in a moment of anger. You don't have to take it to heart. On the ground, Li Jianyin made two strange sounds from his throat. He rolled his eyes and looked at Wu Qianqian in disbelief. He finally collapsed. Witnessed the whole thing? What did you see? I'm about to be toyed to death. At this moment, Wu Qianqian finally realized that something was wrong. She cried out in alarm, Junior Marshal Brother Li, your legs? Then she was shocked, your nose. Li Jianyin's face was full of tears. He banged his head on the ground. Mother! You finally realized. Poor me, who is seriously injured and possibly disabled. In his agitation, he actually started to cry. The rising star beyond the heavens sect, the second in command, was actually crying in front of everyone. This made Wu Qianqian, who was just about to go over, feel her brain short-circuiting. She blinked her pretty eyes, not understanding what was going on. Was it really that painful? Was it really that painful? We are Jiang Hu, people who shed blood but not tears. She did not know that Li Jianyin was really depressed because of the injustice and the unbearable pain. In fact, the biggest depression came from Wu Qianqian. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the purple bamboo forest. Two people quickly rushed over. Who is making a ruckus here? Huh? Chu Yang? What happened? It was Xianxia and Tan Tan. Seeing the chaotic scene in front of the door, both of them were stunned. Senior Marshal Brother, you have to help me. Chu Yang shouted with grief and indignation. How could he not use a ready-made shield? This was the best opportunity to cause trouble. A dog-eat-dog scene, everyone liked to watch. Just now I was almost killed, right in front of our door. This guy came and scolded Master, and then he scolded us as trash. Xianxian's face suddenly sank. Although Xianxian was a scheming person, he could not stay out of this matter. If someone scolded Master and he did not do anything, then how could he continue to stay in the sect? Moreover, Xianxian had always been conceited. He believed that no matter if it was scheming or hard work, no one in the younger generation could match him. He had always strived to be the senior martial brother of the sect, but now he was being scolded as trash. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? Really? Xianxian's face was gloomy. His eyes narrowed and he spat out two words. There was a sense of dignity without being angry. Wu Qianqian heard that the matter was about to escalate. She quickly stood up and saluted. Senior Marshal Brother Sure, this matter is our fault. Junior Marshal Brother Li is still young, and he speaks without thinking. I hope Senior Marshal Brother Sure will not be angry, so as not to hurt the harmony between us. Wu Qianqian's words were very humble and tactful. When she said these words, it could be said that the matter was resolved. But at the same time, when she said these words, it could be said that Li Jianyin had been accused of a crime. Shi Qianshan's eyes lit up as a beautiful face appeared in front of him. He could not help but greedily look at it. With a serious face, he said, so it is Junior Marshal Sister Wu. Since Junior Marshal Sister Wu said so, I will not pursue the matter any further. He could not help but feel puzzled. As soon as Wu Qianqian stood up, Li Jianyin, who she had previously covered, was exposed. Seeing Li Jianyin's face full of tears and snot, covered with blood, and miserable appearance, Shi Qianshan was shocked. Who is this guy? He is still crying? Damn, he is not afraid of losing face. Damn, who is the one being bullied? Looking at Chu Yang, other than a lot of dust on his body, he did not seem to have any other abnormalities. In fact, the dust on Chu Yang's body was also from digging up the golden blood root. Could it be that this person was injured by Chu Yang? For a moment, Shi Qianshan did not recognize that the person in front of him was Li Jianyin. He could only feel astonished. But his words of "I will not pursue this matter further" caused trouble. Shi Qianshan. You still want to pursue this matter? Pursue your uncle. Li Jianyin coughed and cursed. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You mother *****, Shi Qianshan, I will *****ck your uncle. The older generation won't let you scum off the hook. I will make you wish you were dead. Having suffered such humiliation and injuries that he might not be able to recover from in his lifetime, Li Jianyin's heart was filled with hatred. Not only Chu Yang, but everyone in the Purple Bamboo Garden was a life and death enemy to him. Even Meng Chao ran, if he did not teach this kind of disciple, how could I be like this? Not letting me go? Shi Qianshan's face suddenly darkened. He coldly said, You? Do you think you have the qualifications? Whenever you come, I, Shi Qianshan, will wait for you. Haha, if you dare to come, I, Shi Qianshan, will dare to hit you. If you provoke me, humph, I, Shi Qianshan, will not be afraid to kill. When he said the last sentence, he seemed to feel that his words were very imposing and humorous. He laughed twice. Shi Qianshan was not a brainless person. He naturally had his reasons for saying those words. Chu Yang's cultivation, among his peers in the Beyond the Heavens sect, was near the bottom. And this person in front of him was actually beaten to such a state by Chu Yang. How much of a waste was this person, not to mention one person, even if there were 100 of them, he, Shi Qianshan, would not be afraid. Moreover, he could show off his heroic spirit in front of Junior Marshal Sister Wu, his heroic image. Why not do it, Chu Yang? Ah, Chu Yang, this time you have created a great opportunity for me to be in the limelight. Maybe this matter will become big enough that the elders in the sect will take a liking to me. At that time, as long as I can meet them, I will be able to use this opportunity to become a dragon. After Shi Qianshan said those words, he pretended to be proud and aloof in order to attract Wu Qianqian's attention. Wu Qianqian glared at him fiercely. Is this guy sick in the head? Seeing that this matter could be temporarily brushed aside like this, he actually said such decisive words. Li Jian, is he easy to provoke? Not to mention, Li Jian still has a father. His father is my second martial uncle, the second most powerful person in Beyond the Heavens sect besides the Elder Pavilion. Your master, Martial Uncle Meng, is only the 10th. Hearing Shi Qianshan's words, Li Jian's bloodied and broken face revealed a sinister smile. Shi Qianshan, did you say that? Nonsense. Shi Qianshan said righteously. Chu Yang is my junior martial brother. No matter who you are, if you want to cause trouble for my junior martial brother, you have to go through me first. Chu Yang said in his heart, well said. Shi Qianshan, you are too talented. But he said emotionally, eldest martial brother, I have caused trouble for you. This is called killing the end of the sentence, leaving no future trouble. Yes. Shi Qianshan waved his hand and said proudly, Junior Martial Brother Chu, what are you saying? Between us martial brothers, what trouble is there to talk about? Unexpectedly, he pretended to be unhappy, as if Chu Yang did not want him to deal with this trouble. It meant that he was looking down on him. At the side, Tan Tan naturally did not know that Chu Yang was playing tricks. He was so moved that he almost cried. Choking with a thick nasal voice, he said, "Eldest martial brother. Woo. You are so good, Tan Tan, you are the same. You are also my junior martial brother. If you have any trouble, I will naturally not shirk my duty." Xianxia said affectionately, "As your eldest martial brother, I naturally have to shelter you from the wind and rain. Asterisk, 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 otherwise, don't tell me our many years of brotherhood were all fake. Loyal. He valued friendship. Responsible, this kind of man, who would not like him, you, Wu Qianqian, are you an exception?" Xianxia's face was solemn and righteous, but he secretly glanced at Wu Qianqian. At this moment, Chu Yang shouted, "That's right, with our eldest senior brother here, you want to bully me? My eldest martial brother is the #1 expert of our Beyond the Heavens sex younger generation. Junior brother Chu, shut up." Xianxian frowned and hastily stopped Chu Yang. Then he said humbly, "Junior martial brother Chu, it's okay if you blindly worship me, but you can't say these words out loud. You should know that trouble comes from the mouth. #1 martial artist, haha, how could I dare to say that? This junior sister Wu in front of me is much stronger than me." Xianxian's words were sincere and earnest. His words were humble, but his heart was as light as a feather. Even his bones felt lighter. "My painstaking care for you has not been in vain. At the critical moment, you have really given me face. #1 expert of the younger generation." These few words were naturally junior brother Chu's blind worship of me, but this also proved my prestige. Moreover, I took advantage of the situation and lightly flattered junior sister Wu. Not only did I show my elegance, but I also won the favor of the beauty. Xianxian could almost imagine that Wu Qianqian was moved by him. Xianxian only cared about his own happiness, but he did not see that Wu Qianqian lowered her head and quickly bandaged Li Jian's wound. Her face was becoming more and more ugly. "This matter has become completely serious. I can only quickly report back to father and let him think of a solution. Sigh, it's all Xianxian's fault. You don't understand anything and blindly pretend to be a hero? Now this is great. When Li Jian goes back, he will definitely add oil and sauce to the story, and then it will become a big conflict between Purple Bamboo Garden and Locking Clouds Peak, especially with Marshal Uncle Li's protection. His own son was beaten up like this, how could he just let it go? Originally, it was just Chu Yang alone. After this matter was reported, as long as Marshal Uncle Meng and the others were there, and Chu Yang was punished to stop Marshal Uncle Li's face, this matter would be over. But when Xianxian came, it was like a storm of thunder and lightning. With just a few words, this matter had reached a point of no return. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was, the original culprit, Chu Yang, was now completely fine. Everything was carried on the shoulders of Xianxian bravely. Perhaps Li Jian's hatred for Chu Yang was not as strong as his hatred for Xianxian. "You say, who do you think you are? Everything has nothing to do with you, why are you stirring up trouble? Hiss. Ha ha ha. Hiss." Li Jian sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain and sneered, "Xianxian, remember what you said today. Senior martial sister, let's go." Li Jian was also very stubborn. He actually supported himself with one leg and jumped up. He looked at Xianxian with resentment and forced himself to leave. He actually did not look at Chu Yang. After all, he was in the wrong first. Chu Yang did not do anything wrong. Moreover, he accidentally stepped into the hole and twisted his leg, injuring himself. It did not seem to have anything to do with Chu Yang. Moreover, this matter was not very honorable. It was better to secretly deal with Chu Yang in the future. However, this Xianxian. If I don't kill him, I will not be surnamed Li. The change in this matter made even Wu Qianqian a little dizzy. The person involved did not have anything to do with it, but the innocent person became the biggest culprit. Moreover, this trouble was not only, "Please tell Marshal Uncle Meng that my father invited him to Gathering Clouds Peak for a while." Wu Qianqian thought for a while and felt that she could not handle this matter directly, so she took her leave. Junior Marshal Sister Wu is too polite. Master is currently in closed-door training. When he comes out, I will immediately report. Xianxia gently and elegantly said, Junior Marshal Sister is weak and delicate. It will be difficult to help this Junior Marshal brother back. Tan, you go and carry this Junior Marshal brother. You must safely send him back to Gathering Clouds Peak. Tan complied and left. Wu Qianqian also bid farewell to Xianxia and Yang. She thanked Xianxia and turned to leave. She felt a little uncomfortable. There was a feeling of worship. It was as if talking to Xianxia was talking to a dead person. Xianxia looked at the three figures disappearing at the intersection. He could not help but let out a proud smile. Today, he had definitely left an indelible impression on Wu Qianqian. Yang's expression did not change, but his eyes faintly showed a mocking smile. An impression was definitely left, but the impression you left was a dirty one. Today's matter, it was all thanks to Senior Marshal brother. Yang's expression was very sincere as he said, otherwise, I would have been in big trouble. No matter. Xianxia said sanctimoniously, Junior Marshal brother Chu, what is this person's name? Do you know? Yang said, Junior Marshal brother does not know. Only now did you remember to ask for his name? I know his name is Li Jian, and he is the only son of Second Marshal Uncle Li Jinsong. He is also one of the dirty ones of Beyond the Heavens sect. But I will not tell you. It is fine if you don't know. Xianxia snorted disdainfully. He said, this guy's strength is meager, and he is also not a big shot. Don't worry about it. Even if you want to take revenge, trash like him will not be able to get many people to help. Senior Marshal brothers will also not offend me for trash like him. Junior Marshal brother Chu, you can rest assured. Yang said, and repeatedly thanked him. It was not until the afternoon that Tan, who had gone to see them off, came back with a gloomy face. His expression was nervous, and his eyes were filled with fear. When Tan came back, Xianxia was humming a tune, fantasizing about his bright future. He was practicing his sword in the courtyard. His sword danced in the air, and he was in high spirits. Yang was sitting cross-legged in his room, seizing every moment to improve his martial power. Strength is the right to speak. Yang would never give up even a little bit of time for cultivation. Tan hurriedly came back, sweating profusely. He spoke a few words with Xianxia outside. Then, Yang heard a clang outside. Xianxia's sword, which was in the middle of dancing, fell to the ground. Then, with a plop sound, he sat on the ground. His face was deathly pale. Continue to tirelessly ask for recommendation votes. Brothers and sisters who have not added me yet, please add me. Thank you. The gap between the new book list and the new book list is getting bigger and bigger. Brothers and sisters, please lend me a helping hand. Rush forward. Immediately, Xianxia jumped up and rushed to the front of Yang's room like a whirlwind. With a flying kick, he kicked open the door. His face was unprecedentedly ferocious. Yang, you motherfasterous cur. You dare to frame me? Currently, Xianxia's usual graceful bearing was nowhere to be seen. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eyeballs were almost popping out of their sockets. He was flustered and exasperated. Eldest Marshal brother, why did you say that? Yang calmly exhaled and finished his breathing. His face was full of confusion. Tan also came in and hurriedly advised, eldest Marshal brother, second Marshal brother also did not know about this matter, nonsense. Xianxia angrily roared, why didn't you say it clearly? That person was Li Jianin? How could you, frame me like this? Xianxia felt so wrong that he was about to cry. What kind of sin did he commit? How could he be so careless and cause such a big disaster? He was really shot even when he was lying down, I was really shot even when I was lying down. Yang's expression was innocent. Extremely wronged, he shouted, eldest Marshal brother, what does this matter have to do with me? When Xianxia heard this, his nose became crooked from anger. Suddenly, his vision darkened and he almost spat out blood. Hearing the main culprit shout, what does this matter have to do with me in front of the biggest victim? Xianxia's heart was twitching. If it were not for you, why would I scold Li Jianyin? If it were not for you causing Li Jianyin's hatred, why would things be like this? If it were not for you, why would I be so careless, and fall into such a dangerous situation? Now, you, the main culprit, are fine, and I, the innocent party, have become their irreconcilable enemy. Now you are saying, what does this matter have to do with me? You say, what does this matter have to do with you? Xianxia gasped for breath. His eyes were wide open. These words filled his stomach, and he was so angry that he could not say a word. Chu Yang maliciously looked at Xianxia's violently rising and falling chest. In his heart, he thought that if a woman rose and fell like this, it would be very interesting. But this guy did not have the slightest bit of beauty. What a failure. Yes, eldest senior brother. What does this have to do with second senior brother? Tan Tan scratched his head, and said in a simple and honest manner, we were present at that time. Second senior brother didn't say anything. But, eldest senior brother, you're a righteous man. You stepped forward bravely, and shielded us from the wind and rain. The two of us can't thank you enough. So, how could we harm eldest senior brother? Tan Tan was speaking from the bottom of his heart. His praise for Xianxia came from the bottom of his heart. He truly had a good impression of this big martial brother. But these words, in Xianxia's ears, were incomparably bitter sarcasm. Righteous? Step forward bravely? Shelter you from the wind and rain? What a funny thing. Who do you think you are? Xianxia's body swayed twice, and his vision turned black. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. His face was as red as pig liver. He was so angry that his head buzzed. In an instant, he saw stars. With a heavy snort, Xianxia flicked his sleeves and went out with a black face. He heard a sudden cough coming from the courtyard, and then the sound of someone stumbling could be heard. Until the next morning, when Tan Tan went out, he found that someone had vomited blood in the grass. The smell of blood assailed his nostrils. This matter made the poor Tan Tan puzzled for a few days. Who vomited blood? So strange. Chu Yang watched Xianxia go out, and his eyes were filled with endless ice. Xianxia was vicious and scheming. Moreover, he was also cunning and scheming. He was like a poisonous snake. Such a person should have died early, but Chu Yang was not willing to let Xianxia die early. Firstly, from Xianxia, Chu Yang could learn a lot of things that he did not have. For example, sinister, vicious, patient, scheming, smooth, these were all things that Chu Yang did not have in his previous life. But it must be said that although these qualities could be said to be despicable, in this world where the strong were respected, they were qualities that one could not lack in Jianghu. When a real man should be vicious, he should be vicious. When it was time to play tricks, he should play tricks. When it was time to play tricks, he should use them especially, because all of this was to protect himself. If even he could not protect himself, then, no matter how great his ambition was, it would be nothing more than an illusion. Throughout the ages, there were loyal and treacherous people. But one thing was for sure, to leave one's name in history for hundreds of generations, it was far more difficult than to leave one's name in infamy. So, those who could leave their names in history were most likely more treacherous than those who were not. Their schemes must be several times more cunning. Secondly, there were some things that Chu Yang could not directly show up for now. If the people of the sect found out about his true strength, then he was afraid that he would be in endless trouble. Especially those who coveted the position of eldest martial brother. Once they found out that a strong competitor like him suddenly popped out, wouldn't he become their target, under public criticism, even if he had 3 arms and 3 heads, with his current strength that had not yet begun to grow, he was afraid that he would meet a miserable end. It was better for Xianxia to be in front of him. For example, today, everything was pushed to Xianxia's head. Singing opera was very tiring. It was far less relaxing than watching a play. Also, Chu Yang felt that the current him was lacking a lot. Moreover, the path of this life must not be the same as the path of his previous life. In his previous life, he cultivated the emotionless sword Dao and could seclude himself in the mountains to meditate. But in this life, he could not. In this life, from the moment he was on the verge of death in his previous life, he began to walk a completely different path from his previous life. What he missed in his previous life, what he did not experience, he had to start all over again in this life. Although he had been reborn in name, other than having an impression of some sensitive things or things related to himself, he knew nothing about other things. He could not hide from the world like he did in his previous life. He needed to experience the world bit by bit. Walking out of the swamp of the world was the pinnacle of the sword Tao, the way of heaven. Xianxia, playing slowly like this, letting him be in front of him until he died, was also not bad. At least, with this target in front of him, he could calmly observe and plan. Although he was not a person he admired. But this did not matter. As for Li Jianyan's injury, of course, Chu Yang had calculated his momentum and purposely set a trap. Retreating and sitting on his neck was also a deliberate move. Although he did not have the peerless martial power of his previous life, he still had the foresight. Wanting to set a trap to deal with the impetuous Li Jianyin was as easy as turning over his hand. Gathering Cloud's Peak. In the study room, the sect master Wu Yunliang sat quietly on a red sandalwood chair with a slight smile on his face. Next to him was a young man in a green robe. His face was white without a beard, and his bearing was calm. His eyes seemed to contain infinite wisdom. This was the master of Dreaming Cloud's Peak, the seventh junior brother, Kong Jingfeng. He was also the brains of Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Qianqian was standing opposite him, reporting what had happened. When she talked about the trip to Purple Bamboo Garden, Li Jianyin's inexplicable injury, and Chu Yang, Shi Qianshan, and the others, Wu Yunliang and Kong Jingfeng, who had always been calm, looked at each other in surprise. In your opinion, what do you think of the 3 disciples of Purple Bamboo Garden? Wu Yunliang asked casually. He did not ask about Li Jianyin's injury, but asked about the 3 disciples of Purple Bamboo Garden. It's hard to say. Wu Qianqian hesitated and said with uncertainty. Oh? Hard to say? What's hard to say? Kong Jingfeng looked at his niece with interest and asked with a smile. The 3's performance was very different from the rumors. Wu Qianqian frowned and said, rumor has it that Shi Qianshan is mature and prudent. He can handle matters on his own without leaving any loopholes. But this time I was greatly disappointed when I saw it. As for second brother Chu Yang, rumor has it that he is taciturn and introverted. But today, he seemed to have a hidden edge. He looked like a coward, but in his bones, Wu Qianqian thought for a while but could not find the right words. She could only say, in short, this person is very strange. I can't see through him. As for third brother Tan Tan, he is just like the rumors. He is extremely out of tune. After she finished speaking, the 2 became silent. They frowned and did not say anything. After a while, Wu Yunliang stood up and slowly walked to the wall. He reached out and a large mural on the wall was removed, revealing a piece of white paper. On the white paper, from top to bottom, there was a list of names on the left side. There were a total of 40 names. After each name, there was a red tick. There were more than 10 names with 2 ticks. There were also 2 names in the first and second place with 3 ticks. These 2 names were Shui Yimeng and Qin Mushang. Li Jianyin's name was 10th. Shi Qianshan's name was 13th. But Chu Yang and Tan Tan's names were not on the list. Wu Yunliang held the brush and was silent for a while. Then he drew Li Jianyin's name with a red tick. He erased Li Jianyin's name. Then he carefully thought for a while and wrote 2 words at the bottom, Chu Yang. Then he added a question mark after Chu Yang's name. Then he took 2 steps back and frowned. Then he waved the brush again and erased Chu Yang's name. Only a question mark was left. I'm afraid this matter will cause a huge uproar. Kong Jingfeng furrowed his brows. Our Beyond the Heavens sect is already in an unstable state. Now that this matter has happened, junior apprentice brother Meng is also involved. Junior martial brother Meng won't get involved. With his temper, unless Beyond the Heavens sect is destroyed, he will not care about anything else. Wu Yunliang shook his head, but his tone was very certain. Then, his face darkened as he said, that Shi Qianshan, is really that unbearable? His tone was unexpectedly filled with disappointment. Yes. Wu Qianqian's impression of Shi Qianshan was extremely bad. This Shi Qianshan, who was usually praised as mature and steady, in her heart, was a super idiot. Moreover, he was a blind idiot. He was hopeless, Wu Yunliang sighed deeply. The two of them did not say much about this matter. Clearly, they did not take it to heart. After all, it was just a quarrel between the younger generation. It didn't affect the overall situation. Now, both of them had worried looks on their faces. It was obvious that they were worried about something else. Wu Yunliang waved his hand. Wu Qianqian understood and quietly retreated. Only the two of them were left in the study. Big brother, my suggestion. Kong Jingfeng said tentatively. Don't worry. Wu Yunliang waved his hand with a worried expression. Kong Jingfeng was silent for a while. Then, he said heavily, our Beyond the Heavens sect is only the 7th generation. The 1st generation martial ancestor established the sect and became one of the top 7 sects in lower 3 heavens. It was a great honor. However, the 2nd generation martial ancestor broke off relations with the great Zhao royal family. Since then, the sect's reputation plummeted. The sect's experts were hunted down and more than half of them died. Finally, the 2nd generation martial ancestor inadvertently helped the royal family in his later years. The relationship with the royal family was no longer good. However, he was barely able to recuperate and return to the first garden. The 3rd generation martial ancestor was extremely talented. They were all heroes of the world. Originally, the sect thought that because of this, the sect would prosper. Who would have thought that because of this, it would lead to internal strife in the first garden? After a fierce battle, people killed each other. Beyond the Heavens sect's strength was greatly damaged. They only left behind an order to not kill each other. But now, other than junior martial brother Meng's purple bamboo garden, the first garden has begun to fight again. The next 8th generation martial ancestor, the position of the top 10 martial ancestor, will be another life and death battle. The sect's strength will be greatly damaged. This is foreseeable. Our Beyond the Heavens sect has fallen from being one of the top sects to being a second-rate sect. Kong Jingfeng's voice was very cautious at first. However, the more he spoke, the more impassioned he became. Eldest martial brother, the first garden looks grand, but everyone has their own thoughts. It's better to have none. Being so scattered, spies are emerging one after another. Our Beyond the Heavens sect is in danger. Of the 7 great sects, only one is left. The remaining position is coveted by the Red Dust Pavilion and the Heartsword House for a long time. They are our most powerful competitors. Furthermore, the Godly Saber Pavilion and the Black Blood Union have a deep hatred for us. They will not give up on killing us. Our Beyond the Heavens sect is now in imminent peril. Kong Jingfeng's expression was sorrowful. Eldest martial brother, we can't help but be anxious. How can I not know what you are talking about? Wu Yunliang sighed. What you are talking about is only the Jianghu factor and external factors. You have yet to talk about the real danger. In the past few years, the 8th generation of Beyond the Heavens sect had nearly 100 male disciples. However, only a few of them were successful. As for the female disciples, 10 years ago, there were less than 50. Now, there are nearly 150. Even though their talents are limited, their appearances are as beautiful as flowers. Wu Yunliang let out a long sigh. With his hands behind his back, he walked to the window and said in a low voice, "This is the sign of the sect's demise. Beauty is the root of disaster." Wu Yunliang said casually, "In this continent where the strong are respected, beauty is a resource. It is the root of disaster. The decline of Beyond the Heavens sect is imminent. When the 8th generation of disciples roams the Jianghu, it will certainly cause endless disputes. It is the root of disaster, but it is also not necessarily a resource." Kong Jingfeng refuted. "Roaming the Jianghu may bring a lot of help to our Beyond the Heavens sect. Who knows? Do you think it is possible?" Wu Yunliang smiled mockingly. "Beauty is only a tool in the eyes of the strong. Right now, Beyond the Heavens sect is plagued by internal and external troubles. If we follow your suggestion and forcefully merge the peaks into one, I am afraid we will immediately fall apart. We will fall into a state of collapse." Wu Yunliang said heavily, "At that time, if the enemies take advantage of this opportunity to attack, our Beyond the Heavens sect will be destroyed immediately. A serious illness requires serious medicine. This saying is true. But if the illness was incurable, using heavy medicine rashly would only result in immediate death. Not to mention, our enemies are far more than these. Wu Yinliang wanted to say something but hesitated. It was as if there was something difficult to say. Kong Jingfeng said unwillingly, "Are we going to continue like this? Are we going to let the sect slowly decline? We need to rely on external forces." When Wu Yinliang said the words "rely on external forces," his face was very complicated. He said each word with a pause. His eyes showed that he was going to cut off all means of retreat. After that, he did not say anything else. He only silently looked at the 30 names and one question mark on the wall. He did not say anything for a long time. But what about the female disciples? Kong Jingfeng's heart relaxed but immediately became tense again. What I am worried about right now is this. Wu Yinliang's eyes were deep. If Beyond the Heavens sect can quickly grow stronger, then we can protect these female disciples from being bullied and let them find a home they want. But right now, we can only try our best. Kong Jingfeng sighed deeply and said, regarding Li Jianyin's matter, second martial brother will definitely not let it go. What does eldest martial brother think about this? Second martial brother has always been fierce and protective. This time, he will definitely make a move against Purple Bamboo Garden. Wu Yinliang said casually, but he also knows junior martial brother's temper, so he will only be angry and will not personally make a move. The ones who will make a move are probably second martial brother's disciples. No matter who wins or loses, this time, it will be a trial for both martial brothers and sisters. Wu Yinliang said softly, as long as it is not excessive, there is no need to care. If we can find a few talents in this matter, it will not be a bad thing. The two of them were silent. At the same time, they raised their heads and looked at the 30 names and a question mark on the wall. In a large sect of 1,000 people, the two of them looked like they were looking for gold in the sand. Only these people were the hope of Beyond the Heavens sect. Whether it was protecting Beyond the Heavens sect's position, attacking the 7 great sects, or even entering the lower 3 heavens and becoming the legend of lower 3 heavens, it all depended on these people. 30 people and a question mark were the elites of Beyond the Heavens sect. For such a large sect, this was simply desolate. Looking at these names, Kong Jingfeng was thinking about something else. Eldest senior brother clearly knew that Li Jianyin was narrow-minded and had feelings for Wu Qianqian. Yet, he still allowed him to accompany Wu Qianqian to deliver the message. With Wu Qianqian's beauty, she would definitely attract the admiration of some of the younger brothers. It was expected that she would cause trouble, but eldest senior brother still did it. They didn't just randomly pick a disciple from their own Gathering Clouds Peak to pass the message. Gathering Clouds Peak and Locking Clouds Peak each sent a disciple to pass the message. On the surface, it looked like they valued this matter, and also gave a lot of face to second senior brother. But in reality, they were faintly intensifying the conflict between the younger generation. Eldest martial brother, did he do it intentionally? This must be a method to deal with second senior brother's Locking Clouds Peak. Kong Jingfeng looked at Wu Yinliang's back and slowly thought to himself. Of course, he could not say this out loud. Hopefully, he would succeed, Kong Jingfeng thought to himself. With a rustling sound, an almost colorless light flew in from outside the window. A small white bird landed on the table. It tilted its head and looked at the two of them with its round black eyes. Colorless eagle, both of their eyes lit up at the same time. Kong Jingfeng looked at the eagle and asked, Big brother, could this be Iron Cloud? Wu Yinliang's eyes darkened. He nodded and took out a small ball from the colorless eagle's body. Inside, there was a small piece of paper. Looking at it, his expression became heavy. After a long while, he raised his eyebrows as if he had made a decision. Chu Yang didn't know about these things. He also didn't know that the sex crisis had reached such a stage. He was currently practicing martial arts. In fact, he only knew that the sect would be destroyed in 4 years. But as for the reason, he didn't know. In his previous life, he was only an insignificant little brother at this time. No one told him, and with his reclusive personality, he didn't ask. In 3 months, the sect's grand competition would begin. This competition would last for half a year. From nearly 800 disciples, there would be only 10 left. Then, these 10 people would go through 3 years of arduous training. After 4 years, the most outstanding one would be the big brother, but Chu Yang couldn't wait that long. He needed to establish his position in this half a year. He needed to enter Seven Shades congregation grounds and obtain the first fragment of Tribulation Sword. If he wanted to do this, he needed to double his efforts. Although he had been reborn, he had nothing to rely on. Everything had to be obtained through his own sweat and sweat. With his current strength as a 4th-level martial disciple, even if he had experience, all his experience was just empty talk in front of his peers who were more than 10 levels higher than him. Martial arts could only be effective within a certain range. But tactics also had limitations. A trap dug by a group of children might be able to catch a rabbit, but it couldn't trap a tiger. Chu Yang was currently practicing like a madman. 1 day and 1 night passed, and there was no movement from Li Jianyin's side. He only heard from Tan Tan that when Li Jianyin was sent back, second martial uncle Li Jinsong was furious and roared for a long time, but Chu Yang didn't feel any pressure. If the sky fell, there would be a tall one to hold it up. Right now, Xianxia was that tall one. Let him hold it up. Purple bamboo swayed in the wind. Chu Yang's body was like a mountain. Both his feet were stepping on a sharp stone, but his body didn't move. He maintained absolute balance in all aspects. Shwa. Shwa. Shwa, the long sword at his waist was unsheathed and then sheathed again. The cycle repeated over and over again. This simple movement, he had practiced for an entire morning. The ground under his body was already soaked with sweat. His left foot took half a step forward. The tip of his foot pointed outwards. His right foot stood in the same place. His eyes calmly looked forward. His hand was already on the hilt of the sword. With a slight sound, he raised his hand, raised his arm, twisted his waist, and rushed forward. The light of the sword rushed forward, steadily pointing forward. His eyes were on the same level, without the slightest tremor. His right hand holding the sword seemed to be straight yet not straight. Obviously, he still had some strength left. Then, the light of the sword flashed. With a light sound, the sword returned to the scabbard. Chu Yang's eyes were fixed. Looking at his face and eyes, no one could tell whether he was satisfied with this movement or not. Then he continued to repeat. The same movement, dry and boring. Normal people would be tired after dozens of times. But Chu Yang, in the morning before the sun came out, had already repeated it 1,000 times. There was no longer any sweat on his body. In just one morning, his arm went from normal to sore, then lost feeling, then regained feeling, then numb again. No matter if it was sore or numb, or breaking through the limit, or normal, he always controlled the standard of his sword. The cyan steel sword was very ordinary. The black iron scabbard was even more ordinary. The quiet night of the purple bamboo forest was stirred up by this ordinary sword, and the sword energy was everywhere. The sound of the sword seemed to be getting softer and softer. From the initial clear sound of a clang to the current soft sound of a crack, it was almost inaudible. Chu Yang did not stop. Chu Yang did not realize that not long after he started practicing, in the bamboo forest several feet away from him, there was a tall figure silently watching him. Chu Yang practiced for the whole morning, and he watched for the whole morning. The morning dew had already soaked his whole body, but he seemed to be afraid of disturbing Chu Yang, and just watched quietly. Finally, the east was slightly bright. Chu Yang returned the sword to the scabbard for the last time, and let out a long breath. He stood quietly, and the murderous air in the air also slowly faded. He restrained the sword intent and murderous intent in his heart. When practicing the sword, there must be murderous intent in his heart. Only then would he constantly cultivate the sharp sword energy in his heart. This was not difficult for Chu Yang to do. As long as he thought of Shi Qianshan and Mo Tianji, he would involuntarily become murderous. There was no need to deliberately cultivate it. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that there was one more person in front of him. Master? Chu Yang called out softly. This person was actually Meng Chaoran, who had already announced that he would go into seclusion. Brothers and sisters, you are awesome. In 3 hours, you rushed into the member clicker list on the home page. I kept my promise, today I will continue until midnight. Brothers and sisters, let's continue to rush forward. Now that we have just entered the member clicker list, how many places can we rush to today? You've been practicing for 5 hours and you haven't moved. Meng Xiaoran looked at his second brother and said thoughtfully, you don't seem to be practicing the sword? Teacher is wise. Xu Yang smiled. He had always respected this teacher, whether it was in his previous life or now. Meng Xiaoran had always been indifferent, but no one dared to bully him. He seemed to be detached from the world and didn't care about anything, but nothing in the world could be hidden from him. His heart had a scale, weighing the world. Such a person, no matter where he was a rare talent, but he also had something in his heart that he wanted to protect, and that was his sect. Beyond the Heavens sect, that was why he didn't retreat when Beyond the Heavens sect was in danger. But he also protected his younger brother in the midst of a storm of blood. Maybe his teacher had other regrets, but Xu Yang didn't know. He only knew that his teacher often stood alone in the wind in the middle of the night, as if he was reminiscing, as if he was sighing, as if he was thinking of something. You're practicing your heart, your mind, and your sword speed. You're also controlling the volume of the sword. Meng Xiaoran said lightly with his hands behind his back, who taught you all these? No one taught me. I just feel that I need to use my heart when I use my sword. Every sword needs to be used with my heart in order to be effective. Xu Yang said, I used to practice the sword for the sake of practicing the sword, and I fell behind too much. Oh, not bad. Meng Xiaoran nodded lightly and waved his hand. Xu Yang felt a weight on his hand, and he saw that there was a water bottle in his hand. After you finished practicing the sword, you withdrew your sword heart and sword intent, and dispersed your heart sword energy. Then you said a few words to me. Today, your realm has stabilized, so you can drink water. Meng Xiaoran said with a smile. After excessive exercise, you can't continue to drink water. If you drank water the moment you stopped practicing the sword, then the results of your morning's hard work would be wasted. And it would be harmful to the body. But now, after a period of buffer, there was no problem. Yes. Chew. Yang raised the water bottle, drank a few mouthfuls, and then put it down. Although he was extremely thirsty, he couldn't drink too much water. Everyone understood this principle, but there were not many who could truly control themselves. Meng Xiaoran had been looking at his face all this time. Only now did he slowly let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, only by practicing the sword with your heart can you achieve the heart of the sword. Only when the heart of the sword is formed can one have the sword resolve. Only when the sword resolve is formed can one dominate the world. In your generation, all of you know this principle, but there aren't many who actually do it. Now, you've barely comprehended this level. Not bad. However, we still need to continue working hard. He paused for a moment and said, I don't care how you practice the sword. But why did you control the volume of the sword? Xu Yang laughed mischievously and said, Master, all the swordsmen and sabermen in the entire Chongtian continent are equally powerful. In short, those weapons that required scabbards were all made of iron. Some wealthy people would have scabbards made of gold, silver, or even black gold. There were even more expensive ones. But no matter what, it was still metal. The metal was firm, resistant to wear and tear, and could be used for a long time. Furthermore, it could be used as an offensive weapon as a last resort. These are all advantages. However, when a weapon is unsheathed, the friction between the scabbards makes a clear sound. Correct. Meng Xiaoran nodded. But if the sound is clear, it gives the enemy time to prepare. I think this is the shortcoming of the metal scabbards. Xu Yang said frankly and with assurance, Master, why do you practice the sword? It's to kill. If you want to exercise, you don't need weapons. Since you want to kill, why give the enemy time to prepare? Isn't it straightforward to kill with one strike? I practice the silent sword to attack when the enemy is unprepared. Xu Yang smiled and said, Jiang who is ruthless. A man should kill. Blood splashes for 3,000 miles. I always think that the highest level of killing is to kill without being seen. Killing without being seen? Just like how you framed Xianxia? Meng Xiaoran tilted his head. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Xu Yang was startled. He didn't expect Meng Xiaoran to see through his plan. I have to say, framing Xianxia is the most satisfying thing in my life. Yang smiled calmly. He didn't deny it. Then he said in a low voice, if he wasn't blinded by lust and blinded by greed, he wouldn't have been framed by me. Meng Chaoran looked at him deeply. He sighed deeply and immediately skipped the topic. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked forward. He said indifferently, you just said that you learn the sword to kill. Isn't that biased? You should know that in this world, there are a lot of lovable things. There are also a lot of concerns. Learning the sword is not necessarily to kill, but to protect. Using your own sword to protect what you care about. People or things. Meng Chaoran sighed and said, human lives are important. If you can avoid killing, then don't kill. No matter how ruthless a murderer was, killing a person would hurt his heart a little. No matter if the person you kill is evil or not, after all, they are the blood of your father. They are also other people's children, husbands, brothers, and fathers. Master also said to protect, and I agree. But when others come to harm the things we protect, in order to not let our loved ones cry. Yang followed Meng Chaoran's footsteps and walked forward slowly. He said firmly, then we can only let the enemy's parents cry. This person must be killed. Meng Chaoran said, where it is possible to let people off, let them off. I let people off, but they won't let me off. Yang said, the human world is like this. It is better to solve crises and enemies as soon as possible. You have killed too many people. Meng Chaoran said, this is not good. He shook his head in pity. You should know that if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Then cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. That way, it will be over immediately. Yang said bluntly, Master, you are too soft-hearted. You are not like the people of Jianghu. You practice the sword silently, which is equivalent to a sneak attack. This goes against the martial arts rules of Jianghu. I am afraid that it will cause criticism. This will affect your future and it will not be good. Yang laughed and said, rules are rules. I am me. Why should I follow those rules? I think there is only one rule when I do things. That is to protect my own life. That is the biggest rule. If you lose your life, even if you follow the rules, it will be nonsense. He paused and laughed mockingly. Not to mention, how many people in Jianghu still follow those rules? Those so-called rules have become the cause of death for honest people. Meng Chaoran was silent. The master and disciple could not convince each other, but they both felt a sense of novelty. In Yang's previous life, he only respected his master and never argued with him. Now, the two of them were talking and walking. Although they were talking about killing people, they felt warmth in their hearts. Meng Chaoran was the same. He did not agree with Yang's words, but he could not deny that they were reasonable. He did not say anything because even if it was his own disciple, he had never forced anyone. Everyone has their own path. How to walk, let them choose for themselves. Master, there is one thing that I can't figure out. Yang said thoughtfully. You are talking about Xianxia? Meng Chaoran smiled. I have always condoned Xianxia's hypocrisy to deceive you. I allowed Xianxia to monopolize the sex resources, but I did not ask about it, right? Yes. Yang raised his eyebrows and looked up. This matter was the doubt in his heart. Since Meng Chaoran knew, why did he not stop it? Xianxia was a disciple. Were the two of them not disciples? Yang was not dissatisfied, but he knew that Meng Chaoran must have his reasons. Right now, he was asking because the next step was to kill Xianxia. But what if he ruined Meng Chaoran's plan? I didn't deal with it because it was Xianxia's ability. You two are stupid. It's useless to talk about it. Meng Chaoran said, treacherous and cunning. Although it's despicable, it's also a skill. It's also a prerequisite for success in Jianghu. Xianxia was not secretive enough and was discovered by you. Meng Chaoran paused and said, Xianxia is still a hypocrite. Yang silently followed behind him for a while and said softly, I understand. Meng Chaoran did not turn his head and continued to walk. His tone was still indifferent. If you did not discover, I will continue to indulge Xianxia until he no longer needs my indulgence. Although I only have you 3 martial brothers in my sect, this is also Jianghu. Life and death, it's your own business, your own choice. When he said, life and death, it's your own business, your own choice. When he said this, Meng Qiaoran's face did not change, but his voice suddenly became heavy. This sentence seemed ruthless, but Chu Yang sighed deeply. Master is only a guide. His own future path must be walked by himself. Meng Qiaoran's current inaction seemed ruthless, but in fact, it was to let his younger brother experience Jianghu. Even if it was a little late, it would still be a step ahead of the other brothers. Moreover, this was his own understanding. It was completely different from what others taught him. Although it was cruel, this kind of cruelty was something that he would experience sooner or later. The earlier he experienced it, the more likely he would be able to survive. In his previous life, after his sect was destroyed, he gradually understood his master's painstaking efforts. If you continue to be so stupid, when you start out in the future, sooner or later you will die in the hands of others. Then, I will not have high hopes for you. Do not blame me for being cruel. Our Beyond the Heavens sect needs strong people, not idiots. Sure, Qianshan is treacherous and ruthless. He is not a good person. Meng Qiaoran finally stood still. Chu Yang realized that they were already at the cliff behind the mountain. Meng Qiaoran said, but sure Qianshan can succeed. His aptitude is also good. So I indulged him and suppressed you. Before this, all of you were very mediocre, too mediocre and simple. The smaller your achievements, the greater your chances of survival. Even if you were bullied, you would still be able to survive. I want my brother to live. I don't care which path you take. Meng Qiaoran said, everything is decided by the heavens. If you hadn't suddenly become enlightened, I wouldn't have said anything to you. Perhaps I am not a competent teacher, but since the first time Shi Qianshan deceived you and you did not realize it and were even grateful to him, I have already decided your life's path. He turned his head and looked deeply into Chu Yang's eyes. Until that day, when you started to test me. I understand. Meng Qiaoran's words were indifferent and emotionless. But, Chu Yang felt a burst of gratitude. If Meng Qiaoran exposed Shi Qianshan's true colors, the two of them would suffer even more. Although I announced that I would be going into seclusion for the past few days, I have been secretly watching you all. Meng Qiaoran sighed and laughed, only now did I realize that I, Meng Qiaoran, had actually made a mistake again. You, Chu Yang, have greatly exceeded my expectations. So, I began to change my original intention. Chu Yang blushed with shame. It was not that he had made his teacher make a mistake. In his previous life, he had indeed been this stupid, but, his teacher said that he had made a mistake again. This sentence seemed to have a deeper meaning. Could it be that he had made a mistake once before? However, your character needs to change. Meng Qiaoran seemed to think for a while. Then, he said heavily, in Jianghu, killing is inevitable. But your words today are too murderous. And now, you already know how to work hard. In the future, your achievements may not be below mine. So, I am worried, if one day, you find your biological parents who abandoned you. So, today, I want to talk to you. Haha. Chu Yang laughed coldly. His eyes flashed with a strong hatred. As a person of two lives, this was the biggest demon in his heart. Chu Yang was an orphan. Or, it should be said that he was an abandoned child. When Meng Qiaoran picked him up, he was still an infant. In the dead of winter, he was thrown in front of a dilapidated temple. After Chu Yang knew about this matter, the anger in his heart could not be contained. You gave birth to me. Why did you abandon me? Even if you threw me into a commoner's family, I could still live. But you threw me in front of a dilapidated temple on a cold winter night. Even if you threw me in the temple, I could still breathe a little more. You clearly wanted me to die. But, you could not bear to kill your own newborn child. So, you chose to cover your ears while stealing a bell. But, a child who was not even 1 year old. If he did not meet a kind person, wouldn't he die? How could there be such heartless parents in the world? Looking at the deep hatred on Chu Yang's face, Meng Qiaoran sighed deeply. Let me give you 3 words of advice. You must remember them well. First, without them, you would have survived. Second, everything has a cause and effect. There are no parents in the world who do not love their child. Thirdly, the heavenly Tao is the norm. Your life was given to you by your parents. Teacher is right. Xianxia said calmly. Meng Chaoran sighed in his heart. He knew that Xianxia did not mean what he said. This knot in his heart could not be untied. He said, teacher is right. He did not say, little brother will remember. It was obvious. It was not surprising. Among the 800 disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect, there were many orphans. But, most of them had lost their parents. There were only 2 children who were abandoned by their parents, Xianxia and Tan. The feeling of being abandoned, especially by his own biological parents, was indescribable. As one grew older and got used to seeing the world, one would become angrier. Especially, Xianxia was a person with a strong sense of self-esteem. Xianxia's reclusive character was born after he learned about the world. After learning about his own life, he became taciturn. Over time, he became like this. The hatred in his heart had been accumulating for 10 years. Meng Chaoran sighed in his heart. He looked at his younger brother with pity. Under Xianxia's calm face, Meng Chaoran could feel a surge of sadness and anger. If it was ignited, even Xianxia himself would be burned to ashes. Meng Chaoran only knew that Xianxia's anger had been accumulating for 10 years. But, he would never have thought that his anger had been accumulating for more than 10 years. This was the accumulation of hatred from 2 lifetimes. You already know the sect's martial techniques. You also know the fists, legs, sabers, and swords. Besides the core martial techniques of Beyond the Heavens sect, you already know them all. Meng Chaoran said softly, in the future, it will depend on you. The remaining core martial techniques of Beyond the Heavens sect can only be taught to the 10 brothers. Everything depends on you. Yes. Xianxia nodded. The 2 of them were standing at the top of the mountain. At this moment, there was a burst of light in the east. The sun suddenly jumped out from the horizon. Meng Chaoran's eyes narrowed as he stared at the east. His eyes seemed to be dyed with countless colorful clouds, emitting an indescribable brilliance. Slowly, it condensed into a dazzling ray of light. The sky was bright. Xianxia suddenly felt that his master Meng Chaoran's back at this moment was bleak and lonely. The sun had just risen. The slanting rays of light pulled Meng Chaoran's body into a long shadow, spreading through the mountain forest. After a long time, Meng Chaoran said in a low voice, Xianxia, you are the first child I picked up. When I picked you up on that snowy night, I knew that there would be a tragedy. At that time, I wanted to throw you away. I didn't want to be involved in this karma. Xianxia's body shook. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Meng Chaoran's back. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything. But there was one thing that changed my mind. Meng Chaoran's back was facing Xianxia, but he stretched out his hand. His fist gradually loosened. Inside, there was a jade pendant the size of a little finger. The jade pendant was completely purple, just like the purple clouds that accompanied the sun when it first appeared in the sky. With one look, one would know that this strange purple was not a color that should exist in the human world. The moment it appeared in Meng Chaoran's palm, because it came in contact with the sun, it suddenly shone brightly. It was as if all the purple in the world was gathered here. This was a piece of precious jade. With one look, Xianxia came to this conclusion. In his previous life, he had traveled the world and seen countless rare treasures. He had even seen countless jades of the highest quality. However, there were very few that could compare to this small piece of jade in front of him. This piece of jade is purple crystal jade essence. Meng Chaoran said quietly, although it looks small, it is an extremely complete piece of jade essence. This kind of purple crystal jade essence is rarely seen in 10,000 years. Only 10,000 pieces of top-quality jade can compare to the value of one piece of purple crystal jade. Only in the core of a purple crystal jade mine that has been here for 10,000 years, there is a small chance that a piece of jade essence will appear. The value of this piece of purple crystal jade essence is unparalleled. Meng Chaoran slowly turned around. When I picked you up, this piece of jade essence was hanging around your neck. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Xianxia's face. Xianxia even felt a strong burning sensation on his face. Xianxia's Adam's apple bobbed twice. Suddenly, his throat felt dry. He reached out to take this priceless piece of purple crystal jade essence. His usually steady hand was actually trembling. Was this the only token of his identity that he had? This piece of jade essence has the word Chu engraved on it. Meng Chaoran said slowly, the surface of the jade essence is not damaged, but this word appeared on the inside. This kind of cultivation is something that even I can't match. I definitely can't do. The word Chu could be your first name or your last name. Meng Chaoran sighed slightly. When I carried you out of there and climbed up a mountain, the sky suddenly cleared up. The night had passed and a sun appeared in the east. He paused and said, just like today, at this moment. The rising sun was the love of my life. So at that time, I gave you the name Chu Yang. Meng Chaoran's voice was a little hoarse. Although his tone was calm, there seemed to be a surge of magma roaring under the calm. I hope that you won't disappoint the name Chu Yang. Don't waste this purple crystal jade essence. Meng Chaoran took a deep breath and immediately calmed down. He said, your background shouldn't be ordinary. If you continue to be as mediocre as you were in the past, I won't give you this jade essence. Actually, I hope that you will live a mediocre life, Meng Chaoran said softly. But I hope that you can live a peaceful life. He did not turn around, but his eyes were filled with deep emotions. Just like a father who had endured hardships, he only hoped that his son would be safe and sound, and did not have any extravagant hopes for wealth and honor. This was because great wealth came with corresponding risks. Parents wouldn't want their daughter to take any risks. Chu Yang listened quietly. He did not interrupt. But in his heart, huge waves surged to the heavens. Meng Chaoran's words had completely disrupted his state of mind. These words seemed to be a simple and straightforward narration of Chu Yang's life experience. But, Chu Yang could hear that these words contained too much information. Purple crystal jade essence. It was priceless and rarely seen in the world. There were words on the inside, but the surface was not damaged. Purple crystal jade essence was difficult to be damaged by swords and sabers. It also had the ability to avoid true energy and elemental energy. Even the innate saint power of the divine clan could not damage it. Purple crystal jade essence was naturally even more powerful. Even a revered martial artist would find it difficult to leave such a mark on it. Not to mention leaving words on the inside of the jade without damaging the surface. Could it be that the person who carved this word was an emperor-level martial artist? Or even higher, with such a rare treasure hanging around the neck of a baby in swaddling clothes, how could they abandon the baby? What was the inside story behind all of this? Chu Yang's background was shrouded in layers of mystery. If he wanted to uncover this mystery, he would need a considerable amount of strength. And the person who carved this word must have been an emperor-level martial artist or even higher 10 years ago. Chu Yang's teeth lightly bit his lower lip. His eyes were fixed and flashed with an inexplicable light. He might not have been abandoned. There might be some other reason for this. This thought, once it arose, it was like a million rays of sunlight, dispersing the haze in his heart. It made his cold heart slowly warm up. He slowly closed his palm and held the piece of purple crystal jade essence tightly in his palm. The jade essence was smooth and cold, but Chu Yang was excited. He circulated his true energy in his hand and touched the jade essence. Suddenly, there was a strange warmth. This warmth was like a stream of air, flowing through his palm and into his meridians. Slowly, his whole body became warm. The tiredness from the morning's arduous cultivation had completely disappeared at this moment. Chu Yang's heart trembled. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Meng Chaoran. Your feeling is not wrong. Meng Chaoran smiled. This purple crystal jade essence has the ability to quickly recover from fatigue. It might also have other effects. You must take good care of it. But I advise you not to rely on this thing too much. Yes. Chu Yang's eyes were full of gratitude. With such a treasure on him, he could cultivate day and night without stopping. Naturally, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. No matter who it fell into, they would probably keep it for themselves. As long as Meng Chaoran did not say anything, Chu Yang would never know. Even if it was placed in front of him, he would not know that it was his own identification. But Meng Chaoran had silently kept it for 10 years and returned it to him. This kind of sentiment was rare in the world. In Chu Yang's heart, Meng Chaoran's care and persistence were far more precious than this purple crystal jade essence. Chu Yang also understood what Meng Ran meant by not relying on it too much. Because if there was no fatigue, there would be no limit to the body's endurance. And martial artists could only break through their current realm when they felt their limits. From this jade pendant, if you are not from a wealthy family, then you must be from a beyond the heavens clan. Meng Ran slowly said, before your strength reaches a certain level, do not touch it. That will bring you a fatal disaster. If you reach that stage, even if the entire Beyond the Heavens sect goes all out, they may not be able to save your life. Remember this. Yes. I will remember. Chu Yang solemnly replied. Ever since he saw this purple crystal jade essence, he had this feeling in his heart. Also, one of my greatest wishes in life is to bring glory to Beyond the Heavens sect. Protect Beyond the Heavens sect. Meng Ran sighed, since you have the heart of a strong person, then help me protect it well. Yes. Chu Yang nodded deeply. Others did not know, but he clearly knew that in 4 years, Beyond the Heavens sect would face a great calamity. Now that he had nodded, he had placed this matter on his shoulders. With his current insignificant cultivation, to do this, he might not be able to do it even if he put in 1,000 times more effort than others. But no matter what, in life, he had a first goal, Beyond the Heavens sect. Once Beyond the Heavens sect survived this crisis, it would be time for him to travel the world with his sword, to find the sword of calamity, to find Mo Qing Wu, and to solve the mystery of his birth. After Chu Yang's rebirth, his goal had been very simple, Mo Qing Wu, the sword of calamity. Find Mo Qing Wu, love her for life. Find the sword of calamity, and reach the peak. As for the mystery of his birth, in his previous life, he did not know about the purple crystal jade essence, and did not have any hope for the mystery of his birth. As for the sect, his feelings had always been very indifferent. But in this life, these two things had appeared in front of him at the same time. Master, why did you say these things to me today? Chu Yang pondered and said, in the past, you have never mentioned it. Meng Ran smiled. He looked at the blood-red clouds in the sky and said lightly, Beyond the Heavens sect has many disciples, but everyone who practices the sword is purely practicing the sword, that is all. He stopped talking for a long time and then slowly said, but I saw you practicing the sword today, practicing the sword, practicing the Jianghu. Chu Yang was silent. Meng Ran looked at the rising sun in the sky, and let out a long, long breath. This breath was so long, as if it had been suppressed in his heart for dozens of years. He looked at the eyes of the sun with a strange expression, as if he was reminiscing, but also as if he was in pain, or disappointed. In short, his expression was very complicated, as if he was immersed in a dream, unable to extricate himself. Chu Yang was silent for a while, and finally asked in a low voice, Master just said that protecting Beyond the Heavens sect is only one of your biggest wishes. But what other wishes do you have? If I have the chance, I will definitely do it for you. When he asked this, Meng Ran's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His face suddenly turned pale, as if he had recalled some painful past. He stood there in a daze, his eyes filled with confusion and pain, but he did not say a word, as if he had turned into a statue. After a long time, as if in a dream, he said in a low voice, Wind and rain cannot wash away the scars of the heart, the vicissitudes of life cannot extinguish the wounds of love. Do not speak lightly of the ancient times, only when separated can one see the desolation. His voice was very low, as if he was whispering, as if he was in a dream, as if he was crying. It was the kind of despair and helplessness that was suppressed to the point of eruption, but could not cry, and endless desolation. Hearing this voice in Chu Yang's ears, he clearly felt that his master had shattered his own heart in these short 20 words. This kind of feeling made Chu Yang suddenly think of the battle on the Wind Thunder platform in his previous life, when he was at the end of the road and had no hope of survival, and when he thought of Mo Qinggu, that kind of sadness and heartbreak. Meng Ran's current situation was actually similar to his own feelings of despair at that time. Could it be that master had also experienced a life's regret? Presumably, it was this matter that made Meng Ran not care about anything, and did not care about anything, right? Wind and rain cannot wash away the scars of the heart, the vicissitudes of life cannot extinguish the wounds of love. Do not speak lightly of the ancient times, only when separated can one see the desolation. These were the first few lines of a poem that I wrote 3 years ago when I was lying on my sickbed, outside the window, the storm was raging. I really liked these few lines. Meng Qiaoran's story was inspired by these 2 lines. Chu Yang's heart shook. When he raised his head again, Meng Ran's bleak figure with his hands behind his back had already quietly disappeared from his sight. Before he left, he actually didn't say anything to him, not even a single word. But that oppressive aura seemed to linger here and didn't dissipate for a long time. Chu Yang was stunned for a while. He could faintly feel that Meng Ran's heart was very bitter, so bitter that he couldn't imagine it at all. What exactly happened to make this former genius of Beyond the Heavens sect become like this? If there was a chance, he would definitely untie this knot in his master's heart. Chu Yang took a deep breath. His eyes focused and he pulled out his sword. Sword energy rushed to the heavens. This time, he practiced from the beginning to the end. He practiced every move over and over again. He had already practiced drawing and sheathing the sword. Now, he needs to practice the flow of the moves. He needs to combine the moves with the order of the moves. Then, he needs to understand it carefully, whether it was to protect Beyond the Heavens sect, to find Emo Qinggu, or to fulfill his master's other unspoken wish. He must have strength. If he didn't have enough strength, he would only become a target for others to fulfill their wishes. As for the purple crystal marrow, Chu Yang just casually hung it around his neck. As long as he didn't use his vital energy, it was no different from an ordinary pendant. Chu Yang's plan was that unless he completed a stage of cultivation, he wouldn't use the recovery ability in the purple crystal marrow. Just as Meng Ran said, not only was it not beneficial, it was harmful. Relying too much on external forces was not a good thing. Only by piling up sweat and accumulating it bit by bit with one's heart, would it be the most stable state and the deepest level of comprehension. If one blindly relied on external forces, even if one's strength increased, one would never reach the state. That would become one's life's regret, and it would never be able to make up for it. A martial great master had the mental state of a martial great master. Only after stopping at it, comprehending it and completely mastering it, could one logically enter revered martial great master. A martial great master, even if a windfall fell from the sky and suddenly obtained 10,000 years of pure strength, but without the corresponding mental state to complement it, he wouldn't become a supreme martial great master. He would still be a martial great master. He would just be a more abnormal martial great master. Therefore, every step had to be firm and solid. How could being thrown to the peak by others and climbing to the peak by oneself be the same? If he was thrown up, he would fall to his death. Time passed quickly. During lunchtime, Chu Yang saw Shi Qianshan again. Right now, Shi Qianshan's complexion was ashen. He had no energy left. His face was full of worry and anxiety. Everyone knew that Li Jian's perverted behavior was not going to be forgotten so easily. A second martial uncle's disciple, even if it was just to flatter master, he still had to stand up for Li Jian. If they don't come now, it means those people are planning something, and it doesn't mean this matter is over. Tan Tan carelessly gnawed on the jelly. In fact, his hands were covered with oil. Chu Yang was in a good mood. So, he sat down and began to chew. Only Shi Qianshan had no appetite at all. He forced himself to eat, but the food tasted like wax. After a few bites, he sighed. His gloomy eyes constantly swept over Chu Yang. It seemed as if the faint anger in his eyes was about to burst out. Shi Qianshan. I heard that you are very powerful? It was said that he was the #1 expert of the younger generation. Haha, come out. Let's see and learn from each other. At this time, a clamor came from outside the door. Then, there was a burst of laughter. From the sound of it, there were at least 7 or 8 people. Yes, yes. This Shi Qianshan actually called himself the #1 expert of the younger generation of Beyond the Heavens sect. He really doesn't know how to write the word deaf. #1 expert? Does Shi Qianshan deserve it? Quickly come out and beg for mercy. The troublemakers had finally come. The evil fruit that Chu Yang had planted for Shi Qianshan had exploded so early. Even Chu Yang did not expect this. Shi Qianshan's face became pale. Then, he fiercely looked at Chu Yang. #1 expert of the younger generation. These words were shouted by Chu Yang that day. At that time, Shi Qianshan was very proud of himself. But later, he realized that this was a quagmire that he could not get out of. But it was already too late. Now, hearing these words, it was like a knife cutting his heart. Wonderful irony, and it was also the biggest problem of Beyond the Heavens sect. Which of the current fifth-generation disciples was not allergic to the word number one? The position of the eldest disciple. The ownership of Seven Shades congregation grounds, Li Jian's fellow disciples did not dare to openly come to find trouble and avenge Li Jian. But Chu Yang's words of number one expert of the younger generation provided them with an excellent excuse. And the sect had always tacitly approved of this kind of competition between disciples. Xianxia could imagine that there would be endless troubles coming to find him. Chu Yang lowered his head to eat, as if he did not hear the cursing outside and did not see Xianxia's bitter gaze. But in his heart, he sneered, "Fuck, if I don't play you to death in this life, then I would be sorry for being reborn." The 8 young people outside were all dressed in black, but there was a red ribbon tied around their waists. On their cuffs, there was also a red ribbon. This was the symbol of the Locking Clouds Peak disciples. Just like Chu Yang's purple bamboo garden, it was a purple ribbon. At this moment, the 8 people were looking at Xianxia, their eyes were filled with anger. Li Jian was Li Jinsong's only son. Normally, he was spoiled. Naturally, he did not get along well with his fellow disciples. But it was one thing to not get along well with them. He was bullied by outsiders. Although these people's hearts were not necessarily unhappy, it did not prevent them from using this as an excuse to vent their anger for Li Jian. This was a great opportunity to flatter. "So it is Senior Brother Liu and Senior Brother Chu who have personally come. Xianxia did not go out to meet you." Although Xianxia's face was ugly, he still respectfully bowed and said, "Xianxia, I am not worthy of you calling me Senior Brother." Senior Brother Liu laughed and said sharply, "You are the number one expert of the younger generation of Beyond the Heavens sect. With my insignificant cultivation, how could I dare to call you Senior Brother?" Sure enough, he used the title of number one expert of the younger generation to talk. Xianxia's face became even uglier. In his heart, he already hated Chu Yang to death. Now he suddenly remembered, could it be that when Chu Yang said those words, it was to give them an excuse? This Senior Brother Liu was about 30 years old. His name was Liu Yunyan. He was Li Jinsong's eldest disciple. As for Senior Brother Chu, his name was Chu Ping. He was 27 or 28 years old and ranked second. The remaining few people were all their junior brothers from the same sect. At this moment, hearing Liu Yunyan's words, they all roared with laughter. "Xianxia, come. Let me see the ability of the number one expert." Chu Ping stepped forward and looked at Xianxia. "How can I be Senior Brother Chu's opponent?" Xianxia hurriedly declined. What a joke. How could he dare to fight now? Among the 8 people, Liu Yunyan was ranked higher than him. Chu Ping and the other outsider, although they were slightly lower, they were not far off. The other party deliberately came to find trouble. How could he let him off so easily? If he fought, he would probably be beaten into a pig's head. As for Tan Tan and Chu Yang, their martial power was low and could not be relied on. He was equivalent to fighting 8 people. Xianxia wanted to cry. Xianxia did not fight, but it did not mean that Chu Ping was going to waste time with him. Suddenly, with a clang, his long sword was unsheathed. In the midst of a dazzling white light, there was a pa sound, followed by a pu sound, and then a pu sound. It turned out that Chu Ping did not give Xianxia any chance to speak. He heavily slapped Xianxia's face and kicked him in the stomach. This slap and kick were both powerful. Xianxia did not dodge or avoid the attack. He only felt pain in his stomach and sat down on the ground. Xianxia knew that as long as he did not fight back, being beaten by the opponent would not be a big deal. But if he fought back, it would be hard to say whether he could survive today. Therefore, facing the opponent's attack, he gritted his teeth and endured. This bastard dared to hit me. Chu Ping, who was the one who hit Xianxia, shouted angrily, "F***ck, it hurts." As expected of the number one expert of our Beyond the Heavens sect. "Brothers, we are in imminent danger. Quickly come and save us." "Oh no, second brother is at a disadvantage. Go. Quickly go and save second brother." Lu Yunyan's eyes flashed. He shouted in a very panicked manner. With a shout, immediately everyone rushed forward. They punched and kicked Xianxia, who was on the ground, as if he was a punching bag. The wind whistled as the punches landed on his chest. As they hit him, they shouted, "You dare to hit my second brother? We agreed on a fair fight." This Xianxia actually used underhanded means. Beat this shameless person to death. There were even some people who shouted while fighting, "Xianxia, you are relying on the fact that this is the purple bamboo garden. You stop. Second martial brother, are you alright?" Listening to this voice, it seemed that Chu Ping was about to be beaten to death. Chu Ping gritted his teeth and kicked Xianxia again and again. At the same time, he shouted miserably, "It hurts. It hurts. Xianxia, you are so vicious." On the ground, Xianxia was still screaming and begging for mercy. But slowly, with a few cracking sounds, his body curled up and he fainted. The 7 people were still angry. After beating for a while, they finally stopped. Everyone was panting. Chu Ping wiped his sweat and said, "That was close. I was almost killed by Xianxia, yes. This Xianxia is really vicious." Someone at the side echoed. Tan's eyes were red. But when he was about to rush out, he was stopped by Yang. The opponent had so many people. Even if Tan rushed out, it would be useless. He could only be beaten up like Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia being beaten up was such a delightful scene. How could he ruin it? As Xianxia's master, how could Meng Ran not come out to take a look? But right now, he was full of disappointment. When Meng Ran taught his disciples, he always had a principle: do your own thing. If you can't do it, I will help you. But you can't not do it. This was Meng Ran's principle. Today, if Xianxia had a bit of backbone, a bit of manliness, he could really fight with the other side. Meng Ran would also immediately stand up for his little brother. Meng Ran could even directly fight in front of second martial brother's door. If your son is beaten, you need to find a reason. But if my disciple is beaten for nothing, is it for nothing? Meng Ran was already prepared. But looking at Xianxia's slippery state, in order to save his life, he would rather be beaten than to fight back. If he is so cowardly, even if he is scheming, what can he do? If one day a strong enemy comes to attack, won't he have to kneel and surrender? There is a limit to enduring humiliation. I can stand up for you. But you need to have value for me to stand up for you. I can protect you for a while, but I can't protect you forever. You still have to go through the D&G and take responsibility for everything. This was Meng Ran's way of teaching his disciples. Although it was heartless, it was suitable for this. Jianghu, courage. Courage. Although these 2 qualities were often said to be the path to death for young people, it was undeniable that without these 2 qualities, even if one lived for 10,000 years, it would be impossible to become a strong martial artist. Although he was lacking in courage, it was something he couldn't lack in order to become an expert of his generation. Meng Ran suddenly felt very disappointed with this little brother of his. So, he did not care anymore. In the purple bamboo forest, on the opposite side of Meng Ran, there were also 2 people looking at this farce with gloomy faces. These 2 people were Beyond the Heavens Sect Master Wu Yunliang and Dream Cloud's Peak Master Kong Jingfeng. Why are they here? Moreover, he was actually watching a bunch of kids fight with relish. If Chu Yang knew that these 2 people were here, he would be very surprised. Looking at Xianxia lying on the ground like a pile of mud, covered in blood and unconscious, Chu Ping and Lu Yunyan suddenly felt very bored. Originally, he thought that since Xianxia was so arrogant and dared to hit Li Jian, it would be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that when they came here with great fanfare, they would encounter such a coward who actually allowed them to beat him up without even fighting back? He was worried that it would be bad if he killed him, so he prepared to leave. Just as he turned around and was about to walk back, a voice suddenly said slowly, "Hey, I say, you're leaving just like that?" Lu Yunyan and the others stopped in their tracks. That person continued, cough. You 8 martial brothers fought against Xianxia, yet you suffered such a great loss. Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to leave like this? Lu Yunyan abruptly turned around and coldly stared at the person who had just spoken. In a dark voice, he asked, "You have a problem with that?" The other 7 people also turned around and looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared. They were all somewhat astonished. When Xianxia was beaten up in front of him, he didn't even make a sound. Why did he come out now that the matter was over? Could it be that he also wanted to be beaten up? Chu Yang gently smiled and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Chu came to my purple bamboo garden, yet suffered such a great loss. I feel very apologetic in my heart." His usually cold face suddenly had this kind of warm and friendly smile. It actually made him look like a god. Tan Tan at the side opened his mouth wide. Looking at Chu Yang's smiling face, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Heavens, your brother, have lived for more than 10 years. Today, I actually saw Chu Yang smile. My life was not in vain. Tan Tan's heart rose and fell. At this moment, he actually had the impulse to write a poem. On the other hand, Lu Yunyan and the others felt suffocated. Just a moment ago, these 8 people had ruthlessly beaten Xianxia until he was half dead, yet their mouths were clamoring that they had suffered losses. It was as if it was Xianxia who had single-handedly beaten the 8 of them. Now, as a member of the Purple Bamboo Garden, Chu Yang was actually lying through his teeth. He inverted black and white, and went along with what they said. This made them feel extremely depressed. Chu Yang naturally did not stand up for Xianxia. If this matter had happened somewhere else, he would have just watched from the sidelines, patted his butt, and left. However, since he was born in the Purple Bamboo Garden, Chu Yang could not let them leave. This was his master's territory. This was Meng Rant's face. Gathering Clouds Peak's younger brother beat up Meng Rant's younger brother in the Purple Bamboo Garden and then left as if nothing had happened. If this matter was spread out, one could imagine what kind of damage Meng Rant's reputation would receive. Of course, Meng Ran never cared about these things. However, Chu Yang could not ignore it. In his previous life, Meng Ran had always been the person Chu Yang respected the most. Since Xianxia had already been beaten up according to his plan, then, it was time for him to counterattack. These people came to the Purple Bamboo Garden to beat people. They must pay the price. In Chu Yang's view, this was completely different from them beating up Xianxia. I don't know if this is considered killing a donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? Chu Yang asked himself in his heart. He felt that he was being a little unreasonable. He could not help but rub his nose, sigh, unreasonable, so be it. Killing a donkey after it has outlived its usefulness is just a bunch of donkeys. Furthermore, he could use Xianxia to block the disaster. However, the current situation was that he had to obtain the sword point in the shortest time possible. He had to step on these people to get to the top. Since he had to step on them sooner or later, what was the harm in stepping on them earlier? What do you mean? Lu Yunyan waved his hand to stop his junior brothers from stepping forward. He looked at Chu Yang with disdain. This person in front of him was at most a level 2 or 3 martial disciple. This kind of person, what kind of tricks could he play? There was no need to take it to heart. What I mean is, this is the Purple Bamboo Garden. Not the Locking Clouds Peak. Chu Yang smiled warmly. However, his eyes shone like a blade. This is the Purple Bamboo Garden, so what? Lu Yunyan snorted. You are from the Locking Clouds Peak. Although we belong to the same sect, the Locking Clouds Peak is the Locking Clouds Peak. The Purple Bamboo Garden is the Purple Bamboo Garden. Chu Yang said indifferently, you came to the Purple Bamboo Garden to cause trouble. Did the sect elders allow you to do so? What do you mean by cause trouble? Chu Ping glared and said, we only came to exchange pointers with junior brother Xianxia. Isn't it normal for fellow disciples to exchange pointers? Yes, exchange pointers. Only exchange pointers. The rest of the people shouted. The word, causing trouble, could not be used on them. Exchange pointers. Beyond the Heavens sect's rules state that when exchanging pointers, the sect elders must be present. Since we are exchanging pointers, where are the sect elders? Chu Yang sneered and said, beyond the Heavens sect's rules state that when exchanging pointers, the sect elders must be present to change the ranking on the spot. Where is the ranking list? Beyond the Heavens sect's rules state that when exchanging pointers, there must be a contract. Where is the contract? You. Chu Ping was speechless. They came this time because they knew that Mei Ran was in the purple bamboo garden. When the time came, they only needed to report to Mei Ran and request to exchange pointers. It could be considered that there was an elder present. Everything would fall into place. Moreover, it could also earn a good reputation for locking Cloud's Peak. Look, although we are exchanging pointers in name, we are actually helping our junior brother vent his anger. However, the location was chosen in the purple bamboo garden. Moreover, the only sect elder present was Marshal Uncle Meng. Everything was carried out in front of his eyes, open and aboveboard. Moreover, Li Jian had suffered such a big loss. If locking Cloud's Peak did not react, it would be strange. However, when they came here, they found that only Chu Yang and the other two were present. After a few words, they came to an impasse. Now that the fight was over, the other side stood up and demanded that everything be done according to the rules. Now, without an elder present, no matter what, this matter could not be justified. Nonsense. Today's matter was provoked by Xianxia. He beat up my senior brother Chu. Senior brother Chu defended himself. That's why. One of the youths rolled his eyes and shouted rudely. Chu Yang looked at him coldly and said, if that's the case, then senior brother Chu is injured? His injury is not light? Of course. The youth's face turned red, but he said firmly, look, senior brother Chu's waist is injured. There are also wounds on his chest. His whole body is covered with cuts and bruises. Oh? So, today was not a spar? Chu Yang tilted his head with interest. Your face is so red. Did you do something wrong? Of course it was not a spar. Chu Ping braced himself and said stutteringly. Just a moment ago, they were all shouting that it was a spar. However, under Chu Yang's sharp words, they immediately changed their words and said that it was not a spar. So, when you go back, you will say the same thing? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Of course, we will speak the truth. The sect has been very kind to us. How could we lie? When Chu Ping said this, his face could not help but turn red. But that's not very appropriate. Look, you've suffered such a big loss, but you don't even have a single injury on your body. Isn't that too unreasonable? Chu Yang said sincerely, Senior brother Chu, how about I help you? You help me? Chu Ping's pupil shrank. How can you help me? I can help you. I can make a few wounds on your body. Chu Yang smiled sincerely. Senior brother Chu, I am thinking for you. When you go back and tell the elders that you are not injured, they will definitely think that you are lying. Then, you will definitely be punished. How about you let me cut you a few times, punch you a few times, or kick you gently? What do you think? Ha ha ha. Chu Ping laughed and looked at Chu Yang with disdain. You are Chu Yang, right? Before we came, Junior Brotherly repeatedly told us that we can deal with Xianxia, but we must leave Chu Yang to himself. Haha, that is why I let you go. Now, you actually want to help me? Haha, with your insignificant skills, how can you help me? Whether I can help or not, I will have to try. Chu Yang said warmly. Maybe senior brother Chu will suddenly go crazy and stand still for me to hit. Wouldn't that be easy? Hearing Chu Ping's question, the boys and girls behind him all laughed. Everyone knew that among the 8 peaks and 1 garden of Beyond the Heavens sect, the 8 peaks occupied the top 10 positions. Purple Bamboo Garden's oldest brother, Xianxia, was only ranked 13th. As for the other 2 brothers, they were both ranked below the 700th rank. They were practically the last, Chu Yang, Tan. Now, this unworthy person actually wanted to challenge Chu Ping, who was in the top 20. With a difference of more than 700 ranks, this was simply asking for death. Chu Yang also laughed. His laughter was very normal, but very cold. It was summer and the weather was hot, but when Chu Yang laughed, it was like a cold wind blowing down from the peak of a snowy mountain. Everyone felt cold all over. Chu Yang's eyes became cold as he slowly said, Purple Bamboo Garden's prestige is not something you can offend. The rules of Beyond the Heavens sect are not something you can break. Chu Ping, today, I will use you to establish my prestige. Sooner or later, I will step on these people and become the number 1 brother. Then, today will be the beginning. Today's battle will be the first battle of my rise in Beyond the Heavens sect. I, Chu Yang, have always stood at the top of the wind and welcomed other people's challenges. Now, after my rebirth, although I am at the bottom, my bones are still at the top. It is lonely at the top. A third-level martial disciple wants to establish his prestige by challenging a second-level martial warrior? Without a doubt, this matter was a huge joke. The people behind Xu Ping immediately roared with laughter. They looked at Chu Yang as if they were looking at an idiot. Trash, you want to establish your prestige? And you want to use senior brother Chu to establish your prestige? Are you crazy? This guy is crazy, junior brother Chu, you and Chu Yang fight. Lu Yunyan, who had led the team, stared at Chu Yang's eyes and slowly said, don't underestimate your opponent. His cultivation was higher than Xu Ping's, and his spiritual perception was also much sharper. Previously, when Chu Yang came out, he was smiling and talking, so he did not feel anything. But now that Chu Yang's aura had changed, Lu Yunyan suddenly felt a cold pressure on his face. The contempt in Lu Yunyan's heart suddenly disappeared without a trace, like a snowflake encountering the scorching sun. At this moment, the way he looked at Chu Yang was simply a little frightened. As soon as Lu Yunyan said the words "don't underestimate the enemy," the surrounding laughter suddenly disappeared. This clearly indicated that Lu Yunyan was not optimistic about Xu Ping's chances in the battle between Chu Yang and Xu Ping. Lu Yunyan was one of the top 10 disciples of the Beyond the Heavens sect's 5th generation. Although he was at the bottom, his strength was already extraordinary. He was already a grade 4 martial warrior. Such a person would naturally have a discerning eye. Although Xu Ping was only a 2nd-grade martial warrior, compared to Chu Yang who was a 3rd-grade martial disciple, the difference was like heaven and earth. Warrior against martial disciple, elite against trash. Was there any suspense in this battle? Chu Yang smiled calmly. He took a step forward and said, Xu Ping, come. Come and get from me the reason why you got away with lying. Xu Ping roared and suddenly pounced forward, throwing out a punch. His movements were agile, just like a leopard on the hunt. He saw that Chu Yang did not take out a weapon, so he was naturally embarrassed to draw his sword first. Chu Yang was about to move when his eyes suddenly flashed. At this moment, he had a feeling that he was being spied on. It was as if his every move was being watched by someone in the dark. This was the strong spiritual sense that he had cultivated in his previous life. This spiritual sense had helped him escape countless life and death situations. Today, this feeling rose again. However, he could not feel the killing intent of the person in the dark. It seemed that there was no malicious intent. Chu Yang's heart was moved. He already had some guesses about the identity of the person in the dark. He thought to himself, since this is a heaven-sent opportunity, I might as well give you a surprise. He did not look around. His face was expressionless, but his footwork had already begun, and he rushed towards Xu Ping. His movements were obviously normal, but in the eyes of others, it was indescribably strange. Chu Yang's upper body did not move, but his body also seemed to be rushing forward. However, Xu Ping found that even after rushing a few feet, he still could not touch Chu Yang's clothes. In the eyes of others, Chu Yang's body was clearly charging forward. But in reality, he was retreating. He looked like he was really in an offensive state, but his basic movements were really dodging. Under his feet, his 2 feet maintained the posture of taking large strides forward, moving nimbly. This strange phenomenon completely subverted everyone's understanding. In the bamboo forest, Meng Ran opened his mouth wide. He was about to cry out in surprise, but he suddenly realized something and closed his mouth. His upper and lower teeth clenched together, and with a smacking sound, Meng Ran felt a sharp pain in his cheeks, but Meng Ran did not feel it at all. He only opened his eyes wide, looking at Chu Yang, who was moving around freely like flowing water. His eyes were full of shock. At the same time, in the bamboo forest on the other side, 2 cold gasps could be heard. The sound was so loud that it almost sucked their surroundings into a vacuum. Chu Yang's dodging action immediately caused the 3 people who were watching from the shadows to be extremely shocked. The 3 people stared at Chu Yang's movements without blinking, their eyes full of passion. Snow in the clouds, graceful in the sky, advancing and retreating, advancing and returning. Everyone present was very familiar with this set of footwork. Beyond the Heavens sect's fleeting snow cloud footwork, every generation of disciples practiced it, and everyone knew it. Even the servants who boiled water could use it a few times. but no one had ever been able to achieve the effect that Xianxia had. Fleeting Snow Cloud footwork was created by the founder of Beyond the Heavens sect. That year, this founder was on the peak of a mountain, bathing in the rare warm sunlight of winter. He was about to rest, but when he lay down, he saw that the clouds in the sky were pure white, and the color of the snow on the ground was also reflected by the sunlight, shooting into the sky. The snow and the clouds reflected each other, and were unexpectedly ever-changing. There was no wind in the sky, but the clouds in the sky seemed to be moving forward, and also seemed to be retreating, and also seemed to be spreading, and also seemed to be condensing. It was impossible to see whether it was moving forward or backward, but when he looked, the clouds had unknowingly moved away. This founder seemed to have understood something, and buried his head in thought. 2 years later, he created a set of footwork, and named it Fleeting Snow Cloud Footwork to commemorate the inspiration that the heavens and earth gave him. This founder used this set of footwork to run rampant in the world, and when combined with sword moves, he rarely lost. It could be said that his fame was illustrious. Even enemies who were far more powerful than him would not be able to hurt him. But after him, no one could learn this set of Fleeting Snow Cloud footwork. Even if they used their own internal energy to cultivate, they could not achieve the same effect as the founder. It could not attack the enemy, nor could it protect oneself. Instead, it became a martial art. It was useless to practice it, but it was a pity to abandon it. Everyone thought that the founder must have made a mistake. Or it could be said that he did not leave behind the true secret. This matter became one of Beyond the Heavens sect's biggest regrets. But they did not expect that after a few hundred years, the true essence of this set of footwork would reappear on Xianxia. How did he do it? Chu Ping crazily attacked, but he could not even touch the corner of Chu Yang's clothes. The more he fought, the angrier he became. He was a second-level martial warrior, but he could not beat a third-level martial disciple? His martial brothers were all watching from the side. How could he lose so much face? Chu Ping was flustered and exasperated. He was just about to pull out his sword, but when he pulled back his hand, a shadow flashed in front of him, and Xianxia was already in front of him. Chu Ping was shocked, and before he could dodge, he heard a bang sound as his nose was punched. Blood immediately flowed from his nose, and under the pain of his nose, tears flowed out. "Be good, don't cry, I am doing this for your own good." Xianxia gently comforted him, but his hands were merciless. His body flashed like a fish, and with 2 bang sounds, Chu Ping's left eye and right eye were both heavily punched. Chu Ping was so angry that he almost fainted. His opponent's martial power was not as good as his. If his martial power was the same as his, he would have been knocked down to the ground by those 3 punches. His opponent's 3 punches clearly contained his full strength. But he only suffered superficial wounds. This proved that his opponent's martial power was not high. His opponent was much weaker than him. But he was at a disadvantage. What kind of logic was this? Chu Ping was furious. His opponent's words were as if he was coaxing a child. But he actually shed tears. This made him so ashamed that he wanted to die. With a loud roar and a clang, his sword was unsheathed. The wind whistled. His first move was a killing move. Lu Yunyan shouted in his heart, "Not good." Although he did not understand what was going on, but looking at the current situation, Chu Yang's footwork was exquisite, and Chu Ping's mind was in a mess. He was definitely not his opponent. This move of his had placed him in an extremely dangerous situation. If he did not attack, his opponent would not attack either. In that case, even if he were to suffer a few punches and kicks, with his martial arts that were much stronger than his opponent's, suffering a few punches would be completely harmless, and nothing major would happen. But when he drew his sword, his opponent could naturally draw his sword as well. At that time, it would not be as simple as suffering a few punches and kicks. Silver light flashed, sword shadow swayed. Chu Ping's face was dark, and his face was full of murderous intent. He madly rushed forward. Chu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of murderous intent. "Although you are not a good person, you beat up Xianxia. This made my mood very good. I originally thought that I would not be too harsh on you, but you actually want to kill me. You are courting death." Chu Yang was still empty-handed. He constantly moved and dodged the sword shadows. Chu Ping's sword was like falling petals, but it could not even touch the corner of his clothes. But a biting cold murderous intent was growing stronger and stronger. Chu Ping shouted and suddenly leaped up, his sword flashing as he descended from the sky. Inverted Milky Way, this was one of the sword techniques of Beyond the Heavens sect. It was a powerful killing move. Only those who had entered the ranks of martial warriors were qualified to practice this set of sword techniques. Chu Yang snorted. His body suddenly moved forward instead of retreating. He lowered his body and jumped out close to the ground. This was the fatal flaw of the inverted heavenly river move. Due to the leap, the lower body would be empty, and there would be a lot of space. When Chu Ping made his move, he saw that there was no trace of his opponent in front of him. Just as he was thinking that something was wrong, he suddenly heard a soft sound behind him. What was that sound? Behind him, where he couldn't see, there was a flash of sword light. Chu Yang had not drawn his sword all this time, but at this critical moment, he drew his sword. Just as Chu Ping was pondering, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Following that, his left leg, left shoulder, and right shoulder felt excruciating pain at the same time. Chu Ping screamed and fell from the sky. Fresh blood spurted out from his back, left shoulder, left leg, and right leg. Apart from the wound on his back that only pierced his flesh, the rest of his body was pierced with holes from the back to the front. Absolute silence. Everyone recognized this move of Chu Yang's. It was just an ordinary move of backhand 5 plum blossoms. It was the introductory sword technique of Beyond the Heavens sect. It was nothing special. It was used to strengthen the body and build the foundation. But the problem was, the timing of this sword strike was simply too perfect. Just as Chu Ping was about to jump up and strike down like a thunderbolt, Chu Yang was already behind him. Without looking back, Chu Yang backhand 5 plum blossoms was like a practice target. Every strike was as accurate as a textbook. Chu Yang's movements were light, and he took the initiative. Coupled with his fast movements, his sword was almost silent. The friction between the sword and the scabbard only made a slight sound. Chu Ping did not expect that this sound was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. Moreover, all of his attention was focused on what was in front of him. Who would have thought that the enemy would be behind him in an instant? Chu Ping screamed. He desperately turned his body and threw his sword behind him. Now he did not want to win. He only wanted to die together with his opponent. The sword was like a ray of light, flashing by. But it did not hit its target. It flew straight into the purple bamboo forest. No one on the scene cared about where the sword flew to. But Kong Jingfeng, who was in the purple bamboo forest, was enjoying the show. At the same time, he was thinking about Chu Yang's fleeting snow cloud steps. He did not have time to react. The sword was already in front of him. With a sound, it pierced through his robe and nailed to the ground. Kong Jingfeng stared dumbfoundedly at the small half of the shining sword. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. In an instant, even his back was cold. The long sword was right between his legs. It was less than a finger's distance away from the man's vital part. Even his underwear was pierced through. The lump in his crotch was desperately curled up into a ball, but he could still feel the cold intent of the long sword. Kong Jingfeng's face was pale. Finally, he could not help but whisper, This is really a blessing from the heavens." Chu Yang twisted his body and dodged the long sword flying towards him. Activating his fleeting snow cloud steps, he closed in on Chu Ping like a flash of lightning. His right palm suddenly emitted a gloomy and cold fog. With a bone-chilling coldness, he struck Chu Ping's back with lightning speed. Bang! It was a solid hit. With one hit, Chu Yang spun around and was already standing 3 feet away. The moment the palm hit, the 3 people in the purple bamboo forest could clearly see the cold air coming out of Chu Yang's palm. At the same time, they widened their eyes and opened their mouths. They almost screamed out loud. Chu Ping flew into the air like a rubber ball. Then, he fell to the ground like a lump of rotten meat. He screamed out loud. His whole body was in so much pain that it spasmed. He rolled around on the ground and was sweating profusely. When he was in the air, blood was still spurting out. But the moment he landed, his body was covered with a layer of white frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. An inexplicable cold air froze his wounds. Blood could not flow out. Seeing Chu Ping rolling on the ground in such a miserable state, Lu Yunyan and the others were dumbfounded. They felt as if they were dreaming. No one would have thought that Chu Yang's sword would be so ruthless. The palm at the back did not matter. But the sword at the front was equivalent to crippling Chu Ping. A faint smile flashed across Chu Yang's face. He was forced to use the sword. But the fleeting snow cloud movement technique and the palm had an ulterior motive. The movement technique was for Chu Ping to dodge, but it was for someone in the dark to see. The goal of that palm strike, and the frigidine energy contained within, was the Seven Shades Congregation Grounds, Seven Shades Absolute God Palm. It was a secret technique of Beyond the Heavens sect. It was also the most powerful martial technique. The main reason for the successive sect masters to enter the Seven Shades congregation was to use the extreme cold of the Seven Shades to practice the Seven Shades Absolute God Palm. When Chu Yang used the palm, it was not to attack Chu Ping. At that time, Chu Ping had already lost the ability to resist. What was the use of another palm? The real reason was to tell the person in the dark that he was one step ahead of the others. As for why he was one step ahead, Chu Yang believed that his master, Meng Chaoran, would naturally clean up his mess. He had absolute confidence in this. Chu Yang, you are so vicious. Lu Yunyan looked at Chu Ping, who was writhing on the ground in pain. His eyes twitched. Then, he raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. He gnashed his teeth and said, "You dare to be so cruel to your fellow disciple." Chu Yang sneered. His long sword was slanted. On the tip of the sword, a drop of blood slowly dripped down. Looking at the direction of the sword tip, it was the unconscious Xianxia. Everyone was speechless. Chu Ping was a fellow disciple. Was Xianxia not? After all, they were the ones who struck first. They had beaten Xianxia into such a state. With the example of their predecessors, how could they blame Chu Yang for being merciless? Chu Yang smiled coldly and said, "First, it was you who came to Purple Bamboo Garden to cause trouble without the permission of the sect. Second, it was you who beat up the people of my Purple Bamboo Garden first. Third, everyone had already said clearly that I was only helping senior brother Chu. Everyone can't be so forgetful, right? Help, help." Looking at the badly mutilated Chu Ping, who had lost half of his life, everyone could not help but shudder. Help, help like this? Sigh, to tell you the truth, regarding the matter of senior brother Li Jian 2 days ago, us three brothers are also very guilty. Chu Yang let out a long sigh and said emotionally, "Therefore, regarding your visit today, our senior brother did not resist and allowed you to vent your anger. It can be considered as giving you an excuse for that matter." He said resentfully, "But, you should not have caused trouble in Purple Bamboo Garden like this, and be so arrogant. Let me ask you, by doing this, where is the prestige of Purple Bamboo Garden? We are all from the same sect. The red flower mantis is a family. Why do you have to be so bitter?" Chu Yang's expression unexpectedly became very sad and angry. "Hitting people is fine, but you still want to pretend to be the victim. You. How can you be so shameless?" When these words came out, everyone in front of him was dumbfounded and almost vomited blood. The three people in Purple Bamboo Garden who were secretly watching also suddenly felt their blood rushing to their heads. How can a person be so shameless to this extent? Even if you took advantage of others, you should not act like this. You see, my martial arts have easily defeated Chu Ping. Then what about my senior brother Xianxia's martial arts? He is many times stronger than me. Chu Yang angrily said, "Senior brother's martial arts are far superior to yours, but he did not resist and let you vent your anger. What else do you want? Do you have to kill him?" When these words came out, Lu Yunyan and the others looked at the unconscious Xianxia with fear in their eyes. That's right, junior brother's martial arts have already reached perfection. As senior brother Xianxia, how can he be weak? It seems that in this competition for the position of senior brother, Xianxia will become a strong opponent for everyone. Today, you hurt one of my people, and I also helped you a lot. Although we suffered some losses, I returned evil for good. Moreover, we are all from the same sect. What can't be done? This matter, why don't we just let it go like this?" Chu Yang said magnanimously, "For the sake of second martial uncle, I won't haggle over this matter." Lu Yunyan and the others only saw stars in front of their eyes. He almost couldn't breathe and fainted on the spot. "You've already beaten him until he's half dead, and you actually have the face to say let's just let this matter go. Furthermore, you're speaking in a tone as if you've given him a great grace, and you're actually doing it for the sake of second martial uncle. Of course, if you senior brothers and junior brothers also want me to help, I won't refuse. I have always believed that helping others is a virtue. I have always remembered the teachings of this sect. Xianxia smiled guiltily. I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but I'm just like this. I'm used to helping others. I'll help others when they're in need, and I'll help others when they're in trouble. Especially for my fellow disciples of the same sect. We're all one family. I'll help them even if I have to sacrifice my life. Lu Yunyan and the rest looked at Chu Ping on the ground and shuddered violently. You're helping me? Help your ass. We're not stupid. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Yunyan's face. It was obvious that they were waiting for his decision. But Lu Yunyan was in a difficult position. Although he was ranked in the top 10, and his martial power was far above Chu Ping's, after watching Chu Yang's battle, he knew that he was definitely not Chu Yang's opponent. Such a strange way of fighting. If it were him, he would also suffer a great loss. If he were to step forward and also be defeated, then it would be a heavy blow to his sect that would be unbearable. Plus, he couldn't afford to lose face like this. Chu Yang, good move. Today's matter, let's just let it go. Lu Yunyan thought for a moment, and made a prompt decision. He said gloomily, the mountains don't move, the water moves. The 8th generation of Beyond the Heavens Sex ranking tournament is about to begin. At that time, our Gathering Clouds Peak and Purple Bamboo Garden will meet. At that time, we'll fight it out in front of the entire sect. Let's go. The 7 people picked up Chu Ping and went back the way they came. Before they left, they looked at Chu Yang's eyes, but there was a different meaning. Fear, dread, everyone was fighting in the same sect. Who would really be ruthless? Even if they hit Shi Qianshan, they would still have a sense of propriety. They wouldn't kill him, nor would they cripple him. They would only break a few ribs, and let him suffer a little to avenge their own people, but when Chu Yang attacked, his hands and feet were pierced. This kind of determination and ruthlessness was a method that no one dared to use. Chu Yang looked at the 7 people's figures as they left. His face was very gloomy, and his eyes were very heavy. In this battle, Chu Yang had obtained a complete victory. His victory was indisputable, but no one knew that Chu Yang had found his own weakness in this battle. In this battle, Chu Yang relied completely on his skills and experience. Chu Yang's skills and experience were decades ahead of Lu Yunyan, Chu Ping, and the others. Every time his opponent made a move, he was able to take a step ahead of them and take the initiative to counter them. He had the absolute advantage. Chu Yang had always thought that although their martial power was higher than his, with his experience and skills, defeating them was absolutely not difficult. But in this battle, he knew that he was wrong. Skills and experience were not everything. For example, when Chu Ping attacked with his sword in a rage, Chu Yang knew that as long as he put his finger 3 or 4 fingers behind the tip of the sword, he would be able to push the sword to one side, leaving him wide open. Then he would step forward and fiercely kick his dantian. In fact, he did so. But when his finger touched it, and even half of his palm touched it, he fiercely tried to push it away, but it did not move at all. Although Chu Ping was only a 2nd-level martial warrior, he was much stronger than Chu Yang, a 3rd-level martial disciple. With Chu Yang's martial power, even if he used his skills to break it, he would not be a match for Chu Ping, so Chu Yang was forced to use his sword. Because with his martial power, he could not cause any harm to Chu Ping with his fists and feet. From an outsider's point of view, Chu Yang's fleeting snow cloud movement technique was ever-changing and his movements were elegant and graceful. It seemed that he had plenty of time to deal with Chu Ping. However, no one knew that Chu Yang's heart was heavy. Even Chu Ping himself did not know how many times Chu Yang had tested him and changed his strategy in this short fight. Being able to force Chu Yang to use his sword was already Chu Ping's pride. Even after using his sword, Chu Yang did not dare to show mercy. Once he showed mercy, he would suffer from the opponent's crazy counterattack. At that time, he would have already used his sword and would not be able to block it. Fleeting snow cloud steps, when practiced to a proficient level, once used, others would not be able to attack him. But when he attacked others, there would definitely be a flaw. Chu Ping could not grasp such an opportunity, but it did not mean that others could not. Dodging was absolutely ingenious, but blindly dodging would never allow one to win. The only way to win was to attack. But once he attacked, he could not maintain a flawless state. There would definitely be a flaw. Everything was mutual. When you attack the opponent's vital point, your own vital point would also be under the opponent's attack. Chu Yang's heart trembled. His eyes flashed with eagerness. Power. Power was the most important thing. Skills were only useful when used against opponents of the same level or not too different. But in the face of absolute power, skills were a joke, and power was what Chu Yang lacked the most right now. Tan Tan stood on the side, watching in a daze. At this moment, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "Chu Yang, you are really too handsome." After thinking for a while, he added, "Except that you are a little bit worse than me, handsome, humph humph." Chu Yang snorted, "Tan Tan, from tomorrow onwards, I will wake you up every morning to practice martial arts with me. I hope that one day, I will also be as handsome as you." Tan Tan's face suddenly became bitter. He bitterly said, You are more handsome than me, is that not enough?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Tan Tan, you see, the current Beyond the Heavens sect is full of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. They can be provoked, but can't be supported. Now, the sect is about to start a big competition. We will choose the successor of Beyond the Heavens sect from these people." Chu Yang's voice was slightly louder. It seemed that he was deliberately saying this for someone to hear. His tone was thick with ridicule. He sneered as if he was referring to something. The heavy burden of Beyond the Heavens sect will fall on these people sooner or later. But can these people protect Beyond the Heavens sect? I am afraid that the destruction of the sect is right in front of them. Tan Tan, I hope that you can stand up and protect yourself. Don't be implicated by others and lose your life. Tan Tan didn't understand what Chu Yang meant when he saw that Chu Yang had suddenly become so serious. But, he still nodded in confusion. Chu Yang smiled slightly and carried Xianxia with Tan Tan, walking through the door. Xianxia was still unconscious. He did not know anything about what happened afterwards. He also did not know that after this battle, he had become famous among the younger brothers of Beyond the Heavens sect. After Lu Yunyan and the others returned, they immediately spread the news. Xianxia had hidden his strength well, and was a formidable opponent of this generation's 10 great brothers. As a junior brother, Chu Yang could defeat Chu Ping, then as a senior brother, Xianxia, what about him? After seeing Chu Ping's injuries, the 8-generation younger brothers who were eyeing the position of the 10 great brothers covetously immediately listed Xianxia as a dangerous person. Fire, theft, Xianxia, 3 defenses. The muddle-headed Xianxia would never have thought that he would actually become a big shot of Beyond the Heavens sect while he was muddle-headed. It could be seen that nothing was absolute in this world, and a person's fame was full of opportunities. Who knew when his fame would spread far and wide? Chu Yang's keen intuition had already sensed that there was definitely someone watching this scene in the bamboo forest. Although he did not know who it was, he was certain that it was the upper echelon of Beyond the Heavens sect. His master Mei Ran was definitely there, and he was only one of them. Therefore, when Chu Yang said those thoughtless words to Tan Tan, the meaning of those words was naturally to warn Tan Tan, but in the ears of those 3 people, it had a different meaning. Beyond the Heavens sect could not be supported by these useless people. But I, Chu Yang, can do it. Since he had decided to seize the position of the eldest brother and enter 7 Shades congregation grounds to obtain the Calamity Sword, then his words and actions must be known by the upper echelons. Otherwise, he could only be like in his previous life, waiting until 4 years later when Beyond the Heavens sect was destroyed to obtain it. What was the point of that, since he had openly entered the eyes of the upper echelons? Then even if he wanted to be low-key, he could not. He might as well make his intentions clear, pat his chest, and say, to revitalize Beyond the Heavens sect and protect the sect. If not me, then who? Crazy? Yes, this time I will be crazy. What? Chu Yang and Tan Tan went in for a long time. Then, the bamboo forest slowly swayed. Then, 3 figures miraculously appeared in the purple sea. Each of them had a pensive look in their eyes. Chu Yang's last few words seemed to be implying something. Mei Ran moved and silently appeared in front of the 2 of them. He smiled and said, "Eldest senior brother, 7th senior brother, you came to the purple bamboo garden in such a low-key manner. You really surprised me." One of them was the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect, Wu Yunliang, and the other was the master of Dream Cloud's Peak, Kong Jingfeng. But Kong Jingfeng's face is still pale. There's a hole in his crotch, and the wind is blowing in. This peak master of Dream Clouds had no choice but to clamp his legs together. It's a weird position, we should be the ones who are truly shocked. Wu Yunliang snorted and said, Junior Marshal Brother, oh, it's fine if you keep a low profile, but you didn't even tell me that you taught such a talented Junior Marshal Brother? Just now, I was almost scared to death by your disciple. Kong Jingfeng nodded repeatedly, showing his approval of Wu Yunliang's words. He added, especially me, I was scared out of my wits. There was a hint of hidden bitterness in his words. Chu Yang's performance just now, no matter what, was enough to surprise these two experts of Beyond the Heavens sect. It was even shocking, the fleeting snow cloud footwork that was as agile as a swimming dragon, as graceful as a swan, as the fleeting snow cloud footwork that came and went like a ghost, as well as the killing blow that came and went like a ghost. His calm handling of the situation, and his ability to grasp the right timing, all of these made these two important people of Beyond the Heavens sect extremely surprised. The two of them asked themselves, if they had the same martial power as Chu Yang and were in the same situation today, they would not have been able to do what Chu Yang did so easily. This junior martial brother of Meng Ran's was incredible. Meng Ran smiled bitterly and said, you guys were only shocked to the point of almost falling to the ground. Junior Marshal Brother O, on the other hand, was so shocked that his teeth were about to fall to the ground. You guys see, my eyes are red, but I still can't believe that such a monster appeared in my sect. As he said this, he rolled his eyes with a gloomy face. Wu Yunliang and Kong Jingfeng both laughed. Suddenly, Kong Jingfeng was shocked as he understood Meng Ran's meaning. You are saying that your disciples' martial arts were not taught by you? Meng Ran rolled his eyes. He wanted to deny it, but in the end, he sighed and said, I taught him all this, but even I am afraid. Only then did the two turn pale with fright. Since Chu Yang was able to learn something that others could not, then there was only one explanation: talent. Unparalleled talent. Wu Yunliang originally thought that Meng Ran had grasped the true cultivation method of the fleeting snow cloud footwork and was full of joy. Hearing Meng Ran's words, he was stunned. After a while, he stuttered, could it be that the fleeting snow cloud footwork? Meng Ran nodded and said, I did not learn it myself. Wu Yunliang and Kong Jingfeng were both stunned. Could it be that he learned it himself? Wu Yunliang twirled his beard. His hand trembled, almost pulling out a strand of hair. I don't know. Meng Ran sighed, but this disciple of mine is extremely intelligent. I don't know if he learned it himself. The two of them were shocked, speechless. Meng Ran spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders, making a helpless expression. Normally, the three of them were very serious in front of the other disciples, but in private, they were very relaxed. No matter what, these three disciples of yours. Wu Yunliang pondered for a while, then said, they really have an amazing talent. Saying this, he smiled bitterly and said, with this guy's cultivation, he definitely would not have noticed that I was peeping here. But his last few words were clearly directed at me, the sect leader. Until now, I still do not understand why it was like this. Yes, they have a genius, but they also have a trash. Meng Ran said this with a strange expression. He did not like Shi Qianshan, but he did not like Shi Qianshan's way of doing things. It did not mean that he did not like Shi Qianshan as a person. In Meng Ran's heart, he did not have any hope for Shi Qianshan. Defeating the enemy fair and square is a victory, but using underhanded tactics to kill the enemy, is that not a victory? The only difference is the process. Maybe Shi Qianshan can walk the path of Jiang Hu's underhanded schemes, but today, Shi Qianshan could have fought, but he was afraid of the opponent and did not fight back. This made Meng Ran's last hope for him extinguish. A hero can be low-key, but a coward will never become a strong person. Trash? You mean Shi Qianshan? Wu Yunliang's eyes flashed with disdain. He smiled noncommittally. It seemed that this Beyond the Heavens sect leader did not have a good impression of Shi Qianshan. Meng Ran sighed slightly. Beyond the Heavens sect has nearly 800 disciples. Which sect does not have a few unworthy disciples? Junior Marshal Brother, you do not need to take it to heart. After the first round of elimination, talents will always stand out. Mediocre or trash, they will all become a pile of bones. Wu Yunliang's eyes were deep. He slowly said, Junior Martial Brother, having Chu Yang as your disciple is enough to make up for all your regrets. Your second brother Chu Yang's methods are ruthless, decisive, and meticulous. What's rarest is that he's able to say that it's not right. Moreover, he's able to speak with conviction and confidence. He's a rare talent. He's not simple. Kong Jingfeng nodded deeply, expressing his agreement. Today, the two of them came together to see what Li Jinsong's brothers were going to do. However, their main purpose was to see the hole that tripped Li Jian up. Once again, he calculated the position to be completely sure. Was it true that Beyond the Heavens sect had produced such a genius, whose mind and methods were all first class? After listening to Wu Qianqian's report, they already suspected that Chu Yang was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? But for an 8th-generation disciple to have such a keen eye and rich experience, the two of them still did not believe it. That was why they came to investigate. But today, seeing Chu Yang deal with Chu Ping, the two of them understood. There was no need to investigate. It was definitely him. This guy called Chu Yang was definitely a dangerous person. The current Beyond the Heavens sect had internal and external troubles. They really needed talents. Especially talents from the younger generation. That was why Wu Yunliang valued Chu Yang. And what Chu Yang wanted was this kind of respect. Otherwise, why would he spend so much effort on it? When Meng Ran heard Wu Yunliang praising Chu Yang, he was feeling complacent. But when he heard Wu Yunliang's words, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Eldest Martial Brother, you are really in the mood. At this time, you are still talking nonsense. You can't make me cry, right? Wu Yunliang's mouth seemed to be witty, but his face was very serious. He slowly said, This Chu Yang, you need to train him well. Our Beyond the Heavens sect has too few people like him. Meng Ran nodded and sighed, there is nothing we can do about it. Ever since we were stripped of our title as the Great Zhao Empire's national protector sect, we have lost a lot of strength. We have no one in the court, the government discriminates against us, and the other sects bully us. Even if we have a few talents, they are either taken away or killed on the spot. Beyond the Heavens sect is already in a precarious situation. If we cannot protect our own talents, I am afraid that after our generation, Beyond the Heavens sect will no longer exist. Meng Ran's words were a serious reminder and warning. Wu Yunliang's gloomy face revealed a bitter smile. He looked at Kong Jingfeng and said with a smile, You are the youngest. Are you afraid that we will sell off your favorite disciples? Meng Ran snorted and said, We have to be careful. The current Beyond the Heavens sect is no longer the same as before. Wu Yunliang sighed and said, I know that you have always been dissatisfied with the martial arts competition of the sect's younger disciples. It is true that Beyond the Heavens sect is declining day by day. Holding this kind of competition is undoubtedly exposing our outstanding disciples to the enemy. It increases the chances of them dying, but this is something we have to do. Meng Ran clasped his hands behind his back and snorted softly, You just want to maintain the customs of Beyond the Heavens sect. If you cannot make up your mind to change, what is the point of us talking about it? Meng Ran had always been calm. Wu Yunliang had only heard such a cold tone a few times in the dozens of years that they had been in the same sect. Hearing him say this, he knew that Junior Martial Brother was dissatisfied. Slightly sighing, Wu Yunliang said seriously, If I want to change, it is only a matter of a few words from me. The reason why I still maintain the sect's rules is because I want to refine real gold in a fire. Wu Yunliang's face became cold. He slowly said, The 8th generation of Beyond the Heavens sect has 800 disciples. Our 7th generation has 70. There were less than 10 people left in the 1st generation of masters and martial uncles. As for the 5th generation ancestral master, the only one left is martial granduncle. The muscles on his face twitched as he clenched his teeth and said, If my plan succeeds, then of the 1,000 people of Beyond the Heavens sect, there will not be more than 100 people left. And those people will be the cornerstone of our Beyond the Heavens sect's glory. I don't want trash, I don't want mediocrity. Wu Yunliang slowly paced back and forth. His voice was low and deep, but it was like thunder and lightning striking down on people's souls. Even I, Wu Yunliang, will sacrifice myself when the time comes. The decline of a sect is not a reason for the suppression of various parties. Our Beyond the Heavens sect is an example of this. Wu Yunliang said seriously, but the rise of a sect requires blood and fire. Rise from the ashes. Meng Ran sighed. These outstanding disciples, in the eyes of the enemy, will naturally bring them countless dangers, but at the same time, countless opportunities. Only by breaking through all of this can they become pillars of the sect. Wu Yunliang said casually, if we can't break through and are completely annihilated, then there will be no Beyond the Heavens sect in this world. I don't want to struggle at death's door, I want to dance alone. Kong Jingfeng nodded deeply and said, eldest martial brother is right. Living an ignoble life is not as good as dying heroically in battle. Meng Ran's eyes suddenly narrowed, eldest martial brother, the decline of our sect is related to the imperial court of Great Zhao. Now that you have such a plan to revive our sect, doesn't that mean, that's right? Wu Yunliang's face was gloomy. In these 10 years, when I was not in the sect, I was always an ironclad nation. Even if Great Zhao suppressed us, we might not have to rely on Great Zhao. Great Zhao might not be able to last forever. Meng Ran's heart shook violently. Looking at Kong Jingfeng's calm face, he immediately knew that Kong Jingfeng also knew about this. Eldest martial brother, this is too risky. Meng Ran took a deep breath. His face was full of worry. Wealth comes from danger. Wu Yunliang said emotionlessly, for a sect to rise for the first time, even though it is difficult, it is not impossible. But after their glory, they declined, and when they wanted to rise again, it was even more difficult. We must be prepared for the destruction of our sect. Meng Ran sighed deeply and did not say anything else. 3 days ago, I already sent my younger martial brother to secretly take Xianxia, Shuiyi, and Mushang to Ironclad Nation. First, there was something to do there. Second, it was also the first time for Xianxia, Shuiyi, and Mushang to practice in Jianghu. Just think of it as probing the situation. Kong Jingfeng was shocked. Eldest martial brother, how could you let Xianxia go? I knew you would stop me if you knew. That's why I didn't tell you. Wu Yunliang said casually, 3 days have already passed. Even if you want to go back, you can't do it. Kong Jingfeng anxiously said, I have nothing to say if my younger martial brother took Shuiyi and Mushang. But why did you let Xianxia go? This trip is so dangerous. Plus, all the great sects are already eyeing us. What if? That is also her fate. Wu Yunliang said coldly, a few days ago, you told me about our sect's female disciples. I was thinking about this matter. Letting Xianxia go is also to test the horses in Jianghu. Testing the horses in Jianghu. There are so many female disciples in Beyond the Heavens sect. There are many who are not any less beautiful than Xianxia. But why did you have to send Xianxia? Kong Jingfeng said angrily, she is your biological daughter. My daughter is my own daughter. Don't tell me that the other female disciples in the sect are all bastards. Do they not have parents to raise them? Are they not the treasures of their parents? Wu Yunliang said heavily, are my, Wu Yunliang's, daughters so delicate? Kong Jingfeng angrily stomped his feet. He looked at his eldest martial brother with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire, but she is not only your daughter, she is also our niece. You should not let her take this risk. Because she is my daughter, she has a responsibility to the other female disciples in the sect. Wu Yunliang said coldly, my daughter is not the emperor's princess. If I let her hide in the back and let the other female disciples use their lives to pave the way for her, then I would rather not have this daughter. Beyond the Heavens sect is bathing in fire. The fire is slowly burning. To rise again, there is no price that cannot be paid. There is no one that cannot be sacrificed. Including me, including you, and of course, including my daughter. After Wu Yunliang finished speaking, he turned around. His back was as straight as a spear. But on the side where the two could not see, the muscles in the corners of his eyes twitched. I hope Xianxia can return safely. As a father, sending his own daughter out on such a dangerous mission, how much pressure must his heart bear? Am I really so heartless? But I am not only the father of a daughter, I am also the sect master of 1,000 disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect. When it is time to sacrifice, even if all the disciples are sacrificed, I must do it. But if I can only sacrifice one, then I will sacrifice my daughter. Because I am the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect, Wu Yunliang gritted his teeth. His cheeks puffed up a little, but he quickly regained his composure. He did not turn around. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, "Youngest, you must teach Qiyang well. That fleeting snow cloud steps, that fleeting snow cloud steps." He paused and pondered for a while. Then he slowly said, "Let him practice well. If he has any tricks, he can learn them himself. You two master and disciple can learn them together. But do not let a third party know. You only see the benefits, but not the pros and cons. Before the sect is cleaned up, there will be too many spies. If this information is leaked, then it will not be a matter of cultivation. I am afraid that our ultimate skill will become a weapon for the enemy to use against us." Wu Yunliang said casually, "Before the dust settles, you must not leak this information. You'd better create another set of footwork for him to confuse." "Yes." Meng Chaoran's heart shivered. For Wu Yunliang to say this, it meant that the situation at Beyond the Heavens sect was extremely serious. This was enough to prove that his previous guesses were too optimistic. Confuse? Confuse who? Right now, outsiders do not know. The only ones who know are the disciples of Second Martial Brother. But they still need to confuse. Also, Xu Yang's 7 Shades Absolute God Palm, how did he cultivate the Yin Extreme Cold Qi? This matter is really surprising. However, do not let him relax. Wu Yunliang pondered and said slowly, "Wait until he reaches a certain level of cultivation. Then let him enter 7 Shades congregation grounds to increase his cultivation. Even though your little brother is a genius, his cultivation is still too low. For now, he will not be of any use. You must be aware of this." Meng Chaoran nodded thoughtfully. "Junior Martial Brother Meng, I originally had a plan. I saw that your disciple Shi Qianshan is very scheming. He is a suitable candidate. But now, it seems that Shi Qianshan is not very useful. But this Qiyang..." Wu Yunliang smiled, "I have a great use for him." "A great use?" Meng Chaoran raised his eyebrows. His eyes became sharp. "Even in Iron Cloud, we do not have a foundation. The sect needs someone to enter Iron Cloud and act as a spy." Wu Yunliang said seriously, "Qiyang, looking at his performance today, he is without a doubt a suitable candidate. How about we use him as a spy?" Meng Chaoran was stunned. He did not speak for a long time. After a while, he said, "This is without a doubt a good opportunity, but it is also very dangerous. In each of these countries, there are as many experts as there are clouds. If we are discovered, it will be a disaster. Qiyang is still young. I hope Senior Martial Brother will carefully consider this matter. If you don't experience wind and rain, how can you become a talent?" Wu Yunliang said, "If you always fight with your back against the river, if you don't take big risks, how can you reap the greatest rewards? Therefore, you can rest assured about one thing. The other brothers can be exposed, but Qiyang won't." After Wu Yunliang finished speaking, he called out to Kong Jingfeng and the two of them bid farewell to Meng Chaoran. The long figure slowly disappeared. Meng Chaoran stood in front of the purple bamboo garden in disappointment. The 3 figures looked somewhat heavy. Meng Chaoran let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with worry as he muttered, "Eldest Martial Brother, there are some things that cannot be done by the strength of one sect of Beyond the Heavens sect. What could an insignificant Beyond the Heavens sect do between the 2 countries? Taking a risk out of desperation was an act of helplessness. Fighting with one's back to the river was a taboo. If you are not careful, you will be smashed to pieces. Don't overreach yourself. Beyond the Heavens sect can no longer withstand such a huge upheaval." Meng Chaoran could faintly feel that in this world, there was a huge whirlpool. And Beyond the Heavens sect was at the center of this whirlpool. It could be destroyed at any time, and this whirlpool was actually being pushed forward by Beyond the Heavens sect itself. They were even sparing no effort. Within 10,000 miles of lower 3 heavens, there were 3 countries. Any further and they would be far away from the scope of this battle. Among these 3 countries, the Great Zhao Empire lived up to its name. Its territory was the most vast. The power of the country was enormous and its population was also relatively rich. It was dominating one area and was gradually encroaching on the surrounding areas. There was a faint aura of wanting to unify the world. The other two countries were Ironclad Nation and Limitless Nation. Even though these two countries' strength could be considered strong, they were far inferior to Great Zhao. The target of Great Zhao's annexation was precisely these two countries. Territorial battles frequently broke out at the borders of the three countries. At this moment, in the capital of Ironclad Nation, there were 4 travel-worn people and 4 riders standing in front of Ironclad Citadel. 1 old man, 2 young men, and a young woman with a black veil covering her face. All 4 of them had bloodstains on their bodies. Looking at each other, that old man let out a long sigh and said, "Finally, we are here. Xianxia, how are you?" His voice revealed a sense of relief. "I am fine." Wu Qianqian's eyes revealed fatigue as she shook her head. This time, there were too many interceptions along the way. Our whereabouts should be kept a secret. This should not have happened. This is somewhat abnormal. This old man was the master of Beyond the Heavens sects treading on Cloud's Peak, Bao Kuanglei. Bao, this was a relatively rare surname. Bao Kuanglei was one of Wu Yunliang's younger brothers. He was a courageous and resourceful person. His actions were steady, he dared to fight, and he handled matters flawlessly. His personality was not in line with his name. "No matter what, we are finally here." Wu Qianqian smiled. The 4 people looked at each other. There were some things that needed to be said. There must be a traitor in the sect. Moreover, their status was not low. "Let's enter the city." Bao Kuanglei's expression darkened. Then, he raised his spirits and waved his hand. Following the flow of people into the city, they arrived in front of a palace. On a plaque made entirely of silver, there were 3 shining golden words, Thousand Autumns Manor. Thousand Autumns Manor was the crown manor of Ironclad Nation. The crown prince of Ironclad Nation lived here. After the announcement, the 4 people entered Thousand Autumns Manor. Under the guidance of a servant, they arrived at the main hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a comfortable chair. A handsome young man wearing a soft yellow robe was reclining on it. He held a book in his hand and seemed to be reading hard. His long eyebrows reached his temples. His face was like a jade crown. A purple jade crown tied up his black hair. This young man was somewhat thin. He seemed to be too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind. His hand holding the book was somewhat slender and dry, but it was very stable. His face was filled with a gentle aura. He looked very quiet, very peaceful, and even very weak, making people involuntarily want to protect him. But once he got closer, he would feel that this weak and quiet youth, just sitting there, made people feel like he was the bright moon in the sky, too high to reach. It was as if the power of life and death under the heavens was in the hands of that pair of thin and dry hands. After the servant announced their arrival, the young man put down the book in his hand and slowly turned his head. Looking at the 4 people, his face revealed a smile as if the spring breeze had thawed. He said gently, "The 4 of you have come a long way. Please sit." Bao Kuanglei cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for the seat." He led Wu Qianqian and the other 2 to sit down. This young man was the crown prince of Ironclad Nation, Tai Butian. At this moment, his eyes swept over the 4 people. Suddenly, he smiled and raised his eyebrows. Invisibly, a murderous aura leaked out. He said lightly, "Was this journey not peaceful?" "Not bad. Along the way, every step was dangerous." Bao Kuanglei sat calmly. They were people of sex and did not belong to the imperial court. When they saw the crown prince, they did not need to greet him. However, Shui Yimeng and Qin Mushang were somewhat nervous. "Haha. It seems that someone is working in the dark." Tai Butian smiled faintly. As he laughed, his eyes slowly narrowed. He stood up with his hands behind his back and said slowly, "But the 4 of you can rest assured. I promise that this kind of thing will not happen in Ironclad Nation, not even once." Although he was thin and not very tall, with his hands behind his back and his long eyebrows raised, his eyes indifferently swept around. There was an awe-inspiring aura of a monarch. It was as if the entire heavens and earth were being trampled under his feet. Bao Kuanglei's heart shook. He finally understood the decision of his eldest senior brother. Just by looking at the crown prince of Iron Cloud standing there, one could tell that he was definitely a hero. The four of you will stay here for the time being. Tomorrow morning, I will personally report to my father. Regarding this matter, once my father has made a decision, we will immediately begin. Taibu Tian said with a smile. Just a moment ago, he still had the aura of a heavenly sword, but with a smile, his entire temperament seemed to have changed. He was kind and gentle, approachable, and made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. He did not even need to use any special methods to win people's hearts, but this kind of calmness would make people want to die for him. Yes. Bao Kuanglei's heart trembled. He could not help but raise his evaluation of this Tai Yun Tai by another level. Although this grand elder was young, he was not simple at all. In his life, no matter if it was young or old, there was no one who could compare to this person. No wonder he was hailed as the #1 genius of the lower three heavens, the only natural-born king. Before meeting Taibu Tian, Bao Kuanglei did not think much of this saying, in this world, what natural-born king? It was just that he came from a good background, received better education than the average person, studied the arts of the emperor since childhood, and accumulated his aura over a long period of time. As for the #1 genius, was there a lack of geniuses in this world? But at this moment, he believed it. That kind of elegance in his bones, the majesty in his soul, and the natural demeanor of a king, made Bao Kuanglei, a fierce person of the Jianghu, tremble in his soul. At this moment, the purple bamboo garden of Beyond the Heavens sect was in full swing. Beyond the Heavens sect, early morning. Tan Tan was lying on the ground in a tie shape, panting heavily. He rolled his eyes and said, Chu Yang, I admit that you are more handsome than me, okay? You have been too ruthless these days, right? You have almost drilled me to death. These days, whenever Chu Yang got up to practice, he would drag Tan Tan along. Every time Tan Tan was half dead tired. After a few days, Tan Tan had reached the point where he would tremble in fear whenever he saw Chu Yang. Chu Yang was very precise every time. He knew exactly how long Tan Tan needed to practice to reach the limit of his body. Every time after practice, he would make sure that Tan Tan could not stand up with his own strength without harming his body. Now, every time Tan Tan saw him, it was like seeing a ghost. In the beginning, he was still bragging and narcissistic, but now he didn't even have the time to be narcissistic. Chu Yang took a deep breath, stopped practicing and stood up. In these 20 days, he hadn't slacked off at all in his cultivation. Currently, he had already raised his cultivation level to martial disciple. He was only one step away from becoming a martial warrior. Feeling the changes in his body, Chu Yang smiled. Only by becoming a martial warrior could one truly begin to temper one's body. Before becoming a martial warrior, if one were to forcefully temper their body, regardless of whether it was their bones or internal organs, they would be severely damaged due to excessive tempering. This principle should still be a misconception in the current lower three heavens, right? Therefore, there was a saying circulating in the lower three heavens, Zhang Qianqiu's rule, martial artist Jia Xiu. He was talking about this matter. It meant that people who practiced martial arts could not live past the age of 10. Although this sentence had the meaning of suppressing martial arts, and this saying was also somewhat arbitrary, every year there were many martial disciples who desperately cultivated in order to raise their cultivation level as soon as possible. However, due to excessive exhaustion, their physical strength was overdrawn, and their bodies could not bear it. Although their cultivation level had increased at that time, when they were about 50 years old, this drawback would be exposed. And once it was exposed, the body was basically destroyed, and there was no way to save it. The time when a martial artist's body suffered the greatest damage was when they were building their foundation as a martial disciple. Only one step away. And the cultivation condition of Calamity Sword's heavenly tribulation divine technique was to become a martial warrior. In fact, it wasn't just Calamity Sword. Even some of the techniques of the lower three heavens were clearly written on the title page. Those below the martial warrior level are not allowed to cultivate. With a move of his dantian, the new energy that Chu Yang had painstakingly cultivated in the afternoon was swallowed by Calamity Sword. After a while, it was spat out. Although the amount was much less, it was extremely pure. Although this kind of energy was not as pure as Xiantian energy, it was much purer and more condensed than Xiantian energy. It was a world of difference compared to ordinary acquired energy. These days, every time he took a step forward, he would feel Calamity Sword move inexplicably in his body. Over time, Chu Yang had become accustomed to it. The purple crystal jade essence hanging on his neck did not react. Regarding this purple crystal jade essence, Chu Yang was somewhat speechless. The first time he used this purple crystal jade essence to recover his physical strength, the Calamity Sword spirit in his dantian suddenly rushed up. Before Chu Yang could enjoy it, it suddenly cut off the connection. Chu Yang tried several times, but the Calamity Sword spirit cut him off. It clearly wanted him to rely on his own strength to cultivate, and would not let him borrow external forces. However, the Calamity Sword spirit did not care if he used it to recover his physical strength when facing an enemy. Just like when he dealt with Chu Ping, the Calamity Sword spirit did not react at all. But after the battle, he was not allowed to use it. In the face of such an impartial and overbearing supervisor, Chu Yang could only submit. The idea of using the purple crystal jade essence for cultivation was extinguished from his heart. Turning his head to look at Tan Tan's embarrassed appearance, Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. Helplessly, he said, "Okay, you should rest." When Tan Tan heard these words, it was as if the emperor's grace was vast and mighty. He almost shed tears of gratitude. He got up with great difficulty, and crawled to the side on all fours. Then, he sighed comfortably. On the field, Chu Yang continued to practice his sword drawing and sheathing of the sword. It was a simple and boring movement. But, Chu Yang practiced it with the greatest passion and full of concentration every time. The sun slowly rose from the east. Chu Yang's head and body were steaming hot. Beads of sweat dripped down from his head, and fell to the ground. Tan Tan finally recovered. But, he looked at Chu Yang's movements, and slowly saw that he was in a trance. Chu Yang had been repeating the same movements. But, Tan Tan found that Chu Yang was doing this movement hundreds of times. And, it was different every time. It seemed as if he was adjusting it. It looked a little awkward at first. But, it became smoother and smoother later on. In the end, it formed a light curtain. Drawing the sword, sheathing the sword, sheathing the sword. The cycle continued, and the voice gradually became softer. It wasn't obvious, but it did become softer little by little. "Chu Yang, your arm is swollen." Tan Tan looked at Chu Yang for a long time. Suddenly, he found that Chu Yang's elbow and shoulder were abnormally thick. He couldn't help but shout. Chu Yang's face remained unchanged. He was indifferent and expressionless. He continued to practice this movement. He said indifferently, "Is it swollen?" "It will go away as you practice." "Tan Tan, it's swollen. If you wait for it to go away, then it will be too late. But, when you get used to this kind of strength, the swelling will go away. When the swelling goes away, then it will be time for you to improve." Tan Tan was stunned. He suddenly felt ashamed. He felt that he had recovered a lot of strength. He stood up and continued to practice. Meng Chaoran stood quietly in the purple bamboo forest. Looking at the two martial brothers practicing, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of gratification. The sound of groaning came from the room. It was Xianxia suffering. He had been lying on the bed for 20 days. Chu Ping and the others were ruthless. That day, they broke Xianxia's ribs and thighs. For at least 3 months, Xianxia could not practice martial arts. For half a year, he could not use martial arts. But half a year later, the ranking competition of Beyond the Heavens sect was almost over. This injury was tantamount to destroying Xianxia's future in Beyond the Heavens sect. The torment of the physical body could never be compared to the pain of the heart. Therefore, Xianxia was filled with hatred. Strangely, he did not hate the people who hurt him, but he hated Chu Yang the most. In Xianxia's heart, if it was not for Chu Yang, he would definitely have a meteoric rise. After finishing this chapter, he realized that it was 1 o'clock. So much time had passed. *G. Xianxia's intuition was very accurate. His current miserable state was entirely caused by Chu Yang. During this period of time, Chu Yang took care of Xianxia in every possible way. Every day, he would come to report to Xianxia. Eldest martial brother, how are you? I have broken through to the 5th level of martial disciple today. Eldest martial brother, I broke through to the 7th level today. I am now at the 7th level. These good news made Xianxia feel like he was being pierced by thousands of arrows. His mood was extremely gloomy, and the recovery of his injuries was even slower. Even when his mood was extremely bad, his injuries showed signs of worsening. However, Xianxia should not have hated Chu Yang, but also Meng Xiaoran and Tan Tan. He hated them to the bone. How could Chu Yang advance so quickly? It must be because Meng Xiaoran was biased. Master must have a miraculous elixir that could quickly increase a person's cultivation. After so many years, he did not give it to me, but gave it to Chu Yang. Thinking about this, Xianxia's heart was burning with jealousy. In the end, he could not live under the same sky with Meng Xiaoran. After that day, although Meng Xiaoran's attitude was somewhat cold, he still took care of Xianxian. Meng Xiaoran did not hesitate to use his martial power to connect Xianxian's meridians, to relieve his pain, and to find elixirs to help him recover. However, Xianxian's hatred for the house extended to its crow. He even hated his master, who had treated him with great kindness. He actually hated him so much that he gnashed his teeth. Therefore, Xianxian wanted revenge. Outside Xianxian's room, there was a small pond. It was only half the size of a room, and about 10 feet deep. The spring water from the purple bamboo garden flowed through here, filling the pond, and then continued to flow downwards, forming a small stream. Therefore, the water in this pond was always clear, and the bottom could be seen. The water that Chu Yang and the others usually drank came from here. Now, Xianxian was lying on the bed, trying his best to support his body. He quietly took out a paper bag from under the bed. Inside the bag was the soul-shattering powder. 5 kinds of strange poisons mixed together, colorless and tasteless. It was said that there was no cure. Putting it in the food, it was like a delicious condiment, stimulating people's appetite. Xianxian's lips were trembling, and his fingers were also trembling. However, he still resolutely pulled over the candle at the head of the bed. His right hand slowly broke off a piece from the bottom. His face was sometimes red and sometimes pale, as if he was having an intense inner conflict. But his fingers didn't stop moving. He carefully wrapped the whole packet of soul-severing powder into a wax pill. Then, he hid the wax ball under his blanket. Since I've already been destroyed, how can I let you have it easy? In any case, I'm heavily injured. No matter what, even if everyone here dies, they won't suspect me. If I'm the only one left in Purple Bamboo Garden, the sect master will definitely give me preferential treatment out of consideration for our past relationship. That way, I still have a chance. I don't need to rely on you, Meng Xiaoran. I can still get up, die. All of you are already dead, right now. Xianxian's heart was already on the verge of madness. The sun slowly rose and hung above their heads. Xianxian tilted his head and listened. Then, he clenched his teeth and flicked his finger. The wax ball flew out of his hand. He only heard a soft thump sound from outside. The wax ball had obviously fallen into the pond. Xianxian let out a long sigh and slumped back onto the bed. His eyes flashed with guilt and shame. But what followed was an indescribable viciousness and madness. He clenched his teeth and tightly grasped the thin blanket on his body with his right hand. He used so much strength that he almost scratched a hole in the thin blanket. But he finally relaxed his body. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Water is running water. If the poison is put in it, it will be washed away early. If it's too late, the poison won't have enough time to disperse. According to the usual lunch time, this time was just right. He calculated the time. After another quarter of an hour, he heard the sound of Tan Tan carrying a wooden bucket to fetch water. He hurriedly crawled back into the blanket, closed his eyes, and loudly groaned twice. After a long while, the sound of ding ding dang 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 could be heard. Tan Tan's strange humming sound could be heard. Then, a strong fragrance of food wafted out. Xianxian silently and viciously laughed. Meng Chao ran, Tan Tan, and Chu Yang sat around the table. Looking at the tempting fragrance of the food on the table, Tan Tan's pair of eyes looked at his master. He felt even more hungry. As soon as Meng Chao ran opened his mouth, he would immediately start wolfing down the food. But Meng Chao ran looked at the food and frowned. The color of the food was the same as usual. The fragrance was also very strong. But it seemed a little too fragrant. It was a little strange. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Meng Chao ran pondered for a while. He just picked up the chopsticks, but then slowly put them down. He turned his head to look at Chu Yang. He couldn't help but feel moved. Chu Yang also turned his head to look at the food. He had a thoughtful look. Meng Chao ran couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He could feel it. This was the result of decades of Jianghu experience. Moreover, he had always been cautious. In addition, he had trained himself in countless life and death situations. Only then did he develop such a keen sense. If it was an ordinary person, how could they notice the unusual fragrance of the food? The more fragrant it was, the more they wanted to eat it. But how did Chu Yang notice it? He was only 10 years old. Moreover, he had never gone out before. How could he have such observation skills? Tan Tan, you cooked the food, right? Chu Yang calmly smiled and asked. Yes, you guys quickly eat. It's so fragrant. I can't help it. Tan Tan pitifully begged. Chu Yang thoughtfully looked at the rippling water outside. He turned his wrist and a mysterious crystal jade needle appeared in his hand. He poked it in the vegetable soup. The jade needle's tip suddenly changed color. It was a frightening blue. Tan Tan's face changed. He was about to cry out in alarm. Chu Yang didn't turn his head. It seemed that he had already expected his reaction. He reached out his hand and covered his mouth. His gaze was still fixed on the food. He said heavily, Tan Tan couldn't have poisoned it. Then it's the water. Meng Chao Ran's heart shook again. He had just thought of this. It was impossible for him to poison Tan Tan's food. Moreover, he had watched Tan Tan grow up. He had never even touched poison. So how could he have poisoned it? Meng Chao Ran took a deep breath. His chest heaved up and down. Suddenly, his face was filled with anger. He suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Xianxia's room. I'll go. Chu Yang calmly said. You? What are you going to do? Meng Chao Ran's face was ugly. I'll make him satisfied. Chu Yang lightly said. Meng Chao Ran quietly lowered his eyes. He gently smiled and said, then you go. He paused and said, don't go too far. Give him a chance to explain. Maybe, maybe not. Although his voice was soft, it was full of bitterness and exhaustion. No matter how unfilial Xianxia was, he was still a disciple that he had taught for 7 or 8 years. Chu Yang suggested that he would handle it. He fully understood Meng Chao Ran's feelings. Although Meng Chao Ran was angry for Xianxia, he also felt gratified for Chu Yang's understanding. Chu Yang nodded. He took the food that he had prepared for Xianxia and walked out. He walked into Xianxia's room and said with a smile, eldest martial brother, it's time to eat. Isn't it always Tan Tan who brings food? Why is it you today? Xianxia looked at him with surprise. Tan Tan is so tired today that he can't get up. Chu Yang kindly smiled and said, we are martial brothers. Isn't it the same if Tan Tan and I come? Eldest senior brother has racked his brains to take care of us for so long. His feelings are deep. It's time for me to repay him. Xianxia snorted and said, my appetite is not good today. I don't want to eat. Put it aside first. What a joke. He clearly knew that there was poison in the food. Moreover, he had personally poisoned it. How could he eat it? On the other side, Meng Chao Ran, who had been concentrating his martial power to listen, could not help but snort. He still felt that it was inconceivable. The disciple that he had taught for 7 or 8 years wanted to poison him? Therefore, although he knew that it was impossible, he still wanted Chu Yang to give Xianxia a chance to explain. He still had hope. Now that he heard Shi Qianshan's words, he immediately gave up. Yang smiled and said, "How can you not eat? Humans are made of iron and rice is made of steel. Moreover, you are injured and need nourishment. Come, quickly eat. Once you eat, everything will be fine." Shi Qianshan frowned and said with disgust, "I said that I won't eat. Quickly get out." "Why won't you eat? Could it be that there is poison inside?" Yang said sincerely, "Eldest martial brother, you and I have been martial brothers for so many years. Could it be that I would poison you? Quickly eat." Shi Qianshan's face changed. Yang's words had poked at his sore spot. He could not help but raise his head and look at Yang. He asked, "What do you mean?" "You'll understand what I mean after you eat." Yang looked at him. His eyes gradually became cold. He said slowly, "I want to see if the poison in this bowl of rice can kill people. To tell you the truth, I have always been curious about this." Shi Qianshan's heart sank. He forced a smile and said, What kind of joke is this?" Yang smiled mischievously and said, "Isn't this joke fun? Then let's do something fun." Suddenly, he carried the bowl to the bed and sat on it. He sat on Shi Qianshan's broken thigh. Crack! The bone that was just about to heal was broken again. Shi Qianshan screamed in pain. His whole body convulsed and trembled. Sweat as big as soybeans appeared on his face. His body was curled up like a shrimp. Just as he was about to scream, a piece of cotton was stuffed into his mouth. It was unknown when Yang had pulled it out of the quilt. Yang's movements were swift and agile, without the slightest hesitation. He completed the task in an instant. Perhaps even an old convict who had been working in the government for decades would not be able to match his fluidity at this moment. Shi Qianshan's screams were forcibly blocked and turned into a whimper. He could not make a sound. He could only stare at Yang with a pair of frightened eyes. He shook his head repeatedly and sweat fell like rain. Yang held the bowl in one hand and did not move an inch. However, his other hand gripped Shi Qianshan's neck. He leaned over and looked at him coldly. He said in a deep voice, "Shi Qianshan, I did not want to kill you so early. I have not vented enough. Unfortunately, what you have done today has crossed my bottom line." Shi Qianshan whimpered. His eyes were full of hatred and fear. He struggled with all his might, but it affected his wound. It was so painful that sweat poured out. "Shi Qianshan, let's not talk about how you have treated me and Tan Tan for the past few years. 8 years ago, your entire family was robbed at the foot of Broken Cloud Mountain. Your entire family's lives were at the hands of the bandits, and it looked like they were about to lose their lives. Your own sister was also about to be raped by the bandits. It was Master who passed by there and saved your family's lives, as well as your sister's reputation. After that, your whole family knelt on the ground and begged. Master saw that your talent was not bad, so he took you in as a younger brother, taught you martial arts, and taught you knowledge. It's fine if you don't know how to repay kindness, but today, you actually poisoned Master and wanted to kill him? Are you still human?" Yang growled in a low voice, "You are simply heartless and unscrupulous." Shi Qianshan's eyes revealed a look of shame, but he quickly hid it. He glared at Yang fiercely, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He actually didn't repent at all. Suddenly, he coughed violently, and a stream of blood gushed up from his throat. The force of the coughing was so strong that the cotton ball in his mouth was flushed out. Fresh blood splattered onto the blanket in front of his chest. He stared at Yang, but didn't cry out in pain. "Yang, don't pretend to be a hypocrite here. In front of me, it's useless. Your tricks, I have long since disdained to use them." Shi Qianshan's voice was low, and he coughed. Blood continued to flow from his mouth. He said hatefully, "I am ungrateful, so what? I wanted to kill you all with poison, so what? I am ambitious, heartless, and unscrupulous, so what?" Shi Qianshan gasped for breath, and his chest heaved up and down. "If it weren't for you, Yang, this time, how could I have broken my leg and be seriously injured? If it weren't for my broken leg, how could I have lost the opportunity to participate in the great competition of the peaks? If it weren't for losing this opportunity, how could my life be so gloomy? Everything is because of you, Chu Yang. You and I cannot live under the same sky. As for master. Ha ha ha. Xianxia sneered, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You think Meng Chaoran has a good heart? Why did he save my family that year? Wasn't it because he liked my sister's beauty? If it weren't for my father's timely detection, and immediately married my sister after returning home, I'm afraid she would have fallen into his hands. Don't look at his usual righteous appearance, he is actually a perverted scoundrel. Sometimes at night, he even calls Chu Chu, Chu Chu. Do you think I didn't hear it? Chu Chu is my sister's nickname. That perverted scoundrel. He knew that he would not be spared today, and he actually spilled out all the viciousness in his heart to his heart's content. In the dining hall, Meng Chaoran, who was listening to the commotion, suddenly trembled. His face turned purple, and with a paw sound, the teacup in his hand was crushed. The broken pieces fell from his hand. Meng Chaoran's beard suddenly stood up, and he fiercely exhaled. This breath shot out, and with a pu sound, it actually pierced a big hole in the thick wooden door. Ha ha ha. I said it, I said it. This old man, what great kindness. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed crazily. Chu Yang roared, and his palm struck down. Suddenly, with a pu sound, a big hole appeared in the wall. Dust flew everywhere, and Meng Chaoran entered through the hole, and grabbed Chu Yang's wrist. He knew that Chu Yang would not be able to endure these words, and would definitely immediately attack, so he did not have time to enter through the door. You. Old man, what else do you have to say? When Xianxia saw him enter, he instinctively shrank back, and then he actually fiercely shouted. Xianxia's hand that was holding Chu Yang's wrist slowly lowered. He quickly took 2 deep breaths, and miraculously recovered his calmness. He looked at Xianxia's eyes without any emotion, and slowly said, Xianxia, today, I will expel you from the sect. Xianxia laughed, and then coughed and said, Meng Chaoran, do you think that at this time, Master Shi still cares about the identity of your little brother? Pay. Meng Chaoran's eyes became cold, but his voice was still calm. He said in a deep voice, Xianxia, your sister Chu Chu is indeed beautiful, but not to the extent that I, Meng Chaoran, can't forget her. Xianxia snorted, and said mockingly, then why did you call my sister's name in your sleep? Are you crazy? Meng Chaoran's eyes flashed with anger, but it was immediately replaced by sadness. I did not call your sister. I am 48 years old this year. 8 years ago, I was 40 years old. Your sister was only 15. Haha, although she is beautiful, I, Meng Chaoran, am not that despicable. He smiled bitterly and said, I called Chu Chu, not Chu Chu. Chu Chu. Yi Chu Chen is my lover, my wife. We have been separated, for 20 years already. I miss her all the time. Meng Chaoran coldly said, that year, I saved your whole family. One of the reasons was that your sister's name and her, there was a word in her name that had the same pronunciation. Otherwise, in Jianghu, where the weak are prey to the strong, I, Meng Chaoran, would not meddle in other people's business. Xianxia made a sound in his throat, and was unable to say anything. He finally understood. No wonder sometimes when Master called my sister's name, his accent was so strange. So he was not calling her. Suddenly, it was too late for regrets. For a moment, his intestines turned green. He had suspected for so many years. He had hated for so long. It turned out that it was his own wishful thinking. Meng Chaoran took a deep breath and said indifferently, the reason why I had to make it clear was not for you. It was also to send you on your way. There seemed to be some contradiction in these words, but Chu Yang knew that Meng Chaoran's explanation was meant for him. He did not want his own brother to misunderstand him. He did not want his own sacred feelings to be misunderstood. He needed someone to be a witness, even though it had been so many years. Meng Chaoran's heart still did not allow any blasphemy. This time, Xianxia had touched Meng Chaoran's absolute bottom line. Xianxia's face changed. He struggled and shouted, Master, I was wrong, I was wrong. I was confused. I deserve to die. Please. Please forgive me this time. As he shouted, tears flowed down his face. It's too late. You must know that in life, some things can be wrong, but some things cannot be wrong. Once you make a mistake, you will pay with your life. Meng Qiaoran coldly shook his head. He slowly stretched out his hand. His eyes flashed with a trace of sadness, but he did not care about Shi Qianshan's begging. Chu Yang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He rushed forward and slapped his palm on Shi Qianshan's chest. Pa! Shi Qianshan's chest bones were shattered. His body jerked and his eyes bulged out. Blood started to flow out of his mouth and nose. He fell backward and stopped breathing. Asterisk, 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 dead. Eh? Meng Ran looked at him and understood what he meant. He could not help but sigh. Master, it's better for younger brother to do it. He has bullied us for a long time. Today is a good time to vent. Chu Yang said calmly. Meng Ran looked at Dong Xuebing and patted his shoulder. But in the end, she did not say anything and walked out. Personally killing the younger brother that he had raised for 8 years, with Meng Ran's character, after killing him, he would probably hold a grudge. But it was different when Chu Yang did it. Although he died in front of him, he was not the one who killed him. That kind of feeling would be much lighter. How could Meng Ran not understand Chu Yang's intention? Chu Yang also sighed. Looking at Shi Qianshan's corpse, he could not help but hatefully say, dying so quickly is really too easy for you. These words were not wrong. If Meng Ran did not suddenly come, with Chu Yang's methods and the accumulated hatred of 2 lives, he would definitely make Shi Qianshan beg for death. Chu Yang also finally understood why Meng Ran named himself Chu Yang. First, it was because of the Chu character on the jade pendant. Second, it was because of the Chu character in Yi Chu Chen's name. Chu Yang, does it not mean the morning sun? And Chu Chen, does it not have the same meaning as my name? And Tan Tan's Tan character, does it not mean the appearance of the Tan flower? Was that Meng Ran lamenting the shortness of his love? Chu Yang suddenly understood how bitter his master's heart was. The most painful thing in life is separation in life and death. And in these 4 words, separation in life is in front. This means that separation in life is much more painful than separation in death. Separation in death is painful for a while. But separation in life is painful for a lifetime. As long as one is alive, this pain and torment will never end. Yi Chu Chen. Chu Yang silently muttered. Then, he calmly looked in the direction that Meng Ran had gone. He then said in his heart, Master, I will remember this name. Chu Yang turned his head and looked at Shi Qianshan's corpse. His eyes were wide open. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. He finally realized that he had truly changed the course of his life. In his previous life, Shi Qianshan should have lived for 4 years. However, in less than a month after his rebirth, Shi Qianshan died in his own hands. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then, he wrapped the corpse in a quilt and slowly walked out. However, she was surprised to find that Tan Tan had prepared a table of dishes during this period of time. And, the dishes were placed on the table. They were steaming hot. What was even more surprising was that Meng Ran didn't disappear either. He just sat there quietly, as if waiting for him. Everything was as it had always been. When Tan Tan saw Chu Yang come in, his eyebrows twitched. He rubbed his hands and asked with some apprehension, that eldest martial brother. Shi Qianshan? Dead. I killed him. Chu Yang said casually and then sat down. Tan Tan nodded and lowered his head. He suddenly felt that he didn't have anything to eat. Just now, he also heard Shi Qianshan's words. In his heart, he also felt that Shi Qianshan deserved to die. However, he didn't know why, but there was still a faint sadness in his heart. After all, they had been together for so many years. And before this, Tan Tan had never seen Shi Qianshan's true colors. Meng Ran was silent for a while. He picked up his chopsticks and said, Let's eat. His expression was calm as if this matter had never happened. This purple bamboo garden had never had a person named Shi Qianshan. The 3 of them were silent. The atmosphere at the banquet was heavy to the extreme. Chu Yang also didn't say anything. Master Meng Ran didn't need any consolation at this time. Even if he felt that it wasn't worth it, he would be able to adjust himself in a few days. However, it was Xianxia's last words that evoked Meng Ran's emotional pain. This emotional turmoil in his heart would probably last for a long time. After Meng Ran finished eating, he saw that Chu Yang was also wolfing down his food. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Chu Yang, this is your first time killing someone, right? If I remember correctly, you haven't even killed a single animal before." Chu Yang was startled and said, "Yes." Only then did he remember that he was too calm after killing someone. In the eyes of Meng Ran, who was experienced in Jianghu, this was undoubtedly a very surprising matter. Even though he was a martial artist, no matter how evil he was, when he killed someone for the first time, there would always be some abnormality. But now, Chu Yang's first time killing someone was his eldest martial brother whom he had lived with for 8 years. Unexpectedly, he didn't even have any effect on his food. How could this not be strange? Your mentality is like that of a natural killer. Meng Ran smiled faintly and said. After saying this, he suddenly remembered Wu Yunliang's suggestion. In his heart, he approved of the possibility of Chu Yang doing that dangerous mission. With this kind of calmness, even to the point of being callous, to do that mission, there was absolutely no need to worry about being exposed. However, Meng Ran was still somewhat uneasy. His mood was very conflicted. That was an opportunity, but at the same time, it was also a path of death. A natural killer. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. In his heart, he thought, even though this is the first time I killed someone in this life, in my previous life, I had already killed tens of thousands of people. How could I not be calm? I was already numb. Killing a person was not as effective as killing a dog. Sure, Xianxia deserved to die. Little brother killing him was a matter of course. There was no pressure, and it was very satisfying. Chu Yang said seriously. Meng Ran looked at him and suddenly smiled faintly. He said, "Very good," and no longer spoke. 3 days quickly passed. On this night, Chu Yang sat alone in the depths of the purple bamboo forest, feeling the energy of heaven and earth. He had a premonition that today, he should be able to break through to martial warrior. Since the day he killed Xianxia, the ruthlessness in his heart had been aroused. Chu Yang had always felt his dantian's qi fluctuating violently. It was as if a bloodthirsty emotion was awakening, struggling and roaring. This was the ruthlessness that was left in his soul when he practiced the emotionless sword path in his previous life. Chu Yang spent a lot of effort to suppress this emotion and continued to cultivate calmly. However, from that moment on, the true energy in his body suddenly surged. It was as if he was about to break through some shackles. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and controlled the energy whirlpool in his dantian. The calamity sword seemed to have become the core. The energy whirlpool circled around the calamity sword in his dantian. Like lightning, it rushed out of his dantian and rushed into his meridians. With a sharp energy, it passed through his meridians. It gradually went up. After it passed through his meridians, it had already formed a vast energy flow. Chu Yang's mind moved, and the energy flow broke away from the circulation channel of a martial disciple. It brazenly continued to rush up to the bottleneck of a martial warrior. Boom! Chu Yang only felt a sudden thunderous sound in his body. His body shook violently, and with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. 2 streaks of blood came out of his nostrils. His face was flushed red. However, the vast energy flow had already broken through the bottleneck. It charged forward little by little in the newly opened meridians. Chu Yang controlled it with his mind. After breaking through, it was the first time he circulated his martial power through the new meridians. He must be careful. Otherwise, there would be damage. This damage was invisible, but it could restrict a person's future achievements. It was as if he was crossing a wooden bridge. After guiding the energy flow through one cycle, Chu Yang was already sweating profusely. However, he did not relax and continued to circulate. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 1 cycle. After the cycle was completed, Chu Yang suddenly exhaled. He felt that there was no strength in his body, but his whole body felt as comfortable as if he was immersed in warm water. The breath he exhaled, even in the pitch-black darkness of the night, flashed in front of him, and then dissipated into the air. In a hidden corner of the purple bamboo forest, Meng Ran stood motionless. His body was already covered with frost marks, and he was concentrating on protecting his younger brother. The moment Chu Yang broke through, Meng Ran also let out a long sigh of relief. He finally succeeded. Chu Yang's path of cultivation had taken another step forward. Chu Yang only broke through to martial warrior. How could he force out the impurities in his meridians? What kind of monstrous disciple did I get? Meng Chaoran was completely stunned. To be able to shock the usually carefree Meng Chaoran to such an extent, this was definitely the first time in Beyond the Heavens sect. If Wu Yunliang and the others knew about this, their eyeballs would probably fall to the ground. Normally, when a martial warrior breaks through, they force out the impurities in their body. These impurities are acquired and are called body transformation. Martial warriors, from level 1 to peak martial warrior, basically remove the impurities on the surface of the body. After that is martial masters. Martial masters also force out the impurities in their body step by step, making their body more suitable for cultivation. Martial masters force out the impurities in their body, including the 5 viscera. These are also acquired impurities. This step is called body transformation. After that, when a martial great master breaks through, the impurities in their meridians are also acquired. It was only at this stage that he could be considered to have reached the stage of cultivation. This step is called meridian cleansing. Above martial great master, when a revered martial artist cultivates, it is time to force out the impurities in the deepest part of the body. This step is called meridian cleansing. Meridian cleansing is also the last step of refining the body. Now, Chu Yang had only broken through to martial warrior, but he had already reached the meridian cleansing stage. How could Meng Chaoran not be shocked? It must be known that the current Meng Chaoran was only at the late stage of meridian cleansing. Chu Yang often let out a sigh of relief. He had finally broken through to martial warrior. In other words, as long as he obtained the first fragment of Tribulation Sword, he could immediately cultivate Tribulation Divine Technique. Meng Chaoran was surprised, but Chu Yang was not surprised at all. Every morning, he persisted in doing the same set of movements, constantly removing the impurities in his body. The impurities on the surface of his body, muscles, and bones had already been removed. These were the marvelous movements of Tribulation Sword. They were the secrets of the human body. Although it was only one movement, it allowed the entire body to move from inside to outside at the same time. At the same time, it created a pressure several times stronger, removing the impurities. It was just this set of seemingly ordinary movements, but it was hard to find even with tens of thousands of gold. It was a martial artist's treasure. Chu Yang stood up. His feet were nailed to the ground as if they were nailed to the ground. His upper body slowly leaned back. His waist seemed to have been broken. His head was bent all the way between his legs. Then, his hands reached under his crotch and grabbed his chin. Then, he exerted his strength, and his body suddenly bounced up from the ground in the shape of a round ball. It was spinning in the air. Meng Chaoran noticed that while he was spinning in the air, every part of his body was still moving in this position. From his neck to his toes, the sound of joints cracking could be heard, one after another. Meng Chaoran was shocked. Although he didn't know the effect of this action, he knew that it was extremely difficult. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it the first time. Chu Yang spun 7 or 8 times in the air before landing on the ground. He rolled back and forth on the ground in a circle. Then, his body suddenly stretched out like a chick breaking out of an eggshell. The sound of the joints in his body became even more intense. Then, he slowly stood up. His body was in a posture that was almost like a toddler learning to walk. When he stood up, his legs trembled no less than 1,000 times. Every tremble was accompanied by a crisp sound from the depths of his bones. In the end, he steadied his body. The sound of the joints in his body weakened, but his 2 arms slowly stretched out in a strange position. Another burst of cracking sounds came from his arms. Pa pa pa, Meng Chaoran was almost stunned. He finally understood the meaning of this set of movements. But when he thought about it, he was horrified. This set of movements was clearly the trajectory of life. Every movement seemed strange and incomprehensible, but they were all full of traces of the great Tao, from nothing to something, becoming an egg, gestating, breaking out of the shell, standing up. This was the trajectory of life belonging to the birds. Chu Yang made 4 movements, and then stopped. This was also a set of movements contained in the Calamity Sword. Only after entering the martial warrior realm could he practice this set of movements. If he practiced this set of movements as a martial disciple, he was afraid that he would break all the bones in his body. The pain he had to endure to practice this set of movements was not much lighter than breaking bones. Moreover, it was a continuous pain that penetrated into the bone marrow. But from beginning to end, Xianxia did not even make a sound. If he made a sound, he would lose his vitality, and the effect would be greatly reduced. After his rebirth, Xianxia had already made up his mind. Either he did not do it, or he did it to the best of his ability. He took a deep breath. At this time, the sweat on his body surged out violently. On the ground, it was quickly soaking through at a speed visible to the naked eye. Master, these 4 movements are called the limitless Tao of heaven and earth. There are too many mysteries in it, and I don't understand them fully. Master, please correct me. Xianxia did not turn his head and said lightly. He knew that his master must be protecting him. Although he did not notice, Meng Chaoran was definitely there. Because it was only 4 years later in his previous life that he found out that every time the 3 of them broke through, although Meng Chaoran seemed indifferent on the surface, he was even more nervous than them. Every time, he had to be fully alert to secretly protect them. When they broke through, they only needed to work hard, but their master had to suffer in secret for several days. But Meng Chaoran never said anything. He was a person who only did and did not say anything. By the time Xianxia understood his master's good intentions, it was already too late. In this life, how could he miss it? Meng Chaoran chuckled and walked out of the purple bamboo forest. He asked, "How did you know I was here?" Xianxia smiled. His eyes shone with deep emotion. He said, "When we broke through, Master was not here? When we were cultivating, we were never disturbed. When we were breaking through, there wasn't even a mosquito by our side. It was absolutely quiet, not to mention other snakes, insects, and rats. In this purple bamboo forest that is filled with these things, isn't it strange?" Meng Chaoran smiled with gratification. He said, "You worked hard. Breaking through is your own ability. I was just secretly watching." Meng Chaoran did not say anything, but his heart was moved. He knew that Xianxia's set of movements were deliberately done for him to see. It was so that he could also practice and improve his ability to protect himself. This set of movements was full of traces of the great Tao. It was absolutely beneficial for him to comprehend martial arts. He did not say anything, but his heart secretly remembered it. This set of movements was absolutely precious. He really did not know where Xianxia learned it. But Meng Chaoran did not ask. Everyone had their own secrets. If Xianxia did not want to take the initiative to say it, he would not ask. He respected his disciple's privacy. Xianxia is my disciple. Knowing this is enough, Meng Chaoran stood for a while and went back. How could he not know that Xianxia was on the verge of breaking through? He had been observing Xianxia's movements every day for several days. He was mentally exhausted. But Xianxia had just broken through, so he did not feel sleepy. It was late at night. Xianxia hugged his knees and sat alone on the peak of the mountain. He looked at the dark night and his heart was in turmoil. "Qingwu, I am already a martial warrior. Soon, I will be able to cultivate to the tribulation level and have the power to protect you. I will not let you suffer any harm. Where are you now? The Qingwu now is only 10 years old, right?" As Xianxia thought, he could not help but smile gently. I wonder how Qingwu looks like now. Is she still a little girl? With a ponytail, in his previous life, he met Mo Qingwu after the New Year. At that time Mo Qingwu was 10 years old. He was 25 years old. Thinking of Mo Qingwu at that time, Xianxia's mind wandered. He still remembered that Mo Qingwu also liked purple bamboo. And because of the warmth of his childhood, he always chose a place to cultivate in seclusion. He would always find a patch of purple bamboo. So, it was at Nirvana? In the purple bamboo forest on the heavenly mist peak, he met Mo Qingwu for the first time. And finally, Mo Qingwu was attacked near the purple bamboo forest on the heavenly mist peak. Inside, there were a few bamboo houses that Mo Qingwu built herself. There were a few young bamboos. Mo Qingwu carefully planted them on the path to welcome him. He remembered that Mo Qingwu had said at that time, "Chu Yang, if I die one day, please burn my body into ashes and scatter them on this path. Plant my heart and soul on this path, just so that when you walk from here, you can step on me. I would rather let you step on everything I have, even if you are not here to see me, but just to see these purple bamboos. But please let me feel that you are here, that will be enough." Qingwu, Qingwu, Chu Yang's heart ached as he called out to her. He smiled gently, his eyes full of anticipation. The first one has been sent to sleep. Brothers and sisters who have tickets, throw a few tickets. G. As the night deepened, it was nearing the third night watch period. Chu Yang sat like a rock, deep in thought. His sleeves gently fluttered in the night wind, but he did not move an inch. The fourth night watch period arrived. Heaven and earth suddenly fell into the deepest darkness. Chu Yang was about to get up and return to his room when he suddenly felt something strange. His eyes suddenly became sharp as he looked towards the left side of the mountain road. On the left side was a road that led to beyond the heaven sect. It diverged from another mountain range and was very hidden. Under Chu Yang's gaze, a few shadows suddenly appeared at the bottom of the cliff. They were as fast as the wind and disappeared like ghosts in the dark night. The direction they disappeared in was actually the direction of beyond the heavens sect. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. The fourth night watch period was the best time for night walkers to move. Moreover, the darkest time was less than half an hour. These people had clearly been hiding here for a long time, but they had to wait until now to act. They definitely did not have good intentions. Thinking of Meng Rant's words about protecting beyond the heavens sect, Chu Yang's eyes became serious. He suddenly got up and rushed down the cliff like a meteor. Using the cliff wall as support, he reached the bottom. Then, using the mountain rocks and trees as cover, he quickly chased after the three people. Although he was only a first-grade martial warrior, he was not the least bit afraid. Even if he was no match for them, he was still confident that he could escape. If these people really had bad intentions, Chu Yang felt that he was quite competent in causing trouble. He chased after them for a few miles. Chu Yang's movements were light and graceful, seemingly slow but actually fast. If there was an expert watching from the side, he would definitely be shocked. Every place he landed was an absolute blind spot. As he flew, he constantly used objects to cover his body. He seemed to be looking for temporary cover, but every time, it was absolutely flawless. His body was floating a few feet away, but his eyes were always looking for cover within a few feet of him. He had already made a perfect plan. Chu Yang continued to move forward. After chasing for 5 miles, he could already see the mountain gate of beyond the heavens sect in the distance. Chu Yang suddenly felt something and immediately stopped. His body flashed and he was already in the shadows. Then, he laid his body flat on the mountain rock and moved forward. Although it was a little slow, there was absolutely no sound coming from him. The three shadows were waiting quietly in a valley at the corner of the mountain. Not far in front of them was the mountain gate of beyond the heavens sect. Over there were younger brothers who were on duty day and night. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Each mountain peak sent out one person to supervise and restrict each other, as well as to keep each other company. Other than the purple bamboo garden, the other peaks of beyond the heavens sect were all within this mountain gate. These people obviously didn't dare to force their way in. Although they were not afraid of these gatekeepers with their strength, they would still alert the enemy. It seemed like they were waiting, or were they going to meet here? Chu Yang thought to himself. Then, he slowly moved forward another 30 feet. He was now less than 100 feet away from those three people. The three of them were all black turban XG faces. They were carefully hiding behind a large rock. Chu Yang looked at the place where they were hiding, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. These three people seemed to be Jianghu veterans. The place they chose to hide in was a blind spot on 3 sides. Moreover, this was the only side where there were 2 exits. One of the exits was relatively hidden. In other words, even if there was an accident, they could escape quickly and not be caught by the enemy. Chu Yang held his breath. His body was like a rock as he quietly waited. His patience and confidence could be compared to anyone in the world. Time slowly slipped away. Among the 3 people, a slightly thin figure seemed to be somewhat impatient. He slightly adjusted his posture and whispered, "What's going on? Didn't we agree on this time? Why hasn't that damned guy come yet? Don't be impatient." Another black-cloaked man cautiously looked around and whispered a warning. Then, he raised his head and looked around. He suspiciously said, "Why do I feel like there's movement?" Hearing this, the other two also became alert. They pricked up their ears and looked around. Chu Yang's breathing rate remained the same. He treated their words as farts. Motionless. This was a kind of reaction. It was like a person walking alone at night. If someone was following behind him, he would have this kind of reaction even if he didn't turn his head. Not to mention martial artists, even ordinary people had this kind of reaction ability. But if he turned his head and didn't find anything, he would just treat it as an illusion. Sure enough, after the three people looked around, they all relaxed. The black-cloaked man who said there was movement laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "I was being paranoid. It's always right to be cautious." The other two whispered. At this moment, there was a movement from the mountain gate. A voice shouted, "Who is it?" A steady and low voice said, "It's me." "Oh, it's Second Martial Uncle. I've been disrespectful." Is Second Martial Uncle going to practice martial arts?" "Yes, this is the best time to practice martial arts. You people must also remember that hard work can make up for your lack of talent. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is the thickest in the morning. It's the best time to practice martial arts. Yes, we will follow Second Martial Uncle's teachings." A black shadow slowly walked over. Behind him, the disciple who was guarding the gate was still praising, "Second Martial Uncle is worthy of being a big figure in our sect. His martial arts are high, but he's easy to approach. He's also very diligent. Every day at this time, he comes out to practice. This perseverance is really amazing. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it." Another voice said, "That's right. What kind of person is Second Martial Uncle? How can you compare to him?" Chu Yang's heart shook. This person was Second Martial Uncle Li Jinsong, Li Jian's father. The master of Locking Cloud's Peak of Beyond the Heavens sect, the second most important person. Li Jinsong was dressed in martial arts clothes, carrying a long sword on his back. He looked like he was out to practice swordsmanship. He leisurely went out of the mountain gate. With a long body, he drew a beautiful arc. Behind him, there was another sound. Li Jinsong flew a few times and came to the corner. He turned a few more times and walked to the back of the huge rock. It seemed that they had contacted each other more than once or twice. Chu Yang thought to himself. In addition, the disciple who was guarding the gate said, "Every day at this time, he comes out to practice martial arts." It was enough to show that Li Jinsong had done a lot of things in secret. "Why did you come so late? Is there any news?" The skinny man asked impatiently in a low voice. "Am I late?" Li Jinsong snorted. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with this question. He said, "Did you bring the things?" "The things are not urgent." The other person quickly tried to smooth things over. He said, "Brother Li, quickly tell us about the recent changes in the situation." Li Jinsong snorted and lowered his voice, "The situation is a bit strange. I want to ask, besides you, is there anyone else who has designs on Beyond the Heavens sect?" The three men in black were also startled. They looked at each other and said, "This is not clear." However, Beyond the Heavens sect is in a precarious situation right now. There are many people who have designs on it. Li Jinsong made an O sound and said, "Just a while ago, Wu Yunliang sent old Violent Lei to take two of his sect's most outstanding disciples and his daughter to Iron Cloud Nation." Iron Cloud Nation? The three asked at the same time. Yes, and this trip was very secretive. But as far as I know, the four of them were intercepted more than once on the way. Obviously, someone did not want them to go. Moreover, these people are very well informed. Li Jinsong said calmly. Behind the rock, Chu Yang's heart shook. It seems that Li Jinsong was not the only spy. What is the purpose of going to Iron Cloud Nation? The three men obviously did not care about the safety of Bao Kuang Lei and the others. They only wanted to know the reason. "I don't know. Li Jinsong frowned and said, but, no matter what, they went to Iron Cloud. For us, half of our goal has been achieved. Yes, Beyond the Heavens sect is within Great Zhao's borders. Wu Yunliang actually dared to send people to collude with Iron Cloud. He really has guts. One of the men in black said gloomily. Is this the only news? Is it worth it for us to come all the way here? Brotherly, this is a bit too much. The other man in black had a mask on his face, but from his voice, one could hear that he was smiling insincerely. Of course not. It's just that you promised something. It's time to fulfill it. Li Jinsong suppressed his anger and said, you are from the imperial court and the military. You will not go back on your promises. Moreover, we have secretly pressured Wu Yunliang to side with Iron Cloud. Even though the final decision has not been made, it is the same as saying that my mission has been accomplished. Secretly, Chu Yang was startled. The imperial court and the military? Beyond the Heavens sect is only a sect. What does it have to do with the imperial court and the military? And this imperial court is obviously the imperial court of Great Zhao. Chu Yang faintly felt that a great conspiracy was in progress. Perhaps the destruction of Beyond the Heavens sect in his previous life had a lot to do with this. ************1. Make an update note. Every day, there are 2 updates. The time is around 11 a.m. and 10 p.m. Usually, there are 3 updates on Monday. Around midnight, around 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and around 10 o'clock in the afternoon. Brotherly, this is not what Prime Minister Diwu told you. The man in black, who was obviously the leader, laughed and said, we support you in defeating Wu Yunliang and eliminating all dissidents. You are in sole control of Beyond the Heavens sect. You will be listed as a sect of the imperial court. Brother Li's disciples can enter the imperial court as officials and bring honor to their ancestors. He laughed in a low voice, with such great benefits, I am afraid that even the Heavenly Dao Union's master Xianyuan would be tempted. And you think that by providing 1 or 2 pieces of information, you can exchange it for a lifetime of glory and wealth? Li Jinsong was furious. He shouted in a low voice, even the lives of my family are in your hands. How can you talk about glory and wealth? The man in black said, but brotherly, the thing you want. Haha, you should know how important it is. Li Jinsong snorted and said, if worst comes to worst, I will go to Shangjing and find Prime Minister Diwu. I will just put this matter aside for a while. His tone was unusually decisive. The man in black pondered for a while and finally softened, fine, brotherly, I won't hide it from you. The 1,000-year-old crystal spirit mushroom you want is very difficult to find. The Prime Minister has already sent out 18 teams to look for it. Once it is found, it will be delivered to you immediately. He laughed and said, the Prime Minister knows that this is what you are most anxious about, right? Brotherly, you are really a sentimental person. But this kind of treasure can only be found by chance. Brotherly, you cannot be impatient. Li Jinsong snorted and said angrily, I can wait. I can even wait for 100 years. But my wife cannot wait. She is waiting for this thing to save her life. Of course. So even though Prime Minister Diwu did not let us bring the 1,000-year-old crystal spirit mushroom, he did let us bring the 3 lives pill. The man in black laughed and said, 3 pills. Li Jinsong suddenly raised his head, really? Not only him, even Chu Yang who was eavesdropping on the side suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. 3 lives pill. 1,000-year-old crystal spirit mushroom. These were all things that could only be found by chance. What did Li Jinsong want? The 3 lives pill was not a medicinal pill. Instead, it was a strange kind of fruit. The plant of this fruit only sprouted in the first season, and withered in 10 years. After another 20 years, it would sprout and branch again. After 50 years, it would become a small tree. It withered and rotted once again. Another 50 years later, it sprouted for the 3rd time. After 200 years, it grew into a mature plant. It bloomed for 1 season, and the flowers were extremely poisonous. Then, it bore this kind of fruit. It was the 3 lives pill. After the fruit ripened, it became the size of an apricot. The plant immediately withered and never relapsed again. 3 times, 330 years, only 1 fruit was born. One could imagine how precious this fruit was. The effects were even better. It could cure chronic illnesses, cure terminal illnesses, heal serious injuries, cultivate one's vitality, and increase one's lifespan. As for the 1,000-year crystal Ganoderma, it was a legendary item. It was one of the most miraculous medicines in the world. Its specific effects were enough to bring the dead back to life. However, Chu Yang didn't know its specific effects. However, both of these miraculous medicines were related to curing illnesses. Could it be that Li Jinsong's wife is sick? This Prime Minister Diwu was actually so generous, taking out 3 Sanqing Dan for Li Jinsong at once. These 3 Sanqing Dan are enough to protect your wife for 3 years. The man in black took out a black jade box and said, Prime Minister Diwu told me to tell you that if you can't find the crystal Ganoderma after 3 years, he can only give you other compensation. He said with a heavy tone, Prime Minister Diwu clearly told me not to deceive you about this matter. The Prime Minister said that although we are working together for each other's benefit, being honest with each other is the most important thing. These are the words of the Prime Minister himself. Li Jinsong lowered his head and was silent for a while. Then he said in a low voice, Thank you for your honesty. Li Jinsong understands. He lowered his head, and the sky was dark. Chu Yang couldn't see his expression, but behind the big rock, Chu Yang sneered in his heart. This Prime Minister Diwu's words were pleasant to hear, but from Li Jinsong's words, even the lives of my family are in your hands. What glory and splendor are you talking about? It was clear. Li Jinsong was blinded by greed, but he didn't do this willingly. He was under a certain degree of coercion. Coercing his people to talk about honesty? If Li Jinsong really believed it, then he would be the biggest fool in the world. The Sanqing Dan is extremely precious. You must keep it well. Normally, put it in this black jade box. Do not open it unless you need to use it. You must know that every time you open it, the spiritual energy of the Sanqing Dan will decrease. The man in black solemnly said, This matter in Iron Cloud, we brothers must report it to Prime Minister Diwu as soon as possible. If the Prime Minister knows, he will make arrangements. Brother Li, we will take our leave. Li Jinsong clasped his hands and said, I won't see you out. He was already holding the black jade box tightly in his arms. The 3 men in black had been gone for a long time. Li Jinsong was still standing in the same place. After a long time, he sighed and walked back with the black jade box. Not long after, his figure disappeared into the darkness. Chu Yang was still hiding behind the big rock. Even his breathing had not changed. Sure enough, with a gust of wind, Li Jinsong's figure appeared again. He circled around to make sure that no one was eavesdropping. Then he flew away. He had finally left. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the secret he had eavesdropped on today was related to the life and death of Beyond the Heavens sect. It was extremely important. If he was discovered, escaping would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He had to be cautious. No one would have thought that the traitor of Beyond the Heavens sect was the second in command of the sect, the powerful Li Jinsong. Chu Yang was about to stand up and move his stiff limbs when suddenly his whole body tensed up. He quietly raised his head to look at the scene. On the stage, at the place where the 4 of them were talking, a black-cloaked figure had appeared without a sound. Chu Yang's scalp was numb because he did not notice when this person had arrived. This person was dressed in black and had a tall stature. He stood there for a long time without moving. After a while, he suddenly sighed deeply and lightly said, Chu Yang, you can come out. Chu Yang's scalp suddenly exploded. It seemed that this person had noticed his arrival. And he even recognized him. It was too late to leave now. And this person's tone did not seem to have any evil intentions. Chu Yang's heart hardened. He stood up and walked forward step by step. You heard everything, right? The person with his hands behind his back said to Chu Yang. Yes, you also heard everything, right? I'm afraid you heard it even more clearly than me? Chu Yang smiled faintly, squinted his eyes and asked back. The person let out a low laugh and slowly turned around. At this time, the darkest moment had passed. The sky was gradually becoming hazy. The faint starlight in the sky shone on this person's face. 3 strands of black beard floated in front of his chest. His face was square and serious. He was not angry, but he was dignified. Chu Yang looked and could not help but be even more surprised. He was so surprised that he almost could not speak. This person was the current sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Yunliang, why was he here? If he was here, then he must have known about Li Jinsong's scheme. Why did he not stop him? For a moment, Chu Yang's heart was filled with doubts. He only felt confused. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he could not understand the complexity of this situation. He could not figure out what was going on. Follow me. Wu Yunliang looked at the gradually brightening sky. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Chu Yang's sleeve, pulling him along as they ran. After turning left and right, they turned into a valley not far from Purple Bamboo Garden. Although this valley was not very remote, it was very desolate. Because there was nothing inside, Chu Yang and the others did not come here. Here, there was a cave in the mountain wall, forming a natural cave. It was not even 2 feet deep. Come in. Wu Yunliang led the way. Chu Yang also followed him inside. Inside, there was a small stone table that was very smooth. It looked like it was made into a bench. It seemed that people often came here to sit. Sure enough, Wu Yunliang waved his sleeves and sat down. He looked up at Chu Yang and sized him up. The corners of his mouth curled up in a friendly smile. You are not bad. Wu Yunliang's first sentence was like this. Those 3 people are from Great Zhao's Golden Horse Riders Department. Golden Horse Riders Department belongs to the current Prime Minister, Diwu Qingro. It is an absolutely secret organization. Wu Yunliang did not wait for Chu Yang to speak and began to explain. Golden Horse Riders Hall, Diwu Qingro. Chu Yang looked pensive. These 2 names were also very famous in his previous life. They were like thunder piercing the ears. Golden Horse Riders Department was actually the secret weapon of Great Zhao. I will not explain too much here. You can imagine the Ming Dynasty's Eastern Faction Guards and the Imperial Bodyguards. The more I explain, the more nonsense I will say. Diwu Qingro's name was gentle, but he was actually an ambitious and ruthless person. It was rumored that he did not understand martial arts, but he entered school at 3 years old. At 5 years old, he became famous all over the world. At 10 years old, he became an official and managed a county in an orderly manner. At 20 years old, he was already the Southeast Inspector of Great Zhao. At 25 years old, he officially entered the Imperial Cabinet and patrolled the entire Great Zhao. At 30 years old, he became the Prime Minister. This year, he was not even 35 years old, but he was already the most powerful person in Great Zhao. He could call the wind and summon the rain. He commanded hundreds of officials and commanded the world. This kind of achievement was unique in all of history. Throughout history, officials and generals opposed each other. However, this Diwu Qingro was able to subdue all of the military officials. Not only did he have the ability to govern, but he also had the ambition to expand his territory. Unifying the world was Diwu Qingro's biggest goal. In his previous life, the name Diwu Qingro was the shadow of the entire lower 3 heavens. In the entire world, there was no conspiracy that did not have Diwu Qingro's shadow and influence. It was under Diwu Qingro's plan that Golden Horse Riders Department secretly carried out. Tai Butian, who was widely recognized as the next ruler of Iron Cloud Nation, was assassinated, and Great Zhao's armored cavalry marched straight in and destroyed Iron Cloud. Their momentum was like the sun in the sky for a while. Moreover, they used the remaining momentum to swallow up the limitless nation in one fell swoop. They occupied the position of absolute overlord in the entire lower 3 heavens. The most powerful aspect of Diwu Qingro was that he not only used the political power of the imperial court, but also the power of the big sects of Jianghu. He made use of their conflicts and interests to create chaos or alliances. Unintentionally, these sects helped Great Zhao accomplish many things that the imperial court could not or would not be able to do. Moreover, the most amazing thing was that after the incident, no one discovered it. If he hadn't said it himself, he was afraid that all the large sects would still be in the dark. When Chu Yang left for upper 3 heavens to look for the Tribulation Sword, the Great Zhao Empire's cavalry had already destroyed Iron Cloud and Wuji. They gradually expanded their territory. The name of the Golden Horse Riders Department spread throughout the world because of the destruction of these 2 countries. Wu Yunliang naturally did not know that Chu Yang already knew about these matters. He still explained to him what the Golden Horse Riders Department was. I just want to know, why didn't you stop it? Chu Yang frowned. Why should I stop it? Wu Yunliang smiled. Huh? These past few years, I had been accompanying my second brother. We would wake up early in the morning and go to that place to practice martial arts. Wu Yunliang smiled mockingly, although he did not know. Since they started to contact each other 5 years ago, I have always been clear about it. Chu Yang was startled. Looking at Wu Yunliang's warm and dignified face, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. In his previous life, because his sect was destroyed and Chu Yang did not have any contact with this sect leader, he looked down on him. How could a sect leader's sect be wiped out under his watch? What was the use of such a sect leader? But now, he knew that this sect leader Wu Yunliang was very scheming. If anyone thought of him as a fool, then that person was a real fool. Actually, if you think about it, who could be a sect leader? Which one of them was easy to deal with? But Wu Yunliang actually allowed a conspiracy to exist and develop under his nose for 5 years. Why? Chu Yang looked at Wu Yunliang's calm face and understood something. The first step was to incite internal strife within Beyond the Heavens sect. When I took over Beyond the Heavens sect, the Martial Brothers were not convinced. The elders were also divided into factions. Internal strife was already rampant. They needed to be cleansed to become stronger. Wu Yunliang said heavily, so I allowed them to do this. If they did not succeed, then they would be destroyed. There was nothing to say. In the second year, they gradually revealed their goal. That was to use Beyond the Heavens sect status as a sect to incite a war between Great Zhao and Iron Cloud. They wanted to use the smallest price to swallow Iron Cloud and preserve their strength to unify the world. How is this possible? Chu Yang asked in surprise. Even if Beyond the Heavens sect was strong, it was still only a sect. What ability did it have to incite a war between two countries? There is nothing impossible in this world. What matters is whether it is done or not and how it is done. Wu Yunliang smiled coldly. Ah, sect leader Martial Uncle, why are you telling me this today? Isn't this the first time we have met? The more Chu Yang listened, the more restless he became. It was as if he had walked into a trap and was stuck in the mud. Don't be impatient. I have my reasons for telling you this. Sit down. Wu Yunliang glared at him. Chu Yang helplessly rolled his eyes. He simply moved over a rock and sat on it. It was not clear whether it was intentional or not, but the rock he brought was much bigger than Wu Yunliang's rock. Originally, Chu Yang was standing and Wu Yunliang was sitting. It was as if he was lecturing him. But now that he was sitting, he was about the same height as when he was standing, but he was looking down on him. Instead, the sect leader sat below him. This kind of situation was simply turning from a lecture to a report. Wu Yunliang frowned and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. He did not care about Chu Yang's rudeness and continued to speak. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. As long as Wu Yunliang said one word of dissatisfaction, he would immediately withdraw from this whirlpool. But this bastard did not say anything. Curiosity killed the cat. This saying was true. Chu Yang regretted it. Tell me, why would I chase after those 3 people when I had nothing better to do? Didn't he just find a rope to hang himself? Iron Cloud's Taibu Tian was young, only 17 or 18 years old, but he was a great strategist. Plus, he paid a lot of attention to the people outside of the court, especially the people who were willing to die. He personally created the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Inside, he gathered all the heroes from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. Especially this person who treated the wise with respect. He had the spirit to rule the world and was magnanimous. He was a rare young leader. Iron Cloud's ruler, Tai Shicheng, was bedridden for many years. The entire country was supported by Taibu Tian. Even though he did not ascend the throne, he was already the ruler of Iron Cloud. He was also the spiritual pillar of Iron Cloud's military. It could be said that with Taibu Tian's death, Iron Cloud Nation collapsed. Chu Yang listlessly replied, so what if he was young and powerful? In another 3 years, he would still be killed. The nation would also be destroyed. Chu Yang still remembered that in his previous life, Iron Cloud's Taibu Tian was killed because Great Zhao sent out more than 500 experts. They also spent a lot of money to hire several assassin organizations before they succeeded. But after the event, none of these people survived. However, the Great Zhao Empire caught hold of his weakness, and it was because of his respect for the wise. Wu Yinliang said heavily, being courteous to the wise is of course an advantage. But it is also because of this that there are no fights. Without a fight, it gives an opportunity for assassins. That's why many people are easy to approach before they succeed. But after they succeed, they become difficult to approach. This is not a change in personality, but a safety measure. Chu Yang had a lazy expression on his face, but in his heart, he was shouting, that makes sense. Great Zhao sent more than 20 assassins to assassinate Taibu Tian, but they all returned without success. So, they wanted to use Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Yinliang sneered. Chu Yang sighed and said, so when eldest martial uncle heard their plan, you decided not to expose it, but to beat them at their own game? That's right. Wu Yinliang said, since they want to use us, why can't we use them to rise up? Chu Yang finally understood why Beyond the Heavens sect was destroyed in his previous life. Wu Yinliang must have wanted to use the war between the two countries as an opportunity to rise up, but he overreached himself, but there must have been a lot of complicated matters involved. After all, facing a freak like Diwu Qingro, no one had any confidence. Even Mo Tianji, who was known as the master of calculation and manipulation in his previous life, could only concede defeat to Diwu Qingro, the prime minister of a secular country. Diwu Qingro was known throughout the lower three heavens as one man who could fight against a million masters. Speaking of this person, even his enemies could not help but admire him. They had to admit that this person was truly one of a kind. This person was a natural schemer, a politician, and a military strategist. Plus, he was open-minded and all-encompassing. Someone once said that even if Diwu Qingro did not know any martial arts, he could still become the overlord of upper three heavens. This evaluation was so high that it was shocking. Wu Yinliang was only taking a risk. It was like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. If he was not careful, he would be crushed to pieces. I am also taking a big risk. Wu Yinliang's face was heavy with worry. If I was not careful, Beyond the Heavens sect would have been destroyed. But I had to take this risk. Chu Yang nodded, agreeing with this statement. In order to implement this plan, Great Zhao has been oppressing Beyond the Heavens sect for the past few years. However, they are not forcing us to our deaths. They are only vaguely forcing us to move closer to Iron Cloud. As long as we get closer, there will be spies within our ranks. Furthermore, other than your second martial uncle, among the 10 of us, 3 of us, are in cahoots with other sections. This is also the result of the pressure that those sects have been exerting on us in recent years. I suspect that this is also Diwu Qingro's scheme. But I have not yet discerned his motive. But one thing is for sure. Once we get close, it will be much easier for these people to assassinate Taibu Tian. Wu Yinliang said worriedly. Diwu Qingro only wants Taibu Tian dead. He doesn't care about Beyond the Heavens sect. But once Taibu Tian dies, our Beyond the Heavens sect will definitely be annihilated. Chu Yang's face gradually became heavy. He didn't know all the details, but he knew one thing, Tai Budian had indeed died in her previous life. He died 2 months before the destruction of Beyond the Heavens sect. If Wu Yinliang still insisted on the original plan, then the tragedy would most likely repeat itself. If Wu Yinliang gave up, then Beyond the Heavens sect would be destroyed even faster under Diwu Qingro's instigation. Coupled with the heavy blows from the imperial court and the other sects, moreover, they were already riding a tiger and had no way to back down. Beyond the Heavens sect and Iron Cloud Nation had already established a relationship. Even if Wu Yinliang was not present, Li Jinsong could still be the representative. This way, it would be much easier to complete Diwu Qingro's plan. With Diwu Qingro's world-shaking planning ability, it would not be difficult to accomplish this. In fact, it would be a walk in the park. The reason why Diwu Qingro chose Beyond the Heavens sect was not only because of the above reasons, but also because Beyond the Heavens sect was the closest route from Great Zhao to Limitless Nation. Plus, this place had high mountains and dense forests. Even if 100,000 troops were hidden there, they would not be discovered. This was an extremely important strategic location. If Iron Cloud Nation was destroyed, Great Zhao would send troops from Iron Cloud. After passing through Beyond the Heavens sect, they would be able to invade Limitless Nation in less than 5 days. At that time, the other troops would also attack. Limitless Nation would not be able to hold on for more than a month before being destroyed. In other words, Diwu Qingro had arranged layers upon layers. With Beyond the Heavens sect, he had paved the way to unify the world. The specific plan was certainly not that simple. There were probably countless schemes, countless operations, and countless hidden plots. Chu Yang did not know about all of these, but Chu Yang knew that this was indeed how things developed in his previous life. The problem now was that Chu Yang clearly knew the direction of this entire matter, but he was powerless to do anything about it. He could not think of any way to stop it. Even if he said it, no one would believe him. Brother, if you went out and said, I came back from the year 2050, and the earth was destroyed at that time, how many people on the street would believe you? I reckon that they would all call you a lunatic in unison. Moreover, could you stop the destruction of the earth? Even if you knew when it was going to be destroyed, what could you do? Chu Yang was currently in this kind of situation. Right now, he was only an ordinary disciple of Beyond the Heavens sect. What ability did he have to reverse the fate of the millions of troops from 3 nations? For the first time, he had such a feeling. History could not be reversed. Even if he was reborn, it was only his own matter. It had nothing to do with others. History could not be reversed. Then, what about Qing Wu? What to do? Could it be that after I was reborn, I still have to watch the tragedy happen before my eyes? At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly had a very clear and mysterious feeling. His spirit had unexpectedly advanced into a wonderful realm. If I don't change this matter, then it proves that history can't be changed. Those who deserved to die would still die. Even if he was reborn thousands of times, everyone had their own destiny, and it could not be reversed. If this matter could not be changed, then even Mo Qing Wu's destiny could not be changed. At most, it could be brought forward or delayed by a few years. Just like Shi Qianshan, he would still die 4 years later. Now, he had only died 4 years earlier. As for Mo Qing Wu, Chu Yang's rebirth might let her live a few more years, but she might also meet with misfortune in advance. These were all things that could not be predicted. But as long as the general trend of history did not change, Mo Qing Wu would definitely not stay with Chu Yang for a lifetime. This was fate, it had its own destiny. No one could change it. This was a kind of enlightenment, and also the deepest understanding of the heavenly way. Chu Yang suddenly had an epiphany at this moment. History was the trajectory of the heavenly way, but it was this enlightenment that made him suddenly feel irritated and violent, and the bloody killing intent in his heart soared. If history could not be reversed, then did that mean Qing Wu would still die? Across from him, Wu Yunliang widened his eyes in shock. Just a moment ago, Chu Yang was quietly listening to him. But in the next moment, Chu Yang seemed to have entered a mysterious realm. He was clearly very close, but Wu Yunliang could not feel his presence. At this moment, Chu Yang's murderous aura rose to the extreme. Wu Yunliang stood up in shock and looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. He could no longer maintain his previous calmness. This kind of murderous aura made Wu Yunliang feel that under this kind of murderous aura, even if millions of people were slaughtered, Wu Yunliang would believe it. Chu Yang's murderous aura was like a tidal wave. He clenched his fists tightly, and his whole body emitted a dangerous aura. In his meridians, a bloodthirsty aura was surging like the tide of the sea. The murderous aura in his meridians rushed into his dantian like a tidal wave. It surged in his dantian like waves beating against the shore. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly let out a low laugh. He forcefully withdrew his spirit from that mysterious realm. That was the realm of the heavenly path, the realm of the heavenly path that martial artists yearn to enter in their dreams. Chu Yang actually withdrew. Without any reluctance, a violent backlash came like a violent wave. Chu Yang's body shook. The deepest part of his spirit suddenly shook like a tsunami. Blood came out of his 7 orifices. Suddenly, his eyes shone brightly. He said fiercely, "Who said history cannot be reversed? Why must it be reversed? If the heavens do not accept it, the heavens will also be reversed." Wu Yunliang did not know why Chu Yang suddenly said these words. He could not help but stare blankly. But at this moment, in Chu Yang's dantian, the anger and murderous aura surged and suddenly exploded. An empty voice laughed and said, "Not bad, not bad. You've finally comprehended the foundation of the Calamity Sword. That is, the heavens can be reversed." At this moment, the cloudless sky suddenly rumbled. A huge thunderbolt seemed to carry the wrath of heaven and earth as it fiercely struck down. The dazzling white light of the lightning lit up the surrounding thousands of miles as if it was daytime. It was incomparably bright, the entire upper half of the mountain burst like a bubble. Millions of pieces of rock flew in all directions. In a moment, the mountain shook as if the end of the world had arrived. The cave where Chu Yang and Wu Yunliang were was turned into an open-air plaza. Wu Yunliang cried out in alarm and jumped up. He felt his scalp go numb, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. He scratched his head in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Chu Yang clearly heard this voice coming from his dantian. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but he didn't know what to say because he clearly heard this voice coming from his dantian. Or rather, it was a direct telepathic conversation. While he was still in a daze, the empty voice came again, "The heavens are nothing. Tear it apart. Break it. Fate was nothing. Change it. Go against it. History is nothing. Destroy it. Destroy it." Ha ha ha. This spiritual consciousness carried an indescribable arrogance, as well as an unruly arrogance that looked down on all the heavens and earth. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder outside, there was even a sense of arrogance. Chu Yang's mind was shaken. He couldn't help but mutter, "Heaven is nothing. Tear it apart, crush it. Fate is nothing. Change it. Go against it. History is nothing. Destroy it. Destroy it." He felt that these words were just right for him. This kind of arrogance, this kind of arrogance, this kind of unruly feeling, was the kind of feeling he wanted. The arrogant voice laughed and said, "You are right. If you want to change your fate, you have to change the trajectory of this world from now on. Go against it. Otherwise, even if you eat shit, you won't be able to eat it while it's still hot. If you can't reverse fate and history, then Mo Qing Wu will still die." Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang was shaken. He was about to speak when a confused voice said, "What are you talking about? What happened to you?" Chu Yang was startled. He looked up and saw Wu Yunliang looking at him with a face full of shock and confusion. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he didn't hear anything. When he carefully checked his dantian, he found that there was no movement at all. Everything that happened just now was like a dream, but Chu Yang clearly knew that this was not a dream. "I am fine." Chu Yang chuckled. He found that his whole body was sweating profusely. His clothes were wet as if he had just come out of the water. "Why are you suddenly in a daze? Why are you sweating so strangely? And you are bleeding from all your orifices? And what happened just now? Why did this kind of lightning appear? It blew up the entire mountain peak." Wu Yunliang looked up at the sky with some fear. Then he worriedly looked at Chu Yang. "Chu Yang, you don't have any hidden illness, do you?" Without waiting for Chu Yang to answer, he grabbed Chu Yang's wrist and used his martial energy to check. But after a careful examination, he did not find anything wrong with Chu Yang's body. He could not help but shake his head and said, "Strange. I don't know. Maybe I was too nervous when I was following those people and eavesdropping. Now I feel scared." Chu Yang tried to cover it up. That's possible," Wu Yunliang advised, "but don't be careless. If you feel anything wrong with your body, you must immediately tell your master. If your master doesn't know what to do, tell him to come find me." Chu Yang quickly agreed. Those words were still echoing in his mind. History can be reversed. Destiny can be reversed. Heaven can be reversed. If you want to change your destiny, then you must reverse it. Then I will reverse it. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. Reverse him. Mother of, since he wants to reverse it, then how can he reverse it? Let's find another place to talk. Wu Yunliang grabbed Chu Yang and flew out of the cave. The commotion just now was too big. There were already many people coming this way. The two of them walked around a few times before they found a suitable place to hide. Chu Yang felt a bit funny. He was following the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect. He was moving around within the territory of Beyond the Heavens sect, but he felt like a thief. This kind of feeling was too wonderful for words. Did you hear what I said just now? Wu Yunliang asked, what do you think? Chu Yang's mind started to work quickly. He remained silent for a long time without speaking. After a long while, he said thoughtfully, Martial Uncle sect leader, do you mean, since they want to stir up disputes, they should take this opportunity to unify the world? Then we should just go with the flow? Wu Yunliang's eyes showed appreciation. He said, yes, continue. Chu Yang's mind turned quickly. He slowly said, once the two countries go to war, then we may have a chance. Or rather, Iron Cloud may have a chance. Sect Master Martial Uncle's meaning should be to find a foothold for Beyond the Heavens sect in this chaotic war. Yes. Wu Yunliang's eyes showed even more appreciation. He said, there is a key person in this. This person is definitely not Diwu Qingro, but Taibu Tian. Qi Yang said, anyone can die, but Taibu Tian cannot. Yes. As long as Taibu Tian is here, with his prestige and methods, he can organize a military force to fight against Diwu Qingro. Protect Iron Cloud. Qi Yang said, then, even if the war ends and Great Zhao wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. If they want to annex Limitless Nation, they will not have the ability to do so. They will also have to worry about Limitless Nation taking the initiative to attack. This way, Diwu Qingro will not dare to act rashly. Therefore, this battle of the world will only be between Taibu Tian and Diwu Qingro. And Diwu Qingro is most worried about Taibu Tian. Therefore, no matter what, he would rather take a roundabout route and kill Tai Butian first. Therefore, our mission is to protect Taibu Tian's life. After all, we came from Great Zhao. If Taibu Tian dies, we will be the biggest suspects. We will be the first to be killed by Iron Cloud Nation. And Great Zhao will not. Let traitors like us live. Chu Yang finished his analysis in one breath. Then he realized that all the focus was on one person. Taibu Tian, a 17 or 18-year-old boy, was a thorn in the eyes of a matchless hero like Diwu Qingro. A thorn in his flesh. Then, how monstrous was this boy? In his previous life, Qi Yang only knew that Taibu Tian was assassinated at Kai Tian Gorge. He also knew that this person had great prestige. But he never cared about these things. Thinking about it now, he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. A 17 or 18-year-old boy who could rival Diwu Qingro, he was definitely not easy to deal with. This reminded Chu Yang of the legend of the Upper Three Heavens, Limitless Invincible Saber, Lu Yongxiang. This peerless legend had already become a legendary martial saint. Wouldn't he be as amazing as Diwu Qingro? There was also the all-powerful Duke Xia of Upper Three Heavens, Ao Xia Yun. At such a young age, he was already evil. There was also the mysterious woman who controlled the dark side of Upper Three Heavens, Jun Shizhu. These people, along with Taibu Tian and Diwu Qingro, were all rare geniuses. Fortunately, they were scattered in 3 different places. Otherwise, who knows what would happen to this world? There is one more thing you neglected. Wu Yunliang looked at him with admiration. We only need to help Taibu Tian defeat Diwu Qingro. Then we will have made a great contribution. Our Beyond the Heavens sect will rise. Plus, as long as we do it properly, we can eliminate all the hidden dangers of Beyond the Heavens sect. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Defeat Diwu Qingro? Easier said than done. Diwu Qingro has never been defeated in politics or war. Wanting to defeat him is difficult. Chu Yang thought this and immediately became alert. Wu Yunliang is right. Now that I've decided to go against my destiny, I must face Diwu Qingro. If I continue to maintain this belief that Diwu Qingro is invincible, then I will definitely lose. He had to win. At the very least, he had to keep Tai Butian alive so that she could destroy Diwu Qingro's plan. Take control of the entire change of fate in your own hands, whether it was Beyond the Heavens sect, Tan Tan, or Master. And Qing Wu, while he was thinking, he heard Wu Yunliang sigh and say, speaking of this matter, Chu Yang, you made a big mistake in this matter. The mistake you made has completely ruined my original plan. In fact, we can't even proceed. Chu Yang was taken aback and said, what? Did I make a mistake? He thought, I didn't do anything. How did he suddenly become so heinous? You killed Xianxia. You killed him too early. Wu Yinliang let out a long sigh. Xianxia was an indispensable part of my plan. Qu Yang raised his eyebrows. Xianxia? Correct. Although Xianxia is sinister and cunning, on the surface, he is mature and wise. Moreover, he is good at observing people and flattering people. Even though I despise this little brother of mine, he is a very good candidate for the government. Wu Yinliang sighed. Officialdom? Qu Yang was startled. What does this have to do with officialdom? My original plan was to have one person lead Beyond the Heavens sect and enter Iron Cloud Nation with a secret identity. It would be best if he could become a trusted aide. First, he could ensure Iron Cloud Nation's safety. Second, he could become someone who could speak for Beyond the Heavens sect in the event of success. Wu Yinliang said seriously, we have to rise, but we also have to bear such a great risk. What we need is not as simple as a Jianghu sect. But at that time, we will have no one in the court. Even if we have a great achievement, it will be useless if no one mentions it. At a critical moment, we must have someone like that. Using money to bribe officials is possible, but that kind of person is not reliable. Qu Yang nodded in agreement. If he can be bribed by you, then he can be bribed by others. He could even be bribed by Diwu Qingro, that would be the end of the line. Sending his own people in was the most reassuring thing. I originally wanted to send Xianxia to Iron Cloud. But he was killed by you. Wu Yinliang snorted. Xianxia even poisoned his master. Then, at a critical moment, betraying the sect is not a big deal. I actually think that by killing him, I have removed a hidden danger. Qu Yang opposed with equal harshness. This was the time to discuss conditions. When Qu Yang heard this, he knew what Wu Yinliang wanted him to do. Naturally, he would not give in so easily. Although this goal was exactly the same as his own, his heart was already very willing. But how could he let go of this opportunity to extort? My original plan was to send two elites, one to Great Zhao and the other to Iron Cloud. The one to Great Zhao would be in charge of gathering information. He would also be in charge of saving a few lives when the sect is in danger, thus continuing the sect's legacy. But after thinking about it, I gave up. No matter how beneficial it is always a way out. If there is a way out, there is no need to go all out. Xianxia, you killed him too early. Wu Yinliang sighed and repeated this sentence. Yes, it was too early. Qu Yang also felt this way. These past few days, I have been observing you. Wu Yinliang said deeply, you, Qu Yang, are scheming and far-sighted. You are vicious and merciless. Your skin is also thick enough. You are decisive and not sloppy. With your personality, you are a person who can achieve great things. In any aspect, you are 100 times better than Xianxia. But only Xianxia has 3 good qualities that you do not have. 3 good qualities? Qu Yang nodded and said, the first is being despicable. The second is being flexible and flattering. Seeing people speak human words, seeing ghosts speak ghost words. The third is being unscrupulous in order to achieve your goals. Very good. Wu Yinliang clapped his hands and said, do you think this makes you a bad person? These 3 good qualities can't even be called good qualities? Shouldn't it be eggs instead? No. I don't think so. Qu Yang said seriously, even though I will not do this, I have my own way of doing things. That's right. If these 3 things were placed on a person, then that person would be like a pile of dog shit. However, being involved in politics and being a part of the government is a must. Wu Yinliang sneered. Ever since the fight between you and Chu Ping, I have been coming to see you every 2 or 3 days. You have done very well. You have also realized your own shortcomings. Many times, you have been paying attention to Xianxia. From him, you have been finding ways to make up for your own shortcomings. I am very pleased. Wu Yinliang sighed and said, unfortunately, Xianxia's heart was too evil. In the end, he buried himself. But you have killed him too early. If you had let Xianxia continue to beg for mercy, he would have wept bitterly and found all kinds of excuses to beg for mercy. In the end, even though you would have killed him, your heart would have felt that this person's reasons were not without reason. This is a very important lesson. But you have already killed him, so you have missed this lesson. Wu Yunliang said, there will always be adversity in life. Fighting alone in the whirlpool of politics, and with the identity of a spy, you will always face the threat of death. Begging for mercy at this critical moment is sometimes the greatest wisdom. Only by keeping your life can you do other things. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then he quietly asked, Martial Uncle Sect Master, what you said, can you do it yourself? Even if you can, would you be willing to do it? Wu Yunliang was stunned. These days, I have been pulling all-nighters almost every day. I have racked my brains to set up this part of the plot. But I have finally finished setting it up. In other words, the entire plot of the first volume of the lower 3 days has been set up. Sigh, I am so tired that I am seeing stars. A few days ago, I told you the update time. But now, after pulling all-nighters, it is impossible to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning to update. That really tests my laziness. After a long time, Wu Yunliang smiled bitterly and said, I can't do it. He sighed. Yes, if I can't do it, how can I ask someone else to do it? Wu Yunliang was silent for a while and said, but you killed Xianxia, so this person will be replaced by you. You, go and complete this mission. Or rather, you, go and fight for your future. Also, help Beyond the Heavens sect. Chu Yang was silent. To complete this mission was to say goodbye to his previous life. Plus, he would have to face the most terrifying person in the world, Diwu Qingro, but this seemed to be a predestined enemy. If he wanted to change his fate and save Mo Qingwu, he must defeat Diwu Qingro. Reverse fate, with Chu Yang's current status, it was easier said than done to defeat a matchless hero like Diwu Qingro in all aspects. Chu Yang originally thought that since he was reborn, he would at least have some understanding of his previous life's matters. From there, he would be able to avoid calamity with ease. But at this moment, after this incident, he knew that his life had once again entered the boundless unknown, whether it was danger or opportunity, it was 1,000 times more than his previous life. With one person's power, he could change the entire world. Death and life, ambush from all sides. Going against fate, going against the heavens, going against history, going against the heavenly Tao, but Chu Yang could not shrink back, for Qingwu, for his master, for himself, for the sake of refusing to accept this fate arranged by the heavens. He must reverse it. I will go. Chu Yang was silent. His eyebrows slowly raised. These 2 words seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 caddies. Wu Yunliang's heart relaxed, but he heard Chu Yang continue, but I have a condition. What condition? Speak. As long as the sect can do it, even if you want this old man's life, I will give it to you. Wu Yunliang relaxed. I want to enter 7 Shades congregation grounds. Chu Yang raised his head, his eyes flashing, I don't want to compete with the younger brother. I also don't need the position and glory of being the younger brother of the sect master, but I need to increase my strength. If you agree, I will go. No problem. Tomorrow I will let you in. Wu Yunliang paced 2 steps. His eyes flashed with determination. He immediately made a decision. Chu Yang's heart was excited. Calamity Sword. You are about to come into my hands. The Calamity Sword was the key to reversing fate. It was also Chu Yang's biggest trump card. Absolute power. Once you accept this mission, I will erase all traces of you from Beyond the Heavens sect. From now on, you are no longer a disciple of Beyond the Heavens sect. This mission is extremely difficult and requires you to work hard on your own. What I can give you is 300,000 taels of silver and a good sword. As for what you need for cultivation, I will personally bring it to you in secret every time. Wu Yunliang let out a long sigh and said seriously, our opponent is Diwu Qingro. We cannot be careless. As long as Iron Cloud is not destroyed, Beyond the Heavens sect will rise. As for you, Chu Yang, even if you become the Prime Minister of Iron Cloud, it is your own fortune and your own future. Naturally, if you choose to return at that time, I'll welcome you with open arms. As for the sect tournament, it's just a means to attract the attention of the outside world. It's just a small game. It doesn't matter to you now. I only hope that no matter what, you will never forget what I have entrusted you today. Chu Yang nodded solemnly. Right now, Xianxia is an iron-cloud citadel. Your martial uncles, Shuiyi, and Mu Shang do not know you. I will tell Xianxia what to do. No, I will do it myself. Chu Yang refused. What a joke. If I want to change my identity, then no one can know. It would be best if I change my identity and face so that even Wu Yunliang cannot know my true face. That would be the safest. As for the cultivation materials that Wu Yunliang provided, that would depend on the situation. As long as the first part of Tribulation Sword was in his hands, then he would not need to worry about cultivation materials. Now he finally understood why Wu Qianqian liked Shi Qianshan in his previous life. It must be because of Shi Qianshan's mission that he had the opportunity to get along with Wu Qianqian. Even without this mission, Chu Yang would have gone to Iron Cloud Citadel. Because the second part of Tribulation Sword was in an extremely secret place in Iron Cloud Citadel. In his previous life, after Iron Cloud Citadel was destroyed, Chu Yang traveled through Jianghu and found the second part of Tribulation Sword with the help of the sword's energy. Moreover, it was only after 1 year of continuous improvement that he was able to obtain it. Because Tribulation Sword had a strict division of levels, if one's cultivation was not high enough and forcefully touched the second part of Tribulation Sword, there would be a backlash. The next day, early in the morning, Meng Chaoran stood in front of the purple bamboo forest and looked at his little brother who he had high hopes for. He did not say anything for a long time. After a long time, he finally sighed, Chu Yang, this time, you will die. Moreover, you will be alone and without help. Everything, including food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, including taking risks, you can only rely on yourself. He paused and stared deeply at Chu Yang. You have thought it through? Chu Yang was about to speak when Meng Chaoran waved his hand and interrupted him. Don't be in a hurry to answer. Think about it carefully. With me here, if you do not want to do something, no one can force you. If you do not agree, I will go find the sect master and ask him to take care of this matter. Chu Yang was moved. When his little brother was faced with the most important decision of his life, Meng Chaoran, who was always calm and did not care about anything, could not help but reveal his true feelings. There are many things in life that must be done even if you cannot do them. There are also many things that cannot be avoided even if you want to. Master, you also said that we must always have a goal to protect, a person that we care about. Chu Yang said seriously, just like this mission, I am also protecting my heart. I must do it. Meng Chaoran was silent. After a long time, he slowly walked in front of Chu Yang and patted his shoulder. When he lifted his hand from Chu Yang's shoulder, he stopped in midair and sighed softly. His hand fell back and smoothed out the wrinkles on Chu Yang's clothes. Then, he took 2 steps back and quietly looked at him for a while. Finally, he turned around and looked up at the sky, standing with his hands behind his back. He heaved a deep sigh. Master. Chu Yang's heart felt warm and he could not help but call out. After a long time, Meng Chaoran waved his sleeve and said in a hoarse voice, Good. I will take you, to the Gathering Clouds Peak. To the 7 Shades Congregation Ground. After he finished speaking, he led the way and did not look back. Meng Chaoran also did not dare to look back. He was afraid that his little brother would discover the weakness in his heart. He only had 3 little brothers. But in just a few days, his eldest brother had betrayed him and died. Now, his second brother had to rush into the vast and unpredictable future. This journey would be filled with difficulties and hardships, and he would die. How could this master feel at ease with this? How could he endure this? The master and disciple were silent as they walked towards the Gathering Clouds Peak. Meng Chaoran was in front and Chu Yang was behind. Neither of them spoke. Walking on the mountain path with the biting cold wind in the early morning, the master and disciple both felt that the weather today was so stagnant, almost as if they couldn't breathe. After a long time, seeing that they were approaching the mountain gate, Chu Yang finally said, Master, Tan, he still does not know about this matter. Don't worry. I will take good care of him. Meng Chaoran said coldly, in the future, I will love and care for him as if he is my only child. After all, if you die, I can only rely on Tan Tan to take care of me in old age. Chu Yang stuck out his tongue and did not dare to speak again, but he was also relieved. Chu Yang knew that even though Meng Chao Ran's words were not polite, he understood what he meant. So, Tan Tan would certainly be safe and sound with these words of his. When they passed through the gatekeeper saw Meng Chao Ran's cold face and his body was like a bag of explosives. He did not even dare to ask and let them pass. Wu Yunliang was already waiting outside the gate. Today, all the disciples went to Locking Cloud's Peak for the test. This was Wu Yunliang's plan to create a private, secret environment for Chu Yang. Seeing Wu Yunliang, Meng Chao Ran's eyes turned cold, but he did not say anything. Wu Yunliang smiled bitterly. He did not say anything else and said, "Follow me." He led the way. When they reached the main hall, they passed by the ancestral shrine. Wu Yunliang opened a secret passage and led Chu Yang and Meng Chao Ran in. The path twisted and turned as they went down. It seemed to be very deep. There was a spacious main hall underground. In front of the main hall, there was a stone door made of green jade. The temperature here was freezing cold. "Your master and I will wait for you here. Only one person can enter Seven Shades congregation ground at a time. You can go in by yourself. How much good fortune you can obtain will depend on yourself. Go straight from this green jade door. Go through 7 of these doors and you will arrive at Seven Shades congregation ground. Remember, if you cannot withstand the cold, immediately leave. Do not try to be brave." Chu Yang nodded and agreed. He raised his head and looked at the tall green jade door. His eyes shone with a sharp light. His dantian shook as if it felt something. The calamity sword suddenly moved like a tsunami. It was like a child jumping for joy. Seeing Chu Yang open the green jade door and walk in, Wu Yunliang and Meng Chao Ran stood side by side without saying anything. After a while, Meng Chao Ran said, "Eldest martial brother, do you know who Chu Yang is?" Wu Yunliang was silent and did not say anything. "Chu Yang, he was only 3 months old. I picked him up and raised him by my side. After so many years, rather than saying that I am his master, it would be better to say that I am his father, his mother. I gave him his name. Chu Yang, rising sun, represents my life's greatest hope. Eldest senior brother, do you understand?" "I understand." Wu Yunliang sighed heavily. "You don't understand." Meng Chao Ran stood there desolately. Suddenly, he turned around and punched Wu Yunliang in the face. Wu Yunliang's body leaned back, but he did not make a sound. Meng Chao Ran showed no mercy. Following that, he raised his leg and ruthlessly kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. Then, Meng Chao Ran jumped up and rode on his body. His fists rained down like raindrops. Muffled sounds of punches and kicks resounded. Both of them did not say a word. Meng Chao Ran of Beyond the Heavens sect grabbed his sect leader's senior martial brother and ruthlessly beat him to his heart's content. From start to finish, Wu Yunliang did not fight back. He did not make a sound. By the time Meng Chao Ran stopped after several hundred punches, the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect's face was already swollen like a pig's head, and his entire body was covered in bruises. "The youngest. That's more like you. After 20 years, as your elder brother, I finally saw you get angry. All these years, you have been so quiet, making me feel uncomfortable." Haha, cough. Wu Yunliang lay on the ground and coughed. He said, "For this one time I was beaten up by you. Even if it was more ruthless or heavier, it was worth it. I am very happy. If something happens to Chu Yang, I will make you feel that it is worth it every day. I will be so happy every day." Meng Chao Ran stood up from his body and said casually, "Youngest, not only Chu Yang, but also you and I, in this big whirlpool, no one can guarantee that they will survive. This is the fate of our Beyond the Heavens sect." Wu Yunliang stood up with difficulty. Once he moved, his whole body made cracking sounds. He could not help but take 2 deep breaths. He could not help but complain, "You mother ***, you are really not showing any mercy." Meng Chao Ran snorted and turned his head away. Looking at the green jade door, his expression was heavy and concerned. His expression was heavy and restrained, and his gaze was extremely complicated. Chu Yang walked forward. On both sides of the stone walls, there were many pearls emitting a misty light. In this underground place, it was like a dream. The calamity sword in his dantian was beating more and more fiercely, as if it was reuniting with a loved one. The second green jade door opened. The cold air was even heavier. If an ordinary person came here, they would have to circulate their martial energy to resist the cold air. However, Xianxia did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, from head to toe, he felt extremely comfortable. Xianxia's heart was like a boulder. His feet did not stop moving. The third green jade door, the fourth, every step Xianxia took was the same size. His breathing was calm. This showed that his mind was always as calm as ice. He was not disturbed by the calamity sword, which was known as the #1 opportunity in the world. The fifth green jade door opened. The sixth, Xianxia's eyes did not change. His consciousness suddenly let out a sigh. The empty voice suddenly appeared and sighed faintly. This kind of mind is indeed worthy of the calamity sword. It seems that the hardships and killings in your previous life have turned you from a stubborn rock into a spiritual and clear jade. Xianxia did not stop moving. However, his consciousness asked calmly, "Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost?" It was this voice. Ever since it arrogantly said the words, "The heavens can be defied," it did not speak again. No matter how Xianxia called, it did not come out. Today, under such circumstances, he had actually appeared without a trace. However, the voice disappeared without a trace after Xianxia asked this question. He didn't answer Xianxia's question for a long time. It was only when Xianxia pushed open the green jade door that a tired voice rang out, "I'm very weak right now. Every word I say will cause too much damage." Xianxia, quickly upgrade to the second fragment of the calamity sword. The second fragment? Yes, the second fragment. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, natural treasures, rare forging materials. The most important thing is the calamity sword. These can restore my vitality. The voice became softer and softer. It was as if it would disappear at any time. "Help me. I can help you reverse this fate." The voice disappeared. It seemed to have used up the last of its energy. Xianxia was already standing in the innermost part of the green jade door. It was empty inside, but waves of cold air, which seemed to be able to freeze people into popsicles and shatter them into pieces, rushed in from all directions. Xianxia's body was soon covered with a layer of white frost. The calamity sword in his dantian started to move intensely. The cold air, which was as boundless as the tide, rushed into Xianxia's body. It entered his meridians and flowed into the calamity sword. For a full 4 hours, Xianxia couldn't move at all. The cold air surged violently into his body. After 4 hours, the cold air finally weakened. Xianxia felt that his body had regained the ability to move. He carefully observed his surroundings. Xianxia took a step to the left. His dantian jumped. It seemed to be stopping him from moving forward. It was still stopping him. Walking to the right, the calamity sword let out a burst of joy. After 7 or 8 steps, he walked to the stone wall. The calamity sword fell silent. It was an extremely excited silence. "It was here, Xianxia looked at the stone wall and frowned. "How do I dig out the sword tip? It's buried deep in the ground." At this moment, the calamity sword in his dantian suddenly sent out a strong summoning thought. This summoning thought almost made Xianxia's heart jump out of his throat. He gritted his teeth. Even if he couldn't do it, he had to do it. With a flip of his hand, Xianxia pulled out the long sword with a swoosh. As he circulated his martial energy, the cold energy that had been swallowed by the tribulation sword in his dantian suddenly surged out spontaneously and poured into the long sword. The ordinary steel long sword suddenly became crystal clear and emitted thousands of blazing cold lights. It directly reflected the rock cave, revealing every detail. Xianxia shook his hand and tried to stab the sword tip into the bottom of the stone wall. He wanted to test the hardness of the wall before making a decision. But he never expected that when the sword went down, it was like stabbing into a piece of tofu. With a swoosh, the sword went all the way to the hilt. Xianxia was overjoyed. "Why is it so soft?" He tried to pinch the stone wall with his hand, but it didn't move at all. His fingers hurt from the pinch. He suddenly realized that only this strange cold energy was the nemesis of this stone wall. The cold energy filled the long sword. Xianxia slanted the sword and the edge of the blade inwards. With a bit of force, the long sword drew a deep mark on the stone wall. It was at least 3 feet long. Then, with 3 swoosh 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 swoosh, he drew out a rectangle. He threw the long sword away and placed his palms on the rectangle that he drew out like a piece of tofu. He sucked hard. With a pop, a piece of rock that weighed hundreds of kilograms fell to the ground. Xianxia didn't have time to rest. He started again. One by one, the square stones were dug out from the stone wall and stacked neatly on the ground. In a short time, he was already sweating profusely. On the ground, there were close to 100 pieces of stones of the same size. The long sword was inserted again. Suddenly, there was a clang. In his dantian, the calamity sword suddenly flew up and circled rapidly in his dantian. Its excitement couldn't be contained. The sword tip, when the last big stone was dug out, Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Under the stone, a shiny sword tip lay there quietly. It was as long as a palm, and its tip was sharp. White light was faintly discernible on both sides, but it seemed to be shrouded in a layer of pink. This was the unique bloody light of a treasured blade that had killed countless people. A tyrannical aura emanated from the tip of the sword. There was no protective packaging. This sword tip had been here for who knew how many years. However, it was still flickering with a cold light. Furthermore, it was surrounded by a faint halo. Xianxia felt that his lips were a little dry, and his heart was beating like a drum. He forced himself to calm down. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword point. Xianxia frowned as soon as he held the sword tip in his hand. Then, he started to sweat profusely. This sword tip had been buried for so many years. It didn't seem to have any temperature. But when he held it in his hand, he realized that it was burning hot. The moment it came into contact with Xianxia's body that was full of cold energy, the cold and heat stimulated each other. With a bang, a thick fog rose up in the stone chamber. Moreover, a ferocious aura suddenly broke out. The tip of the sword gently trembled in Xianxia's hand. It seemed as if it was about to cut off his palm and fly away. Xianxia tried his best to circulate his martial power and resist with all his might. He was extremely puzzled. When he obtained the tribulation sword point in his previous life, such a strange situation didn't occur. Why was everything different now that he had been reborn? The sword tip's struggle grew stronger and stronger. Xianxia was already somewhat powerless to control it. Finally, the sword tip jumped. Xianxia frowned. A deep blood groove had already appeared in his palm. The sword tip was about to fly away. If it flew away, he might not be able to find it again in this life. At this moment, a burst of anger suddenly rushed out of his dantian. The tribulation sword spirit rushed out like lightning. It rushed out of his dantian and rushed into his meridians. The next moment, it had already rushed to his palm. Then, a strange force entered the tribulation sword point from Xianxia's palm. The sword tip, which was struggling to fly away, suddenly calmed down after coming into contact with this force. The cold aura on Xianxia's body suddenly disappeared, and the hot aura also disappeared in an instant. The tip of the calamity sword in his hand shone brightly, and a blood-red ray of light shot straight up. Then, it disappeared with a swoosh. Then, Xianxia felt that the sword tip suddenly became docile. The next moment, something even stranger happened. The shining sword tip suddenly and strangely disappeared from Xianxia's palm. In Xianxia's dantian, the illusory tribulation sword trembled excitedly. The sword tip suddenly became solid. The sword tip returned to its original position. The next moment, a vast and boundless concept rose in Xianxia's heart. It was as if someone was chanting, "A ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? A sharp wool buried deep does not change. Gather the wind and clouds to become the emperor." Then, a chant suddenly appeared in Xianxia's heart, along with some messy postures. Xianxia's heart shook. His mind sank into the realm of consciousness and looked carefully. He suddenly realized that this was the chant of the tribulation heavenly divine technique that he had memorized by heart. A strange force shot out from the tribulation sword point in his dantian and merged into Xianxia's limbs and bones. Unknowingly, Xianxia's cultivation suddenly took a big step forward. He had just broken through to the martial warrior level, but he suddenly rose to the martial warrior level. Moreover, he stopped at the peak. He vaguely had the momentum to continue breaking through, but he stopped at the peak and did not move. At the same time, in the realm of consciousness, a figure wearing a feathered robe and a high crown held a sword in his hand and slowly displayed the sword's power. Every movement was executed smoothly like moving clouds and flowing water. Zhi Yang's soul was intoxicated watching. He already knew about these sword moves in his previous life, but he did not know why he could not understand their true essence. But now, looking at it, it seemed that there was a mysterious force helping him. He finally understood its mystery. In his previous life, he also obtained the power and chant from the sword tip. It was no different from the current situation. However, the feeling he got in this life was different from the previous one. In his previous life, he felt that there was a barrier. No matter what, he could not fully understand it. It was like there was a thin layer of window paper that could not be pierced through even with all of Nyo Eru's strength. But now, he had mastered everything through a comprehensive study. Every detail, every tiny change, was like a clear stream that flowed slowly in the bottom of his heart. Every single detail could be seen clearly. This was the recognition of the Tribulation Sword. The privilege of the Tribulation Sword Master. Zhi Yang closed his eyes and immersed himself in this strange realm. What he didn't know was that the moment the tip of the Calamity Sword entered his dantian, which was the moment when the 4 lines of the poem suddenly appeared, a colorless and odorless light shot up to the sky from the gathering clouds peak of beyond the heavens sect and exploded. The entire sky of lower 3 heavens was suddenly filled with dark clouds from all directions. In just a moment, the entire sky was covered. The continent suddenly fell into darkness. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. It was now morning. There were still more than 2 hours before noon. At this time, the sky was actually dark. The entire continent was in a panic. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Minister. From the outside, this Prime Minister's manor was an extremely ordinary official's manor. It did not occupy a particularly large area. Moreover, from the outside, it did not look luxurious. The guards did not seem to be strict at all. However, this was the residence of the ambitious and ruthless Diwu Qingro. When the sky darkened, there was a commotion all around. However, the Prime Minister's manor was completely silent. There was not the slightest bit of chaos. Immediately, in the shortest amount of time, the entire Prime Minister's manor was brightly lit. It was in the morning, and the phenomenon in the sky had happened without warning, but the people here seemed to have been prepared for it in an orderly manner. The lights were turned on. In the study, a 30-year-old scholar was sitting upright. He was dressed in plain and elegant clothes. His face was refined and his eyes were deep like rivers flowing into the sea. It was as if everything in the world was under the gaze of these eyes. Nothing was missed. When the darkness came, he seemed to have a premonition. He stood in front of the window and looked up at the sky silently. The sky suddenly darkened, but he still stood motionless in front of the window with his hands clasped behind his back. It wasn't until someone tiptoed in and lit the candles that the mansion's lights were lit that he frowned slightly and returned to sit in front of his desk. His eyes gazed into the void as if he was thinking about something. Prime Minister, official Dong requests an audience. An old man in green silently appeared and respectfully reported. Dong Wufa? Let him in. This person was the most powerful Prime Minister in Great Zhao, Diwu Qingro. Soon, a thin and tall person came in. Prime Minister as well. Sit. Diwu Qingro waved his hand and looked at the flickering candlelight on the table. He quietly said, Official Dong, what is the matter? I came because of the heavenly vision. Dong Wufa's body was tall. His hands were like palm leaf fans. His face was thin and his cheekbones were protruding. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Anyone who saw his eyes would immediately think of the savage scavenging vultures in the desert. This person was the #1 general of the Great Zhao Emperor's army. Dong Wufa's arrival here meant that the leaders of Great Zhao's government were all present. Normally, the leaders of both the military and the government were like fire and water, but here, it was the exact opposite. Dong Wufa was older than Diwu Qingro, but Diwu Qingro was the person Dong Wufa admired the most in his life. Heavenly vision? Yes, it is indeed a heavenly vision. Diwu Qingro's thin face revealed a trace of worry as he spoke softly. After he finished speaking, he lowered his gaze as if he was thinking hard about something. His fingers lightly tapped on the table, making a soft sound. The study room fell into silence. Dong Wufa sat straight across from Di Wuqingro, not daring to disturb his thoughts. After a while, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed and the sky became clear again. Di Wuqingro stood up with his hands behind his back and slowly walked to the window. He looked up and muttered, "Half an hour." From the moment the dark clouds came, the sky and earth were covered, until now the clouds have dispersed. Half an hour has passed. This kind of strange phenomenon is rarely seen. Prime Minister, is something important about to happen? Dong Wufa's face changed. Di Wuqingro raised his head to look at the sky. A look of shock flashed across his eyes. Dong Wufa was behind him, but he did not see it. In the blink of an eye, he had regained his composure. He slowly turned around and said with a smile, "There's no other reason." For some unknown reason, heaven and earth suddenly became chaotic and the mysteries of heaven became chaotic. It's already unpredictable. The future is impossible to predict. Even with the Prime Minister's heaven-defying observation of the stars, you are still unable to predict the future? Dong Wufa suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with anxiety. No matter what, my great Zhao's momentum of unifying the world is already very clear. Di Wuqingro's voice was soft, but it was resolute and decisive. He spoke with great confidence, "Everything will proceed according to the original plan." He paused for a moment, and then added, "Speed up." Yes. Di Wuqingro's words were very normal, but his resolute tone made Dong Wufa feel relieved. It seemed that as long as Di Wuqingro's words were here, even if the entire sky collapsed, it wouldn't matter. Go. Di Wuqingro smiled warmly. Yes, then I'm leaving. Dong Wufa stood up, turned around, and strode out. Watching his back disappear, Di Wuqingro's smiling eyes suddenly became puzzled. He muttered, "How could this be?" The momentum of the sun had already formed. Why did heaven and earth reverse at this moment, and the opponent actually showed a trace of vitality? He slowly paced back and forth. After a while, his left hand slowly clenched into a fist and placed it in front of his chest. His eyes gradually became fierce. "It's just a candle in the wind. One breath can extinguish it. How could I, Di Wuqingro, let you form a prairie fire?" His eyes narrowed as if he had made up his mind. He raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Guards!" These two short words were unexpectedly filled with murderous intent. An ironclad nation, Tai Badian, who was known as the pride of the generation, was also looking at the sky with rapt attention. Her gentle face was full of seriousness that did not match her age. "Chaos, everything is in chaos," Tai Butian muttered to himself. He shook his head and laughed involuntarily. "This is a game of chess." Di Wuqingro, oh Di Wuqingro, are you still so confident? As he said this, Tai Butian's face, which had always been heavy and faintly worried, suddenly showed a trace of playfulness. His eyebrows curved, and for a moment, he actually looked somewhat charming. Not only the lower three heavens, but even the skies of the upper three heavens and the upper three heavens had become as dark as ink at this moment. In some ancient places that only belonged to legends, there were also signs of restlessness. On the wild ice field, as the sky suddenly turned dark, that kind of huge energy poured into the sky, stirring up the clouds in the sky. A huge iceberg suddenly burst open, and a black shadow shot straight into the sky. He looked around and confirmed that this aura definitely existed. Then, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. "The day of our 3 stars divine clan's reappearance has finally arrived." He shouted wildly, and suddenly knelt down heavily on the iceberg. He looked up, and his face was already full of tears, tribulation, heaven-defying, the rising sun, the rise of the divine clan. "Heaven, oh heaven, this oath has troubled us for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years." In the mournful cold wind, his voice spread far and wide, and reverberated for a long time in the empty space between heaven and earth. That kind of ancient desolation and the joy of relief was so clear. "Children, let's turn this heavens upside down again. Ha ha ha." This black shadow roared loudly, and it was like thunder in the sky. A burst of cheers sounded from all directions. At the same time, the few big clans that dominated the upper three heavens and the lower three heavens also held secret meetings. There was only one topic in the meeting. It was shockingly similar. Heaven is about to change. The younger generation of our big clans should also take advantage of this time to go out and gain experience. Otherwise, our clans will fall in this great change. Tribulation comes, wind and clouds dance. 10,000 tribulations are destroyed, and the stars cry. Heaven and earth change, and the path of destiny. This is heaven's will. The outstanding young brothers of our clans will immediately enter the world. In this Jianghu area, you must suppress the descendants of the other clans. No matter what you do, you must suppress them. This must be firmly remembered. Heaven and earth change greatly, and the fate of this moment will affect the rise and fall of our big clans. And you, the younger generation, represent where our fate lies. This was something that every clan's leader would tell their juniors with great care. Naturally, there was also the most important sentence, and it was also a sentence that every young man could recite by the ear: find the master of the tribulation sword, and if you can become friends, then help him with all your strength. If you are an enemy, then destroy him at all costs. Heaven and earth shook, and almost all the decisions were made in a short hour. Chu Yang was still underground, and he did not know that because of the birth of the tribulation sword, the entire world had changed. He definitely did not know that because of this incident, the life trajectory of those who would shake the world in the future would be changed. Chu Yang restored the stone to its original state. When he walked out of the green jade door, the stone room was once again filled with a cold air. It looked the same as before. But Chu Yang knew that it was different. Even though this place was still Seven Shades congregation grounds, it lacked the spiritual energy of the Calamity Sword. In the Seven Shades congregation grounds, there were bound to be extremely cold treasures under the ground. This was a secret that Chu Yang had inadvertently discovered after he had arrived in the upper three heavens in his previous life. Chu Yang had already obtained the Calamity Sword, which was more important than anything else. Therefore, he did not covet the treasure that created Seven Shades congregation grounds. He would preserve this bit of energy for beyond the heavens sect. But the cold air he absorbed was almost the same as the cold air of Seven Shades congregation grounds over the past few decades. Even though it was absorbed by the Calamity Sword, Chu Yang could use it as he wished. It was no different from using his own martial arts. This was the special benefit of the Calamity Sword's master. Of course, if beyond the heavens sect was still unable to avoid destruction in the future, then Chu Yang would come and take away the unknown treasure that created Seven Shades congregation grounds. He would not let anyone else have it. When he walked out of the door, he could not help but be surprised. Meng Chaoran was still standing there with an indifferent expression. But, how did sect master become a masked man? Plus, he was wrapped up so tightly that only his eyes could be seen. It seems that his eyes are a bit smaller, only a slit. When Chu Yang appeared, Meng Chaoran and Wu Yinliang both looked at him. At first glance, both of them had an inexplicable feeling at the same time. The Chu Yang of this moment is definitely different from before he went in. But what exactly was different, they could not tell. It was as if this was a very fleeting feeling. At the same time, Wu Yinliang also felt that Chu Yang was curiously sizing him up. He could not help but blush. "How is it?" the two asked at the same time. They spoke in unison. Chu Yang stayed in there for a full 6 hours. The two were already shocked beyond words. Generally, the longest time a disciple could stay in the Seven Shades congregation grounds was less than an hour before they had to come out immediately. Otherwise, they would be frozen to death by the extreme cold air. When he came out, his entire body was shivering and his face was covered in white frost. He looked like he was on his deathbed. However, Chu Yang had stayed inside for 6 hours. And he had come out as if nothing had happened. Both of them looked at Chu Yang as if they had seen a ghost. Chu Yang saw that his master and martial uncle were all staring at him. Their eyes didn't move at all. Not knowing what had happened, he could not help but touch his face subconsciously. If there was a mirror here, Chu Yang's first reaction would be to take it and see if there was a flower growing on his face. This gaze was too strange. Naturally, he didn't know the reaction of entering Seven Shades colony for the first time. What happened? "Are you all right?" the two of them asked in unison. "Nothing." Chu Yang was even more puzzled. The two of them looked at each other. Chu Yang could clearly see that Wu Yunliang's narrowed eyes suddenly widened. Meng Qiaoran coughed a few times and asked seriously, ahem ahem ahem. Your great-uncle means, how is your seven shades absolute palm? Nope. But, I feel like I have absorbed a lot of cold energy. Chu Yang said in a daze, let me try. Wu Yunliang and Meng Qiaoran were speechless. Why did you go in? Chu Yang channeled his energy. He deliberately channeled the cold energy stored in the tribulation sword in his dantian. Immediately, the stone room became cold as if it was winter. His outstretched right hand suddenly turned silver white. His left and right hands clapped together. Immediately, cold energy filled the air. He had only used 30%, however, Wu Yunliang and Meng Qiaoran's eyes widened. How could this be? This was almost the 5th level of 7 shades absolute palm. This was simply inconceivable. That day, when he used 7 shades absolute palm, there was only a faint cold energy. It was clear that he had just started using 7 shades absolute palm. He had not even reached the 1st level, but now, this cold chi was equivalent to reaching the 5th level in a single bound. This was equivalent to the sect leader's younger brother's decades of cultivation. If they knew that Chu Yang had only used 30% of his cold energy, what would they think? The two rubbed their eyes at the same time. Meng Qiaoran was even more shocked by his own disciple. He nonchalantly pinched Wu Yunliang's thigh. Wu Yunliang screamed. That part of his body was already bruised from the beating. Now that it was being twisted, the pain was bone-piercing. He hugged his thigh and jumped up. So it was not a dream. Meng Qiaoran smiled happily. He was very happy that his little brother had such an achievement. You. Wu Yunliang angrily looked at him. Does your thigh hurt? It doesn't hurt. Meng Qiaoran nonchalantly said, I just wanted to see if it was real. But you pinched my thigh. Wu Yunliang angrily said. We have been brothers for so many years. What's the difference between pinching you and pinching me? Meng Qiaoran laughed heartily. He walked forward and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. Not bad. You have made your master proud. Meng Qiaoran had always been mature and prudent. Normally, he would not joke around like this. But right now, he was so happy that he lost his usual self. Wu Yunliang's face was full of anger, but his heart was very happy. It was as if he could see the little brother who had just entered the sect many years ago standing in front of him. He could not help but smile. You were able to absorb so much cold energy and go out on your own. I am relieved. Meng Qiaoran smiled and said to Chu Yang, but when you reach Iron Cloud, you must be as low-key as possible. Do not meddle in other people's business just because you have some skills. Especially when it comes to saving a beauty. If you can avoid it, don't do it. You must know that beauty is the source of disaster. Chu Yang solemnly agreed. Meng Qiaoran's words were indeed priceless advice. The hero saving the beauty repaying the hero with her body, this was something that every young man in Jianghu yearned for. However, this was also the path of death for too many martial artists. Those who dared to openly bully beautiful women were all powerful people. If they were not powerful, then their families were powerful. If you provoked those people and did not have a powerful background, then you could only wander the world to seek refuge. Chu Yang thought to himself, if I were to be like those little brats and do stupid things, then that would be a miracle. But I still don't understand. How can you absorb so much cold energy? Wu Yunliang interjected. His bruised eyes stared at Chu Yang. You are only a first-grade martial warrior. Huh? First-grade martial warrior? Chu Yang innocently opened his eyes and asked, what's wrong? Wu Yunliang was a little confused. His already round eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He remembered that when he saw him a few days ago, he was only a third-grade martial warrior. How did he rise like a rocket in just a few days? How could so many miracles happen in this little boy's body? Moreover, even if he was a first-grade martial warrior, after absorbing so much cold energy, his blood vessels would have been frozen into ice. How could this guy act as if nothing had happened? Looking at Chu Yang's innocent face, Wu Yunliang closed his mouth after a while. He rolled his eyes and said dejectedly, all right, I won't ask any more. You can pretend as much as you want. I only hope that when you reach Iron Cloud, you can pretend like this. I won't fail to live up to your expectations. Yang smiled. His face was full of honesty and sincerity. Wu Yunliang was speechless. Looking at this guy's honest and sincere face, he gritted his teeth and said, "Whoever believes your face is an idiot. If he were to believe your words, then that person would have already been sold." After saying goodbye to Wu Yunliang, Meng Chaoran walked back to Purple Bamboo Garden in silence. Yang knew that Meng Chaoran was worried about him, but he did not know what to do. He wanted to say something, but he felt that no matter what he said, it would be useless. He would not be able to dispel Meng Chaoran's worries, so he kept his mouth shut. Just as they reached the entrance of Purple Bamboo Garden, they heard Tan Tan's piercing yell, "Don't run. If you run again, I will turn you into soup." Both of them were startled. They quickly went in and saw Tan Tan standing by the pond with his butt in the air, splashing water everywhere. Then, he cheered and jumped up with a fish in his hand. Holding it above his head, he laughed heartily. Meng Chaoran was surprised and rushed forward. Yang was also surprised. He did not expect Tan Tan to catch such a good thing. It was a strange fish. Its whole body was black without scales. Its head was round and had no eyes. It was a blind fish. It wasn't big and weighed less than half a catty. "Tan Tan, put it down." Meng Chaoran's voice was urgent, "Don't kill it." Tan Tan turned his head with a perplexed look on his face. Then, he excitedly shouted, "Master, Yang, look. I caught a strange fish." As he was talking, the fish struggled and escaped from his hand. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and was about to fall back into the water. Meng Chaoran's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He jumped out and caught the fish before it fell back into the water. Then, he flipped back and grabbed a basin of water. Without stopping, he went back to the pond, scooped up half of the water, and put the fish in. Then, he wiped the water off his face and handed the basin to Tan Tan with a smile, "Put it in your room and look after it. This fish is very precious. Don't let it die." Tan Tan was confused. "Master, what kind of fish is this? It's so small, it's not even enough to make soup." "Make soup? You only know how to eat." Meng Chaoran was both angry and amused. He patted his head and reprimanded, "This is a priceless treasure. Wouldn't it be a pity to eat it?" "Priceless treasure?" Tan Tan scratched his head and looked at the fish curiously. No matter how he looked at it, it was just a fish. Even though it looked a little strange, it wasn't a dragon. "This is the divine qi gathering fish." Yang also squatted down and looked at the fish. "I didn't expect that Tan Tan would find such a treasure. You're really lucky." "Divine qi gathering fish?" "That's right. According to ancient legends, the divine qi gathering fish is a treasure of the Three Stars divine clan. This kind of fish couldn't grow big, their meat wasn't delicious, and they didn't have any powerful skills. However, if he placed the fish in a fish tank and raised it in his room, it would be able to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to the greatest extent and gather it there. For a martial artist's cultivation, it could achieve twice the result with half the effort. It can be said to be a treasure that martial artists yearn for even in their dreams." Yang said softly. "That's right. The other greatest benefit is that with this fish around, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth absorbed from the surroundings is pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth." This was the hardest part. The existence of this kind of fish had already become a legend. For many years, it had only existed in ancient records, and no one had ever seen it before. "Tan Tan, how did you find out?" Meng Chaoran was pleasantly surprised as he looked at Tan Tan. "It was just now. Just now, I was fetching water from the pond, and suddenly, the sky turned dark. I couldn't even see my fingers in front of me. I was very scared, so I stayed by the pond and didn't dare to move. After half an hour, the sky started to brighten. Then, I noticed that the soil under the pond was constantly moving, as if something was trying to come out. Then, I kept watching." Tan Tan spread out his hands. "Then, this guy came out of the soil. I saw that it looked strange, so I caught it." "The sky turned dark?" Meng Chaoran frowned. When the sky changed, he and Wu Yunliang were in the stone room, so they didn't know. Now that he heard Tan Tan's words, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The sky turned dark for half an hour? Then, this fish came out of the soil? Meng Xiaoran looked up at the sky, and his eyes flashed with a trace of worry. The things of the divine clan have not appeared in this world for a long time. Why did this divine chi-gathering fish suddenly appear? It was morning, so why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Could it be that the sky is going to change? Meng Xiaoran thought hard. After a long time, he finally gave up. However, from his expression, it seemed that he had added another worry to his mind. Chu Yang also blinked his eyes in confusion. He also didn't know that after he obtained the sword point of the Calamity Sword and fused with it, such an earth-shattering feat would happen. Tan Tan, since you found this fish, then let's do it. Then, you can make a fish tank and raise it in your room. Meng Xiaoran's expression returned to normal. Yes, master. Chu Yang and I have always been in the same room. This way, we can both use it. Haha. Tan Tan laughed happily. From today onwards, Chu Yang and you will sleep separately. Meng Xiaoran's face sank. Why? Tan Tan cried out in disappointment. No reason. Chu Yang has other important things to do. Then let's put this fish in Chu Yang's room. Tan Tan said with a sad face, although I also need it, Chu Yang is about to go out on a dangerous mission. He needs it even more than I do. Even if it can only improve a little, it is still good. Well, it would be best if Chu Yang takes it with him when he goes out. Then, he can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth anytime and anywhere. Chu Yang's heart was shocked. He turned around and looked at Tan Tan. He only felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He didn't speak for a long time. Meng Xiaoran had already explained the benefits of the divine chi-gathering fish. Although Tan Tan was a little unreliable, he was not stupid. He couldn't not understand. However, he didn't even think of monopolizing such a priceless treasure. He even wanted to give it to him without batting an eyelid. Although he didn't want to give it to him, he still wanted to give it to him. Why? Meng Xiaoran's eyes were full of gratification. I am here with master. There is no danger. Tan Tan said seriously, Chu Yang needs it more than I do. Silly boy. Meng Xiaoran stretched out his hand and stroked Tan Tan's head. If you want to protect Chu Yang, you must improve your strength first. When your brother needs your help, you will be able to use your greatest strength. If Chu Yang goes out with this thing, it will lead to a fatal disaster. Do you understand? Tan Tan suddenly opened his mouth and hurriedly said, Then I will keep it. Then, he looked at Chu Yang with some embarrassment. Chu Yang, I am not stingy. This, I understand. Chu Yang hugged his shoulder and said deeply, Good brother. Tan Tan, how did you know I was going out? Chu Yang asked. You have been preparing these past few days, but you didn't tell me. I am not stupid, we have been together for more than 10 years. If you don't tell me, it will be dangerous. Tan Tan snorted and said, Moreover, master has been with you a lot these past few days. If I didn't know, then I would have been stupid. Chu Yang laughed. Tan Tan snorted and suddenly said seriously, Chu Yang, I don't know where you are going. But, I will practice seriously and help you in the future. Good. I will wait for you. When the time comes, let us brothers work together to reverse the world. Chu Yang was full of heroic spirit and shouted. He only felt a sense of confidence in his heart. With such a good brother, how can I not work hard? One must know that this reversal will change Tan Tan's fate. For the next 3 days, Meng Xiaoran gave Chu Yang a comprehensive training. In these 3 days, the master and disciple stayed in the same room. Meng Xiaoran practiced all the skills he knew. He patiently instilled his own Jianghu experience and the things he needed to pay attention to. Although Chu Yang was clear about these, he enjoyed the feeling of being cared for by his master. Therefore, when Meng Xiaoran spoke, he listened very seriously. She tried her best to enjoy the warmth of that moment. This warmth, he missed it in his previous life. But in this life, Chu Yang did not want to miss it. He knew that if he did not listen, Meng Xiaoran would not say anything, but his heart would feel very uncomfortable. Chu Yang did not want his master to feel uncomfortable. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Xianxia stepped out of his room and looked at the early morning mist. He took a deep breath. His eyes were somewhat reluctant. Today, he would leave here. This time, he did not know when he would come back, or if he could come back. There was a heavy rain last night. The entire purple bamboo garden was washed clean. Meng Chaoran said early in the morning that he would go up the mountain to pick herbs. Xianxia knew that his master could not bear to leave. So he simply hid. A scream came from the toilet. Then, Tan dashed out, and brought along a burst of strong stench. His whole body was filthy. Xianxia could not help but be stunned. Why was this guy still holding the divine qi gathering fish in his hand? Tan's face was full of awkwardness and depression as he brushed past him. Then, he rushed into the room and threw the divine qi gathering fish into the fish tank with a dong sound. Then he took off his clothes and ran out naked. He carried a wooden bucket to the side of the pond and poured water on his head. After several buckets, the stench faded a little. Xianxia was originally feeling sentimental, but he was confused by Tan. This little guy was like a psychopath. What was he doing? Did he fall into a cesspool early in the morning? Tan finally cleaned himself up. He jumped into the room and put on a set of clothes at lightning speed. Then, he rolled the dirty clothes into a ball and threw them out. Then he came out with a wry smile. His face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Before he could say anything, he let out a deep sigh. What's wrong? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Ah, don't mention it. Tan wanted to cry but had no tears. It turned out that ever since this guy obtained the divine qi gathering fish, he treated it like a treasure and kept it in his fish tank. From time to time, he would feed them some food and water plants. But a day later, he turned over in the fish tank. No matter how Tan teased her, she didn't respond. It floated in the fish tank with its belly turned over, without any signs of life. When Tan picked him up today, he discovered that his body had become stiff. He sighed sadly and held the fish in his hand. Coincidentally, he was going to the toilet, so he took it with him. He thought that since it was dead, he might as well throw it into the toilet. But after he threw the fish into the cesspool, the most unexpected thing happened. The fish actually scuttled around in the dirty water of the latrine. It was extremely lively. Tan was completely helpless. So, he had no choice but to jump down and grab it again. The most tragic thing was, there was a heavy rain last night. Tan almost swam in the latrine, cough. Ha 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 ha. After listening to this matter, Xianxia held his stomach and was out of breath. His whole body was twitching with laughter. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that this guy would make such a blunder. Tan sighed. His face was full of tragedy. He cursed bitterly, how would I know what happened to this dead fish? It stayed in the fish tank, motionless, like a corpse. After I threw it into the latrine, it actually became lively. Does this dead fish only move in smelly places? Xianxia rubbed his stomach. Snot and tears flowed down his face, you idiot. The divine qi gathering fish absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It also needs to digest it. If it absorbs enough, it will stop moving. It will quietly digest the spiritual energy and then move on to the next step. Therefore, during the time when it is digesting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is the best time for a martial artist to use it to cultivate. And you actually threw it into the latrine. Ah? Tan's mouth opened into the shape of a goose egg. Why didn't you say so earlier? You idiot. Xianxia said resentfully, this divine qi gathering fish can survive even if it is buried deep underground. How can you die if you are kept in a fish tank? Use that stupid head of yours and think carefully. Besides, it relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to live. It is useless no matter what you feed it. Throwing it into the latrine, you really did it. If other people knew that you had a divine qi gathering fish and threw it into the latrine, I guess all the martial artists in the world would come to kill you. Tan sighed and said, it's not easy for me either. My clothes are ruined. Look at my hands. He extended his hands as he spoke, and put them under his nose to smell them. Then, he exposed an expression as if he wanted to vomit, I will use these hands to eat later. How can I eat like this? You deserve it. Xianxia thought for a moment. He could not help but laugh. He went into the fish tank and saw the pitiful divine qi gathering fish jumping back and forth. It was vomiting and having diarrhea. It seemed that this fish was disgusted. Hurry up and change the water. Xianxia yelled. Tan quickly did as he was told. After changing the water 7 or 8 times, the divine qi gathering fish finally calmed down. It lay at the bottom of the water with its belly bulging. It seemed that it had some hidden bitterness. It seemed that this time, it had to take a good rest. Xianxia did not expect that when he left, he would laugh to the point of tears. It was not until he had walked far away that he heard Tan's hoarse voice shouting, Xianxia, take care of yourself. I will come and find you. I will help you. His voice was choked with sobs as he shouted. Xianxia's footsteps paused, but he did not look back. He just waved his hand, turned around, and disappeared from Tan's sight. You must not die. Tan screamed. Tears streamed down his face. He suddenly squatted on the ground and sobbed. He did not know what Xianxia was going to do, but he knew that Xianxia's mission this time was extremely dangerous. Otherwise, his master would not have reacted like that. Tan was very worried and sad. Xianxia's heart was a little sour, but he held on and did not look back. Step by step, he left. In the distance, on top of a mountain, Meng Chao ran bathed in the rising sun. His eyes were fixed on his brother as he left step by step. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. In his right hand, there was a piece of paper. On the paper, Xianxia had written a few words, fleeting snow cloud steps, you need to lie down, reverse the flow of your internal energy, and push forward from the last step. Xianxia floated on the mountain path. On his back, there was a small bag. He walked out of beyond the heavens sect alone, embarking on a lonely journey, facing a fate that had become uncertain. Xianxia's heart suddenly felt a faint sense of melancholy. He suddenly remembered a few words, this time I will not look back even if I have to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. This time I will walk the path of Jianghu in death. This time I will laugh proudly at the world. From now on, I will go straight to the heavens without looking back. These words were from a very popular song in his previous life, Jianghu Journey. Mo Qingwu once played and sang this song. Xianxia had a deep impression of it. Thinking about it, Xianxia could not help but smile. He murmured, this journey, there will be a reversal of the heavens. This journey, there will be a reincarnation of destiny. This journey, I will accompany you to laugh at the world of mortals. This journey, there will be a reversal of the heavens. He softly hummed a few lines of lyrics that he added. He walked out of beyond the heavens sect, out of the range of the first garden peak. He did not even look back. The young man's hair casually fell down, covering half of his face. From the fluttering hair, a pair of eyes calmly watched the world. His gaze was like a knife, as if it wanted to split the world. The rising sun shone on his body, dragging his shadow. The dense fog in the mountain forest added a layer of bright red color to his back. On the main road, a carriage was slowly moving. In front and behind the carriage, 8 riders with cold faces urged their horses forward. An old coachman with gray hair squinted his eyes and held a whip in his hand. His expression was somewhat indifferent as he looked forward. With the crisp sound of the whip, he left a long stretch of road behind. Dust flew everywhere. Inside the carriage, there was an old man with a thin face. He was frowning slightly as if he was thinking about something. This old man was the world's #1 godly doctor, Du Shurqing. This time, he was going from Great Zhao to Iron Cloud Nation. Senior Du, you only have one mission on this trip to Iron Cloud. That is to use your heaven-reversing divine hand to help the Iron Cloud Nation's dying emperor hold on for a while longer. Do not let him die too early. This was what the Prime Minister of the Empire, Diwu Qingro, had personally received him and solemnly said. Du Shurqing also understood why he wanted the Iron Cloud Nation's emperor to live a little longer. Although Iron Cloud Nation was currently under the Prime Minister's control, the Prime Minister was not the emperor. There were some things that were not legitimate. As long as the Iron Cloud Nation's emperor could hold on for a single breath, then Iron Cloud Nation would never be a monolithic entity. Even if Tai Butian was a genius, as long as he did not dare to kill his own father, then there was nothing he could do. Tai Shicheng's one more month of life was one more month of time for Great Zhao. It was best to delay until everything was ready and the war broke out. At that time, the biggest flaw of Ironclad Nation's prime minister is not the emperor would be exposed. However, this mission was extremely difficult. Only Du Shiqing knew how difficult it was. Du Shiqing smiled bitterly and sighed. Years ago, when Tai Shicheng was in his prime, he was fighting with Great Zhao on the battlefield. At that time, Diwu Qingro was only a grand secretary with the responsibility of supervising the army. He secretly hired the best archer in the world to assassinate Tai Shicheng. In the midst of the chaos, he shot an arrow at Tai Shicheng. The arrow was poisoned. At that time, Tai Shicheng was blocked by a guard. The arrow first went through the guard's chest and then pierced Tai Shicheng's body. The killing power was not strong. But that poison almost took Tai Shicheng's life. It was also Diwu Qingro who privately hired him with a large sum of money. He wanted him to work for the country, but in the end, he treated Tai Shicheng's injuries. In his entire life, he had only done one thing that violated medical ethics. He had cured Tai Shicheng's poison, but had also planted another incurable chronic poison in his body. The poison slowly eroded Tai Shicheng's body, just like how Great Zhao had slowly eroded Ironclad Nation, injuring him but not letting him die. These past few years, Diwu Qingro had taken advantage of the war with Ironclad Nation and continued to make contributions. He continued to increase his qualifications and capital. Whether it was the military or the government, Diwu Qingro's contributions were second to none. To this day, he was the #1 person in the empire, second only to the emperor. He had been doing meritorious deeds and fighting battles, but he had always allowed Ironclad Nation to retain the power to resist and not be destroyed. He treated Ironclad Nation as his own meritorious service base. Only now did he truly begin to clean up Ironclad Nation because he was already at the peak. With Diwu Qingro's current power, even the emperor would not be able to do anything to him. Diwu Qingro's use of trickery had reached the acme of perfection. At this point, Tai Shicheng's body was beyond saving. He only had one breath left. If it were not for the amazing Butian Tai, perhaps Ironclad Nation would have already become Great Zhao's territory, and now, he still had to clean up after what he had done. Du Shiqing sighed deeply. The road ahead was long. Qu Yang stood on top of a mountain. Using the cover of the dense forest, he quietly watched the slowly approaching group of horses. His palm slightly tightened, and a piece of paper with the words Ironclad Nation has hired the #1 genius doctor in the world, Du Shiqing, to go to Ironclad Citadel. Early in the morning, he will pass by Evil Tiger Ridge. Then, without pausing, his body shot through the forest like a meteor and rushed down the mountain. This was the path he had planned for a long time ago. Du Shiqing was the key to it. To enter Ironclad Nation and reverse fate, it was not as simple as entering a country. After entering, he needed to be valued. Besides being valued, he also needed to gain trust. Only after gaining trust could he gain power. All of this had to be done in a short period of time. At the latest, he needed 2 years to complete the journey that an ordinary person would take in a lifetime. Qu Yang's task was not easy. But he did not look back. Du Shiqing was the beginning of Qu Yang's plan. Neigh. The strong horse let out a long neigh and stopped its steps. In front of the carriage, a young man had already landed. He was dressed in black and had a handsome face. His expression was calm with a hint of excitement as he eagerly looked at the carriage. Who is it? The 8 riders reined in their horses at the same time. 3 swords and 5 sabers left their sheaths at the same time. Is the person in the carriage the #1 genius doctor in the world, the one known as the compassionate saint, Du Shiqing? The young man in black's eyes were filled with excitement. He was full of gratitude and respect. Looking inside the carriage, he did not seem to notice the shining sabers and swords around him. Who are you? The leading rider's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He coldly looked at the young man and did not let down his guard. At the same time that the remaining few used their auras to lock onto the young man, they spread out without leaving a trace and guarded the carriage tightly from all directions. Am I? The young man took another step forward. He appeared to be very anxious. Whether I am or not, it has nothing to do with you. The leading writer coldly said, back off. He could see that the young man did not have any evil intentions, but this was a very important matter. He had to be careful. If you are Senior Du, please come out and meet me. The young man said unyieldingly. Presumptuous. With a loud shout, 3 sabers flew out at the same time and chopped toward the young man. The young man in black seemed to be startled. Suddenly, his face showed a hint of anger. He twisted his body and dodged left and right between the sabers. The sabers were like a waterfall, but he was able to move freely between the sabers. He suddenly attacked. His hands were like the claws of an eagle. With a clang, a saber fell to the ground. The leading writer also felt his wrist go numb. His saber almost flew out of his hand. He could not help but be startled. He quickly dismounted and shouted, "Form a formation to meet the enemy." The 7 riders dismounted at the same time. They were ready to fight. The sabers were faintly discernible. "Wait!" Du Shurqing shouted from inside the carriage. Then he calmly said, "Young master, this old man is Du Shurqing. May I know what is the matter?" After he finished speaking, he lifted the curtain and revealed his face. "Senior Du, be careful. This person's origin is unknown. He has ulterior motives." 2 guards immediately stood guard in front of the carriage with their swords. "It really is divine, Dr. Du." The young man in black was so excited that his face turned red. He suddenly ignored the sabers and swords in front of him and stared at Du Shurqing. Step by step, he walked forward without any defense. After 2 steps, his body touched the saber. The leading writer did not intend to withdraw his saber. He just stood there. The young man felt the stinging sensation of the saber piercing his skin. He looked down and smiled embarrassedly. Suddenly, he bowed deeply toward Du Shurqing. This strange action caused everyone to be inexplicably flabbergasted. "Senior Du, do you remember 8 years ago when you practiced medicine to help the world?" At that time, under the evil Tiger Ridge, the 2 countries were at war. Senior Du's kind hands saved the dying and helped the wounded? That time, when you came out to pick herbs, you passed by a mountain village and saved a mountain couple? And Ironclad Nation's Emperor Tai Shurcheng's injury was treated by him during that time. Senior Du not only saved my parents, but when he saw that my family was poor, he did not ask for anything. Before he left behind an ingot of silver. Senior Du's great kindness is something my family will never forget. The young man in black saw that Du Shurqing seemed to be thinking and could not help but smile even more. His tone became even more emotional. "At that time, my parents were seriously ill and the family had no means of support. We only survived because of the ingot of silver Senior Du left behind. Senior Du's kindness to my family is as high as the sky and as deep as the earth. So that's how it is." Du Shurqing seemed to vaguely remember such a thing, but he had no recollection of it. It was as if he only remembered it because the other person mentioned it. However, he had done so many things like this in his life. Even if he did remember, it would have already been blurred by now. However, it had to be said that the feeling of being able to repay a debt of gratitude and being recognized by everyone in the world made everyone feel very happy. Yes, regarding this matter, my late father Chu Daji told me more than once that when I grew up, I must find Senior Du and repay this kindness. Before my late father died, he was still brooding over not being able to repay Senior Du. The young man in black said with tears in his eyes, "The heavens have taken pity on me. Today, I finally found out about Senior Du's whereabouts and was able to talk to him face to face to express my gratitude. If my late father knew about this, he would definitely be very happy." As he spoke, his eyes became red. "This do appreciate your kind intentions, father." Du Shurqing could not help but have a feeling of passing clouds. He sighed and said, "The past is gone." What is it?" "Your father has already passed away?" "Yes, my late father went into the mountains to hunt a tiger 3 years ago. Unfortunately." The young man in black said with a choked voice. "Unfortunately, your father was a good man." "A good man?" Du Shurqing actually did not remember this until now. However, from the other person's description, this father was poor and was saved by him. For many years, he did not forget this kindness and never forgot to repay it. Even in his death, he did not forget to repay this kindness. Moreover, going into the mountains to hunt a tiger and fighting a tiger was truly a good man. Such a good man was, of course, a good man. Unconsciously, Du Shiqing also felt that he had done a good deed. Although Dong Xuebing's memory is blurry, he is still a teenager, and he can't fake his feelings for her. Senior Du finally remembered. The black-clothed youth shouted happily, "My name is Chu Yang. I have seen Senior Du before. You're all grown up now." Du Shiqing stroked his beard and smiled. He felt very comforted. At this moment, there was a feeling of having a descendant of an old friend. He could not help but sigh. If your father could see your skills today, he would be smiling like a spring. Yes. Before the new year, this humble one followed my master and practiced martial arts. Chu Yang looked a little embarrassed as he said, cough, cough. I've finally met Mr. Du today. I also know that Senior Du is going to Iron Cloud this time. Although I am not strong enough, I am willing to escort Senior Du all the way and do my best. There is no need for that, right? Du Shiqing said with some hesitation. Could it be that Senior Du does not even want to give me a chance to repay you? Chu Yang said sadly, I know my martial arts are low, but this is my sincerity. I want to fulfill my father's dying wish. I ask Senior Du to fulfill my wish. At this point, there were no more questions. Even the 8 horsemen's attitude toward Chu Yang changed greatly. One of them even patted Chu Yang's shoulder and said with a smile, Good, you say your martial arts are low? The 3 of us were not able to stop you. Chu Yang said humbly, that was because big brothers let me go. Seeing my age, you did not want to use too much force. Otherwise, wouldn't you have cut me in half? The horsemen all laughed. Although everyone knew that Chu Yang did not hold back, it was also true that he did not use his full strength. They liked this guy's tactfulness. Receiving someone's favor, not forgetting it, persevering to fulfill his father's dying wish, this was a great display of loyalty and filial piety. Such a person, no matter where he went, would be welcomed. Very well, since we are old friends, you should follow me. When we reach Iron Cloud, we will see if there is an opportunity to find a promotion for you. Du Shiqing said with a smile. The 8 horsemen all looked at Du Shiqing with admiration. Du Shiqing's recommendation, especially at a time when Iron Cloud Nation needed his help, how rare was this? It could be said that as long as Du Shiqing opened his mouth, this young man's future would be bright. I do not dare. I am not interested in those things. Chu Yang said casually with a disheartened expression, I only need to confirm that Senior Du is safely in Iron Cloud. Then I can leave with peace of mind. Although I am not a good person, it is better to stay away from those things. I don't want to lose my head for no reason at any time. How could Chu Yang not know that this was Du Shiqing's last test? Du Shiqing put on an expression as if he did not care about fame and reputation. He also put on an expression as if he was trying his best to hide his despair. Hearing this, even the old coachman's expression relaxed. Du Shiqing shook his head and laughed, very well, since that is the case, you can follow me. Chu Yang's sadness immediately turned into joy. He jumped up and said, Thank you, Senior Du. Du Shiqing saw that this young man was so happy and could not help but laugh heartily. Little did he know that this young man, who was honest, kind, filial, and righteous in his eyes, was so happy that he almost vomited. Du Shiqing also did not know that the so-called sincere memories and last words were all fake. Chu Yang did not even know his own identity, so how could he have a Chu Daji? Oh. Everyone, including Du Shiqing, let out a long sigh as if they understood everything. Then, they looked at Chu Yang with sympathetic eyes. This kind of snatching away someone's love was too common. Especially between martial brothers, there were some things that could not be said. Chu Yang cooperated and put on a painful expression. His 2 hands hugged his head and curled up. His 10 fingers tightly grabbed his hair and even pulled out a lot of hair. It was enough to show how much pain he was in. Sigh. Du Shiqing sighed and said heavily, This matter, no one should mention it again. The 8 riders agreed together. Even the old coachman's eyes softened as he looked at Chu Yang. It was no wonder that when she asked him that day, this little guy showed a desperate and helpless look. So that was the reason. Thank you. Xianxia lowered his head and gratefully said in a hoarse voice. Then, he said in a painful tone, once I complete my father's last wish and repay Mr. Du's great kindness, I will disappear from this world. Haha, from now on, I will be alone in the mountains. A man does not have to worry about not having a wife. Du Shurqing patted his shoulder and comforted him, you don't have to care so much. Xianxia nodded heavily and sighed, but did not say anything. It was clear that his mood was difficult to get rid of. After this matter, the attitude of the people in the group toward Xianxia changed greatly. There was a faint sense of closeness. He was loyal, filial, infatuated, and endured humiliation. Such a rare young man, Xianxia's performance had completely conquered these people. Even Xianxia himself did not know that he had gained so many advantages in just a moment. The leader even sighed and patted Xianxia's shoulder, little brother, you don't have to be like this. Look on the bright side. As long as you have money, there are many beautiful girls in the kiln. Xianxia nodded sorrowfully. He raised his head and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Even though no one said anything, the way they looked at Xianxia softened a lot. The weak, no matter what time it was, would always arouse people's sympathy. 34 Even the old coachman who had always been by the side of the horse sighed deeply. He lifted the sole of his shoe and tapped the ash from his cigarette. That pair of eyes that had seen through the world also seemed a little misty. Xianxia sighed, but in his heart, he knew that Du Shurqing's test was over. The only thing left was to go to Iron Cloud Nation. Iron Cloud Nation's old foxes were not as easy to fool as Du Shurqing. Du Shurqing was a divine physician of his generation. Legend has it that no matter what kind of illness it was, when it came to him, it would be cured. However, he was just a doctor, and his medical skills were superb. Everyone was polite to him, so he might not have much experience in dealing with people. Xianxia also knew that a few years later, Du Shurqing's reputation would be ruined because of this incident in Iron Cloud Nation. Later on, for some unknown reason, the Iron Cloud monarch's illness was exposed. It turned out that Du Shurqing had done this many years ago. This matter caused a huge uproar in the entire lower three heavens. Du Shurqing also exploded because of this matter. Faced with the accusations of all the heroes of the world, he admitted to this matter and silently committed suicide. Just like that, a divine physician of a generation was reduced to dust. Perhaps he was just a doctor, or perhaps he had no other choice, but what was done was done. Xianxia did not feel any special pity for him. Along the way, he had deceived and used Du Shurqing, so he did not feel any guilt. However, in these past few days, he could see that this kind divine physician was not a bad person. Perhaps it was just a confrontation between two countries, each with their own master. After all, he was a citizen of Great Zhao. In the end, perhaps he was just a sacrifice, a tool used by Di Wuqing to appease the people after he conquered Iron Cloud Nation. As for these 8 riders, after careful observation, Xianxia was finally certain. Among these 8 people, there was no one from Golden Horse Riders Department. From the looks of it, the 8 of them were pure warriors and did not seem to be scheming at all. Furthermore, their cultivation wasn't very high. They should be around grade 5 martial warriors. These kinds of people would be more than enough to deal with a small thief, but if they wanted to deal with a master, they would not be able to do so. It seemed that Du Shurqing was just pretending. The only real expert was the old man driving the carriage. Perhaps Du Shurqing himself was a master, but whether it was in the previous life or the present, Xianxia had never heard of this kind divine physician's martial arts. Xianxia, how old are you? While Xianxia was silent, the mysterious old coachman came over with his smoking pipe and asked such a question. 10. Xianxia was afraid that someone would come to talk to him, because his grief was just a pretense. If he talked too much, what would he do if he was exposed? 10. Ah. It seems that you know about the matters between men and women quite early. The old coachman revealed a wretched smile, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. However, a light flashed in his eyes, making Xianxia realize that this old coachman was not here to make small talk. This kind of thing is hard to explain. In fact, even now, I am still confused. Chu Yang sighed and said with disappointment, in this world, there are many things that are always peaceful, but once lost, they become unforgettable, haha. You are right. After the old coachman heard these words, he was silent for a long time. Then, he smiled faintly and said, always peaceful, it becomes unforgettable. It's late, let's go to sleep. After saying this, he sat next to the fire and stared blankly at the flickering flames, not saying a word. The flickering flames reflected in his dim yellow eyes, and for a moment, he seemed to be in a daze. This actually made Chu Yang a bit surprised. This was the last time this old coachman came to test him. Chu Yang was very clear about this, but why did he give up after he said such a sentence? After thinking about it carefully, Chu Yang sighed. It's in a peaceful and quiet place that things become unforgettable. It turned out that this saying wasn't something that was said casually. Just like in his previous life, he and Imo Qinggu had gone through many earth-shattering events together. But after Imo Qinggu passed away, he couldn't help but recall those memories. What lingered in his heart for a long time was still that simple warmth, that calm gentleness. Not those so-called major events. Who hasn't been young before? Who hasn't been young before? Chu Yang was thinking about this when he suddenly heard the old coachman murmur a sentence that was actually the same as what he was thinking. He could not help but look at each other in surprise. The old coachman turned his head and looked at him with a smile in his eyes. Old coachman Gao, don't talk about youth, it's already winter here. The leader of the knights held a wine bag and laughed loudly, raising it up and gulping it down. The other 7 knights also burst into laughter. Old coachman Gao snorted and suddenly flicked his pipe. A spark flew out and landed directly in the wine bag that the big man had just moved away from his mouth. The wine bag still had more than half of the wine. When such a weak spark flew in, the flame actually jumped up a few feet high with a bang. The leader of the knights was careless and half of his hair was burned. For a moment, the smell of burnt pig feet filled the air. He could not help but yell and angrily said, Old coachman Gao, are you serious? Old coachman Gao snorted and slowly walked away with his pipe in his hand. The leader of the knights spat and angrily watched him walk away, but he did not dare to speak again. Chu Yang's eyes suddenly shrank. Looking at the receding figure of old coachman Gao, his eyes revealed a trace of fear. Old coachman Gao's move looked simple. But Chu Yang knew that it was not easy. Half of the wine bag was at least 3 or 4 pounds of wine. Even if a torch was thrown in, it would be immediately extinguished. Let alone a small spark like this required good eyesight, timing, and a strong martial power. These were not the things that Chu Yang was most afraid of. This tall old man was clearly a human. How could he know how to control fire like the divine clan? Could it be that Du Shiqing's bodyguard's background is not simple? Also, wasn't this journey a bit too peaceful? While Chu Yang was thinking, the calamity sword in his dantian suddenly jumped. A sense of extreme danger rose from his heart, all the hairs on his body stood on end. His eyes turned cold, and he didn't even turn around to check. His body spun, rolled, and bounced up. He made a turn in the air, and immediately moved from the side of the fire to behind a tree. The movement of his body at this moment was almost unbelievable. Immediately after, there was a sharp whistling sound. A large stone slab, several feet wide, fell from the sky. It smashed towards Du Shiqing's position. His grasp of the position was extremely precise. Du Shiqing was within the stone's attack range. Right in the middle, old man Gao shouted angrily. His old body suddenly became as agile as a leopard. He leaped forward, but it was too late. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly appeared next to the stone slab. A sword appeared out of nowhere in his hand and stabbed forward like a poisonous snake. The tip of the sword pierced the edge of the stone slab like a poisonous dragon. Dang, this large stone slab was originally fiercely spinning as it smashed down, but when this sword appeared, it just happened to stab into the gap between the spinning, causing the speed of this large stone slab to slow down by a tiny bit. It was like a huge mountain falling right onto the tip of a lever. The subtlety of this moment was indescribable. Immediately after, the stone slab's counterforce exploded like thunder. Chu Yang, who was holding the sword, felt as if his chest was hit by the stone slab. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flipped back in the air. But in the end, he managed to buy some time. Even if it was an insignificant amount of time, a normal person would not even be able to blink, but with this slight delay, Old Man Gao's body was already in between the stone slab and the ground. He angrily shouted and punched the air. A white light flashed on his fist, and the several thousand gene stone slab was suddenly smashed into pieces like a rain of stones. Du Shurqing was safe and sound. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, pitch-black arrows rained down from the top of the mountain, shrouding the area in all directions. Formation. Meet the enemy. The leader of the knights shouted, and the 8 of them rolled on the ground in an orderly manner. They nimbly moved to the side of their warhorses, and in the next moment, a round shield appeared in their hands. Although they dodged quickly, there was still a knight who was hit in the shoulder and calf at the same time. The iron arrow pierced through the air with pieces of flesh and blood. Before he could finish his scream, 3 of his companions' shields had already covered his entire body. Thud, thud, thud. The iron arrows formed an iron curtain in an instant. Puff puff. The sound of the arrows piercing the ground was like rain hitting a sandpit. The ground of several hundred feet had turned into a huge hedgehog. Old Man Gao screamed, and his body turned into a grey whirlwind. 20 or 30 arrows were caught in his hand before they hit the ground. With a shake of his hand, they turned into dozens of black lightning bolts and were reflected back. He did not look at the result. Without stopping, he picked up Du Shurqing. His body flashed like a grey fog, and he was already next to the carriage. In the next moment, Du Shurqing was stuffed back into the carriage. With a series of popping sounds, the incoming arrows suddenly changed direction and rained down on the carriage. The huge force shook the whole carriage, but not a single arrow could penetrate it. This carriage was actually specially made. In the darkness of the forest, there was the sound of arrows being deflected by the tall old man hitting a tree. There was also a short scream. Old Man Gao's body flashed in the next moment. His face was covered with a layer of green. His first reaction was not to kill the enemy, but to look at Chu Yang's direction. Only he knew how difficult Chu Yang's sword was. If it was not for that sword, everything would have been unimaginable, whether it was the timing, the position, the control of the power, or the choice of direction to dodge. They were all extremely difficult to come by. That sword was simply a stroke of genius. This young man was only a martial warrior. Even if he was a peak martial master, his sword would be useless against such a huge rock falling from the top of the mountain. However, Chu Yang was able to use that sword to block it. Even though it was only a small gap, it was enough to buy some time. After that sword strike, an ordinary green steel sword was not damaged at all. The price was only a mouthful of blood. This was simply unimaginable. The opponent's choice of timing was also very strange. They were already in Iron Cloud Nation's territory. Nothing happened along the way, but they were ambushed here. Moreover, the opponent did not ambush them in the middle of the night, but at dusk. Everything happened so suddenly that it felt as if a group of bandits had suddenly found a fat sheep and decided to make a last-minute robbery. Even Old Man Gao, who had been in Jianghu for his entire life, was not prepared, but Chu Yang was able to use that sword strike in such a hurry. It was a sword strike filled with a mystical aura. It was as if everything had been rehearsed thousands of times in advance. Old Man Gao knew that no one would rehearse like this. This was not a coincidence, and it was not premeditated. When he looked at where Chu Yang was standing, he found that Chu Yang, who was originally rolling there, was nowhere to be seen. The 8 knights formed a shield formation and moved slowly. Gradually, they arrived near the carriage and protected the entire carriage. Old Man Gao wanted to chase after them, but after thinking about it, he did not move. He only ordered the carriage to slowly move away. The horses that pulled the carriage had already turned into 2 huge iron porcupines. Half of the horses of the 8 riders were also shot dead. Old Man Gao's body swayed. Bang! 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 One by one, the horse corpses were thrown into the air. In a very short time, the corpses of the horses were lined up in a row, blocking the view from the forest. Then he covered his chest with both hands and was on full alert. He looked around vigilantly and retreated step by step. Their mission was only to protect Du Shurqing, not to kill the enemy. While he was doing this, the enemy did not react at all. Up until now, the attacker did not even say a word. Except for the 2 screams at the beginning, everything was like a pantomime. The rain of arrows stopped abruptly. Everything returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. From the extreme intensity to the extreme silence, there was no buffer at all. As the rain of arrows disappeared, the boundless twilight reigned over the earth. The world was suddenly filled with an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard for people to breathe. The enemy's attack was not limited to this. This was something that everyone was clear about, but who was the enemy? Which side did they belong to? Was it Great Zhao? Ironclad? Or Limitless? Or, were there others? All of this was hidden in the fog. But no matter which side it was, it must have been premeditated for a long time. It was not until they retreated 10 feet that there was a reaction from the forest. After a series of strange noises, a sharp sound pierced through the air. A black shadow shot out from the forest like an angry dragon. With an unstoppable momentum, it arrived in front of the carriage in the blink of an eye. The void behind the black shadow was already trembling from this tyrannical power. One arrow, however, the body of the arrow was actually 3 feet long. As if it came from hell, it was full of the smell of death. Under the cover of night, it viciously shot towards the carriage. Siege crossbow. Bastard! Manager Gao roared. In the next moment, a faint flame appeared in his hand as he threw a punch. Control fire. With a bang, the tip of the black dragon-like arrow exploded. Sparks flew in all directions. However, the arrow's momentum was still the same. It did not stop and continued to charge forward. After the first punch, Manager Gao roared and threw 18 punches in a row. Each of his fists carried this strange ability to control fire, and each of his fists fiercely struck the tip of the ballista. He was like a hammer, constantly striking the tip of the huge arrow. In other words, the arrow was like a hammer, constantly hitting the tall old man's fist. Chi filled the air and shot in all directions. In the night sky, it was as if hundreds of thousands of fireworks were blooming at the same time. Broken pieces of wood flew in all directions. Manager Gao threw a punch and then shouted. 18 punches. After 18 yells, the 30-foot-long ballista was now only 10 foot long. Manager Gao's back shook and he was forced to take a few steps back. His back hit the carriage with a heavy thud. However, the crossbow in front of him finally lost its momentum and fell to the ground. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning flames. Manager Gao's chest heaved up and down as he stared at the forest. In the next moment, his head tilted and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As he spat out the blood, a dark red color appeared on his face and disappeared. His breathing also calmed down. He didn't expect that the enemy would install a siege crossbow in this place. Caught off guard, even with his cultivation base as a saber grandmaster, he still suffered internal injuries from the powerful impact of the siege crossbow. Siege crossbows were specially made by the army to break open the gates of a city. Generally, they were more than 10 meters long and were made directly from a black ironwood tree trunk. The tip was covered with a huge sharp iron sheet. They were usually soaked in a pool of black oil. Only when attacking a city would they be used. Every time a shot was fired, it required at least 100 strong men to pull the bowstring together. Only then could the shot be used to determine the outcome of a battle. The power of the siege crossbow was enormous and indestructible. Once the siege crossbow was used, then an ordinary city would be destroyed without a doubt. After a moment of silence, a clear clapping sound came from the direction of the dense forest. A voice said, as expected of the fire saber sect, "You are indeed impressive. A single ballista could have broken through the city gates, but you blocked it all by yourself. I'm impressed." Following this voice, 8 people quietly appeared from different positions at the same time. Wearing black clothes and a mask, his eyes were cold and sharp. He walked step by step towards the tall old man. The tall old man's pupils shrank. "Who are you people?" One of them snorted coldly and said, "Rumor has it that Fire Saber Great Master Gao Weiqing has already left Jianghu. I didn't expect it to be false. The dignified saber master actually became someone's bodyguard and lived a carefree life like a dog. How enviable. Gao Weiqing, where's your saber?" Manager Gao's body shook. He suddenly straightened his back. His originally stooped body suddenly straightened up. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. He coldly said, "Since you know me, Gao Weiqing, then you must not be a nobody. Take off your mask." The last sentence, "take off your mask," was an earth-shattering roar. That person was not moved at all. He stood up straight and said indifferently, "Gao Weiqing, if you take doucher." Qing back, we will not pursue you. Otherwise, today will be the day you, the Fire Saber Great Master, die. Manager Gao looked up to the sky and laughed, such big words. Today, I want to see how you will make me stay here. Another person in black sneered, Fire Saber Great Master? Is it that great? Suddenly, he shouted, everyone, attack together. One of you will tie down Gao Weiqing. The other two, immediately kill Du Shiqing. The 8 people shouted and suddenly unsheathed their sabers and swords and rushed forward at the same time. Manager Gao had already seen that these people's martial arts were not very high, but they were very average. They should all be martial masters. They were still a big step away from him. But this side-by-side charge suddenly brought with it the bitter killing intent of a magnificent army charging at the same time. You are from Iron Cloud's military? The opponent's aura was fierce and majestic. Even if a normal martial artist was stronger than them, it would be difficult to bring out this kind of aura. Manager Gao suddenly had an idea and asked loudly. The opponent did not answer. In a flash, they closed in and slashed down with their sabers. Manager Gao shouted, protect the carriage. With a flick of his wrist, a dark red saber suddenly appeared. The moment it appeared, saber light filled the sky like a curtain of rain. However, in this curtain of rain, there were flames floating in all directions, dang dang dang, the sound of weapons hitting each other was endless. In a flash, the 7 people were engaged in a fierce battle. The other 2 people did not care about the battle. With long swords in their hands, they rushed toward the carriage like crazy tigers. If there were no obstacles, Manager Gao was confident that he could kill these 8 people one by one. However, if he wanted to kill all of them in one go, it would be impossible. Moreover, under the attack of the siege crossbow, he had already suffered serious internal injuries. He was even more powerless. At this moment, one of the opponents was holding him back. The other 2 people and the 8 guards could not stop them. He could not help but feel anxious. Chu Yang had already sneaked into the mountain forest when the siege crossbows were opened in a domineering manner. He was like a lone wolf that had pounced into the desert and returned to his territory. After thrusting out the sword, he immediately rolled back. Borrowing a mouthful of blood, he spat out the shock of his internal organs caused by the extreme pressure in his body. Then, he kicked off with his 2 feet, stirring up a cloud of dirt on the ground. Using the dirt as cover, his body quickly wriggled on the ground a few times like a large snake, and he had already returned to the back of the big tree from which he had attacked. Then, with a strange movement, he moved from one tree to another. His body stretched out and he was already at the waist of the tree. Using the branches as cover, he continuously dodged more than 10 trees and went deep into the forest. The whole process was as smooth as the wind blowing through the trees. It was natural. As his body moved, even the branches next to him did not sway in the slightest. Even if it was a top assassin, if they saw Chu Yang's movements at this moment, their eyeballs would fall to the ground. This was the path Chu Yang had chosen a long time ago. When he chose this path, it was even long before the attack. His habit was that no matter where he rested, he would first choose a path of retreat and a path of attack. And his position was between these 2 lines. He could attack if he advanced and defend if he retreated. This kind of ambush was bound to be a large number. Just by looking at the rain of arrows, he knew that passively defending was not a solution. Even if the enemy wanted to exhaust them, they could still exhaust them. The only way was to attack and resolve the crisis. Du Shiqing could not die, Du Shiqing had Manager Gao to protect him. At least, he would not be in danger for a while. Chu Yang was not worried. Therefore, after he made that critical strike, he immediately decided on his next course of action. Into the forest. The first enemy he saw was a man covered in a layer of trees. Only his eyes could be seen. These 2 eyes were cold and calm, without any expression. Just by looking at his eyes, Chu Yunqing knew that this person was a warrior who had survived hundreds of battles. This kind of person only has one creed in life: kill the enemy and complete the mission. On the ground in front of him, there was a huge crossbow buried in the ground. On top of it, there were 10 shiny black arrows, ready to fire at any moment. Chu Yang held his breath and moved forward slowly. Now, his body had already reached the top of the tree. Like a silent ghost, he moved forward strangely under the cover of the thick branches. Xianxia looked down from above. Who knew how many of these shiny arrowheads there were in the vicinity? There were at least 50 people. This was clearly a premeditated ambush. How did the enemy know that this group of people would be resting here? And they even buried the crossbows in advance. Xianxia looked at the positions of the enemies. Chu Yang frowned. The enemy's positions were too accurate. Every enemy's position was within the line of sight of at least 3 people. This way, they would be able to coordinate with each other. If they were discovered, they would be able to provide support. This was a formation that only the most elite soldiers in the army could set up. If they tried to ambush any one of them, they would be discovered by the other 3. This was because even though the other party's hiding spot was absolutely hidden, to their own people, there was no blind spot in their line of sight. If they wanted to wipe out this group of people silently, there was no other way other than to ambush them. In the middle of the forest, behind a bush, a blurry figure was lying motionless. From the looks of it, he was no different from the others. However, Chu Yang could tell at a glance that this person was a very important person. Because of his position, at least 10 of his companions could see him at the same time. The rest of them could only see at most 5 people. Furthermore, he was in the middle. It was as if he was under the protection of his own people. Beside him, hidden by the branches, there was a huge crossbow. Siege crossbows. At this moment, the tall old man's conversation with the 8 people outside the forest could be heard clearly. If you take Du Shiqing back now, we will not pursue you. Chu Yang's heart suddenly moved when he heard these words. He already had a rough idea of where these people came from. These people had siege crossbows and were very disciplined. They definitely had a military background. Chu Yang's body floated like a ghost as he silently approached this person. Suddenly, his 2 legs kicked off the ground, and he dived down from the top of the tree like lightning. His 10 fingers were like furrows, and he fiercely grabbed at Chu Yang like an eagle hunting for prey. When he was less than 10 feet away from this person, there was a sudden whooshing sound and an arrow flew towards Chu Yang. This arrow seemed to be a signal. At least 30 to 40 arrows flew over like lightning from all directions, making sharp whistling sounds in the air. But apart from the first arrow, the other arrows were obviously a step too late. Chu Yang tilted his body and the tip of the arrow brushed past the tip of his nose. His hands remained motionless as he grabbed the arrow. Just by looking at the enemy's position, Chu Yang immediately changed his mind and took the initiative to attack. As long as this group discovered him, he would use his speed to disrupt their rhythm. Only then would he be able to break their tight coordination. What he needed to do now was not to kill the enemy, but to disrupt the enemy's deployment. Moreover, this person had the highest probability of having an important identity. As long as he could catch him, he would be able to break this ambush. In order to catch this person, he only had one chance to make a move. This person immediately discovered Chu Yang. His eyes flashed. Although he was surprised, he did not lose his composure. With a loud roar, he nimbly jumped up. Before he had even jumped up, the crossbow in his hands had already changed direction. 10 arrows flew towards Chu Yang with a neat whooshing sound. Then, a saber light flashed and ruthlessly chopped towards Chu Yang's neck. Chu Yang's body floated and dodged the arrows. His right hand flashed and passed through the saber light. His hand did not change, but it turned from a claw to a palm and slapped the back of the man's head. His movements were extremely fast. The burly man's eyes widened in anger and disbelief, as he fell to the ground like a log. Although this man's reaction was fast, Chu Yang was in a high position. He fell straight down from the sky. He was originally lying on the ground. When he suddenly changed his posture to meet the enemy, he was caught off guard. Furthermore, Chu Yang's attack was like a thunderbolt. It was so sudden that he did not have time to react. Chu Yang did not wait for him to fall completely. He hooked his right hand and grabbed the man's collar, lifting him up. The moment he landed on the ground, he stomped his feet and jumped up like a spring. More than a dozen crossbow arrows were nailed to the spot where his body had just landed. Chu Yang's body had just jumped up when his feet slammed into a tree. With a loud thud, the tree shook violently. Branches flew everywhere like rain. Chu Yang's body shot out like an arrow leaving the bough. That man's body was close to 200 jin, but when he was grabbed by Chu Yang, it was as light as a feather. It did not affect his speed at all. The rain of arrows was like a waterfall, flying past his front and back. However, Chu Yang did not look at where those arrows came from. He only swayed his body to dodge them. His black clothes were torn to shreds by the arrows, but his skin was not scratched at all. They had clearly seen an arrow pierce through his body, but the next moment, that arrow had already pierced through his clothes. Chu Yang's momentum did not change at all. He was actually moving faster and faster. These people were clearly wary of the person Chu Yang was carrying. They tried their best to avoid that person with every arrow they fired. This made it very convenient for Chu Yang. It also made him even more certain, this person's identity was definitely not simple. Chu Yang's feet continued to stomp on the trees as he shuttled through the dense forest. He was actually as fast as lightning. Swish! 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 Most of the arrows nailed into the trees. In just a breath's time, Chu Yang's afterimages were still moving behind him. However, he was already almost out of the forest. An angry shout came from the front. 3 or 4 people jumped out at the same time and slashed with their sabers. They blocked Chu Yang's path. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. Then, he suddenly stomped his feet. His straightforward movement had strangely changed into a straight upward movement. He leaped 30 feet, and arrived above these people's heads. Then, his feet fiercely stomped on the trunk of a big tree behind him. The big tree shook as if it was spasming. Chu Yang and the big man flew out like a meteor. They left the forest and entered the wilderness. The people lying in ambush could no longer hold back. They revealed themselves and chased after them from all directions. Behind the black masks, everyone's eyes had already lost their calm and coldness. They were filled with anxiety. They had originally planned to wait for the 8 experts to rush out and hold back the majority of the enemy's forces. Then, they would rush out and kill Du Shiqing. Then, they would scatter. He did not expect a hothead to barge in and grab the commander's vital point. Now, their plan was completely ruined. Everyone was angry, but at the same time, they were also confused. How can the accuracy be so accurate when so many people are here? He grabbed the most important person in the first move. Could it be that he knows how to calculate? What the hell is going on? The man in Chu Yang's hand was still unconscious and did not know what was happening. Chu Yang did not want to kill him. It was not that Chu Yang did not dare to kill. Killing people was a piece of cake for Chu Yang. His first priority was to solve the crisis in front of him. His second priority was to figure out where these people came from. These people were most likely from Iron Cloud. They were most likely the men of sacrifice who supported Taibu Tian. Only these people did not want Du Shiqing to come to Iron Cloud. If Du Shiqing's miraculous hands really helped Tai Shiqing recover, then Iron Cloud Nation would fall into an awkward situation of one country with 2 rulers. No matter how close the father and son worked together, their subordinates would not necessarily think so. Right now, Taibu Tian had become Iron Cloud's spiritual pillar and savior, their only hope. Tai Shiqing's recovery would greatly affect Taibu Tian's prestige and the morale of the entire army. This was because no army would be loyal to 2 leaders at the same time. If that was the case, then Iron Cloud Nation would have to face Diwu Qingro, this kind of matchless hero. Without a doubt, if it was really these people, then Chu Yang could not kill them. Compared to Great Zhao, Iron Cloud's power was already at a disadvantage. No power should be given up. These men of sacrifice were the treasures of the army. If these people were killed, at least one thing was certain, at least one army would be in chaos. Whether or not it would affect the entire war situation, it would at least affect one part of the war. Therefore, since Chu Yang wanted to reverse fate and help Taibu Tian defeat Diwu Qingro, he could not bear to kill these people. Chu Yang's figure rushed out of the forest like a meteor. Behind him, a large group of men in black chased after him. Chu Yang did not care at all. His body rose and fell, and he was already in between the 2 sides. While he was still in midair, he shouted, "If you still want his life, then all of you stop." After he finished speaking, his body landed on the ground. He staggered and rolled on the ground with that person. He suddenly stood up and lost his balance again and fell to the ground. His face was red as he gasped for breath. Suddenly, he coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground in front of him. From the beginning to the end, he had been holding his breath and had not relaxed at all. The shock to his internal organs was really unimaginable. At this moment, he had just taken his first breath, but his entire body had gone limp, as if he had no strength left in his body. However, the first thing he did was to place the tip of his sword on the burly man's neck. Cold light flashed, he knelt on the ground just like that, holding the burly man's hand and holding his sword horizontally. He was gasping for breath and in an extremely sorry state, but his eyes were as calm and cold as ice. No one doubted that as long as they didn't do as he said, he would definitely chop off the head of this burly man. The situation was already very dangerous. Even though Manager Gao was not at a disadvantage, it was impossible for him to save Du Shiqing. The other side knew that they were no match for the tall old man, so they fought without any regard for their own safety. He tried his best to stall him. Although all of them were injured, they refused to back down. The other two had already jumped onto the carriage. Out of the 8 guards who had accompanied him, 4 of them were already lying on the ground. In the next moment, they would be able to break into the carriage and grab Du Shiqing. However, at this moment, the situation suddenly reversed. It was as if someone had cast a spell on them. They all stared blankly at the young man who had suddenly rushed out. For a long time, they did not make a sound. This young man was in a very sorry state. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked like he was out of breath. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood, and he looked like he was on the verge of death. If it was just one person shouting, then the next moment, he would have been greeted with a sword. However, the person he was holding in his hand let everyone know that he was not joking. Even though he was gasping for breath, the sword in his hand did not move an inch. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Let him go. The leader of the masked men immediately recognized the person Xu Yang was holding. He could not help but angrily roar. At this moment, he even felt like he was dreaming. How could this be? Wasn't the general in a heavily guarded place? 100 blood iron death soldiers, 8 martial masters, 20 martial warriors, and the rest were all martial disciples. Even the weakest one had a grade. Furthermore, there were siege crossbows and 50 divine archers. Such a powerful force could only be gathered by emptying an entire army. They had fully intended to crush the #1 divine doctor here like a mountain smashing a mosquito. How could the general fall into the hands of the enemy, in a dark night, in a dense forest, and the general was in the center of everyone's heart? He was protected in all directions. How could he appear here? Let him go? Xu Yang panted heavily and laughed. If it were you, would you let him go? You have only captured an insignificant person among us, and you want to threaten us? Ridiculous. Even though the leader of the masked men was anxious, his tone had already calmed down. Insignificant person? Xu Yang laughed and said, so he is just an insignificant person? Suddenly, his hand moved, and the tip of his sword made a cut on the man's shoulder. Immediately, blood spurted out. You. The masked men in black were shocked. One of them even took a step forward with concern. What are you doing? The leader of the masked men in black said angrily. Xu Yang held his sword and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He said with annoyance, when you said he is an insignificant person, it made me very upset. I can't even hold my sword steadily. Besides, since he is just an insignificant person, you guys continue. Haha, let's divide the work clearly. You guys kill him, I will kill him. As he said, the long sword in his hand moved in a circle. The tip of the sword slowly but firmly pierced into the man's arm. Xu Yang's eyes were full of ridicule. He looked at the masked men in black with provocation. He let the blood flow along the tip of the sword and onto his body. Wait. The leader of the masked men in black finally couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward and asked, what do you want? Very simple. Retreat. Let us go. Xu Yang's panting finally calmed down. He slowly stood up and said shakily, as long as we are safe, I will let this insignificant person go. Haha. When he said the words insignificant person, he deliberately emphasized it and slowed down his tone. He was full of ridicule. You should first pull out your sword. The leader of the masked men in black angrily said, torturing people like this, what kind of hero are you? I have never been a hero, and I am definitely not a hero. Chu Yang slowly pulled out his sword and said coldly, right now, I only have one goal, to arrive at Ironcloud Citadel safely and quietly. I do not want to see anything else. I agree. The leader of the masked men in black said straightforwardly, but how do I know whether I should trust you or not? How can I trust you? Chu Yang said coldly, until now, I have not taken off his mask. Is this not enough? The masked men in black shook their bodies and said, yes, it is enough. Not taking off the mask meant that the other side did not want to make a big deal out of this and left a way out for both sides. Thus, there was room to turn the situation around. If the mask was taken off, with the general's identity, it would be difficult for the other side not to recognize him. At that time, the only option left was to kill him to silence him. He would also have to pay with the general's life. Most importantly, as long as Fire Saber Great Master Gao Weiqing wanted to leave, they would not be able to stop him. Du Shiqing was invited by Grand Elder Butian of Iron Cloud with Great Zhao's permission. As long as Gao Weiqing escaped and spread the news, it would be over. This could become a serious diplomatic incident between the two countries. Plus, they would become traitors of Iron Cloud. The large man waved his hand and let out a whistle. The 10 masked large men in black immediately lined up neatly in formation. In the blink of an eye, they formed an impenetrable wall in front of everyone. Their imposing manner showed that they were elites. Manager Gao and the remaining 4 guards felt like they were dreaming. Seeing that the situation was precarious and that the enemy was about to succeed, everyone felt incomparably angry and sullen. Just when they were powerless to reverse the situation, Chu Yang suddenly came out with a person in his hand. Moreover, the first thing he said was for both sides to stop, yet, the other party had actually stopped. Now that they heard what they said, they realized that the person they caught was actually the commander of this group, F***CK. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Isn't this too awesome? In a moment of life and death, he went into the enemy's camp alone and captured the enemy's leader. Under the encirclement, he calmly returned. With the strength of one person, he turned the situation around in an instant. Is this a myth? Or a legend? It seems like they have never heard of such a thing in real life. Everyone's gaze towards Chu Yang suddenly changed. There is one thing I want to say to him. The leader of the masked men looked at Chu Yang. I want to make sure that he is still alive. No problem. Chu Yang readily agreed. He slapped his palm on the big man's back. From his palm, a colding energy entered his body. The burly man shuddered and immediately sobered up. Seeing his situation clearly, he was furious. He struggled and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you killing them? But you, don't worry about me." The big man said angrily, "What time is it? Why do you still care about my life? Your Excellency, your mask has not been taken off." Chu Yang gently reminded him, "Moreover, you have already lost. In this situation, even if you gave the order to perish together with us, do you think it would be possible? Would your subordinates do it?" The big man choked and angrily cursed, "Bastard! Who are you? Lost? What qualifications do you have to say that we lost?" "My qualifications are," Chu Yang arrogantly said, "now that you have fallen into my hands. I'm the meat, and you're the meat." The burly man panted heavily in silence. His eyes were filled with intense humiliation and unwillingness. Suddenly, he twisted his neck and slammed into the sword. Cries of surprise rang out. Chu Yang sneered. He lifted him up with one hand and spun him around. Then he kicked his butt and said fiercely, "If you don't listen to me, even if you die, I will take off your mask, strip you naked, and hang you on the flagpole of Ironcloud Citadel. You can try and see if I can do it." The burly man trembled and finally calmed down. He wasn't afraid of death, but Chu Yang's method was downright vicious. With his reputation in Ironcloud Nation, if he was humiliated like this even after death, he would not be able to bear it. Not to mention, there was also the prestige of the clan and the reputation of the military. Forget it. He let out a long sigh. "All you want is to reach Ironcloud Citadel safely. I promise you that I will not stop you. But I don't trust you." Chu Yang said coldly, "Therefore, I need you to personally escort us." "You? The burly man suddenly turned around and glared at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. This pair of eyes were filled with the power to seize life and death, as well as endless coldness. There was also a kind of arrogance and disdain for life and death. This was definitely a person of high status and power. No need to glare at me. Once we are safe, I will let you go. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, I will not make things difficult for you, and I will not expose your identity. Even I will not. Chu Yang said calmly, I don't trust your promise, but right now, you can only trust me. He paused for a moment and said lightly, you have no other choice. The burly man stared at him for a long time. Then he suddenly snorted and waved his hand, you can all leave. Go and play with them. Big brother. The leader of the group in black stepped forward and suddenly threw his saber on the ground. He opened his arms and walked over, let me exchange with my big brother. I promise, I will listen to you on the way. Don't worry, although my big brother's weight is different, we will definitely keep our promise. F***CK. F***CK off. The burly man in Chu Yang's hand was furious. He said furiously, you mother f***cur, are you trying to anger me to death? When we get back, I will kill your whole family and wipe out your mother *King clan. You dare to mess around in front of me? Get out, get out. Bring good weapons, mother f***cur, we still need to use them. Get out, get out, get out. The burly man scolded angrily, what? You bastards are very happy to see me in such a sorry state, aren't you? Why aren't you getting out? Under his scolding, the dozens of people on the opposite side finally retreated reluctantly. You listen to me. On the way, if you dare to touch a hair of my big brother, we will risk the destruction of our clan and search the ends of the earth to tear you into pieces. The leader of the black-clothed masked men shouted in a stern voice. Then, he walked away, turning his head 3 times with each step he took. Not long after, he disappeared into the dense forest. Seeing that they had finally retreated, Chu Yang finally used up all his strength and sat on the ground. His hands were trembling. He barely reached into his clothes and grabbed the purple crystal jade essence. He wanted to use his martial arts to restore his energy. A domineering thought rose up. Tribulation sword spirit came out and stopped him. Chu Yang was speechless. He cursed in his heart, mother f***cur, it's fine if you didn't use your strength in the battle just now, but now you don't let me recover. You didn't use tribulation sword's power in the battle just now. How can I help you? I'm just assisting you. I'm not trying to take over your body for you. Whether it's your body or your mind, the one in control is always you, Chu Yang, not tribulation sword. You need to understand this. Besides, only by completely letting go of your body and relying on your own strength to recover when you're exhausted can you break through your limits and increase your power. If you let this damn jade that's neither cold nor hot in summer nor hot in winter help you recover, then how are you going to break through? Chu Yang didn't expect Tribulation Sword to reply to him. He didn't expect this guy to suddenly come out and say so much. He couldn't help but be stunned. The purple crystal jade essence was a peerless treasure. In the sword spirit's mouth, it became a damn jade, which is neither cold nor hot in summer and is useless in winter and is useless in summer and is useless in winter. When you solve the mystery of your origin, the first thing I will do is swallow this damn jade. So much energy, but I can only look at it and can't absorb it. It's really annoying. The sword spirit said a few words angrily. Without waiting for Chu Yang's reply, it fell silent again. Damn, Chu Yang was stunned. It turned out that this guy had always been coveting this jade essence. Now you can absorb it too. No one will stop you from absorbing it, Chu Yang said tentatively. Then what will you rely on to find your parents? To walk around the world naked? Tribulation Sword Spirit roared angrily and muttered, I haven't found a suitable host for tens of thousands of years. Now that I finally found one, it's actually such a stubborn idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? Chu Yang was completely enraged. His little universe suddenly exploded. He shouted angrily, his eyebrows furrowed, and his hair stood on end. In his previous life, no one dared to call him an idiot. How can you be so stubborn with a sword? This is intolerable. I didn't scold you. A confused voice sounded. Manager Gao approached Xu Yang with a complicated expression. He was about to thank him when Xu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Who are you calling an idiot?" Xu Yang immediately felt that something was wrong. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I was not talking about you." Manager Gao turned his head and looked left and right in a daze. Not talking about me? It seems like there is no one else around here besides me, so this guy is a psychopath. The burly man who was lying on the ground rolled his eyes and sighed sorrowfully. To think that this old hero has been able to rule the world and command the wind and clouds for his entire life. Yet, he actually fell into the hands of a lunatic. This really makes me feel unsatisfied and depressed. You are the psychopath. Xu Yang rolled his eyes and suddenly thought, why does this narcissist sound so familiar? Could it be that this guy is the same as Tan Tan? At this time, the remaining 4 guards also came closer. 4 of their brothers had died in the hands of this man. They looked at this masked man with an unfriendly expression. You guys get lost. Don't disturb this old man's mood. The man said carelessly, if you don't want to die, try and touch me. This guy is still so arrogant after becoming a captive. Du Shiqing walked out of the carriage. His expression was surprisingly calm. He nodded at Xu Yang and said, Xu Yang, this time, it is all thanks to you. Pausing for a moment, he sighed and said, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid this old man would have been buried here. No matter how much kindness this old man has shown to your family, after this, we're even. Du Shiqing smiled and said, so, you don't need to take it to heart. A doctor has the heart of a parent. To a doctor, treating a patient is not a life-saving grace, but a profession. But you saved me, this is a life-saving grace. Xu Yang's heart was filled with admiration. For Du Shiqing to be able to say these words, he was worthy of his title as the #1 genius doctor. He said, Senior Du is too polite. I hope that Senior Du, Manager Gao, and the other brothers can understand that I acted on my own initiative and do not break the promise between us. Of course. Du Shiqing nodded and said with a smile, this person's safety and identity also determines our safety. This old man naturally will not ignore the big picture. The man snorted and said, I don't think you guys would dare. Then, he turned his head and looked at Xu Yang with a pair of sharp eyes. Little, there are so many people here. Why did you only catch me? Xu Yang smiled and said, because you're the most important. If I were to capture someone else, would you retreat? The burly man laughed. Although his face was covered, the carefree and heroic tone in his voice was not concealed in the slightest. He said, then how do you know that I am the most important? This is what I don't understand the most. I didn't want to tell you this. But seeing that you're not a bad person, I'll make an exception this time. Xu Yang thought for a while. Then, he tilted his head and smiled, because your subordinates have placed you in the most important position. Bullshit. I have always eaten and lived with my brethren, I have always fought on the battlefield, besieging cities and seizing land, I have always been at the forefront of every battle, how can you say I have the most important position? The big man angrily said, you are talking nonsense. Or maybe you did. But, they didn't do that, and they didn't think that way either. Xu Yang coldly said, an army without a general is like a sheet of loose sand. But, if a general takes the lead in everything, he will also become the army's biggest constraint. He will become the biggest factor in defeat. He looked at the burly man somewhat mockingly and said, although this general thinks that he has done well, he doesn't know that because he has done well, he will lead the entire army to a dead end. The burly man's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. He said, then, how can there be no conflict between the two? A leader without a backbone will never be a good leader. A leader with too much backbone will also not be a good general. There needs to be a balance point. Xu Yang lightly said, I have never been a general, and I have never led an army. I don't know where this balance point is, so I can't give you any advice. The burly man suddenly froze. He lowered his head, frowned, and thought hard for a long time. Then, he suddenly raised his head and said seriously, I've learned something. Xu Yang was actually very interested in this guy who had been captured by him. Although this person looked rough, he was actually very meticulous. Plus, this guy's martial strength was not high, he was only a martial warrior. At most, he was only level 4 or 5, but he had 8 martial masters under his command, martial warrior and martial master. The difference of one word was an insurmountable gap. With a low level of cultivation, he had to lead a group of people whose cultivation was much higher than his. This was even more contradictory. But this guy was able to make so many martial masters obediently respect him as their boss. It was clear that he was not ordinary. Plus, he was loyal and righteous, and his orders were strict. It was clear that he had a very high military prestige. There should not be many generals like this in Ironclad Nation. I must keep them. Thinking about this, Xianxia looked at the 4 corpses lying on the ground and the remaining people's faces filled with grief and indignation. He could not help but sigh. The world was so helpless. Seeing the enemy captured, they still could not do anything. Perhaps this was the struggle between 2 countries. However, Xianxia still had some contempt for this. Right now, he was an outsider. He was not close to either side. There was no doubt that Du Shiqing was a good person. However, the purpose of this trip was contrary to Xianxia's goal of reversing fate. Tai Shiqing's illness, to a certain extent, directly affected the rise and fall of Ironclad Nation. If Ironclad Nation was destroyed, then Beyond the Heavens sect would not be safe. If Beyond the Heavens sect was not safe, then Xianxia's master and brothers would certainly die. Mo Qingwu would also not be able to escape. Therefore, even though Du Shiqing was a good person, Xianxia could not support him. These assassins were not necessarily bad people. Their goal was the same as Xianxia's. Xianxia could not kill them, but Xianxia knew that if he was one of the 4 remaining guards, he would definitely kill this person. He would not have any scruples because of anyone's promise or the overall situation. 4 of his brothers were killed. If he did not take revenge, could he still be considered a man? But these 4 guards only stood there in grief and indignation. Even when they were not shouted at, they did not take any action. Xianxia despised these people who did not have any courage. Even if he was the one who made the promise, he still despised them. Looking around, Xianxia sat down cross-legged. Right now, the most important thing was to recover his strength. Holding his breath, he used all his strength to circulate the remaining energy in his dantian. In fact, his dantian was already empty. He used all his strength to search for the remaining energy in his meridians. It was so little that it was pitiful. But this time, it was the first time Xianxia used Plundering Heaven Divine technique to recover. Now that he had left Beyond the Heavens sect, he could do whatever he wanted. In his previous life, even though he practiced Plundering Heaven Divine technique, he still did not understand. This technique was obviously faster than normal techniques. Did it belong to the category of demonic techniques? After all, this was a very strange technique. Manager Gao saw that Xianxia was recovering his energy, so he dismissed the idea of talking to him. He only stood to the side to protect him. But in the next moment, his eyes widened. F***ck. No way. In such a short time, he had already entered a meditative state? He had only just sat down. Okay. Looking at Xianxia's sparkling face, Manager Gao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Meditating, calming the mind, gathering the energy, moving the dantian, passing through the meridians, and then slowly entering a meditative state? Since ancient times, who could break out of this category? I have been a saber great master for dozens of years. Even though I have not broken through to revered saber, I am still considered a wily old fox. Okay, but even now, I still have to follow the same set of rules. Especially after being injured, it is even more difficult. How could this guy enter a meditative state as soon as he sat down? Manager Gao's eyes widened. He suddenly felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. Xianxia manipulated the remaining energy in his meridians and slowly gathered it into his dantian. Then, following the Plundering Heaven Divine technique's path, it slowly passed through his meridians. At the same time, the tip of the sword constantly emitted a strange power, constantly nourishing Xianxia's meridians. In his meridians, the power of the golden blood root, which had been quietly protecting his veins, was suddenly stimulated at this moment. With this power, it slowly integrated into Xianxia's meridians. After a full cycle, the energy from the tip of the sword suddenly exploded, causing Xianxia's meridians to swell with a comfortable feeling. Outside his body, his clothes fluttered, and a black mist that was hard to see clearly gushed out from his mouth and nose at the same time. Chu Yang suddenly felt relaxed. Manager Gao stood in front of him, dumbfounded. What did I just see? God, please save me. I'm sick. My eyes can't take it anymore. He sat down and entered a meditative state. In less than a breath's time, his injuries were healed. Then, in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he broke through. How is this possible? This strange phenomenon caused this fire saber grandmaster, who had been famous for many years, to be completely confused. Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes. A sharp sword light flashed before his eyes, and they returned to normal. But as soon as he opened his eyes, the big man and the tall old man both felt a sharp pain in their eyes. It was as if a red-hot steel needle had pierced their eyes. These two were the type of people who did not care about the laws of heaven. But at this moment, they felt a sense of fear towards this young man in front of them. They felt as if an ancient demon had suddenly broken his seal and came to this world with a ferocity that could destroy heaven and earth. Another breakthrough, 4th level martial warrior. If the tall old man knew that this guy had just broken through martial disciple and reached martial warrior 5 days ago, his eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Then, he would probably suffer from a heart attack and die from foaming at the mouth. You can break through like this? What the F***ck? Even so, Manager Gao's eyes were still wide open. His hands were trembling, and he did not know what to do. He looked at Chu Yang with eyes full of jealousy. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Every time he broke through, it was as if he was being skinned alive. He struggled for many days. This guy actually seemed to enjoy breaking through. How do you feel? The tall old man's heart was pounding as he asked. I only broke through 1 level. Chu Yang smacked his lips and frowned. Why is it so slow? This is not right. Manager Gao staggered and trembled twice before asking, when was the last time you broke through? Could it be that this guy had been stuck in this bottleneck for many years? If that was the case, then this situation was understandable. Chu Yang scratched his head and rolled his eyes. He said with uncertainty, it should be 4 days ago? Or was it 5 days ago? That's too long. Something is not right. Old man Gao's eyes rolled back, his lips trembled, and he pointed at him with his skinny finger. Suddenly, he sat down on the ground. His wrinkled face turned red, and all the blood in his body rushed to his head. After a long time, he stood up dizzily, as if he was in a dream. He turned around and left with a pale face. Manager Gao. Chu Yang was surprised and asked, Manager Gao, what's wrong? Manager Gao moved his legs as if he was in a dream and muttered, I'm going to sleep. I haven't slept in a few days. I'm hallucinating. Then he staggered away. The masked man sighed and shook his head. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. When I was in Ironcloud Citadel, I saw a few pretty boys posing in front of a restaurant. They were so pretentious, as if they didn't care about money. I thought they were too pretentious. But today, I finally know what it means to be pretentious. With this level of skill, they should be the ancestors of those little bastards. Chu Yang was speechless. What I said was the truth, okay? He remembered that in his previous life, he didn't just go up 1 level. He often went up several levels in a row like a rocket. However, the feeling and comprehension of this kind of leveling up was definitely different. Step by step, steady and steady, that is the way of the king. Every step, there must be an understanding of each step. This kind of accumulation is the peak. Did you feel good about the pig-like ascension in your previous life? If it wasn't for me suppressing it for you, you would have already gone up. Why couldn't you reach the peak in your previous life? It was because you lacked the understanding of each step. If you eat until you're fat, the only result is that you'll choke to death. Do you understand, idiot? In his mind, an arrogant voice spoke disdainfully and with a tone of disappointment. Chu Yang was startled and immediately understood. Yes, practicing martial arts is like a person's life. From young to old, slowly understanding and slowly accumulating knowledge is the right path. If you give a 3-year-old child medicine to make him reach the age of 30, would he really have the mind of a 30-year-old? No wonder such a powerful force could only go up 1 level. It was because Tribulation Sword was suppressing it to give him time to comprehend. You're still wasting time. Why don't you hurry up and find some supplements? With the speed of an ant, when will you become strong? Tonic? Yang thought blankly, what tonic? Things like 7-star white magnolia, spirit ginseng, ethereal purple ganoderma, 10,000 years yellow essence, and so on are barely enough. If it really doesn't work, purple crystal jade, black gold iron, star steel, nightmare silver, and diamond sand will also work. Yang's hands and feet trembled as he fell to the ground. Suddenly, he cursed, Motherf *cur, what are these things? Do you think these are cabbages? These are all things from legends. F*ck. Finding 1 or 2 grams is already a great fortune, and you want to talk about 10,000 pounds? Are you talking nonsense because you ate too much? Manager Gao and Dusher Qing, who had already walked far away, turned around in surprise. Seeing Yang suddenly become angry, they could not understand what was going on. The big man across from Yang shouted angrily, bastard. I just want to eat a few pounds of beef. I'm always hungry, do you understand? Motherf *cur, you really think I'm a prisoner? Bastard, what kind of legend is this? Is your family's beef a legend? You're just a bumpkin who has never seen the world. It turned out that this guy was hungry and wanted to make a request of Yang. Yang turned his head, bared his teeth, and shouted angrily, shut up. If you keep screaming, I'll strip you naked and put you in front of the horses. Then, I'll feed them aphrodisiac. In an instant, Yang's eyes flashed fiercely. As soon as these words came out, the big man's body trembled violently. He opened his mouth wide and looked at Yang in despair. His face was pale. In that moment, he was so angry that his heart was beating like thunder, but he did not dare to show it. He finally understood what kind of hooligan he had fallen into. Listening to what he said, did it sound like something a normal person would say? These are the things you need to upgrade your calamity sword. In his mind, the voice laughed happily, little brat, I'll tell you. First, get some good things and open the calamity sword space. You will be pleasantly surprised. You really are a waste. After so long, you still haven't opened the calamity sword's innate ability. Calamity sword space? Yang was stunned. Yes, calamity sword space. Wait. So, you're not the sword spirit? Yang asked, puzzled. Yes, I am the calamity sword. But right now, I can't merge with the calamity sword. The voice was full of frustration, damn bastard. It's fine to test the sword master, but why did he have to separate the sword and the soul? Damn it, damn it. Who? Yang only felt his heart beat faster. Perhaps, the sword spirit was cursing the mysterious person who created the calamity sword. I've forgotten who he is now. The voice sighed in annoyance, only when you get the 7th fragment of the broken sword can you merge with the sword and the soul. Only when you get all the fragments can I fully recover. Look for it patiently. Those things are not hard to find. There are plenty of them in this world. But, what if I can't find them? Yang asked weakly. The calamity sword will not be destroyed. You can look for it slowly. How can you not find it after thousands of years? After the sword spirit said this, there was no more sound. Restoring the calamity sword didn't seem difficult. But now, it was tens of thousands of years later. Maybe it was easy tens of thousands of years ago. The things you said were everywhere, but do you know how hard it is to find them now? Isn't this forcing people to die? Hey, I want to eat. The big man shouted again, but this time, his tone was much softer. Even if you're a captive, you still need to eat, right? You can't starve me like this, right? Shut up. Yang was in a bad mood. He suddenly grabbed the man's collar and said fiercely, don't think that I don't dare to kill you. I didn't kill you because you're still a little useful. But if you wear out my patience, it won't be difficult to cut off your head. Don't think that I'm afraid of death. The man shouted angrily, but when he saw the evil light in Yang's eyes, he suddenly shuddered and didn't say anything else. Heavens, this guy is a demon. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Yang stood up and walked to the fire. He cut off a horse's hind leg and skewered it on the 2 arrows on the ground. Then, he put it on the fire and roasted it. The fire jumped, illuminating Yang's face. It was indescribably strange. Pfft, Chu Yang threw the roasted horse leg in front of the masked man. Eat it. Horse meat is too sour. I want to eat beef. The man said angrily. Beef? I think you look like beef. Chu Yang curled his lips. Eat it or not. He turned and left. The man's breath was stuck in his throat, and he almost fainted. Looking at the horse meat in his hand, he really wanted to throw this black thing on the ground. But he knew very well that if he really threw it on the ground, he was destined to starve. This guy definitely wouldn't be merciful. With a sigh, he bit down hard on the horse's leg and chewed hard. As he chewed on the horse's meat, his teeth actually chattered and made a crunching sound. It was as if he wasn't chewing horse meat, but this guy called Chu Yang. On the other side, Chu Yang was cleaning up the arrows on the ground. He wanted to tidy up a space for himself to set up a tent and have a good sleep. However, after he collected a few arrows, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face, which was facing away from the others. Then, he took out a tent. Surprisingly, he didn't pick up the arrows on the ground. Instead, he chose a place with the densest number of arrows and set up the tent. This caused everyone to feel extremely puzzled. In the tent, Chu Yang was already shocked to the point of disbelief. This was because he discovered that when he was collecting those ownerless arrows, the sword tip of the calamity sword in his body suddenly had a sharp reaction. At this moment, the tip of the sword followed his meridians to his finger. The moment it came into contact with the arrow, there was only a slight pop sound. The arrow in Chu Yang's hand had already shattered into pieces. Yes, shatter. Furthermore, it was directly turned into dust. This was an arrow made of fine steel. This type of arrow had the most destructive power, and the distance it could travel was also the longest. Because its entire front half was made of fine steel. However, the second half of the arrow was made of high-quality ironwood. At the end of the arrow was the arrowhead that maintained its balance. The moment Chu Yang came into contact with it, the high-quality steel was silently crushed into powder. How could Chu Yang not be shocked? Finally, the tent was set up. Chu Yang immediately went in. Looking at the densely packed arrows on the ground, Chu Yang's eyes widened. He tried to touch it with his finger again. Sure enough, the tip of calamity sword that had already reached his finger suddenly released a suction force. Then, a little bit of black iron appeared on the tip of Chu Yang's finger, and the half of the fine steel arrow turned into dust. What was going on? He had never heard of the calamity sword having such a function. Chu Yang's eyes widened. By the time all the fine steel arrows in the tent had turned into dust, the iron shavings in Chu Yang's hand had already turned into an iron ball the size of a fingertip. Using his internal energy, he saw that the sword tip of the calamity sword, which was originally shining, had already turned black in a small area. If one didn't look carefully, they really wouldn't be able to see it. What's going on? Chu Yang asked in his heart. This is fine steel, pure steel. What the calamity sword swallows is iron essence. In his dantian, the voice said lazily, what's so strange about this? Eh? Fine steel? Iron essence? The calamity sword is the #1 divine object in the world. It can swallow anything, including the human body. The voice explained, but what the calamity sword swallows is the most essential part. For fine steel, it's iron essence. And what's left after the calamity sword swallows is iron essence. Although it's slightly inferior, for ordinary steel, it's still the most essential part of the essence. The voice said, this is the benefit of the calamity sword's owner. After a pause, it said, one of them. One of the benefits? Chu Yang's mind spun quickly. Could it be that there are more benefits? Chu Yang's eyes suddenly became bright. That's right. For anything, as long as it's in your hands, the calamity sword will automatically extract its essence. And the parts that the calamity sword doesn't need will also be purified and given to you to use. When the calamity sword fully recovers and completes, then, those things will all be yours. However, those things are too far away. You don't need to know about them now. I see. Chu Yang held the small piece of iron in his hand thoughtfully. Anything can be swallowed? Of course. Between heaven and earth, there is nothing that cannot be swallowed, including the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, right now, the calamity sword only has the first fragment, so it can only swallow some ordinary metals and spirit medicines. Then, can this iron essence be used to make weapons? Nonsense. As long as there is enough, you can control the sword point and have it help you make any weapon. This kind of iron essence is a treasure that ordinary martial artists can only dream of. Do you understand? Using this kind of iron essence to make weapons would be dozens of times stronger than the trash you use. Xianxia sat on the ground and pondered. At this moment, he suddenly had a clear plan. Going to Iron Cloud Nation through Xianxia was a last-minute decision. It was like forcing a duck onto a perch. Before this, he did not have any plans. He only knew how to take one step at a time. But at this moment, he suddenly had a complete plan, or, should the plan be like this? The heavy piece of iron in his hand seemed to give him some kind of inspiration. His eyes suddenly lit up, ***********. The next few days were calm and peaceful. This group of people followed behind at a moderate pace. Some of them were even a few dozen feet away. Everyone was angry, but there was nothing they could do. Originally, they were here to kill people, but now they seemed to have become the bodyguards of the person being assassinated. However, this group of 100 people was very orderly. No matter where they went, there was not the slightest bit of chaos. Along the way, they were even more silent. No one spoke. It was like a soundless black torrent. Looking at Xianxia's expression, the masked man next to him smiled proudly and said, "My brothers are not bad, right?" In this group, because of his special status, even Manager Gao and Xianxia did not dare to be rude to him. Only Xianxia was rude to him. But he insisted on following Xianxia. Along the way, he talked with Xianxia. Even though he was sometimes angered by Xianxia, he did not go near anyone else. He clearly knew that even though Xianxia was rude to him, he was the only one in this group who did not want him to die. As for the others, even though they were polite to him, they all wanted to kill him. If they were to stab him when they were safe. That was definitely not impossible, only Xianxia would not do that. Good soldiers. Xianxia looked at the black flood next to him and said in a low voice. Of course they are good soldiers. The masked man said proudly, otherwise, how could they guard Yang? F***ck your grandpa. You dare to trick me? Xianxia was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said powerlessly, do you think that I would be so despicable? How dare he try to trick you? He turned his neck and said disdainfully, if I want to know anything about you, a pack of aphrodisiac will tell me everything. The burly man shuddered as he stared at the beast-like young man with a dumbfounded expression. He wisely chose not to speak any further. Because he suddenly remembered what Xianxia said the other day, I will strip you naked and put you in front of the horses. Then I will feed them aphrodisiac. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt his blood run cold. If that was really the case, then he might really surrender. That morning, they finally saw a big city in front of them. Xianxia, Manager Gao, and the others let out a sigh of relief. Here, they were already in the heart of Iron Cloud Nation. There were more and more people, and the government offices were all connected. Basically, there was no chance of being assassinated here, because if Xianxia died in this place, Taibu Tian would be furious. All the officials along the way would be in trouble. Therefore, they would all treat Xianxia as their master. Sure enough, at the city gate, a group of people came out of the city. Clearly, they were here to welcome Xianxia. More than 100 people turned their heads at the same time. Manager Gao also turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. If he killed this burly man here, even the 100 or so people on the other side wouldn't be able to stop him. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became tense and strange. It's time to let me go. The big man clearly sensed that Manager Gao and the others were up to no good. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Xianxia's hand shake and remove the seal on his body. Then, with a wave of his hand, the big man, who weighed more than 200 pounds, was sent flying. Manager Gao was one step slower. He glared at Xianxia and angrily said, "You." With a whoosh, the big man's body flew 70 to 80 feet away. With a whistle, a strong horse quickly rushed forward. The warrior on the horse reached out and caught the big man. Then, as the horse galloped, the big man's two legs were spread out and he sat steadily on the horse's back. More than 100 masked people in black cheered at the same time. Suddenly, the big man gave an order and all of them stopped their horses at the same time. Then, they turned around and circled around Du Shiqing's group. Behind the masks, there was a murderous look in their eyes that made people shiver. After the iron torrent circled around, the big man let out a long laugh and shouted, "You little bastard, we will meet again. Next time, I will strip you naked and feed you to the horses." As he spoke, he was very proud of himself. It was as if he was not ashamed of being captured and instead felt proud. Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. He felt ashamed of his own inferiority when it came to the thickness of this guy's skin. "Let's go." As he said this, his eyes slanted and looked at Manager Gao's group with evil intentions. He waved his hand and turned his horse around. Then, he took the lead and galloped away. The riders behind him closely followed, forming an iron torrent on the road. The iron torrent surged as the horses galloped away, leaving a trail of yellow smoke on the road. Along the way, the big man's bold laughter could be heard. His grandmother, "Did the children prepare good wine for me? I have been tortured by that guy these past few days. I haven't changed my clothes for the past few days. My body is all white now." After a burst of laughter, whistles and whistles were heard one after another. It was chaos. Obviously, this group of people from top to bottom did not regard being captured as a disgrace. They also did not have any complaints about not being able to assassinate Du Shiqing. It was as if the big man's return was the best thing in the world. It did not matter if they could not complete the mission. "Why did you let him go?" Manager Gao raised his head and looked at Xianxia. "A man without integrity cannot live." Xianxia looked at him coldly and did not back down. "Besides, it was Senior Du who helped me. I escorted him here. It has nothing to do with you," he said slowly and disdainfully. "If you guys could have killed him the moment I caught him, I wouldn't have said anything. At the very least, I would have praised you guys for having a strong sense of brotherhood. At worst, we would have all become fugitives. But you waited until now to kill him. Haha, Manager Gao, did you get your title of Fire Saber Great Master because of this?" After he said this, the remaining 4 riders' faces turned red. They could not say anything. Manager Gao slowly nodded and said, "Good. Good. Good." He said the word good 3 times. His eyes became more and more fierce. Xianxia coldly snorted and said proudly, "What? You want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? You want to kill your savior?" He only cared about his ultimate goal. As for what they thought, Xianxia did not care. Gao Weiqing was startled. He stared at Xianxia for a while and then turned around. Behind him, Du Shiqing sighed and said, "Manager Gao, Xianxia did not do anything wrong in this matter. A real man should keep his word." The tall old man, who was walking away, paused for a moment. He turned around and said, "Yes, you are right." Xianxia was very surprised. This was the first time he saw Manager Gao talk to Du Shiqing. He really did not expect Manager Gao to be so respectful to Du Shiqing. This kind of attitude was like a servant to his master. With Manager Gao's title of Fire Saber Great Master, this was very unusual. Xianxia pretended to be indignant, but in his heart, he was thinking. Could it be that this Du Shiqing? Was there something special about him? After walking for 2 days, they finally arrived at Ironcloud Citadel. Along the way, they passed by a few counties that warmly welcomed Du Shiqing's group. However, Manager Gao and the others' attitude towards Xianxia gradually became cold. Later, they even became disgusted with him. This guy was like a wolf that lived alone. Xianxia did not mind, he was indifferent. Every day, he only discussed medical matters with Du Shiqing. Every time they passed by, it was very enriching. Xianxia's perception was very high. Plus, there were some areas where he took a different approach to discuss, which gave Du Shiqing a new feeling. Because of this, the 2 of them were very happy to talk along the way. Xianxia also took this opportunity to learn about this field that he did not understand in his previous life. In the future, no matter if he was fighting on the battlefield or wandering the world, this knowledge would always be useful. Du Shiqing's whereabouts were also reported to Ironcloud Citadel 3 times a day. It was said that Ironcloud's Taibu Tian wanted to personally welcome Du Shiqing into the citadel. This kind of reception was very grand. They were still 30 miles away from Ironcloud Citadel, Ironclad Citadel's banners fluttered in the wind as they rushed out of the Citadel gate. They stood in 2 rows at the Citadel gate, extending for about 5 miles. Then, a group of riders rushed out, creating a torrent on the road as they galloped. They did not stop until they were 10 miles away. This young man in a white robe had a purple crown and a white face. His long eyebrows reached his temples, and his phoenix eyes were awe-inspiring. He was wearing a white cloak that covered his entire body. At first glance, he looked delicate, but the feeling he gave off was completely different from his appearance. He was just riding on a horse, but he gave off the feeling of looking down on the world. Tai Butian of Iron Cloud. He personally came out of the city to welcome Du Shurqing. At this moment, he was sitting on the horse with his right hand on his forehead. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the road in front of him. He was patiently waiting with a calm face. Dust rose in the distance, and the sound of wheels could be heard. A group of people appeared on the horizon. They are here. Tai Butian turned around and jumped down from the horse. The white cloak still covered his entire body. He was not tall, but he did not give off the feeling of being short. Next to him, there were dozens of people waiting in formation. Their eyes were shining brightly, and their hands were on the hilts of their swords. They were protecting him from all directions. With this kind of formation, even if a martial king came to attack, Tai Butian would be able to retreat safely. At this moment, Du Shurqing was in a state of shock. Senior Du, now that you have safely arrived at Iron Cloud, I should also take my leave. Chu Yang casually saluted, and his voice was very serious. Just like a hero who had accomplished something and was about to leave. Ah? Du Shurqing really did not expect Chu Yang to say goodbye at this moment. Could it be that he really escorted me here just to give me a ride? Just to repay a debt of gratitude? Not for anything else. Manager Gao and the 4 guards were also caught off guard and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang resolutely looked at Du Shurqing deeply. Ignoring Du Shurqing's pleas to stay, he turned around and left. His lonely figure looked very free and easy. It was as if he had completed the most important task in his heart and was relieved of a burden. Looking at his back, a faint sense of shame rose in everyone's hearts. It turned out that we really misunderstood him. He suddenly appeared and followed us for thousands of miles. If it were not for him, we would not have reached Iron Cloud. If it were not for him, we would have been completely annihilated in that forest. However, the moment he successfully arrived, he decided to leave. In fact, just 2 days ago, they had almost fought with him. What kind of ungrateful behavior was this? Chu Yang's departure left Du Shurqing and the others with the impression of a chivalrous hero. Everyone watched as he turned into a small black dot in front of them and then disappeared. They couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Chu Yang had come here to repay a debt of gratitude. This point had been confirmed after everyone had discussed it. However, everyone guessed that Chu Yang must have other motives. Using Du Shurqing to get to know the upper echelons of Iron Cloud and gain glory and wealth, was that his true goal? But at this moment, Chu Yang had used his actions to break their guesses, making them feel ashamed of themselves for using the heart of a villain to cross the heart of a monarch. But they didn't know that Chu Yang's departure was for the sake of better carrying out the plan. Manager Gao and the others didn't treat him unjustly. If he followed Du Shurqing into the city, he would naturally be able to see Tai Butian. However, his own status would not be favored. At most, he would become one of Tai Butian's many aides, and then bitterly look for opportunities, wait for opportunities, and stand out. Only then would he be able to slowly rise step by step. However, if there wasn't a suitable opportunity, they would continue to wait like this for a long time. Chu Yang couldn't wait. What was easily obtained would naturally not be cherished. This sentence applies to both men and women. It was applicable to love, wealth, and career. A wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a mistress, and a mistress is not as good as a mistress. What you can't get is always the best. Cough cough, Chu Yang has misunderstood. But, this is the truth. Even though Chu Yang had taken the initiative to visit, it would never be as important as Tai Butian's repeated visits. The wait was also absolutely different. Therefore, the current Chu Yang was only building momentum for himself and also creating an opportunity for Tai Butian to visit him 3 times. Originally, when he had no other choice, Du Shurqing was his only shortcut. But now, the calamity swords devouring made him change his mind. Since there was another way, he was not willing to just be a strategist. On Du Shurqing's side, he had already put in enough effort to leave a deep impression on him. This was an extraordinary ability. At the very least, as long as Tai Budian mentioned him, Du Shurqing could use the impression he left on him to influence Tai Budian. Now, what Chu Yang needed to do was to make Tai Budian mention him to Du Shurqing. Let Tai Budian take the initiative, and he had to appear unwilling and passive. As long as Tai Budian mentioned him, he would be able to take the initiative. He didn't have the competence to reach the heavens in one step, but in terms of attracting attention and attracting Tai Butian's attention, that was his specialty. Tai Butian's group was waiting at the Tenli Pavilion outside Ironclad Citadel. When they saw Du Shurqing's carriage appear in the distance, they finally let out a sigh of relief. But then, they were stunned. A person's shadow left Du Shurqing's group like an arrow and shot toward Chu Yang's direction. No, it was heading toward the city. It was getting closer and closer. Slowly, it turned from a small black dot into a small human figure. Then, in everyone's eyes, it turned into a black flash of lightning and rapidly approached. So fast. Next to Tai Budian, a burly man narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but praise in a low voice. Although the others did not say anything, they all had the same feeling. This figure did not ride a horse and was only walking, but his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached a place not too far away from them. As he got closer, all the experts behind Tai Budian suddenly felt a chill run down their spines at the same time, because at this moment, this meteor-like figure suddenly raised his head. Raising his head, he looked in Tai Butian's direction. Two sharp gazes, like divine swords that cut through the dark sky, came slashing towards him. The dozens of experts behind Tai Budian felt their eyes being stared at by this pair of eyes at the same time. They felt as if they had nowhere to hide. It was as if they were stripped naked and placed in an endless snowy wasteland. At the same time, a cold aura that could freeze 1,000 miles swept over from the direction of the person in front. This cold aura seemed to be able to swallow the world. It was as if a calm sea had suddenly turned into a huge wave. The absolute tranquility had turned into an earth-shattering ruckus in an instant. This kind of strong contrast caught everyone off guard. Especially the guards on Tai Butian's side, they instinctively raised their guard to the highest level. Both sides were experts. Under the influence of their auras, they were on the verge of exploding. However, that person seemed to have realized something was wrong. He suddenly retracted his cold aura. This kind of ease of control shocked everyone to the extreme. At this moment, that person and Tai Butian's gazes were already on the verge of brushing past each other. Tai Budian unexpectedly turned her head to look. Their gazes seemed to have inadvertently met in midair. Suddenly, they both felt their entire bodies tremble. This seemingly inadvertent meeting of gazes was actually intentional by both of them. Moreover, only one side was well aware of this. Tai Budian had already activated the Emperor Divine technique before she raised her head. It carried with it a kind of supreme aura, accompanied by the icy heart-penetrating bone divine technique that she had cultivated since she was young. It was intentional, because with just one glance, Tai Budian had already sensed something. The speed, aura, and gaze of this person before her all indicated that this person was definitely a dangerous person. If such a person was a friend, he would be a great help. If he was an enemy, he would become a terrifying enemy. Separated by several hundred feet, the two of them looked at each other. However, a strange feeling suddenly rose in their hearts at the same time. It was as if they were friends and enemies who should never have met and could never have crossed paths. At this moment, time and space had been distorted and they suddenly met. This feeling was especially obvious. At this moment, it was as if a mottled and fragmented time and space had appeared before his eyes. The two completely different worlds of his previous life and this life suddenly overlapped at this moment. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. This was a meeting that was completely outside of fate. Tai Butian's glance looked ordinary, but it was the combination of the Emperor Divine technique and the Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine technique. He wanted to give the other party a feeling of invincibility and a feeling of this person is a natural-born ruler. As long as this feeling was planted, it would be of great help to Tai Budian when he tried to recruit this person in the future. In the future, cooperation or recruitment between the two of them would be a matter of course. At this moment, Tai Budian naturally thought that the other party was just passing by. He was definitely not on guard against this glance. In reality, whether it was during a battle or a conversation, most people would pay attention to the other party's eyes. But who would have thought that the eyes could have such an effect, and Chu Yang's glance was, of course, even more deliberate. For this one glance, he even drew out all the cold air from the Seven Shades congregation grounds from the tip of the Calamity Sword. He used it as his own power to create an aura that could freeze 1,000 miles. He first gained the upper hand by a show of strength, then gathered his boundless arrogance to see through this one glance. Just this glance was bound to leave an indelible impression on Tai Budian. Chu Yang's gaze was calm and sharp, proud and wild, like the wolf king of the northernmost plains, sharp as a sword and cold as ice. In this pair of eyes, there was ruthlessness. In such a gaze, all living things in the world were ants that could be slaughtered, the heavens were like grass that could be trampled on. However, Tai Budian's eyes were gentle, warm, and tranquil without any ripples. In fact, it seemed as if he was overlooking the common people from the clouds. His lofty aura of a king spread along with the wind. Here, I am the ruler, all the land under the heavens belongs to the king, all the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. One was intentional and the other was unintentional, but both of them gave it their all. This was a contest, but there was no winner in this contest. If Chu Yang's gaze was the waves, then Tai Budian's gaze was the reef. The waves rolled and swept up thousands of piles of snow. The reef stood tall and unmoving. Was it the reef that broke the waves? Or was it the waves that drowned the reef? Who could say for sure who would win and who would lose? But after this one glance, Chu Yang was like a gust of strong wind, brushing past Tai Budian's troops like a whirlwind. With a whoosh, he turned into a shadow and disappeared in the direction of the city gate. From the beginning to the end, the look in his eyes had never changed. Tai Budian also calmly retracted her gaze, deep in thought. It was as if this was just a coincidence. It was an extremely short meeting. In fact, even Tai Budian and the others treated this meeting as a coincidence. What a terrifying person. Behind Tai Budian, the dozens of experts who had gathered their powers to the maximum instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were solemn. Some of them even had cold sweat on the tip of their noses. A series of popping sounds came from under his feet. The power that he had gathered suddenly dispersed, and the ground beneath his feet actually cracked. Just now, when the cold air hit them in the face and froze them for 1,000 miles, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Although the other party didn't make any movements and was only flying, everyone felt as if a sharp sword was flying through the air. It was as if it was going to kill people with irresistible force and then fly away. Its momentum was unstoppable. A terrifying person? How terrifying is he? Tai Budian looked thoughtfully in the direction that Chu Yang had left in and asked slowly. This person, judging from his eyes and his aura, I'm afraid he's a top-notch executioner. Beside Tai Budian, a man in green took a breath and said in an intensely guarded tone, however, this person's motive is obviously not to. Because when he looked at you, there wasn't the slightest bit of murderous intent. There was only one kind of indifference. When he said this, the dozens of people around him suddenly fell into deep thought. Facing the Empress and such a grand ceremony, he's still so indifferent and dismissive. It's obvious how tenacious this person's nerves are and how great his composure is. However, even after searching through every corner of their minds, they still couldn't think of anyone in the martial world who was like this. This person was obviously very young, at most 17 or 18 years old. However, after thinking through all the young talents, they realized that there wasn't anyone who fit the criteria that this person had shown. Who was this person? Oh? A faint smile appeared on Tai Budian's jade-like face. She said softly, a terrifying person is also an interesting person. If he is not targeting me, then there is a high possibility that he is not an enemy. If he is not an enemy, then could he be a friend? Turning her head to look at Du Shiqing's carriage, Tai Budian said thoughtfully, that person just now seemed to be flying from Divine Dr. Du's direction? There was no such presence before, right? So his original position should be with Du Shiqing's group? Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but nod. This point was very obvious. If such a master is with Du Shiqing's group, then Du Shiqing must know this person. Tai Budian said with relief, and the direction that this person is going is towards Iron Cloud Citadel. His eyes flashed and he sighed with a smile. How can we let go of such a talent? Send 2 people to see if they can follow him. However, no matter what, do not cause any conflict. The 2 people behind him nodded and left the group. They jumped on their horses and whipped their whips. With the sound of galloping hooves, they disappeared in the direction of the citadel gate. Tai Budian did not look back. She waved her sleeves and said, "Everyone, follow me to welcome Divine Dr. Du." Chu Yang brushed past Tai Budian like a whirlwind and disappeared into the distance. However, even after entering the citadel gate, the shock in his heart had not subsided. How could this be? Chu Yang was full of doubts. How could it be Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique? How could it be Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique? I am not surprised that he could use Emperor Divine Technique. This is a technique passed down from generation to generation in Iron Cloud Nation. But he clearly used Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique to see through people's hearts. Why? Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique was a secret technique of the Holy Clan. Moreover, the requirements to practice it were very special. Either it was a perverted and feminine man who practiced it, or it was a woman who practiced it to achieve the greatest effect. That kind of masculine man would not be able to cultivate this Icy Heart Jade Bone even in his lifetime. What Chu Yang found strange was that with Senior Butian's power and status, what kind of technique could he not get? Why did he have to practice Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique? But no matter what, this Senior Butian of Iron Cloud Nation left a deep impression on Chu Yang. Especially those eyes. They were as clear as water, as cold as ice, but also gentle and calm. They contained the world and were unfathomably deep. But Chu Yang's deepest impression was that those eyes were so beautiful that they almost did not belong to this world. Chu Yang thought about it and could not help but laugh. Looking at this Senior Butian's face, even though he was very handsome, wasn't he a little too effeminate? He was a typical pretty boy. Practicing Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine Technique did not seem to be anything special. Du Shiqing's carriage finally appeared in front of everyone. Manager Gao lifted the curtain, and Du Shiqing stepped out. Tai Budian took a step forward and bowed deeply. "Senior Du, you must have traveled a long way. I am Tai Budian, and I am here to welcome you." His voice was clear and steady. Moreover, in front of Du Shiqing, he called himself this one and did not refer to himself as this one or Gu. This gave Du Shiqing enough face. From this, one could see how much importance this Senior Butian placed on his father's illness. "Your Highness is too polite. How could this old man dare to trouble your Highness to personally come and welcome me? I am very afraid." Du Shiqing hurriedly bowed, his face was a little emotional. "Senior, there is no need to be so polite. As long as you can cure my father's illness, you will be the savior of all of Iron Cloud Nation. No matter what kind of treatment you receive, it is only natural." Tai Budian smiled and gently extended his hand. "Senior Du, please." Du Shiqing said, "Your Highness, please." Then he sat back in the carriage. Surrounded by people, he walked toward the city gate. "Oh, that person is the descendant of an old friend of mine. Speaking of this person, he is really a good man. He is loyal, but he is also brave and resourceful. His martial arts are excellent. Although he is young, he is a rare good man." Du Shiqing sighed and shook his head. He introduced Chu Yang's background and emphasized the ambush he encountered. Finally, he said, "If it were not for him, I am afraid that I would not have met him today. Plus, this person's talent is unimaginable. He can infer many things from one example, and he has a photographic memory. His intelligence is enough to be called a hero of the age." Du Shiqing's tone was full of praise for Chu Yang. It was to the point where he spared no effort in praising Chu Yang. Moreover, his tone was sincere. It was obvious that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. If Chu Yang had followed him all the way, there would not have been such an unexpected result. Du Shiqing also had some regrets. Along the way, Du Shiqing mentioned more than once that he wanted to take Chu Yang as his disciple and teach him medicine. In fact, before he arrived here, Du Shiqing said with disappointment, "Chu Yang, this old man has a feeling that this trip to Iron Cloud will be the end of me." Du Shiqing, if you cannot accept it, I am afraid that my medical skills will be lost forever." Even though he said this much, Yang still refused. Du Shiqing let out a long sigh. Even though there was no hope for him to take Yang as his disciple, he still passed on his life's work, the immortal medicine, and the tattered 100 Herb Sutra. This 100 Herb Sutra is the origin of my medical skills. In my entire life, I have only seen through it. And this immortal medical art is my life's work. If you can learn it, that would be the best. If not, then help me pass it down. This was Du Shiqing's request to Yang. And these 2 books were Yang's biggest unexpected gain on this trip. In Du Shiqing's mind, even though Yang had not agreed to be his disciple, he had already inherited his skills. Naturally, he did not hold back in praising Yang. On the side, Manager Gao snorted. He faintly felt that if Yang wanted to leave, he should not have entered Iron Cloud Citadel. However, he felt sorry for misunderstanding Yang. So, he didn't say anything. In any case, that guy didn't seem to care about fame and fortune at all. Mr. Du is really a benevolent saint. His benevolence has spread to the world. After hearing about this matter, my respect for Mr. Du has increased by another notch. Tai Budian smiled. His eyes flashed as he remembered the name Yang. Right now, Ironcloud Nation was thirsty for talents. If not for Sir Butian taking over Ironcloud Nation's military and establishing Butian Pavilion to supplement Ironcloud Nation's strength, Diwu Qingro would have already led his army north. To Tai Budian, she really couldn't let go of any talent right now. What's more, such a terrifying talent like this one. Tai Butianshan's expression turned cold. She whispered to a black-clothed man beside her, "Order Wu Kuanyin to come to Ironcloud Citadel. Tell him that if he can't explain the attack on Divine Dr. Du, his body doesn't need to come. Just send his head." Wu Kuanyin was the commander of Ironcloud Nation's Iron Blood Cavalry. He was also a fierce general on the border between Ironcloud Nation and Great Zhao. He was ranked 10th on the continent's list of famous generals. Although he was only at the bottom of the list, it was not something that could be achieved through bravery alone. Tai Budian mentioned Wu Kuanyin at this moment. Obviously, from the timing and style of this matter, she concluded that this matter was definitely done by Wu Kuanyin. The man in blue nodded. He couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, old Wu, this time you are out of luck. Although what you did was something I wanted to do." Turning around, Tai Butian's smile was already amiable. She said softly, "Senior Du must have been frightened." Du Shiqing repeatedly said that he didn't dare. He didn't know why, but looking at the amiable face of this Senior Butian, Du Shiqing felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the unethical thing he did many years ago was under the watchful eye of the other party. Perhaps, this Ironcloud Citadel was really going to be his burial ground? Du Shiqing stared blankly at the tall city walls not far away. His eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Then he sat back in the carriage. His expression was calm as he headed towards Ironcloud Citadel. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it was already here. Since he had already done something, there would always be a reward. Everyone had their own thoughts. They unconsciously quickened their pace towards Ironcloud Citadel. After entering Ironcloud Citadel, Du Shiqing's carriage went straight to the royal palace. Tai Budian could not wait any longer. Her father's condition was getting worse and worse. She wanted Du Shiqing to immediately cure her father. Even if she had other considerations, she had to put them aside for now. She also knew that being able to invite Du Shiqing this time was most likely due to Diwu Qingrou's calculations. Diwu Qing allowing Du Shiqing to come was definitely not with good intentions. It was most likely to let Du Shiqing use his miraculous skills to cure her father's illness so that he could compete with her for power. However, even if Tai Budian knew that this was a trap, she could only gladly jump into it. Because that was her father. Not only the emperor, but also her father. That night, when Tai Budian returned to Butian Pavilion, it was already very late. 2 people had been waiting in the main hall for a long time. "Did you find that person?" Tai Budian asked softly. He gently rubbed his forehead with his thin and weak left hand as he asked in a tired manner. "This subordinate is incompetent and could not find this person's whereabouts." One of them bowed and said, "This person entered Ironcloud Citadel and suddenly disappeared. We could not find him anywhere. Send more people to look for him." Tai Budian rubbed her forehead and sighed. She rubbed her forehead with her hand and added, "Do not disturb the people. In the current iron cloud, even the power of the people is extremely important. Don't say anything like that." "Yes." The person replied and then said worriedly, "Your Highness, this subordinate sees that you are really tired these days. Should we find someone to help you relieve your fatigue?" "That is also good. Let Xianxia come and relieve my fatigue." Tai Budian did not decline, but her expression showed that she was even more tired. "Yes." The two men in black retreated. Tai Budian frowned and fell into deep thought. Her brows showed that she was very worried. She remembered what Du Shiqing said after seeing her father's illness, "Your Highness, the Emperor's illness has been accumulating for many years. Moreover, there is still poison left in his body. After a long time, it has seeped into his bone marrow and is difficult to cure. I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate." Tai Budian heaved a heavy sigh. Seeped into his bone marrow and is difficult to cure. These words made Tai Butian's heart feel as if it was being torn apart. "Imperial Father, is there really no hope?" The palace maid called Xiang had already come in. Seeing that Tai Budian was deep in thought, she did not dare to disturb her and stood quietly to the side. After a long time, she heard Tai Budian sigh deeply. The corner of her eyes actually flashed with sparkling light. "Grandfather," cried Grandfather Butian, who had always been strong and supported the entire Iron Cloud nation, actually cried. Xiang's heart suddenly ached. Only people like her who were close to Grandfather Butian knew how hard it was for Grandfather Butian. In order to catch up to Diwu Qingro, Grandfather Butian had sacrificed so much, from when he was a child until now. In these 10 years, Grandfather Butian had not slept more than 4 hours a day. The entire nation, the lives of millions of people, all depended on him. Diwu Qingro and Great Zhao Empire, with their powerful national strength and superior intelligence, were like a mountain pressing down on them. If it was anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago, but Tai Budian, with the body of a young man, was able to withstand it. Tai Butian sighed again and said faintly, "Xiang, help me rub my temples." It was as if he already knew she was coming. But Xiang knew that he was in a trance and did not notice her. Because Tai Butian would never show his weakness in front of anyone, Tai Butian raised his eyes to look at Xiang. His eyes were clear and bright. He did not even need time to recover, he had already regained the demeanor of the Grand Elder Butian. Xiang agreed and walked over quietly. "Grand Elder is tired, too tired. What I need to do is to use all my strength to let him relax for a while." But after a while, Tai Butian suddenly thought of something and sat up. Frowning, he pondered for a while and said, "Send someone to see if Beyond the Heavens Sec's Bao Kuanglei and Miss Wu Qianqian are asleep. If they are not, ask them to come to my place." Because he suddenly remembered that when Du Shiqing introduced Chu Yang, he seemed to have said, "Abandoned disciple of Beyond the Heavens sect." Abandoned disciple, these two words made Tai Butian very puzzled. Such a person, no matter which sect he was in, would be a top character. They would protect him like a treasure, and would not even have enough time to cultivate him. How could he be expelled? Beyond the Heavens sect master Wu Yunliang, he had met him a few times. He did not seem like such a foolish person. Could it be that there was something hidden? Or was there some conspiracy? Or was there something else? Xiang was startled and obediently replied, "Yes." Only then did Tai Budian lie down again. Even when he was lying down, the snow-white cloak on his body was still tightly wrapped around his body, not revealing the slightest bit of his figure. After a while, Bao Kuanglei and Wu Qianqian arrived. After a while, looking at the backs of Bao Kuanglei and Wu Qianqian, Tai Butian lay down thoughtfully. The Chu Yang mentioned by Bao Kuanglei and Wu Qianqian, and the Chu Yang mentioned by Du Shiqing were not the same person. As for the matter of abandoning a disciple, the two of them did not know the inside story. They only knew from the sect's announcement that Chu Yang had killed his own martial brother, which seriously violated the rules of Beyond the Heavens sect. The fact that he was not executed on the spot was already extremely lenient. Tai Butian's brows furrowed slightly. After a long while, he mumbled, "This Chu Yang is really interesting." His voice was very low, so low that other than himself, no one else could hear it. MP. Once Chu Yang entered the city gate, he wiped his face and changed his appearance. He walked along the road for a while, turned into an alley, and then turned two corners. When he came out again, he had changed his appearance. He was in his 30s, had a fierce face, and was slightly hunchbacked. Step by step, he walked out vividly like a camel. It wasn't that he didn't want Tai Butian's men to find him. Rather, he wanted to accumulate the greatest amount of capital for himself before letting them find him. After all, it was impossible to have a certain status without strength and capital, therefore, Chu Yang decided to go all the way. In broad daylight, he started to accumulate capital. But his methods were a bit unscrupulous. The reason why Diwu Qingro coveted Ironclad Nation was because Ironclad Nation had countless mines. Moreover, most of them were refined iron, therefore, Ironclad Nation was so extravagant that even the ordinary soldiers' arrows were made of half-refined iron. One must know that even with the wealth of Great Zhao, only the arrowheads of the soldiers' arrows were made of pure iron. The rest of the arrows were made of bamboo. Furthermore, Ironclad Nation is close to the grasslands, located in the north. The people there are tough, and their military strength is strong. If Great Zhao does not eliminate Ironclad Nation first, then no matter which direction they go, they will always feel like there is a thorn in their back. Chu Yang came out of the alley and came face to face with a fat man. He had a fat face and big ears. His eyes were somewhat lustful as he looked around. The clothes he wore were not too luxurious, and when he walked, his back was slightly bent. He did not seem to be a powerful person. Moreover, besides looking at young ladies and young wives, he avoided looking at other people. It seemed that he was a timid person. Chu Yang took a step forward. Like a demon, he directly grabbed the man's collar. In the next moment, he was back in the alley and dragged the fat man in like a dead pig. Chu Yang's movements were very fast. Outside, one could only see a shadow flash, and the fat man who was hated by everyone on the street disappeared without a trace. The fat man was caught off guard. He was so scared that all the fat on his body was trembling. He begged for mercy but did not dare to speak. Loudly, Big Master, I have parents and children, what this and that. Chu Yang glared fiercely, let me tell you, your parents are Ma Tua from 5 Flower Mountain outside the city. Today, I entered the city to do some business. I found you pleasing to the eye, so I gave you some pointers on how to get rich. 5 Flower Mountain. Ma Tua? The fat man trembled as he looked at Chu Yang's camouflaged hunchback. He was so scared that he almost fainted. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he said, Big Master, King, there is no 5 Flower Mountain outside the city, F***ck. Chu Yang slapped him, you don't care if there is 5 Flower Mountain or not. Let me ask you, do you want to live or die? I want to live. Big Master, please spare my life. The fat man answered very quickly. Tell me about the situation in Ironclad Citadel. Chu Yang said fiercely, be more detailed. If there is even a little bit missing, I will use all the fat on your body to light a lantern. As he said this, he clasped his hands together, and the sound of his joints cracking could be heard. Combined with his ferocious gaze, it was enough to scare people out of their wits. The situation in Ironclad Citadel naturally needed to be clear. The fat man's body went limp, and he fell to the ground like a pile of mud. His face was full of tears and mucus. His pants were dripping wet, and his front and back exploded at the same time. A foul smell wafted out. Half an hour later, Chu Yang covered his nose and quickly walked out of the alley. After walking for a long time, he finally took a deep breath of air. Oh my God, I almost suffocated to death. It was really too smelly. Later, the fat man did not know if it was because he was so frightened that his stomach was not feeling well or something else. He kept farting while trembling as he explained. This made Chu Yang extremely depressed. However, it had to be said that even though this fat man did not have much makeup, he was still quite familiar with Ironclad Citadel. From the south to the north, from the east to the west, he gave Chu Yang a very detailed introduction. He even went so far as to which streets and alleys, which families' young ladies were particularly beautiful, which families' young ladies were particularly beautiful, which families' young ladies were particularly coquettish, everything was described in detail. A certain girl had fair skin, a certain girl had a curvy figure, and a certain girl had a pair of amorous eyes that were easy to seduce. Which family had more money? Which family had more power? This was the division between the black and white sides of Ironclad Citadel, their respective businesses, the distribution of the mines outside Ironclad Citadel, which family could not be offended, which family had to be avoided, and so on and so forth, and so on. Chu Yang's head was spinning from listening. In the end, he followed the fat man's instructions and went out to buy a map. Who says there are no bandits in the city? Mother ***, this is bullshit. Why would bandits differentiate between the city and the countryside? Look at that Ma Tua, his eyes are obviously green, specifically asking about which family has more money. Fatty wanted to cry but had no tears. That hateful guy, not only did he scare me half to death, he even took my poor banknotes before leaving, not even leaving behind a few taels of silver. He even glorified it by saying, doing good for the heavens and doing good deeds. Before leaving, he even said, I spent your money to solve your problems, please don't take it to heart. My heart is kind. Mother ***, if everyone was as kind as you, then there would be no one left in this world. Brother, I've given you so many ways. You can find whoever you want to do justice for the heavens. Even if you find those pretty girls, I won't show any mercy to them. Just don't come looking for me. I'm really not rich, Fatty prayed as he walked. That afternoon, Chu Yang left the city and went to the mines outside the city. He wanted to buy some steel, but when he arrived, he found out that Wu Yun Liang gave him 300,000 taels of silver. It sounded like a lot, but he wanted steel. Sorry, our ironclad nation does not have steel. Chu Yang painfully spent 10,000 taels of silver to buy a large pile of steel at a high price from the workshop. More than half of the 300,000 taels of silver were gone. After only one night, Chu Yang looked at the piece of iron in front of him that was only as thick as his arm and wanted to cry. Without any other choice, he threw in the rest of his money. In the blink of an eye, he went from a rich man with 300,000 strings of silver to a pauper, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Chu Yang frowned, anger rose in his heart, and hatred grew in his heart. Money, the most important thing is money. One coin can drive a hero to death? To Master Chu, this was a joke. One coin can drive an idiot to death, this is true, but if you want to drive Master Chu to death? Ha 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 ha, Chu Yang's eyes emitted a wolf-like green light. The next night, several wealthy families in Ironclad Citadel were suddenly robbed. The thieves were very clever, in the dark night, they came and went. They really were nocturnal. When they woke up in the morning, a few rich men looked at their empty coffers and fainted one by one. Even if millions of rats entered the granary at the same time, it wouldn't be so clean. If a mouse entered the granary, it would at least leave a pile of debris on the ground. However, the vaults of these rich men were completely empty. When one stepped into the vaults, there would be echoes. A cloud of dust rose from the ground, all the gold was gone, all the silver was gone, and all the treasures were gone. It was so clean that even a mouse would come out with tears in its eyes. Wasn't this thief too ruthless and clean? All the bodyguards didn't hear anything, but there was nothing left. One of them, Li Lao Kai, had hidden the banknotes under his pillow. When he saw the warehouse, he felt somewhat comforted despite the pain in his heart. He thought that he would be able to keep some money for himself. Who would have thought that when he went back to check the banknotes, he would be knocked unconscious on the spot? When he woke up, hundreds of thousands of taels of banknotes had disappeared without a trace. He could only vaguely make out a hunchback. In each of these rich men's warehouses, there was a line of writing left behind, showing the honesty of this great thief. On it was written, I will not change my name, I will not change my surname, I will rob the rich to give to the poor. There was a heroic aura of one man taking responsibility for what he had done. The next morning, outside of Ironclad Citadel's government office, the grievance redressing drum was beaten loudly. Moreover, it was continuous. Dozens of fat old men had tears on their faces. They were on the verge of collapse as they crazily beat the drum. Later, the entire square in front of the government office was filled with cries. The cries were mournful, like the cries of apes deep in the mountains, causing people to cry. However, in Ironclad Citadel, from the top to the bottom, everyone looked on with cold eyes. There were even some who gloated and set off firecrackers. the officials did their routine registration and let these old men go back to wait for the news. The main reason was that these people were not good people. Normally, their eyes grew on top of their heads, they were arrogant, and they bullied men and women. Even when Butian was collecting money to build an army at the beginning of the year, these cheapskates did not even give a single cent. They said that they had no more food at home and were about to starve. They were about to starve, yet they lost hundreds of thousands of taels of silver and tens of thousands of taels of gold? You guys are too talented, you only lost this much money? You deserve it. Damn it, why didn't you steal all your money along with it? You actually expected us old men to recover your losses. Even if we recovered, we would have said that we did not recover it. It would have been better if we just used it as military expenses for the army. However, the news about the arrest of 5 Flower Mountain horse camel was immediately spread out like wildfire. No matter what, this evil and greedy thief had to be arrested and brought to justice. In one night, he robbed 50 rich families. How many accomplices did he have? If he was left alone, it would cause endless trouble. Thus, all the law enforcers in Ironclad Citadel became busy. In just a few days, they did not catch horse camel, but they caught thieves and pickpockets one after another. Outside the yamen, in a corner far away, a fat man dressed in luxurious clothes trembled as he looked at the wailing moneybags. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his lips trembled, and his face turned pale. It was as if he had sat on a hard bench for half a day. There was not a trace of blood on his face. Heavens! This was really done by horse camel. I can swear. Because these people he stole were all the people I told him about. Not a single one was left out. Oh my God, this thief is really fierce. Luckily, this old man was caught early. If it was someone else who was caught, I would be one of the unlucky ones right now. To tell the truth, the reason why Chu Yang was so accurate was all because of these cheapskates. This fat man's contribution could not go unnoticed. Because this guy was a bit shameless and despicable, of course, his friends were all jackals of the same tribe. At that time, under Chu Yang's threat, in order to save their lives, who cared about friends? Of course, there were also some people who were doing honest business and were passionate about public welfare. These people were very rich. However, this fatty did not get along with these people. They did not like him and were not familiar with him. In a moment of panic, the people he blurted out were naturally the people he was most familiar with. Hearing the crying, the fatty sneakily covered his ears. He turned around, twisted his fat butt, and rolled all the way home. Mother Vaster's cur, these old people are basically the top rich people in the world. Ha ha ha, who told them to look down on me for being poor? Now, humph, which one of you can compare to this old rich man? Thank you, horse camel. 3 days later, Chu Yang, with a head that looked like a chicken's nest, opened his shop on a busy street 2 streets away from the imperial palace. This was a 3-story building. Just yesterday, it was still a tea house. Today, it suddenly changed owners. 3 teams in charge of moving and building were busy for an entire day and night. Although the original owner of the tea house was puzzled, he did not ask anything for the sake of the glistening gold. He directly moved away. What a joke, the total value of his tea house, including the staff and equipment, was only 50 taels of gold. The other party was rich enough to throw out 200 taels of gold. Moreover, he did not want anything inside. He could just find another place and reopen with the same staff. He would be a fool not to accept, therefore, this place was named Chu. It was now under the jurisdiction of the rich and powerful big boss Chu. On the signboard facing the main street, the words Heavenly Armament Pavilion were written in golden lacquer. Half of the street was illuminated in a golden color. It was dazzling. The couplets on the left and right were also made of silver and painted in gold. The entire facade was filled with the appearance of a nouveau riche. As soon as people came here, they would immediately smell the stench of copper in the air. First couplet, cutting iron like mud is not a dream, let me open your eyes. Second couplet, divine weapons are always here, if you want to come quickly. Horizontal scrawl, no patience to wait. Next to the door was a sign, Heavenly Armament Pavilion, open for money, do not enter if you do not have enough money. 10,000 taels of silver was the starting price, 1,000,000 taels of gold was not considered rich. Take out treasures, and you will be satisfied as soon as you enter. Not only was it a nouveau riche, but it also did not look like much. From the signboard to the couplet, it was all very tacky. Even those few words were crooked and full of evil. It was like a mouse's tail was dipped in ink, and then a bowl of wine was poured into the mouse's mouth. After the mouse was drunk, it dragged its tail and drew it. Then Big Boss Chu sat upright and waited for the fat sheep to come. This was called Jiang Taigong fishing, the willing bite. Of course, Chu Yang didn't know about this story, but there was a handsome and talented girl named Feng Ling who knew about it. It had to be said that after several days and nights, Chu Yang was tired, but he was also very excited. The taste of reaping without sowing was too wonderful. Damn, no wonder so many people wanted to be thieves. With a stretch of his hand, he had gold and silver. It was too satisfying. Robbing the rich to help the poor, yes, it made sense. At that time, they were so rich and so poor that they wanted to die. Robbing a little was not considered helping the poor, right? When this heavenly armament pavilion opened, it made everyone's eyes bulge. Too arrogant, too outrageous. In all the previous dynasties, no one had ever seen anyone do business like this. This was not doing business, it was simply offending people. Moreover, it first insulted itself and then offended others. In an instant, this heavenly armament pavilion became the biggest joke since the founding of Iron Cloud Nation. It quickly became famous. Quick, go and take a look. There's a crazy guy who's opening a shop on the street. Whoosh! A large group of people quickly gathered outside the heavenly weapon pavilion to watch the excitement. It was a cloudy day. Since everyone had nothing to do, it was not a bad idea to take a look at this idiot. However, everyone was a little puzzled. Why couldn't this fool show off? Why did he have to come to Iron Cloud Citadel's busiest street to embarrass himself? Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? But if he was really an idiot, where did he get so much money to open a shop here? Big Boss Chu crossed his legs. There was no divine weapon on the counter in front of him, only a cup of tea. Hot steam and the aroma of tea rose from the teacup, and Big Boss Chu's head was also touched by the aroma of the tea. He was really sleepy. On the left wall near the inner door hung a sword, a saber, a short sword, and a short saber. It seemed like these 4 items were what gave him the confidence to open his business. They were also the divine weapons that he was prepared to sell. Outside the door, everyone was guessing, sighing, and laughing. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear. The people he wanted to sell to were not these people. Plus, Chu Yang's memories from his previous life clearly told him that Iron Cloud Nation did not care about anything else, but the 2 words heavenly weapon would definitely touch the sensitive nerves of Iron Cloud Nation's upper echelons. Get out of the way, get out of the way. A good dog does not block the way. I'm talking about you, what are you going to do? Unreasonable shouts came from afar. A few big black men with open collars were walking over like crabs from the east, west, north, and south. Wherever they went, people would avoid them as if they had seen a god of plague. What heavenly weapon pavilion? What the F***ck? A big man with a big mole on his face and a thick tuft of long black hair looked at the plaque of heavenly weapon pavilion. His nose pointed to the sky and suddenly became angry. Mother ****, are you crazy? Don't come in if you don't have enough money? Old money, but I want to go in, what about it? Big brother. The underling next to him who was looking left and right shouted in surprise, this is all silver. Pure silver. This guy pointed at the plaque and jumped up and down. He looked like the wind. Silver? The big man pinched the plaque in confusion. Suddenly, his voice changed, F***ck. It's really silver. Looking up at the plaque, his gaze suddenly changed. It became greedy and vicious. Who is the boss inside? Come out, come out. The big man's voice was almost hoarse. He swallowed his saliva up and down the street. F***ck, I don't want anything. I just want to scare them and move the plaque back. That's enough. You want to buy something? Chu Yang crossed his arms and slowly walked out. There was no other way. In the entire heavenly weapon pavilion, he was the only one. The boss and the workers were all taken care of by him. When he came out, Big Boss Chu's nose became crooked. He was always ready to catch a big fish. In the end, before the big fish came, he attracted a group of hooligans. This was too unlucky. This shop is yours? The big man's nose pointed to the sky. What? Chu Yang was in a bad mood. His tone was naturally not good. What? F***ck, you have a temper? It seems that you don't know who is standing in front of you. The big black man stretched out his hand and was about to grab the collar of this hateful little guy and beat him up. F***ck off. Chu Yang shouted in a low voice. He opened his eyes wide and shook his arms. Then, a burst of visible black smoke emitted from his body with a bang sound. It dispersed into an overwhelming and surging evil aura. It carried an ice-cold chill as it rushed over with a bang. This big man was only a street hooligan. He was not even a martial disciple. He only relied on his 2 arms to play the role of a hooligan. How could he resist the soul intimidation of a revered martial artist? As soon as the big man finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill. Then, he was hit in the face by the evil energy. His entire body and soul were frightened. His eyes rolled back. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless nightmare. Countless evil spirits were coming from all directions. They were bleeding from all 7 orifices. Letting out a scream that did not sound like a human's, the big man staggered back. Suddenly, he held his head with both hands and rolled back and forth on the ground. He screamed like a madman, "Spare me! No, I didn't kill him. Spare me, spare me!" He suddenly jumped up and turned around to escape. However, he fell down as soon as he took a step. Blood flowed out. He was paralyzed on the ground. He could not stand up. However, he was still desperately crawling forward. As he crawled forward, his pants gradually became wet, only the heart-wrenching voice of begging for mercy echoed in the air for a long time. The 2 little brothers following him did not know what had happened. However, when they saw their boss turn from normal to terrifying in the blink of an eye, they felt a chill run down their spine. They could not help but shout. One to the left, the other to the right. They scattered like birds and beasts. Chu Yang looked at the 3 people running away with a perplexed expression. He scratched his head as if he did not know what had happened. After thinking for a while, he said, "Oh, yes. The heavenly weapons all have a murderous aura. It seems that these people have bad intentions. They offended the heavenly weapons. The heavenly weapons have a spirit and are punishing them." Hearing him say this, the onlookers immediately understood what was going on. They could not help but feel fear on their faces. They took a step back and felt a chill run down their spines. Chu Yang laughed and said, "Everyone, who else wants to come in and take a look? Please, please, don't be polite." With a boom, the onlookers dispersed. Chu Yang smiled mischievously and turned around to go back. Heavenly Armament Pavilion is really amazing. The heavenly weapons there actually have a spirit. If someone has bad intentions, they will directly send down heavenly punishment. This rumor spread faster than the previous one. After all, many people had seen it with their own eyes. When this spread out, it would be even more sensational. The person who said this spoke in a low voice. He was very careful. The people who heard this felt a chill run down their spines. Who dared not to believe it? Didn't you see that tuft of hair in the East Street was scared out of his wits? What, tuft of hair did not know? It was that ruffian who collected protection money. That night, Chu Yang was still somewhat puzzled. On the first day of business, Heavenly Armament Pavilion's arrogance had already attracted a lot of onlookers. Many of them were martial artists. There were also a lot of people with gorgeous clothes and arrogant expressions. They were probably people from big clans in the capital. Why were these people able to resist their curiosity and not come in to take a look? It must be known that having a divine weapon in hand could increase one's battle prowess by at least 1 level. No matter if it was in Jianghu or on the battlefield, it was a treasure that could save one's life. Having a divine weapon that far exceeded the quality of an ordinary divine weapon was equivalent to having an extra life. Was this not enough of an attraction? No matter if it was a martial artist or a martial artist, this attraction should be enough, right? Chu Yang was puzzled. What was going on? As far as I know, once people in Iron Cloud Nation heard about this, they should have flocked over regardless of their chastity. But why was it so strange that no one was interested? Did I remember wrongly? On the second day, there were still onlookers. But it was even more deserted than the first day. There was not even a single person coming in. On the first day, there was at least a local ruffian causing trouble. On the third day, there were even fewer onlookers. Xianxia could not help but feel depressed. Buying or not buying was one thing, but at least a few people would come in to take a look. There were millions of people in the capital, but they were not curious? What was going on? On the third night, there was finally some movement. Xianxia was looking at the book that Du Shurqin gave him, Immortal Medicine. Opening the title page, there was a preface, "In this world, who cannot die? There is none. Therefore, doctors can only cure immortal diseases." But, what is an immortal disease? Yukai believes that all injuries and illnesses caused by external forces or by people outside of the body are considered to be undying illnesses. An immortal disease is the mandate of heaven. Xianxia's spirit was lifted as he read. The meaning of these words was very clear. As long as the person was not too old to the point of dying, any disease could be cured. Of course, this was only in theory. But even if it was only in theory, the tone was extremely arrogant. Knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Xianxia was reading with great interest. Hearing this, he impatiently asked, "Who is it?" "I heard that there are divine weapons for sale here, so I'm here to pay you a visit." A tired voice came from outside. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Although this voice sounded tired, there was a kind of arrogance in it. It was as if it didn't put anyone in its eyes. Only someone who had been in a high position for a long time would have such a tone. Moreover, this voice was very young. He closed the book and opened the door, only to see a young man in brocade clothes standing in front of him. His face was calm and tired, but between his brows, there seemed to be a light worry that could not be resolved. Looking at Xianxia opening the door, he didn't have any strange expression. Although he was dressed extravagantly, the hem of his clothes was covered in dust, as if he had not rested after a long journey. How could such a person with such an arrogant tone end up in such a sorry state? The moment Xianxia opened the door, the young man's stomach suddenly growled. It seemed that he was extremely hungry, but there was no trace of embarrassment on his face. When the lamp was lit, it was as small as a bean. "Please have a seat." Xianxia could tell from the aura and demeanor of this person that this young man in front of him was certainly not an ordinary person. He was definitely the younger brother of a big family. This was because the aura of someone in a high position was not something that an ordinary official's family would have. Although it was easy for rich families to produce hedonistic sons, it was also the easiest place to produce talents. This was because they were much higher than ordinary heroes. Xianxia was a little suspicious. How could such a treasure of a big family come out in the middle of the night without any guards? Moreover, why was he in such a sorry state? The young man smiled and looked around the store. Then, he walked in and sat down across from Xianxia. He smiled and said, "Brother, what is your name? Do you want to buy a weapon, or are you here to visit a friend?" Xianxia smiled and asked. "Good." The young man looked at him for a while before lightly praising him. As he spoke, he took the sword from his waist and placed it on the table. He looked at it with pity for a while before slowly pushing it in front of Xianxia. "Brother, since you specialize in divine weapons, why don't you take a look at my sword?" Xianxia was speechless. He was here to sell weapons. He had not opened for 3 days and did not have a single customer. Now that someone had come in the middle of the night, it seemed like he was also here to sell weapons. Was he in the same industry? His luck was really unlucky to the extreme. But thinking about it, he still reached out and took the sword. Since he had nothing to do, he had nothing to do. When the sword entered his hand, it was heavy. Xianxia could not help but relax his brows and praise, "Good sword." "Brother, you have not opened it yet, how do you know it is a good sword?" The young man in brocade looked at him with a smile. Although his clothes were in a sorry state, his words and actions were calm. This showed that his upbringing was not bad. Normal long swords are 3 feet long. 3 feet 3 with the scabbard, your sword is 3 feet 5 with the scabbard. Xianxia looked at the sword and said, "Swords are the kings of weapons. The phrase "an inch longer is an inch stronger" refers to swords and not other weapons. Everyone thinks that this phrase is applicable to any weapon, but it is a misunderstanding. Because swords are soft-killing weapons. If it is long, it is not strong. If it is not strong, it is brittle. If it is brittle, it is easy to break. Thus, short swords are easy to make, but long swords are difficult. Like your sword, with such a long piece, it increases the difficulty of making a sword. But from the scabbard and the hilt, it is simple and old, with a faint blood energy. It is enough to show that it has been through many years and has experienced many killings. But it is still the same, it is undoubtedly a good sword. Well said. The young man laughed, his laughter full of praise. He said, "Brother, you really are someone who understands swords. Also, the weight of an ordinary sword is around 5 kilograms. The ideal weight of a sword is around 7 kilograms. Xianxia lightly said, "It's hard to say if it's mixed with other specific metals. Your sword, including the scabbard, is already more than 15 kilograms. Xianxia said, "The sword is heavy, but the shape is unchanged, it is definitely a good sword." The praise in the young man's eyes became even stronger. Xianxia flipped his wrist. With a clang, like the roar of a dragon or a tiger, the long sword came out of the scabbard. Instantly, a cold light shone out. Like a pea light shining on the sword, it flashed with thousands of lights, illuminating the entire room. "Good sword!" Xianxia exclaimed as he carefully examined it. The more he looked, the more he praised. The sword was like autumn water. Even if it was still, it seemed to be constantly trembling. Looking at a beauty under the lamp is a great joy in life. But only people who love swords know that looking at a famous sword under the lamp is the greatest blessing. The young man sighed and said, "Swords have a spirit, a heart. Looking at a sword is looking at killing, looking at Jianghu. Looking at a famous sword in autumn water, the roar of a dragon or a tiger, there are iron horses and ice rivers in Jianghu." That's right. Xianxia sighed and said, "Looking at a sword is looking at Jianghu." He raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him. He said, "But you and I have never met before. You did not come here to let me look at this sword and feel Jianghu." As he said this, the sword light flashed. Xianxia did not even look at it. The long sword had already returned to the scabbard with a clang, as if the sword had its own eyes. "You are indeed an expert in using swords." The young man smiled. "But I naturally did not come here just to let you look at the sword. I just want to find a person who loves swords." His eyes flashed with a look of pain. He said, "Ever since I came out, I did not have a single cent on me. I have traveled 8,000 miles to come here. But all the things that I had before have been sold. Only this sword is left." He looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze. "Brother, I only need 100 taels of gold. I will pawn this sword with you. After a period of time I will come back to take it. At that time I will return you 10,000 taels of gold. Take this sword." Xianxia was silent. He was a little suspicious. In this world, there are countless professional pawnshops. I'm just one of them. This shop is only for my own purpose. It's to attract attention and increase my status. As long as my purpose is achieved, I'll close it down. Since opening, I haven't done any business. But someone is rushing to pawn my shop in the middle of the night? Moreover, it's such a good sword? There was something strange about this matter. It's too unusual. Is there something fishy about this? Late at night, in the imperial residence. The tall and sturdy Wu Kuanyin left in a sorry state. He came to Tai Butian's place. Before he could even say a word, Tai Butian stopped him, "No need to explain. I know it's you." Then he was left hanging here. He was left hanging for the entire afternoon and night. This great general who had made outstanding achievements in Ironclad Nation, who was mighty and powerful in front of the two armies, and who was invincible in the hearts of his subordinates, was constantly wiping his cold sweat for the entire afternoon and night. Tai Butian had been giving out official replies and making arrangements non-stop. Batches of people came in and batches of people left. Everyone was in a hurry. Only Wu Kuanyin stood motionless in the hall like a wooden stake. He had lost a lot of face this time. Wu Kuangyan looked at the curious, surprised, and mocking gazes in everyone's eyes. He was so ashamed that he almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. Especially the few guys he knew and was very familiar with. They looked at him as if he was a monkey. Wu Kuangyan looked at Tai Butian countless times with begging eyes. Little ancestor, even if you cut off my head, don't let me poke it here. However, Tai Butian didn't even look at him. She didn't even look at him. She didn't even talk to him. Since Tai Butian didn't speak, he naturally didn't dare to speak. The power of this young crown prince was secondary. The key was the reputation he had accumulated over the years. Wu Kuangyan was extremely respectful of him. It was because of this respect that he was afraid. If it were someone else, this notoriously bad-tempered general would have already slammed the table and cursed. However, in front of Tai Butian, he had to think twice even if he wanted to breathe loudly. Tai Butian's last words saved him from his predicament. He looked at the official on the table in front of him and said without raising his head, "Go find the military law office and receive 100 canes. Everyone involved in this matter will be punished in the same way." Tai Butian looked at Duke on the table in front of her. Without even raising her head, she said, "I believe that you won't play any tricks." Scram. Tai Butian didn't get angry. Her voice was very calm. However, this calm voice made Wu Kuangyan's heart tremble. Because this meant that Tai Butian was really angry. If it was not for the crisis of Ironclad Nation, perhaps his head would already be hanging from the flagpole. Sigh, if it weren't for the crisis, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Wu Kuangyan felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard Tai Butian's punishment. He expressed his thanks again and again. Then, he turned around and left the imperial residence like a rabbit being chased by a hound. Then, he let out a long sigh of relief and sat down on the ground with a plop. Then, he opened his mouth and sighed, "My dear mother has finally come out. This feeling is worse than being beaten up. As for playing any tricks." Wu Kuangyan didn't even think about it. Although 100 canes were a lot, he could still bear it. However, if he played any tricks, it wouldn't be a matter of 100 canes the next time. There were many examples of this kind of thing. Wu Kuangyan absolutely wouldn't dare to go against the imperial residence's orders. "Imperial residence, we have found that person." "Oh? Where is he?" Tai Butian was looking at the mountainous pile of memorials on the table. Her right hand was holding a brush made from weasel hair. "Shwa shwa shwa," she replied to several memorials without thinking. Although his speed was fast, he was able to see every single one of them clearly. Moreover, he had also gone through careful consideration in his heart. Every reply hit the nail on the head and went straight to the heart of the matter. This kind of insight was admirable. This morning, there was a rumor in the streets of Ironclad Imperial City that someone was scared to death. When we heard the news, we went to take a look. Unexpectedly, the person you are looking for is the shopkeeper of a shop. That person's expression was somewhat strange. It seemed that he couldn't help but laugh. Shopkeeper? Tai Butian finally couldn't help but tremble. Her brush smeared a smudge on the memorial in front of her. This was really unexpected. How could such a wolf-like person be a shopkeeper of a shop in Ironclad Citadel? However, he opened. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The black-clothed Imperial Guard described Heavenly Armament Pavilion and said, "It seems to be selling divine weapons." However, the arrogance in his tone is unprecedented. Divine weapons? Very arrogant? Tai Butian gently put down the brush in her hand. Her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. After a long time, she thoughtfully said, "Tomorrow, I will go take a look." Also, rumor has it that the crazy person offended a divine weapon and was punished by the heavens. However, according to my investigation, that person was frightened by Chu Yang's aura. His soul left his body, causing him to go crazy. Oh? Tai Butian's eyes flashed. She asked, what kind of cultivation level would be needed to scare someone to the point of going crazy? This is hard to say. The green-cloaked man hesitated for a moment and said, "Generally, if it is a martial artist below revered level, even ordinary people would not be scared to the point of going crazy. This is because aura is after all an intangible thing. Moreover, the aura of a martial artist can only be keenly grasped by a martial artist of the same level. However, there are always accidents. What accidents? If the person emitting the aura is the kind of person who has killed countless people and has a blood debt, or a general who has killed countless people all year round, once he releases his aura, that kind of murderous aura would probably scare people to death on the spot without any accidents. However, this Xianxia is so young. This seems a bit ridiculous. The green-clothed man furrowed his brows in distress. He also felt that his words were too inconceivable for that teenager. At such a young age, how could he have killed so many people? Oh. Tai Budian let out a long oh. We wanted to go in and take a look, but we were stopped by people from the military. They secretly sealed off Heavenly Armament Pavilion and did not allow anyone to enter. People from the military? Tai Budian suddenly smiled. Are they from Imperial Uncle Longqing? Yes. Looks like Imperial Uncle is going to make a move? Tai Budian smiled in a relaxed manner. I didn't expect that a mere Heavenly Armament Pavilion would make Royal Uncle Longqing, who has been living in seclusion these past few years and whom even I rarely see, appear. This Xianxia is really my lucky star. Also, we suddenly lost contact with 3 of the 7 branches of Butian Pavilion in Great Zhao. I am afraid Diwu Qingro has made a move. Tai Budian furrowed his brows and thought for a long time before slowly saying, it cannot be Diwu Qingro. Diwu Qingro is not that impatient. He did not say why it was not Diwu Qingro. It seemed to be a conclusion that could not be refuted. Is there any other news? The southeast of Great Zhao has begun to mobilize troops. 3 big legions are moving closer to Ghost Cry Valley. However, this seems to be directed at Limitless Nation and has nothing to do with Iron Cloud. Iron Cloud was located in the north of Great Zhao. The southeast of Great Zhao was thousands of miles away. However, when the green-clothed man said this, Tai Butian's face suddenly became serious. He muttered, southeast? His eyes suddenly shone with a sharp light. He muttered again, southeast? 3 big legions? Yes, southeast. The man in blue was a little surprised by this response. How could the mobilization of troops thousands of miles away affect Iron Cloud? Tomorrow afternoon, have all the generals and military officials come here. Tai Butian frowned and said seriously, Great Zhao's mobilization this time is definitely unusual. Order Butian Intelligence Pavilion to quickly gather information. Once there is news, immediately send Iron Blood Express. Yes. Send the news to Prince Tai Longqing. Tai Butian added, since he came out, he should know. Even if he doesn't come out, he still needs to let me know that he knows. This sentence was like a tongue twister. As she said this, Tai Butian also smiled. Yes. The man in blue's eyes flashed. Tai Longqing was Tai Butian's uncle, the first prince of Iron Cloud. But he was not only a prince who lived like a prince, he was also a general. A famous general, on the list of famous generals of the continent, he was number 1. He was invincible and undefeatable. The entire border of Iron Cloud was managed by him like an iron plate. For Iron Cloud to be able to hold on for so long, besides Tai Butian's resourcefulness, there was also Tai Longqing's power. The 2 of them, one internal and one external, one martial, were the best weapons to intimidate Diwu Qingro. After the arrangements were made, Tai Butian waved her hand gently and said, you can leave first. You have worked hard. Yes. I will take my leave. The man in blue quietly left. Southeast. Diwu Qingro, are you going to start? Tai Butian took a deep breath. Only then did she pull back her thoughts. Right now, there were still things to take care of. Especially Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Tai Budian uttered these 3 words word by word. Her heart was burning with passion. With that person's ability, if he said these words, it must be true. What Tai Butian lacked now was a divine weapon. This kind of weapon might not be very useful to ordinary soldiers, but Butian Pavilion, which Tai Butian established herself, urgently needed this kind of divine weapon, because there was a considerable number of suicide soldiers. There was also a number of assassins secretly trained by the Iron Cloud royal family for many years. When carrying out an assassination, if one had a divine weapon in hand, the chances of success would increase by several times. Even if it was only a 10% increase, it was still worth it for Tai Badian to buy it at a high price. However, there had never been such a channel. Ironclad Nation has many minds, but high-level weapons have always been Ironclad Nation's weakness. Besides, this kind of divine weapon only existed in legends, and no one had ever seen it before. Now, someone had actually opened the Heavenly Armament Pavilion here. Tai Badian decided that regardless of whether this news was true or false, she would go and take a look tomorrow. An assassin was a death warrior. For a long time, people had thought of assassins and killers as the same thing. But this was a big mistake. Assassins and killers all had the goal of killing their enemies. However, the process was different. Once an assassin made a move, there would only be one outcome: death. Either the assassin would die, or the target would die, or both sides would perish together. He had to pay with his own life before he could talk about killing the target. Regardless of whether the target died or not, the assassin was doomed. Therefore, there were often assassins who entered the enemy's heavily guarded areas to assassinate. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, once they made a move, they would die first. Therefore, assassins were usually called death warriors, but assassins were different. Assassins were particular about fleeing far away after failing a strike, then slowly looking for an opportunity to strike. They were particular about protecting themselves first, then killing the enemy. There was a fundamental difference between these two. Therefore, even if there was a ranking in the world, there would only be the number one assassin, and not the number one assassin. Because assassins could not be ranked. If a person decided to be an assassin, then he would be a living dead person. This is limited to personal understanding and this book's setting. Do not criticize. You might find it very strange. That young man's fingers gently stroked the blade of the sword. His eyes were full of passion and reluctance. He slowly said, "Black Dragon is a good sword. Anyone who owns it should take good care of it. I had visited a few pawn shops, but those people were all greedy. Pawning my sword to them will only be an insult to my Black Dragon. Forgive me for being blunt," Chu Yang said casually. "Since you can own such a sword, your skill should not be weak. Whether it's robbing or sneaking through walls, the so-called gold and silver to you is just a piece of cake. Why do you have to pawn your beloved sword? What are you talking about?" The young man looked as if he had been greatly insulted. He stood up and said angrily, "How can I, Gu Du Xing, do such things?" Gu Du Xing, Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened. So it's him. The memories of his previous life suddenly appeared in Chu Yang's mind. Gu Du Xing, the successor of the Gu clan. He is one of the most outstanding talents of the younger generation. Rumor has it that he was nicknamed Sword Fanatic since he was young. He is obsessed with swords since he was born. He became a sword disciple at the age of 3, a swordsman at the age of 7, and a sword master at the age of 13 or 14. At the age of 18, he became a sword great master. At the age of 21, he became a sword revered. At the age of 33, he was already a grade sword king. He became the youngest person to become a sword emperor since ancient times. This kind of promotion speed was simply an unimaginable legend. Gu Du Xing, he had practically created a myth and legend of the three heavens. Such an achievement, in the entire three heavens, only the evil Duke Ao Xiayun could compare to him. Gu Du Xing, Ao Xiayun, they were the idols of all the youths in the three heavens. Even in his previous life, Gu Du Xing was also a person that Chu Yang, the poisonous sword-revered martial artist, looked up to. Chu Yang was determined to reach the peak, and a large part of it was because of these few geniuses, but Chu Yang would never have thought that the soaring dragon sword king from his previous life had fallen to such a state. He actually wanted to pawn his famous treasured sword here. How did he say this? No wonder when he heard the name of this black dragon sword, it sounded so familiar. So it was him, it was actually him. That year, there were 12 influential people in the three heavens. Black Devil, Dark Bamboo, Lone Guest, Poison Spirit, Heavenly Secrets, Li Xiong Tu, Black Saber Qian Hao, Evil Duke, Meng Luo, Qiong Hua, and Tian Bu. 12 people ran rampant in the three heavens, turning the entire three heavens into a giant rag. Every one of them was a rare expert, a top talent. Their lone guest was this young master Gu Duxing in front of him. Chu Yang glanced at this legend of a generation who would run rampant in the three heavens in the future. His heart was lively as he calculated. Looking at him, he was only around 20 years old. In other words, he had not become a sword-revered martial artist yet. But he was definitely a sword great master, and a high-level sword great master. This was a meat pie that fell from the heavens. Damn, a high-level fighter sent to me by the heavens. It's rare that he's still so poor. Of course, what's even rarer is that I'm still so rich now. I've never been so rich, but Chu Yang was also somewhat puzzled. A dignified sword great master, for what reason did he fall to such a state? A sword great master, pawning his own sword? What the f***ck is this? But from this, it could be seen that this Gu Duxing really looked the same as the legends from his previous life. Upright, firm, straightforward and upright. Gu Duxing, in his entire life, acted arbitrarily, and ran rampant in the world. But there was one great advantage to this: all the expenses he needed were earned legitimately. There was absolutely no wealth of unknown origin. A master swordsman could be forced to this point by worldly gold and silver and still not steal or rob. Although Chu Yang despised him a little and disagreed with this approach, he had to admire this guy's persistence. Gu Duxing, right? Chu Yang smiled and put on an unfathomable look. He pointed at the 4 weapons hanging on the wall. Take a look first. How do my weapons compare to yours? As he spoke, Chu Yang stood up. He took down a sword and a machete from the wall. He placed them in front of Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing was stunned and a disdainful look appeared on his face. He squinted and said, "Your weapons look new from the outside and have not been used. They are obviously freshly made. The scabbard is shiny. Although there are some cloud patterns lingering on it, it looks like ordinary steel. It's not worth much. This guy is really direct. This kind of weapon is just a common item. It's okay to kill chickens. At best, it's only good to deceive people who don't know the trade." As Gu Duxing spoke, he reached out to take the scabbard sword. He was indeed a master swordsman. He didn't even look at the saber. As soon as the sword was in his hand, Gu Duxing suddenly let out a sound of surprise. The disdainful look on his face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by a strong sense of suspicion. "This sword is a little strange," Gu Duxing muttered, but his heart was shocked. This sword was actually heavier than his own. Chu Yang chuckled. He then stood up and walked into the inner room. "Looks like this guy is hungry. I'd better prepare some food for him." Chu Yang was 100% assured that his weapons would be with Gu Duxing. This guy almost starved to death but still didn't steal. He would rather pawn his beloved sword. If he didn't believe him, then there was really no one else to believe. Even if Diwu Qingro stole his sword and escaped, Chu Yang wouldn't be surprised. But if Gu Duxing stole his sword and escaped, wouldn't that be too funny? After a long while, Chu Yang brought the food out. He saw that Gu Duxing was still sitting at the table with his eyes wide open. He maintained a look of extreme shock. This guy was obviously very hungry, but unexpectedly, he was indifferent to the food that Chu Yang brought out. He only looked at the sword in his hand and muttered to himself, "How is this possible? How is this possible? How can a sword that has not been nourished by human blood be so sharp? What's impossible?" Chu Yang held an iron bar as thick as an arm in his hand. Grabbing the sword in Gu Duxing's hand, he sliced the iron bar as if he was peeling an apple. With a slight sound, a thin piece of the iron bar was shaved off. Gu Duxing's eyes were wide open. He could see that Chu Yang was definitely not channeling his martial energy. It was just the sharpness of the sword itself. Whoosh. Another wave. Whoosh whoosh, half of the arm-thick iron bar had been shaved off. On the ground, there was a piece of shaving-like patch, black and shiny. Gu Duxing felt like he was about to collapse. Due to the conflict between him and his family, as well as other reasons, he snuck out. But at that time, he was in a hurry and forgot to bring money. Along the way, he had pawned most of his belongings. Besides, he was a man, not a woman. Why would he wear any accessories? It was just a jade pendant and a few golden beads that were used as hidden weapons. But after entering the pawnshop again and again, Gu Duxing was thoroughly annoyed by those people. When his jade pendant and golden beads entered, they actually became tattered jade pendant, tattered golden beads. Is there even a broken version of this thing? So even though Gu Duxing had been hungry for 2 days this time, he was determined not to go to the pawnshop. What kind of honorable sword was his black dragon? If those birdmen called it a tattered sword again, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist drawing his sword and killing people, so he came all the way here. After hearing the legend of this heavenly armament pavilion that scared people crazy, he tried to find this place. When he saw the 3 words Heavenly Armament Pavilion, he suddenly felt very comfortable. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Wasn't his black dragon a heavenly armament? Other than the 2 words Heavenly Armament, there was really no other word that could match his black dragon. Even the description of a heavenly armament was not enough. The black dragon had spirituality, so Gu Duxing came in. He had already made up his mind. As long as the other party accepted, he must gather money in the shortest time possible and redeem the black dragon with the fastest speed possible. Of course, there was a prerequisite. That was that the owner of Heavenly Armament Pavilion had to treasure the black dragon so that he could be at ease. How could he have known that the place he casually walked in had such a treasured sword? The legendary sword that could cut iron like mud. Did he really see it? Secretly pinching his own thigh, Gu Duxing was finally sure that he was not dreaming. The next moment, Gu Duxing suddenly became furious. He was mad with anger. You sold such a sword to these vulgar people? Gu Duxing fiercely jumped up. His eyes were like copper bells as he stared fiercely at Xianxia. The rumbling in his stomach became louder and louder. His mouth was also roaring, stamping with rage. Huh? Xianxia blinked his eyes. This is blasphemy. A crime. An insult to these heavenly swords. Gu Duxing roared. He directly went crazy. Seeing that the other party still had such an indifferent expression, he could not help but be so angry that his heart was about to explode. Such a heavenly sword, if it was not a peerless swordsman, it would not be able to own it. It was not worthy to own it. Wasn't it said that a treasured sword was matched with a famous person, and a pearl was given to a beauty? How could ordinary people own such heavenly weapons? Heavenly weapons were well deserved. I won't allow it. Gu Duxing jumped up. His eyes were fierce. Absolutely not. Xianxia was stunned. Looking at this brother whose stomach was rumbling so loudly that he was about to starve to death, jumping up and down in his shop with such an agitated look, he actually did not allow him to sell his own things. What the heck, this was too ridiculous, wasn't it? Brother, this shop seems to be mine. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Duxing was stunned. Then, he said decisively and domineeringly, what do you mean mine? Not even yours. Xianxia was speechless. This guy, no wonder his cultivation progress was so fast. It seemed that he was already obsessed with swords. He was directly in a severe state of chi deviation. His infatuation wasn't just a little bit. This is a rare treasure sword in the world. Gu Duxing's eyes and face were even exuding a kind of fanatical glow. This is such a perfect treasure sword. This is a killing weapon. If such a sword pierced into a person's heart, if it chopped off a person's head, how cool would that be? Just thinking about it is enjoyable. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and stretched out his hand as if he was holding a sword. His mouth made a simulated sound, completely forgetting himself. Cha, cha. This is a sword. This is the home of a sword. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Looking at this crazy guy, he directly categorized this guy as a lunatic. There was such a thing. Gu Duxing was so agitated that he was convulsing. With a clang, he pulled out the saber on the table. The saber flashed. This guy's convulsions were even more severe, directly close to severe convulsions. This saber is also a rare treasure sword. He jumped to the side of the wall. With a swoosh, the short sword and saber were unsheathed at the same time. This is practically the duo of all martial artists in the world. Gu Duxing was already stunned. Suddenly, he stared at Xianxia with grief and indignation. You actually want to sell such a sword? You actually want to sell the duo of all martial artists in the world? With his eyes wide open, he approached Chu Yang step by step. The muscles on his face spasmed. His eyes suddenly bulged like a frog's and suddenly shrank back into a ray of light. His lips trembled. Suddenly, he roared with an earth-shattering roar, "Are you still human?" Chu Yang almost fainted. "Beautiful study room, I only wanted to use these swords as bait, that's all. Why did I sell the duo of all the martial artists in the world? It's just selling a sword, is there a need to be so serious? I actually became the enemy of all the martial artists in the world after selling this sword. If that's really the case, then I really can't live on." Chu Yang was speechless for a long time before he finally found a reason. "Gu Duxing, why did you pawn the sword?" I wanted to eat." Gu Duxing's brain couldn't wrap itself around it. He didn't know why the other party brought this up. "Yes, you wanted to eat. So you pawned the sword that you love more than your life." Chu Yang nodded and pointed at his own nose. "But what about me? Have you ever thought that I also need to eat? If I don't eat, I'll still starve to death. I'm the same as you, understand? If I don't sell the sword and I don't have any other skills, what will I eat?" "Do you eat people?" Chu Yang asked aggressively. The more he spoke, the more he felt that he was in the right. He actually questioned loudly. His saliva almost sprayed onto Gu Duxing's face. What this bastard said was pure nonsense. The plaque outside his door was made of pure gold and silver. Why would he need to worry about food and drink? But Gu Duxing obviously didn't notice or didn't think of it. Looking at Chu Yang's agitated appearance, he couldn't help but be tongue-tied. Only then did he remember that this guy in front of him also needed to eat. "Although you didn't show any martial skills, I can't see through your cultivation." Gu Duxing finally found a reason. "With your skills, why don't you steal or rob? You can at least fill your stomach, right? That's still better than selling such a divine sword. F***ck your mother." Chu Yang was filled with righteous indignation. He shouted righteously, "How can I, Chu Yang, be such a person? Your words are simply insulting my persistence, blaspheming my spirit, tainting my will, and raping my character. I thought you looked dignified, but I didn't expect you to be a thief." Bah! The last word was practically spat out. Beautiful study room. Gu Duxing's face was full of saliva. Gu Duxing had asked Chu Yang the same question that Chu Yang had asked Gu Duxing just now. But, he had been scolded by Gu Duxing at that time. Now that Gu Duxing had asked about it, Chu Yang was even more untouched. In fact, he was even more aggressive in returning the favor. He couldn't help but feel refreshed. Who the F***ck dared to scold the soaring dragon sword king? He dared to do so when he was old. Gu Duxing recalled his answer just now, and immediately felt somewhat ashamed. That's right, don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. If I don't do it, why would this righteous young man do it? He sat in this shop that was filled with stolen silver from top to bottom. He couldn't help but feel respect for Chu Yang in his heart. It turned out that Chu Yang was just like him. He was also a man with perseverance and ambition. It turned out that he was not alone after all. Who said I was stupid? Isn't there a fellow traveler in front of me? Although Gu Duxing was mercilessly reprimanded by the opposite party, he suddenly felt that this young man in front of him was cute. There was a feeling of being like-minded and caring for each other. But, even if it was for food. Gu Duxing looked at these two swords and two sabers, and his heart really ached. The muscles on his face twitched. Thinking that such divine weapons would be sold to someone else, he really felt distressed. This wasn't pawning them. Once they were sold, it would be a complete loss. This matter, can we discuss it at length? Gu Duxing said cautiously, Brother Chu, for such treasured swords, as people who love swords, we have to find a good home for them. If money isn't that important, well, what I mean is, we can still barely get by. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and sighed. What do you think we should do? Gu Duxing was stunned. How about this? I'll give these swords to you, and you sell them. Is that okay? Chu Yang had a flash of inspiration. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he couldn't help but be excited. Since you have nothing to do, just be my assistant here. This way, you don't have to pawn the treasured swords, and you can eat and have a place to stay. Most importantly, you can also find a suitable owner for these divine weapons, and not let them be covered in dust and shame. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Brother Gu, what do you think? Huh? Gu Duxing was a little dizzy. He really couldn't imagine how he would become someone else's assistant with just a few words. But, it seemed like this was also a feasible plan. The reason he came out was to escape. Well, since it was to escape, wouldn't it be escaping there as well? Thinking of the reason he ran away from home this time, Gu Duxing couldn't help but sigh deeply. Sigh, what should I do? Why? You don't agree? Qu Yang asked nervously. It's not that I don't agree, but... Gu Duxing seemed to have something he couldn't say. Since it's not that you don't agree, then it's settled. Qu Yang interrupted him and directly made a conclusion. Brother Gu, from now on, we are a family. Haha, from now on, you have the final say in this shop. Whoever you want to sell to, I'll sell to. Well, I don't really know much about this business. Qu Yang was telling the truth. He really didn't know much about this business. But this didn't affect him from using this business to make Gu Duxing stay. As long as you stay, can you run away from me? If something happens in the shop, you won't care? Damn it, if you don't care, I'll give these swords to a beggar. See if your heart hurts? Anyway, it doesn't hurt. With Calamity Sword, I can have as many as I want, therefore, under Qu Yang's continuous deceit, Gu Duxing foolishly stayed behind and became Qu Yang's assistant. This guy was crazy about swords, but this was the first time he went out in his life. In addition, he sneaked out, so he naturally didn't have any experience in the martial world. In the eyes of Qu Yang, an old fox with 2 generations of experience, he naturally couldn't refuse. It had to be said that being young was good. Easy to deceive, of course. The biggest reason was that Gu Duxing couldn't see through Qu Yang's cultivation. In his heart, anyone whose cultivation he couldn't see through was naturally stronger than him. Being an assistant under such a strong person and achieving his goal of escaping from his clan didn't seem too bad. It wasn't shameful. After wolfing down the white rice that Qu Yang had brought out, Qu Yang had deftly tidied up a room for him and stuffed him inside. After a night, Gu Duxing asked Qu Yang doubtfully, "There's something wrong, what is it?" Qu Yang rubbed his temples. He thought to himself, did this guy's brain suddenly become good? Brother Qu, you only said that you'll provide food and accommodation, but you didn't say anything about salary. Gu Duxing stared and said, you can't let me work for free, right? I'm a swordsman after all. I should at least have a few taels of silver a month, right? It seemed that this guy was still somewhat unwilling. Qu Yang fainted. Brother Gu, there are 2 cabinets in your room. Have you seen them? Gu Duxing nodded. Those cabinets contain all my belongings. They're not locked. Qu Yang looked as if he was confiding in him. Brother Gu, although we've met for the first time and have never met before, we hit it off right away. I've put my life in your hands. Gu Duxing was stunned. Then, he turned and ran in. After a while, a scream came from the room. End of chapter 68. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.